In my previous life, I died a miserable death. My most trusted brother Qin Hao stabbed me, and my fiancée Yang watched coldly. Resources are limited. You shouldn't be alive. In the end, I became an unknown corpse at the end of the world. But now, I have returned to the day before the end of the world. Just as I was at a loss, a cold voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The Apocalypse Goddess System is binding. Binding successful. Since God has given me a chance, don't blame me for using any means necessary. Tip: the end of the world will come in 24 hours. Please be prepared. The system then explained, Apocalypse Goddess System. In the apocalypse, if you take in a goddess recognized by this system, the host can receive material rewards. The more goddesses I take in, the richer my rewards will be. Every time I take in a goddess, the host can unlock a power. The higher the intimacy with the goddess, the stronger the power. After listening, I couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Holy crap! Isn't this system too outrageous? Goddess? Satisfaction? I sneered. This setting sounds ridiculous, but when I think of the blood feud in my previous life, my eyes gradually become cold. While I was thinking about it, a violent knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. Shinji, are you crazy? What did the ghost scream so early in the morning? Outside the door, Yang Yi walked in angrily. I looked at her and had mixed feelings for a moment. She's my fiancée. After they got engaged, she asked to sleep in separate rooms. I would live in the second bedroom, and she would live in the master bedroom. In the past 3 years, I have taken care of her meticulously while working. I have lived frugally to support her, bought a house, and paid a bride price. But I never thought that she would betray me. Even before I was reborn, my friend Wu Feng told me that they had been together for a long time. What are you daydreaming about? Why don't you go and make breakfast? Yang Yi scolded me impatiently, and when she saw that I was standing there without moving, she kicked me again. Looking at the woman in front of me, the anger in my chest was ignited. I could no longer hold it back and raised my hand to slap her. Ha! A crisp sound echoed in the house. Yang Yi fell to the ground in disbelief, covering her face with her hands and trembling. You dare to hit me? I looked at her coldly, and the anger that had been suppressed for too long burst out. I slapped her several times until she cried and huddled on the ground with her head in her hands. Get out of my house. Pack up your things before I come back, I said coldly, pointing at the door. Yang Yi covered her face, sobbing and threatening. You're dead. My brother won't let you go. I was too lazy to pay attention to her. After a quick wash, I went straight out the door. The end of the world is coming. I don't have time to waste with her. The most important thing right now is to collect supplies. I went straight to the supermarket and bought some water and instant noodles with the remaining cash I had, but I soon found that the money was not enough. After all, most of it was controlled by Yang Yi. In desperation, I frantically applied for online loans, gathered enough money in a short period of time, rented a car, and brought all the purchase supplies back home. I filled my house with all kinds of supplies including water, rice, noodles, canned food, medicines, clothes, diesel generators, etc. Then, we called a locksmith and a decoration company to reinforce the doors and windows to make them as strong as a fortress, and also replace the balcony with tempered glass to ensure safety. By the time I was done with everything, it was already noon. I sat in the living room and turned on the TV. The news was playing on the screen. The latest news: the hurricane codenamed Lion is expected to land in Donghai City tomorrow. Citizens are requested to take protective measures. The storm of the end of the world is coming. I took a deep breath and silently thought about my next plan. In the previous life, when the hurricane first hit, everyone thought it was just an ordinary natural disaster, and at most they would have to take a few days off to recuperate. But no one expected that this hurricane would be like a messenger of death, growing stronger and stronger, and getting deeper and deeper. I still remember that at that time, like most people, I went to the supermarket to buy supplies in the strong wind, but I only got a few bottles of water and a few packets of instant noodles. It was at the old Ruinfa supermarket that I met my childhood friend Wu Feng. He lived in an old house nearby, and the hurricane directly blew off the roof of his house. He begged me with an embarrassed look on his face to let him stay temporarily, and I agreed because of our years of friendship. But later I realized that it was a trap set by them. In the supermarket, Wu Feng relied on his strong body to grab a whole cart of supplies. After he moved into my house, his generosity made me alert. He only gave me a few portions of food, but he constantly favored Yang Yi and showed her concern that was almost flattering. As the days passed, the hurricane became more and more severe. Windows were blown out, the high-rise building was in danger, and we had to move to an empty room on the second floor for shelter. That was the beginning of a chain reaction. Shortages of supplies, looting, and smashing gradually became the norm, and I could only watch Wu Feng and Yang Yi's intimacy become more and more explicit. What really broke me down was the third week. The disaster brought storms, floods, and cold weather to the city. The windows of high-rise buildings were almost completely gone, and the living environment became unbearable. That night, I fell asleep exhausted, but when I woke up, I found myself tied up. Yang Yi's cold eyes and the knife piercing my chest made me feel the deep betrayal and despair for the first time. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but touch my chest. Even after rebirth, the pain seemed to still be burned there. I will never let something like this happen again, let alone let them die so easily. A loud knock on the door brought me back to reality. Bang, 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 came the rude shout. Shinji, you bastard. You dare to beat my sister, and you dare to change the door lock. Open the door. Opening the security door, I looked coldly at Yang Yi and her brother Yang Shu outside the door. Yang Yi still had slap marks on her face and asked angrily, Shinji, are you crazy? What do you mean by changing the door lock? This is my home. I can change whatever I want. I said calmly, yawned, and was too lazy to argue with her. Yang Yi gritted her teeth and threatened, open the door immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the police. I sneered and asked, this is my house. Is your name on the property certificate? Yang Yi was suddenly speechless and said harshly, my brother will not let you go. Yang Shu was also threatening me, shouting that I would not be able to go out. I was too lazy to talk nonsense, so I took out my phone and started recording the video. Here, let's say it again, and let's see who was caught by the police in the end. The two of them were speechless by me. Yang Yi changed her tactics and said coldly, okay, Shinji, forget it if you don't want to, and you won't get back a cent of the 800,000 gift. Give it to you. I responded without thinking. This money will be nothing more than waste paper in the apocalypse. In the future, I will get it back with interest. Yang Yi was choked by me, and Yang Shu on the side couldn't help but sneered. Oh, it's a broken jar, right? I glanced at him and said calmly, I don't know who the broken jar is, but I know who the broken shoes are. My eyes fell on Yang Yi with a meaningful look. Yang Yi's expression changed instantly, and she asked in panic, what do you mean? You know it in your heart. I said in a cold tone, too lazy to pay any more attention to her. I just closed the door and blocked out the noise outside. In the quiet room, I leaned against the door and thought about the company front desk mentioned by Yang Yi. Her words reminded me of Yu Momo, the little girl who always kept to herself and didn't like to talk. The most beautiful girl in the company. She is petite and cute and doesn't look like someone who can scheme against Yang Yi. Yu Momo. I whispered her name. Perhaps she was the important link in this chess game that I had not noticed. As the night deepened, the sound of rain outside became heavier and heavier, and the windows were rattling in the strong wind. I lay in bed, listening to this depressing sound, and I knew in my heart that the end of the world was coming. In my previous life, I suffered too much because I was too weak to get supplies. This time, I must make a change. After finishing a set of push-ups, I was just about to take a shower and catch up on some sleep when I heard someone knock on the security door. I thought it was the Yang family coming to my house again, so I walked to the peephole and saw an unexpected face. Yu Momo. I opened the door, feeling a little surprised. We were just nodding acquaintances. So how could she find my home? Brother Shin, I have something to tell you. Is your sister-in-law home? She was wearing a pink raincoat, and her voice was soft and careful. Come in and talk. After making sure that there was no one else outside the door, I let her in. Yu Momo is not tall and is thin and small. She looks a little reserved, like an elementary school student. Is my sister-in-law not here? She asked tentatively. I don't have a sister-in-law anymore, I said calmly. I had seen through this kind of thing a long time ago. She was stunned for a moment and hesitated to speak. Actually, I'm sorry, Brother Shin. I have discovered some things about her a long time ago, but I just didn't know how to say it. Her voice became lower and lower, and her face turned slightly red. Why did you go out in this kind of weather? I changed the subject and looked at the increasingly violent wind and rain outside the window. I live in Building 6, which is close. I saw that you didn't go to the company yesterday, and your supervisor couldn't contact you. I was worried that something happened to you, so I thought of coming to see you. Her voice was soft, and she seemed a little embarrassed. Hearing this, I was moved. I was originally thinking about how to add her into the system, but I didn't expect her to come to me on her own initiative. It's raining too hard. Don't leave so soon now that you're here. Eat something before you go back. No, I just came over to take a look. I'm already feeling embarrassed. She waved her hand quickly to decline. I didn't force him to stay, but just said calmly, "You told me about this matter. I owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me." After seeing you Momo off, I sat on the sofa in a daze. The wind and rain outside the window were getting stronger and stronger, with leaves and plastic bags occasionally hitting the glass. But the room was so quiet that it made people feel at ease. The double-layer thick and tempered glass was indeed reliable. In the afternoon, I worked out while pondering the system's prompts. Taking in goddesses is not just about letting them live in, but about letting them stay by my side. As long as there are people around me, there will be a steady flow of bonus abilities and materials. But my reserves are limited. What if the resources can't keep up? Just when I was worrying, there was another knock on the door. There was a girl standing in the cat's eye. She was tall and had long hair shawl. She was soaked and looked pitiful. She looked at me cautiously, with a somewhat helpless tone. "Hello, I'm from 1601 next door. I forgot my key at school. My parents' flight is canceled, and they can't come back. Can I stay here for a day?" I stared at her for a few seconds. She certainly didn't look like a threat, and the door of 1601 did have a mechanical lock, so she couldn't be lying. I opened the door and let her in. "Thank you, my name is Jiang Mimi, and I am a junior at Tonghai University." She smiled and stretched out her hand, and I shook it briefly. "My name is Shinji." She has a sunny and cheerful personality and speaks easily and naturally, but it does not affect her pure beauty in the slightest. After letting her move into the second bedroom, I was wondering about her origins when the system beep sounded suddenly. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully taken in a goddess. System rewards: 3 steamed buns, 2 rice, 1 pickled mustard tuber for drinking water. As expected, Jiang Mimi has a pure appearance and outstanding temperament, and is definitely a goddess, recognized by the system. Looking at these new supplies, I couldn't help but smile. More importantly, these supplies can be stored in the system backpack and can be used at any time, which is extremely convenient. Just as I was excited, the system's voice sounded again. "The system is issuing capabilities." My heart suddenly rose. I clenched my fists and almost held my breath. It must be space ability. It must be space ability. In the end times, supplies are lifeblood and storage ability is the guarantee of survival. Ding! The ability was released successfully. Ability, space storage. When I heard the system's voice, I was so excited that I couldn't help but shout, "Nice!" This sound startled Jiang Mimi, who was video chatting with her parents, and she looked up. Her parents on the other end of the phone also looked over curiously. Why is this boy so startled? I quickly lowered my head and pretended nothing had happened, but in fact, a system page that only I could see appeared in front of me. Ability, space storage bound goddess. Jiang Mimi, level 1, can be upgraded after making substantial progress with the goddess. System details. It has 500 cubic meters of storage space. Time stands still in the space. Items are automatically placed, and living things cannot be stored. This ability is life-saving. Although it only has storage function at present, it is what I need most at the beginning of the end of the world. As soon as the idea came to my mind, I immediately wanted to test it, but the wind and rain outside the window were too strong. So I had to settle for the next best thing and practice with the supplies in the storage room first. After entering the storage room, I locked the door and sat cross-legged, looking at the food and water on the floor. With a thought, the supplies in front of me disappeared in an instant. Closing my eyes, I clearly perceived a huge space in which the items were neatly arranged and stacked without any gaps and in an orderly manner. I tried to retrieve one of the buckets of water, and with my thoughts in mind, the bucket fell steadily to the ground. After confirming that the ability was useful, I breathed a sigh of relief, opened my eyes, and found a thin layer of sweat on my forehead. It seems that using abilities consumes stamina, which further reminds me that exercise is urgent. After I came out of the storage room, I started working out. After an hour of lifting dumbbells, treadmill, and horizontal bar, I took a shower and had a good sleep. In the morning, Jiang Mimi got up early and thoughtfully made omelets and porridge. While I was eating my breakfast, I was secretly planning my next plan. Brother Shin, I made appointments with several locksmiths, but no one took the orders. Jiang Mimi said, slightly embarrassed. "You're welcome. The weather is so bad anyway. You can stay as long as you can." She nodded, obviously relieved, but I knew that the wind might not stop tomorrow. After lunch, I finally made up my mind. Now is the best time to go out and collect supplies. Although the wind and rain have not stopped, By the time we take action when there is a little break the day after tomorrow, the supermarket will have been emptied. Besides, I can't expose my abilities in public, so I'd better take action now when there are few people around. After dinner, I lied to Jiang Mimi and said I was going to the underground garage to get some fresh air. After locking the door, I stepped out of the house for the first time. My goal is very clear: to clear out the old Ruinfoss supermarket. Driving my secondhand car, I headed to the supermarket in the storm. The wipers were almost useless. The rain hitting the windshield blurred my vision, and the wind made the car body shake. Even so, I still insisted on moving forward at a snail's pace, and finally arrived at the supermarket entrance half an hour later. As expected, the supermarket door was locked, and a thick iron chain was wrapped around the iron gate. As expected, businesses are also waiting for the wind and rain to subside before opening for business. I leaned against the door, took out the pliers in the space, and started to cut the chain, but the chain was thick, strong, and tightly wound, and with the obstruction of wind and rain, I had no idea where to start. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to me. What about putting the chain directly into the storage space? I closed my eyes and concentrated my mind, and the chain actually disappeared before my eyes. I was ecstatic and immediately pushed open the gate and walked into the old Ruinfoss supermarket. The supermarket is empty at this moment, but the shelves are still filled with all kinds of supplies. Without any hesitation, I put all the food, drinking water, medicine, etc. in front of me into the space. I didn't leave until the entire space was filled with supplies. After closing the gate again, I got into the car. The rain dripped down my hair. Although my whole body was soaked, my heart felt very at ease. I stared at the chain in front of me, and with a thought, the chain disappeared instantly and then appeared in my space. Awesome! I couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. I didn't expect that my ability could be used in this way. However, the sound was completely swallowed up by the wind and rain, and no one could hear it. I opened the iron gate and pushed open the iron fence, and finally I succeeded in entering the supermarket. The old Ruinfoss supermarket has 2 floors. The underground first floor is the daily necessities and food area, and the underground second floor is the warehouse and furniture store. I went to the underground first. The supermarket was dark, so I took out a strong flashlight from the space and barely illuminated the front. Next, it's time to loot. This space is neither too big nor too small, and the items put in can be automatically arranged to maximize the use of space. I decided to pick and choose first and not put everything in at once. First, the clothing sale area. I pack up all the clothes for everyone, regardless of age or gender, autumn, winter, spring, or summer. The weather will get colder in the future, the windows may be blown out, the community will lose power, and the temperature will drop. I can't catch a cold like last time. Then there is stationery and books. I didn't move them. There is no rush for these things. I will do it when there is extra space. Next up were home appliances and electrical appliances. I picked out some big brands and necessities that I could use anyway. Further ahead are detergents and chemical products, especially sanitary napkins for women. I also collected some of them. After all, they are things I can use, and I have to take good care of Jiang Mimi. Finally, I came to the most important thing: food and water. I emptied almost everything, including rice, flour, grain, oil, instant food, milk, yogurt, rows of shelves and freezers. I closed my eyes and checked the space. I didn't expect that although these supplies seemed to be a lot, they only occupied less than half of the 500 cubic meters of space. All items are neatly arranged to maximize space utilization. Okay, next is the underground second floor. The door of the warehouse was locked. I put the iron lock back into the space again and pushed the door open to enter. Food is still the main thing here, and almost everything on the shelves has been put into the space by me. Just then I suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell down. What happened? I held onto the wall and slowly stood up. My heart was beating faster, and I felt something was wrong. I checked the space, and the 500 capacity is not full, so it should not be due to insufficient space. That's the feeling of being physically exhausted. I was so happy just now that I didn't expect that using my abilities all the time would consume so much energy. What should I do now? I decided to solve the problem on the spot. Took out the induction cooker, copper pot, mutton, frozen tofu, hot pot vegetables, and hand-rolled noodles, and started to cook hot pot. In the dark supermarket warehouse, I was eating hot pot while slurping the food. Although the environment was harsh, this hot pot was the most satisfying meal I have ever had in my life. After eating, I gradually regained some strength. I went shopping in the furniture store and bought some necessities, but not more. There's no rush for the remaining things, since no one will want them anyway. I left the warehouse, and the strong wind almost blew me down when I went upstairs. Fortunately, I grabbed the iron fence of the supermarket in time. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, so I quickly climbed into the car and took a long time to drive back to the community. It was already late at night when I got home. I almost exhausted all my strength and fell to the ground as soon as I entered the door. Jiang Mimi was still awake. Seeing that I had hesitated for so long when I came back, she quickly ran over to help me. "Brother Shin, what's wrong with you?" There was worry in her tone. "Go and lock the door first." I almost didn't have the energy to speak, so I quickly asked her to lock the door. Then I fell into a half-asleep state and felt like someone was taking care of me, giving me water and putting an ice pack on my head. When I woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the third day after the hurricane landed in Donghai City. I was lying on the bed in the master bedroom, and Jiang Mimi was lying on the bedside and fell asleep. I stood up gently without waking her. I checked that the front door and the security door were locked, and then I breathed a sigh of relief. It's really dangerous. I almost couldn't come back yesterday. It seems that biting off more than one can chew makes sense. Frequent use of abilities really consumes a lot of stamina. I'm still far from being able to use abilities as I please. However, I am very satisfied with Jiang Mimi's performance. It also gave me a long-lost feeling of being taken care of. "Brother Shin, are you feeling better?" Jiang Mimi also woke up, rubbing her eyes and looking a little tired. She glanced at me, a look of concern on her face. I nodded. "Thank you for taking care of me. In return, I can grant you a request." She smiled, shook her head, and said, "No need, Brother Shin. I've already caused a lot of trouble to you by living here these days." She didn't understand what I meant at all, thinking that the hurricane would pass soon, that she could go back to school, and that life would return to normal. During dinner, I took out the glutinous rice balls from the space and quietly placed them on the table. Today is the Lantern Festival. Jiang Mimi saw the glutinous rice balls and smiled. "Brother Shin, did you go out yesterday just to buy glutinous rice balls?" She must be tired of eating the scrambled eggs I make every day. She was very happy to see the glutinous rice balls. She did not suspect that the glutinous rice balls were taken out from my space and thought that I bought them specially yesterday. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, there was no full moon in the sky, only rain and wind. After eating, Jiang Mimi looked a little depressed. She hasn't seen her parents for a long time. Their home is nearby, but she can't go back. She turned her head and looked at me, who was working out. In fact, she admires me quite a bit and thinks I look pretty good, but I don't talk much. As the campus beauty of Donghai University, she is the center of attention wherever she goes. Almost every man wants to talk to her, but I have never paid much attention to her. However, she should know that I really don't have time to waste on women now. I stared at the wind and rain outside the window. The wind and rain will decrease slightly tomorrow and last for about 3 or 4 hours. But then the hurricane will escalate again and no one can stand outside at all. During this time, I have to do something quickly. Jiang Mimi sighed. "Brother Shin, the news says that the wind may continue to escalate. Do we have to buy something?" Her voice was a little low, obviously embarrassed. After all, these days, almost everything she eats, drinks, and uses is provided by me. "Okay, I'll buy some groceries," I promised. "Do you need anything?" I didn't. She originally wanted to say that she was about to have sex, but in the end she didn't say anything. I glanced at her and asked softly, "Which brand do you use?" "Nine Dimensions." She lowered her head and blushed. I nodded, already understanding. The next day, Shinji got up early and began to sort out the materials in the space, filling the entire 1602 with everything. There was almost no room to stand in the kitchen. Rice and flour were piled like mountains, and the lockers were full. Under the dining table and coffee table in the living room are all snacks. Except for the walking area, the rest is filled with food. A new refrigerator was also added to the bathroom, and the piles in the bedroom almost reached the ceiling. Fortunately, my space ability is very smart. Everything is automatically organized, and the utilization rate is amazingly high. After doing this, I lay on the bed and fell asleep. Continuous use of my powers has almost exhausted my energy. I must quickly replenish my energy today to prepare for the next action. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I woke up and the wind and rain seemed to have subsided. I took out a bag of various models of 9-dimensional sanitary napkins from the space. "Here you go. I have to go out for a while. You stay home. Remember, don't open the door." After I gave the instructions, I went out again to search for some supplies before the storm escalated completely. My house is now full of things, and there's a lot of empty space, so I plan to continue filling it up. On the road, there were obviously fewer vehicles in the parking lot. I guess many people had started going out to buy supplies. The wind and rain on the road caused many traffic accidents. Fences were blown crooked, and small trees were uprooted. The scene was a mess. My first stop was a pharmacy. In the apocalypse, medicine was more scarce than food and water. There are many pharmacies in residential areas in China, but in this situation, medicines will become hot commodities sooner or later. I walked into the first drugstore, Neptune Star. I touched the door, and the door lock disappeared instantly. I pushed the door open and went in. Without any hesitation, all medicines were packed and taken away directly. Then I went to Renrentang Pharmacy, the same old method, and took the medicines with me. The third store was an old pharmacy in Jiuzhou. The entrance was blown away by the wind, and there were not many medicines left. However, there were 7 or 8 baskets of eggs in the warehouse behind. Shinji did not hesitate and moved the eggs together. After raiding a total of 6 pharmacies, my space was filled to the brim with pharmaceuticals. Time stands still anyway, and it doesn't matter if the medicine expires. Next, the energy station. Gasoline and diesel are not needed now. But in the future, when water and electricity are cut off, these things will be gold. Although I have saved some gas cans, they will eventually run out. I drove to the nearest gas station in the middle of nowhere, and there was no one there. Fortunately, after several days of heavy rain, the topsoil was washed away, revealing the oil storage tanks buried underground. I put on my raincoat, and the wind died down. I had to hurry. I took out a shovel from the space and started to loosen the soil. Success or failure depended on this. I put my hand on a 40-liter oil tank and activated my supernatural power. The tank disappeared instantly. I felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Fortunately, there was enough space, and there was still 1/3 of the remaining space, which could accommodate a 40-liter oil tank. I checked it and was delighted. That's 40,000 liters of gasoline. After resting for a while, I put the diesel storage tank into the space again. After doing all this, I was out of energy, so I sat back in the car and fell asleep. When I woke up, it was getting dark, and the rain and wind were getting stronger again. Fortunately, this time I was not in as much pain as last time, and after resting for a while, I felt like I had regained some strength. I started the car and returned to the community. The underground garage was empty, no one around. The old ladies who danced in the square and the old men who played chess in the past no longer know where they are. When I got home, Jiang Mimi had fallen asleep waiting. I locked the door and watched her sleeping on the sofa, and suddenly I felt like home. Apart from my grandparents, this is the first time someone has prepared a meal for me and waited for me to come back. There are 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables on the table, one of fried cucumbers and one of fried meat with green peppers. I walked over and gently touched her head with my fingers. Get up. Jiang Mimi rubbed her eyes. Brother Shin, the wind seems to be getting stronger outside. Well, don't worry. I looked out the window. The strong wind was blowing debris into the air from time to time. There are so many things that can last us half a lifetime. She squatted on the ground and looked at the supplies piled to the ceiling, her eyes full of surprise. She had no idea how I managed to get so much food in one night. She was only wearing a low-cut t-shirt and was squatting, looking up at me. I lowered my head to respond to her, and my eyes accidentally fell on her chest. Seeing my silence, Jiang Mimi suddenly realized her posture and raised her head suddenly. Brother Shun, you bastard! Her face turned red, and she quickly blocked my sight with her hands. I didn't speak anymore and suppressed my laughter. After eating, I took out my mobile phone and saw that everyone in the property group was discussing when the hurricane would pass. The whole city had been at a standstill for 4 days. However, what everyone discussed most was the theft at the ruined Foss supermarket downstairs. I heard that the supermarket downstairs was emptied out, asked a group member. How could this be false? I went to the supermarket this afternoon, and all that was left were the load-bearing walls besides the furniture, another person responded. I smiled, feeling somewhat satisfied. It seemed that Yang Yi's family and Wu Feng didn't buy anything. In my previous life, Wu Feng pretended to meet me by chance in a supermarket and then moved to my house. I didn't go to the supermarket at all in this life, and he probably would have to face the fate of having his roof blown off tonight. At the same time, in the corridor, Wu Feng called Yang Yi and said in a low voice, "Are you sure he doesn't know about this yet?" "Don't worry, it was the front desk clerk at his company who discovered this. You left the company early, and the front desk clerk didn't recognize you." Yang Yi's voice came from the other end of the phone. The place where Wu Feng lived had long been exhausted. He found Yang Yi But she had a large family and lived in a crowded place, which was not suitable for accepting him anymore. So, he decided to find me. Okay, that's it. Wu Feng hung up the phone, picked up the bucket and 2 backpacks of food on the ground, and knocked on my door. Jiang Mimi looked through the peephole and said softly, "Brother Shen, he is a strange man." I leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but smile to myself. This guy is so evil that he actually wants to come to my house. Let him wait for a while, I said. Jiang Mimi opened the door, and Wu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw her for the first time. "Who are you looking for?" Jiang Mimi asked, her voice clear and moving. Wu Feng said hurriedly, "I'm looking for Shinji. I'm his good friend. Is he here?" Open the door quickly. Wu Feng stared directly at Jiang Mimi, obviously very interested in her appearance. "Oh," Jiang Mimi responded, and then closed the door directly. This? Wu Feng was stunned, standing in the wind, completely unable to react. After half an hour, I opened the door. "Old Shun, why don't you just throw me in the corridor and blow me to death?" I looked at Wu Feng, blaming me, but his eyes unconsciously glanced into the door. He obviously didn't take me seriously and was completely expecting Jiang Mimi. "Hey, why do you have time to come to my place?" I asked with a smile, planning to tease him again. "Oh, I can't live any longer. Stop talking and open the door," Wu Feng urged urgently. "What do you mean?" I looked at him, pretending to be confused. Wu Feng obviously didn't expect me to act stupid like this, so he murmured in a low voice, "Shinji, what do you mean? I'm just staying here for a few days. Don't worry, I won't stay in vain. Take a look." He waved a backpack of food in his hand, his face full of anticipation. I frowned, not seeing clearly what was in the bag, and pretended to be surprised. "Food?" "Yes. How can I let you suffer a loss?" Wu Feng handed it over proudly. I quickly understood that the bag was almost full of snacks, such as French fries, potato chips, and spicy strips, which were probably bought from a small convenience store. "Food?" I pretended to be happy. "Then come in and talk," I said as I turned the lock of the security door. He smiled proudly, thinking that he finally had a place to live, and even planned to get Jiang Mimi by the way. Just as he turned around, I put 2 backpacks of snacks and water into the space. "Hey!" When he turned around, the thing at the door was gone. I quickly locked the door, laughing to myself. "What the hell?" Wu Feng wanted to come up and grab him, but there was only a small visible window left, and my security door blocked him tightly. "Shinji, hold the grass." I slammed the door, feeling relieved. "Cool." Wu Feng's scolding came from outside the door, but I couldn't hear clearly what he said. At this time, I felt very proud. The day of revenge is coming soon. Yang Yi and Wu Feng will never escape. "Don't die before I find you," I murmured, feeling happy. That night, the wind was still strong, but the rain gradually became lighter. Fortunately, Donghai City has a good drainage system, and the heavy rains in the past few days did not cause large-scale flooding. Time flies these days. Getting along with Jiang Mimi became more and more natural. She has been living here for a whole week, and she has been doing housework every day, while I have taken care of her during her menstrual period, given her a hot water bottle, and even brought out brown sugar ginger tea from the pharmacy for her to drink from the storage space. To be honest, since being with her, I feel much better, as if I have really escaped from those depressing days in the past. As the second week of the hurricane begins, I eat breakfast and watch the news on my phone that the winds will continue to escalate. "Brother Shin, do you think it will really be the end?" Jiang Mimi sat on the sofa and looked out the window. "Maybe." I finished the last bite, stood up, and walked to the window sill. The heavy rain outside kept washing over the city, and the strong wind kept blowing debris into the sky and throwing it away at will. The window on the opposite floor was smashed by debris blown by the wind, and the strong wind roared into the room, making everything messy. I look at the windows of my house. With double layers of tempered glass and multiple layers of reinforcement on the outside, the design should be able to withstand storms. The wind in the first week only made people unable to stand, but the wind in the second week was strong enough to pick up people and blow them away. It's no longer possible to stay outdoors. At the same time, heated discussions began in the property management group of the community. Everyone was discussing, and it seemed that they had reached the point where they had one meal, but no next meal. Jiang Mimi looked at the information, turned to me, and said, "Brother Shin, you have so many supplies. If you sell them, can you earn a house? It's the end of the world. What's the point of asking for money?" I responded to her with a smile. Jiang Mimi nodded, looking at the storm raging outside the window and the house full of food, feeling an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. Suddenly, a picture in the property group caught my attention. It was a rather revealing photo, with the girl in the photo wearing delicate makeup and smiling charmingly. This woman is so beautiful. If I can take her in, maybe I can get a system reward. I looked at it several times, intending to save it for careful appreciation, but suddenly found that the photo had been withdrawn. The person who posted this photo is the resident of room 1603, Building A, my neighbor in the same building. Shengshi home has 8 buildings, each with 26 floors, and 4 households on each floor. I live in 1602, Building 8. 1601 is occupied by Jiang Mimi's family. I have never seen the tenant of 1603, and I didn't expect she is such a beautiful girl. Building A, 1603. Is there any kind brother who could take me in? The glass in my house was broken by the wind, and I can't live here anymore. I almost sat up straight when I saw the news. This is no small matter. On the other side, Feng Cece quickly put on her down jacket after taking photos at home. There was no glass in her living room windows, and the biting cold wind poured in from the windowsill, leaving the temperature in the room only a few degrees. Feng Cece is a host. She worked as a trainee for a while, but failed to make her debut and spent all her savings. She just switched to live streaming, and in just 2 months she became the goddess of Huyu Live and has a lot of fans. She knew men's psychology very well. As long as she acted coquettishly, she could immediately attract a large group of people to compete for the top position on the list. And today, she posted that photo just to attract other people's attention and see if she could change her temporary residence. During the stormy night, the hurricane-force wind blew up a brick and smashed her window. Feng Cece put on a down jacket and covered herself with all the quilts, but she couldn't sleep the whole night. When I woke up in the morning, most of the food in the kitchen had been blown away by the wind. She was born in a small county and had no relatives in Donghai City. Seeing the heavy rain and hurricane outside the window, she made a bold decision to sell her body and see if she could find a place to stay for a few days. In less than 10 minutes, Feng Cece's phone had received more than a dozen friend requests. Beautiful lady, I work in engineering and have a little money at home. Do you want to stay at my house for a few days? She quickly opened the other person's circle of friends. Qian, bars, foot massage, these were useless. What was important was the food. Feng Cece deleted this person without hesitation. Then she received another message from Building A, room 302. She opened the other person's moments and saw the selfie of that person. She couldn't help shaking her head. He looks too abstract. But he's a backup option for the time being. Then she saw a message. Hello, beautiful lady. I am an aquaculture farmer. I have food at home and my windows are thickened. I can take you in temporarily. Feng Cece's eyes lit up. She immediately replied to this person. Oh, I heard Feng Cece sigh and couldn't help but turn my head to look at her absent-minded look. She opened the circle of friends of room 703, Building 3, originally hoping to find a suitable temporary place to stay, but she didn't expect that I looked like an ordinary man. However, he did have food in his hands, which was at least better than those men who had nothing but words. But soon, 703 sent another message. However, my wife and children are at home now. We have to wait until they return to their hometown, and the hurricane is over before we can go back. Feng Cece's face darkened. It was obvious that she could no longer endure it. She cursed Get Lost in her heart. Time flies, and it's afternoon. Feng Cece accepted more than 20 friend requests, but unfortunately none of them was suitable except Instant Noodle Brother. Looking at this information, she frowned and thought, am I really only able to live with that abstract Instant Noodle guy? What will happen in the house when the wind and rain are raging outside? Am I really going to give myself to such a person? She sighed softly, and her stomach growled. From last night till now, Feng Cece has only eaten 2 bites of cold steamed buns and half a bag of pickled mustard tubers. She couldn't help but sigh that the taste was exactly the same as when she was a trainee in South Korea, eating kimchi with rice every day. Just as she was frowning, suddenly, a fragrance drifted into her nose. The aroma of hot pot? Impossible. She shook her head and denied her idea. How could there be a hot pot restaurant at this time? However, the scent became stronger and stronger, and she was filled with doubts. Where did this fragrance come from? She wrapped herself in a quilt, walked slowly to the balcony, and sniffed carefully. The fragrance was not coming in from the window, but from the door. Feng Cece quietly walked to the door, gently opened the peephole, and was stunned. In the corridor, a man and a woman were sitting on the floor eating hot pot, with spicy red soup on one side and tomato clear soup on the other. This, Feng Cece couldn't believe her eyes. Hot pot? In such a difficult time, Someone was eating hot pot in the corridor. It turned out that Jiang Mimi and I were sitting together eating hot pot. I actually wanted to eat barbecue at first, but Jiang Mimi insisted on having hot pot, so I finally agreed. After all, Jiang Mimi was the first goddess he took in, and she was also the one who gave me the ability to space. The two of us sat on small chairs and watched the base ingredients boiling in the pot. Brother Shin, why don't we eat at home? Jiang Mimi's eyes were bright, and her saliva was almost drooling. It had been a long time since she had hot pot, and she couldn't help it when she saw that the soup in front of her was almost boiling. The food at home is not delicious, and the corridor is windy and heats up quickly, Shinji said with a smile, while pouring beef, mutton, and vegetables into the pot, and the aroma instantly filled the entire corridor. When Feng Cece smelled this fragrance, she couldn't help it anymore, and her mouth was watering. She was eating cold steamed buns just now, and in the blink of an eye, someone was eating hot pot in front of her. How can I bear this? She couldn't help but glance at me. I was indeed much more handsome than the men who had just taken the initiative to invite her. Look at Jiang Mimi again. She has a delicate face. Although she is barefaced, she is definitely not inferior to her. She also has a good figure, with straight legs, but her breasts are a bit small, which does not affect her overall charm at all. Jiang Mimi and I had already begun to feast. The moment the beef was picked up, the aroma was so fragrant that Feng Cece couldn't hold it back. Brother Shin, thank you for taking me in for so many days. Here's to you. Jiang Mimi raised her glass and smiled at Shinji. Thank you for your hard work in cooking. I responded with a smile. The two of them clinked their glasses and drank it down in one gulp. Feng Cece finally couldn't help it anymore, walked to the door, and murmured, "It seems that you are here too, so don't blame me. We each rely on our abilities." I heard her voice, glanced at the door of 1603, and wondered, couldn't she smell the fragrance? Such a fragrant hot pot smell. Why don't you come? I shook my head and thought, don't attract other residents so as not to disturb me. Just as I was thinking this, the door finally opened. The metal door slowly opened a crack, and then a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings stepped out, with high heels lightly tapping the ground. Then, the owner of the beautiful legs showed her face. Feng Cece was wearing a suspender skirt and black high heels, with delicate makeup. She smiled and asked softly, "Hello, can you add me?" I looked at her, and my heart moved. This woman is indeed a real beauty. We are in 1602. Come and eat together? I smiled and picked up the stool next to me. Feng Cece acted shy, walked towards me, and sat down. She sat down, her eyes immediately locked on the delicious food in the pot, and began to devour it almost without thinking. While eating and drinking red wine, even I, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help laughing. Don't be anxious. No one is competing with you for it. I reminded him softly. Feng Cece raised her head, smiled, stretched out her hand, and said, "Hello, brother. My name is Feng Cece. My name is Shinji." I reached out to hold her hand and responded with a smile. Chapter 10, Physical Strengthening. Oh my God! Feng Cece opened her mouth and looked at the supplies piled to the ceiling in 1602 in surprise. Are these all yours? Why did you prepare so many supplies? Shinji smiled. The young lady from before has already slept in the second bedroom, so you can just sleep on the sofa. Shinji said to Feng Cece, "It's okay, brother. I'm very happy to have a place." "Thank you very much, brother." Although Feng Cece said so, she didn't think so in her heart. This man actually didn't give up his bedroom to me, and actually let me sleep on the sofa. Normally, she would never look at a man like Shinji twice, but now they have to live in the same room and can only sleep on the sofa. But now that I have settled down, I don't have to worry about anything else for the time being. When the hurricane blows over, I will still be the aloof and beloved anchor Cece. While Feng Cece was thinking this, she still kept being polite. Shinji didn't know what she was thinking at this time, and of course he didn't need to know. The end of the world is coming, and the materials in his hands are the capital to keep women. Deity, it has been detected that the host is taking in a goddess. System rewards: spicy beef noodle bowl, curry egg bun rice bowl, Huainan beef soup bowl, braised chicken rice bowl. Ness. Shinji was secretly happy. The rewarded materials this time are no longer the most basic three-piece set of steamed buns, pickled mustard, and drinking water. Instead, it was upgraded to a staple meal with side dishes. It seems like what the system said: the more goddesses you take in, the richer the rewards will be. The materials issued by the system can be temporarily stored in the system backpack and can be collected at any time, and can be collected in a limited amount. The system's voice sounded again. ability is being issued. Shinji's heart was in his throat again. What will the new power be? Shinji walked into the master bedroom and locked the door. Right now, I already have the space ability that I need most, but I don't have any means of self-protection yet. If I release offensive abilities or self-protective abilities, I won't have any worries. Thinking of this, Shinji was stunned. It was time for him to develop a good relationship with Jiang Mimi. After all, his storage space was very limited now. Didi, distribution successful. Ability, physical strengthening. As soon as the system's mechanical voice finished speaking, Shinji felt a sharp pain all over his body. The kind of pain that makes people roll around on the ground. Shinji felt that the muscles all over his body were expanding and contracting, and his heart was beating rapidly. Finally, just when Shinji felt like he was about to faint, the uncomfortable feeling disappeared. He fell on the floor of the master bedroom and looked at the system panel in front of him. Ability, physical strengthening and binding to the goddess Feng Cece. Level 1 can be upgraded to level 2 after making substantial progress with the goddess. Details, greatly improve the host's physical qualities, approximately 5 times that of normal people. Strengthen the host's strength, agility, physical strength, reaction ability, resistance to blows, etc. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, there was a knock on Shinji's door. Brother Shin, are you okay? I think I heard you screaming inside. Jiang Mimi's voice came from the door of the room. Shinji wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathed a long sigh of relief, and then opened the door. The moment he opened the door, Jiang Mimi and Feng Cece stood at the door, looking at him with concern. What? Shinji exclaimed. He felt like the two women had become shorter. Wrong. It's because I got taller. Not only that, Shinji lowered his head and looked at his arms and chest. The originally thin man was now covered with muscles. Although the muscles were not particularly exaggerated, he was definitely at the level of a fitness internet celebrity. Well, Jiang Mimi also noticed the changes in Shinji at this time. Brother Shin, you seem to have gotten taller, you've gotten stronger, and you've gotten better looking. In fact, Shinji was not ugly to begin with, but he was too skinny, so his mental state seemed very depressed. Feng Cece had just come into contact with Shinji. The light in the corridor was a little dim just now, and she didn't see Shinji's appearance clearly, so she didn't see anything. Maybe it's because I've achieved some results in my recent fitness, right? As Shinji spoke, he excitedly took off his shirt, directly exposing his strong upper body. Hold the grass. Wow! After seeing Shinji's muscular upper body, the two women exclaimed at the same time. Brother Shun, you have achieved fitness results too quickly. Jiang Mimi clearly remembered that a few days ago, Shinji wore short-sleeve shirts for fitness. At that time, his arms were not even as thick as hers. How come in a blink of an eye? This is talent. Shinji looked at his figure in the mirror. He was very satisfied, and then put his shirt back on. Feng Cece on the other side had already looked straight, still standing at Shinji's door, looking at Shinji blankly. Although Feng Cece looked as pale as a chrysanthemum on the outside, her heart was already erupting. Shinji's figure made her heart itch. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Shinji looked through the peephole and saw a short girl standing outside the security door. Momo. Shinji opened the door and called out her name. Brother Shin, I'm here to ask if you have any anti-fever medicine at home. My brother has a high fever that won't go away, and there is no medicine at home. I don't know anyone else in the community, so I'm here to ask if you have any. Momo's tone was very anxious. Shinji knew that Momo had a younger brother who was still in elementary school. She had taken him to the company before. He was a very cute and shy little boy. Okay, just wait. I'll get it for you. Shinji turned around and went back to his room. In fact, he didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he owed Momo a favor. He had said before that Momo could come to him if anything happened. Moreover, Momo's appearance is definitely the best among the three girls, so she must find an opportunity to take her in as well. Feng Cece on the other side took the opportunity to come over and take a look at Momo, but it was better not to look at her. This look shocked her. Another one so beautiful. This woman obviously didn't even put on makeup on her face, and her face looked a little tired, but she looked better than me. Feng Cece rubbed her head. The competition was so fierce. This wind keeps blowing. 1 day drags on for 2 days, 2 days drags on 3 days, and 3 days drags on a week. Who knows if this wind can stop blowing? It seems that I still have to start as soon as possible. If you can't live in the second bedroom, then move into the master bedroom as soon as possible. Shinji returned to the room, pretended to rummage for a while, and then grabbed it with one hand in the air and a box of ibuprofen capsules and a bottle of Motrin appeared out of thin air in his hands. Immediately afterwards, Shinji quickly walked out of the bedroom and took out the ibuprofen capsules and Motrin suspension in his hands. Can you think of these two things? Shinji opened the security door's viewing window halfway and handed the two medicines in his hand to Yumomo. Do not take the capsules on an empty stomach. This suspension is only for children. It is listed in the dosage instructions. Thank you, Brother Shin. Yumomo bowed deeply toward Shinji. It's okay. I said before that I owe you a favor. By the way, if you don't have anything to eat, you can always come to me. Yumomo nodded heavily and left with gratitude. Chapter 11 Feng CC's Scheming. Dinner for 3 people is 3 bowls of spicy beef noodles. Shinji specifically tried how to get supplies from the system backpack. It was actually very simple. He only needed to call up the system page and tell the system what he needed to get from the backpack. It's just that the system backpack can only be taken out, not put inside, otherwise you can have more storage space. 3 bowls of spicy beef noodles were placed on the table. A few large pieces of beef were placed on the steaming noodles, and the aroma was overflowing. The 2 women didn't pay much attention to the fact that Shinji suddenly brought out 3 bowls of noodles from the kitchen. After all, there were supplies everywhere in the house, and who knew where Shinji took out the noodles? Compared with these, Jiang Mimi cares more about her parents. They went to Suzhou City to see their sister. They just said a few days ago that they could not return because of the hurricane. Since yesterday during the day, I have been unable to contact my parents. What made her even more sad was that the mobile phone news reported that many countries and cities were currently being hit by hurricanes. A steady stream of hurricanes penetrate deep into the interior from the sea, and the hurricane codenamed Sagittarius also landed in Suzhou City today. Regarding the braised beef noodles in front of her, Jiang Mimi just took a few bites and couldn't eat anymore. She said hello and turned back to the room. Brother, look at her. She's wasting food. Feng Cici complained to Shinji in her voice. Shinji knew that Jiang Mimi was worried about her parents and sister. Jiang Mimi said last night that she could not contact her family. She is in a bad mood, please eat more. Shinji said with a smile. Brother, eat it. Feng Cici picked up the meat in her bowl. Shinji thought she was going to put it in his bowl, but Feng Cici brought the meat to his mouth. Brother, open your mouth. While chewing the beef, Shinji was surprised at this woman's skills. Looking at Shinji's slightly blushing face, Feng Cici felt a little more confident. No matter who the man is, he still can't handle it casually? Night. The wind outside the window became stronger. At this time in the last life, the window glass of 1602 was smashed to pieces by a wooden chair that came from nowhere. The wind blew the 3 of Shinji up all night, and most of the supplies in the house were also blown away, so Shinji and the others could only go down to the 2nd floor to live. At this moment, the hurricane kept rolling up some debris and slapping the windows. Listening to the knocking sounds coming from the window from time to time, the 2 people sitting in the living room couldn't help but feel a little worried. Especially Feng Cici. She had just been frozen all night last night, and she didn't want to experience the feeling of being blown by the wind until she couldn't open her eyes again tonight. When Shinji saw a wooden chair hitting his window, his heart suddenly rose to his throat. Just heard a muffled sound. The chair hit Shinji's double-layer tempered glass hard. The chair broke and was swept away by the wind, but the glass was intact. The quality of domestic glass is indeed not guaranteed. Seeing this scene, Shinji and Feng Cici also breathed a sigh of relief. Go to rest early. Shinji said hello and returned to the room. After returning to the room, Shinji carefully calculated and found that he currently had a lot of supplies. Just looking at the staple food, it was enough to feed 3 people for decades. But if you want to be comfortable and nourished, you must find a way to attract more goddesses. Shinji remembered that there was a top-notch girl in Building 1, but she had a boyfriend, so she didn't know what the situation was now. Moreover, I need to get closer to these 2 women. My ability is only at the 1st level, which can only meet the current needs. It is still far from becoming bigger and stronger. Just thinking about it. Shinji's door was gently pushed open. Feng Cici walked in with her big, white legs bare. Brother, do you want to eat fruit? Feng Cici took out a few sugar oranges from her back. These were the last things she had at home. She took them with her when she went out in the afternoon. Thanks. Shinji raised his hand to take the orange, but Feng Cici retracted his hand. I'll help my brother peel it off. After Feng Cici finished speaking, she squatted down in front of Shinji and began to peel the oranges. Shinji lowered his head and realized that this woman was not wearing underwear. The low neckline and suspender belt revealed a large amount of white flowers. The shaking made Shinji dizzy. This? Shinji didn't expect that Feng Sisi would be so impatient. It was my first night here, and I originally wanted to cultivate a relationship first, but then someone showed up. Of course, Feng Sisi missed it on purpose. She didn't want to sleep on the sofa, and Shinji's figure was deeply imprinted in her heart. Sleeping with such a man will make you a sure profit. After peeling the oranges, Feng Sisi stood up and was about to feed the peeled oranges into Shinji's mouth, but her foot slipped. Just hear an ouch. Feng Sisi fell into Shinji's arms. Shinji only felt that his chest was surrounded by two warm and soft things. Of course, falling down was just Feng Sisi's method. Shinji has never seen this before. After being in love for so many years, Yang Yi and Shinji had never held each other's hands a few times, let alone letting Shinji see her. So Shinji was stunned on the spot. It was the first time he saw such a proactive woman. When Feng Sisi saw that Shinji was not moving, she wanted to take the initiative to kiss him. Just when their lips were about to touch, the knock on the security door rang out at an inappropriate time. Oh shit! The two of them cursed secretly in their hearts at the same time. Such a good opportunity was missed. Both of them looked a little embarrassed. Feng Sisi stood up, tied up her hair, straightened her clothes, and then opened the door and went out. Shinji angrily went over to open the door. He opened the door a small crack, and there was a man in his 40s or 50s standing outside the security door. Shinji, right? I'm from the property management company. Currently, the power and water supply in buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4 of our community have been cut off. The man outside the door said angrily. Oh, so? If you open the door and there is you Momo or some other beautiful woman standing outside, you can accept it, but if it's someone else, then you won't be interested. In order to get through this difficult time together, the property management company has decided to inventory, manage, and distribute all supplies in a unified manner. I will come here now to count the supplies at your home. Because Shinji only opened the door a crack, the man couldn't see the piles of food in Shinji's house. Oh, I don't have supplies at home. Shinji said perfunctorily that he just wanted to send the person away at this time to see if he could renew his relationship with Feng Sisi. No supplies? I heard that you were eating hot pot in the corridor in the afternoon. The man seemed very angry. These are extraordinary times. If you don't cooperate with our management, you won't be responsible for the distribution of supplies in the future. Okay, then I don't want it. Shinji didn't like the three of them. Was someone caught eating hot pot by yourself? It shouldn't be. Could it be that it was the three members of the family in 1604 who made the secret? It's very possible that only his family can see him eating hot pot in the corridor. Shinji, don't be so shameless. The decision to collect and manage supplies this time was made by a big shot in our community. Why are you so awesome as a small employee? If you don't cooperate and be careful, we will deal with you later. Then I'll wait for you to settle the matter. Stick a green onion in a pig's nose and pretend to be an elephant to show off to the big shots. If you really can, get some food out and don't take it from the hands of us residents. After Shinji finished speaking, he closed the door heavily. Chapter 12 Space Upgrade. Shinji closed the door and locked it. He wanted to turn around to see what Feng Sisi was doing and whether the incident could continue. But as soon as she turned around, Jiang Mimi threw herself into her arms. Brother Shin, I can't contact my family. I just saw on the news that the hurricane winds in Suzhou City are much stronger than ours. Could my family have? Speaking of this, Jiang Mimi burst into tears. Shinji had no choice but to keep comforting Jiang Mimi. Seeing this scene, Feng Sisi also knew that it would be impossible to capture Shinji tonight. So I wisely went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. That night, Shinji didn't even know when he fell asleep. When she woke up, Jiang Mimi was lying in her arms and looking at herself quietly. The two of them stayed like this on the sofa all night. Brother Shin, thank you for braving the wind and rain to buy me glutinous rice balls. Thank you for helping me buy the 9-dimensional space. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. After saying that, Jiang Mimi pecked Shinji on the face like a little chicken and then ran back to her room. Didi, Ability Upgrade. Ability, Space Storage Binding Goddess Jiang Mimi. Level 2. Continue to make progress with the goddess and you can upgrade to level 3. Details. It has 1,000 storage spaces. Time stops in the storage space and items are automatically placed in the space, but living bodies cannot be stored. Holy shit! Shinji looked at the panel and sat up suddenly. If I had known that kissing would lead to actual progress, I would have forcefully kissed Jiang Mimi. The space is equivalent to twice the storage space of my previous storage space. Several veteran moisturizers can fit it in. If it is true that just kissing can upgrade, then if you kiss Feng Cece, can you upgrade the ability to strengthen the body to level 2? At this time, Feng Cece was sleeping quietly in the master bedroom. Last night, she saw that Jiang Mimi had been pestering Shinji and even occupied her sleeping place. So he slept in the master bedroom. It was still acceptable. Although Shinji was not taken down, he did sleep in the master bedroom. Shun Jigong wanted to go into the house and try to find Feng Cece, but when he turned around and saw the supplies packed in the room, he finally decided to put the supplies away first. Now in a house of more than 100 square meters, a single person cannot even walk straight. Only if you can turn slightly sideways. There is no way to accommodate more goddesses if this continues. It's better to finish the work while the two girls are still in the house. So Shinji activated his ability to take the materials back to his storage space. In less than half an hour, Shinji had taken back almost all the food and supplies in the house and his storage spaces. Shinji only left 2 refrigerators and some vegetables in the refrigerator. After finishing his work, Shinji sat down cross-legged. Close your eyes and look at how your space is being used. Originally, after storing it in 2 oil storage tanks, my space was basically full. Looking at it now, even if all the supplies at home are put into the space, it will only occupy less than 2/5 of the space. It would be better if the room is bigger and more comfortable. Fortunately, Shinji found that using the space power did not seem to consume much energy this time, and he didn't even feel tired. Just as Shinji was about to take a rest, he was startled by Jiang Mimi's scream. "Where are we?" "That big pile of supplies." Jiang Mimi looked at the empty living room in disbelief. As for Feng Cece, who was woken up by Jiang Mimi, her vision went dark as soon as she went out, and she almost fainted. Brother, don't tell me that you really handed over the supplies. They just didn't have anything to eat. That's why they talked about unified management and unified distribution. Don't believe them." Feng Cece said to Shinji. "I'm not stupid. I won't give them a grain of rice." Shinji just smiled and did not explain. "You didn't hand it over? What about our supplies? Where is the food?" Feng Cece asked. "Secret." Shinji smiled mysteriously. Jiang Mimi glanced at Shinji with a deep look from the side. She felt something was wrong. So many supplies were suddenly displayed at that time, and now they suddenly disappeared again. This is wrong. Feng Cece walked around and felt relieved when she found that there was still quite a lot of food in the kitchen. There are about 100 kilograms of rice and 10 bags of flour in the kitchen, and the 2 refrigerators are full of food. This is enough for them to eat comfortably for more than a month. "Brother, let's not hand over these food no matter what." "Okay." Feng Cece said to Shinji that she still thought that Shinji should hand over the food to others for unified management and distribution. "Brother, in this environment, the most important thing for us is to protect ourselves first, right?" At this moment, Feng Cece's tone was no longer pretentious as before, but instead very serious. This made Shinji unable to react. "Don't worry, I really didn't give the supplies to anyone else. What do you 2 want to eat for lunch?" "Hot pot," the 2 women said in unison. This is also the first time Jiang Mimi and Feng Cece have reached a consensus. "Why are you eating hot pot again?" Shinji felt that it was unnecessary for him to ask. At this time, Building 2601. The building is located in the center of the entire Shengshijayuan community. The distance between the buildings is very wide, and there is no obstruction on the front, rear, left, and right. The view from the 26th floor can overlook the entire Shengshijayuan community, so Building 2601 is the well-deserved king of the building. "Dad, are you saying that even the province doesn't know when the hurricane will end?" A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at the mobile phone in front of him in shock. The other man sitting next to him nodded. This man is in his 50s but looks energetic. Not only that, according to calculations, this wind may not stop. "What?" Fong Yimou shouted and looked at his father in disbelief. "The hurricane won't stop? Then everyone will be trapped to death in Donghai City, because the food will run out one day." "Xiaomo, how much food do we have left?" "There's only enough for a few days left." The older man's name is Fang Shiri, and he used to be the secretary of the top leader of Donghai City. The younger man's name is Fang Yimou, and he is Fang Shiri's biological son. "We have to think of a solution. Otherwise, we will really starve to death." Fang Yimou was a little anxious at this moment. "Don't be anxious. Does your girlfriend have any food?" Fang Shiri looked at Fong Mo. Fong Mo hesitated and did not answer. When the hurricane first made landfall, he gave a lot of food at home to his girlfriend Gu Yingying. But he did not expect that when he went out to buy supplies at the supermarket nearby, he found that all the supplies in the supermarket had been stolen. So at this moment, there was nothing to eat at home between Fong's father and son. He would naturally feel embarrassed to ask Gu Yingying for it now. Fong Shiri saw his beloved son in such a dilemma, and after hesitating for a while, he finally gave in and said, "Forget it. I'll think of a way." Fong Shiri rubbed his temple. Chapter 13 Shengshi Self-Help Association. The hurricane made landfall on the 10th day. The living room of Building 2601 was packed with people. Most of the people here are security guards and property managers from the community. At this time, they were discussing in a low voice the problem of food and water sources. "Everyone, please be quiet." The man sitting in the middle of the living room spoke first. The man looked to be in his 50s, wearing a pair of glasses. He had a detached temperament and was intimidating without even getting angry. "Everyone be quiet for now. I'm going to make an announcement next, so don't panic." This person is Fong Shiri. I just received news yesterday that this hurricane may not stop for a while. After hearing Fong Shiri's words, everyone was shocked. They all knew Fong Shiri's identity. He had connections in the city and even the province, so there must be nothing wrong with the information he provided. "Didn't you say you would only shave for a few days? It's been such a long time. Why are you still shaving?" "Yes, we don't even have rice at home. We can't even eat." "Mr. Fong, when will the provincial rescue arrive?" "Mr. Fong, please give us some advice. What should we do now?" Everyone was talking at once, and Fong Shiri was so angry that he slammed the table. "Why are you panicking? Don't panic." Seeing that everyone had calmed down a bit, he continued, "Although this wind won't stop blowing for a while, it won't stop blowing forever. I said this to prepare everyone for a protracted war. Now, the first problem we need to solve is food and clothing. Besides, we can't count on the provincial government for help. Many cities have been hit by the hurricane, and we can only save ourselves. Before, I told everyone to collect and manage supplies in a unified manner in each building. Have you implemented this?" Hearing Fong Shiri's words, everyone was silent. It's not that they don't want to collect supplies, but that they can't collect supplies at all now. "Mr. Fong, it's not that we don't implement it, and at this time, let alone whether they still have the supplies in hand. Even if they do, they can't hand them over, right?" One of them spoke. "Yes. Yesterday, I came to collect supplies and was scolded. This time it was a security guard who spoke." "That's it." Fong Shiri coughed twice. "I will make an announcement in the group. Let me first explain that this situation is special. I hope everyone will cooperate. Anyone who can take the initiative to hand over the supplies will be credited. I will wait until the hurricane disappears. Naturally, the situation will be reported truthfully." After hearing what Fong Shiri said, everyone nodded, feeling that it made sense. "That's it for now. Pay attention to the messages in the group at any time. Please reply when you receive them." After Shinji and the others got up and had dinner, they discovered that the group name had been changed from the original Shengshi Home to Shengshi Self-Rescue Association. Shengshi Self-Rescue Association. Shinji smiled and shook his head. This self-rescue society also appeared in the last life. But they were not a self-rescue society at all, but a group of scum who enriched themselves under the guise of collecting supplies. However, when I died in my previous life, this self-help society still existed. I don't know what happened next. Shinji took a look and found that a man named Fong Shiri had posted a group announcement. Fong Shiri. This person seems to be the person in charge of the self-help society. Fong Shiri. I know him. He used to be the mayor's secretary, but later he retired for some reason. He even went to Tsinghua University to give lectures. I didn't expect that he also lives in our community. Zhao Mimi looked at the group and said, "Announcement. Hello, fellow residents of Shengshijayuan. I am Fong Shiri from the municipal secretary's office. We have just received a notice from our superiors that the hurricane disaster may continue for some time. We hope that all residents will take protective measures and actively cooperate with our work. After research and decision by our superiors, a self-help association was set up in the community to facilitate unified management, and each building elected a building manager to cooperate with me in my work. At present, half of the buildings in our community have experienced water and power outages, and the property management is now rushing to repair them. In addition, the issue of food and water, which everyone is most concerned about, will be fully taken care of by our Shengshi Self-Help Association. I hope that everyone can take the initiative to hand over the supplies in their hands, which will be centrally managed and distributed by the Self-Help Association. You must believe in our work. I will never let anyone in the community die of thirst, hunger, or freezing. I will report to the city truthfully those who are able to voluntarily hand over supplies. After the disaster is over, I will apply to the city for double compensation for you. In addition to doubling the compensation for residents who hand in materials, we will also register credits for you based on the materials you hand in. Those with high merit can give priority to their children's schooling. Even if you don't have a room in a school district, we can enroll you in school, and it will also be helpful to you at work. When evaluating professional titles and promotions, those who have made demerits in disasters will be given priority. Also, in post-disaster reconstruction work, priority will be given to those who have made meritorious deeds. Of course, I will also report those who do not cooperate with our work to the city. There is no mercy for disasters. Let's work together to resist natural disasters. Once again, please cooperate with the work of our self-help association. Wait patiently for subsequent rescue. After reading this announcement, Shinji had to admit that Feng Shiri's speech was very good. This speech gave hope to the confused people in the community. Don't let anyone die of thirst, hunger, or freezing, and wait patiently for rescue. Just a few words calmed people's hearts. The benefits may be stated, including the issues that the common people are most concerned about, such as their children's schooling, career prospects, and those who want to get rich and find jobs. All the benefits will be clearly stated. When people in the group saw the above content, they all applauded and cheered. Hundreds of applause emojis instantly appeared in the group. Building 313. As expected, I knew that the city would never sit idly by in the face of natural disasters. Building 1701. Hearing what Mr. Fong said, I feel relieved. I will absolutely cooperate with the work of the Self-Help Association 100%. Building 403. I will definitely cooperate. Mr. Fong, please remember, my name is Li Wenhua, and I am the first person in the community to take the initiative to hand in supplies. Building 601. I'll turn it in too. I'll take it to the property management right now. Building 2604. I've arrived at the property management office. These 2 bags of rice are killing me. Feng Shiri looked at the messages in the group, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He laughed at the naivety of these people and at his own wisdom. Where is the Self-Help Association? Where is the rescue waiting? However, Feng Shiri did receive news from the province, but the content of the message was not about waiting for rescue. Rather, the end of the world. The message roughly means that powerful hurricanes have appeared in various parts of the world. Currently, more than a dozen cities in China have been affected, and rescue teams cannot even be dispatched. No one knows the cause of the hurricane, no one knows how long it will last, and it is even very likely that the hurricane will not stop. Although the message is very obscure, any discerning person can still see that the meaning of this message is, it's all up to you. Unfortunately, in order to prevent people from knowing the news and causing a riot, this matter was temporarily concealed. Feng Shiri also found out about it through his connections in the province. At present, the wind force of the hurricane is getting stronger and stronger. If it continues like this, the end of the world will be very close. By then, stronger and bigger hurricanes will raise everything to the ground. Feng Shiri and Feng Mo boldly formulated this plan, concealing the news and planning to keep all the supplies in the community in their hands. Chapter 14, I have no morals. What can you use to kidnap me? Basement floor. The entrance of the temporary property office was crowded with people. Here I am, 2 bags of rice. Remember, I am the first one to arrive. I have some too. These snacks are all contributed by me. My name is Li Wenhua, and I live. Hey, don't push. Some of these people were holding bags of rice. Some were carrying buckets of water, and some were holding a large bag of snacks. They all came to hand over supplies on their own initiative, hoping to get credit and get more benefits after the disaster is over. Feng Mo was sitting in the property office, while enthusiastically registering supplies for everyone who came to hand in supplies, while imagining the scene of the proud Gu Ying kneeling at his feet after having a large amount of supplies. The 11th day after the hurricane made landfall. When Shinji got up, Jiang Mimi and Feng Sisi were busy in the kitchen. Although Jiang Mimi is a novice in cooking, she is quite talented, at least more talented than Feng Sisi. Shinji looked at Feng Sisi's fried eggs and swallowed. Your fried eggs are quite good. One side is burnt, but the other side is still runny. Hearing Shinji make fun of herself, Feng Sisi immediately said coquettishly to Shinji, "Oh brother, stop laughing at me. I can't even fry an egg. Come here and serve me the food." Jiang Mimi felt disgusted when she saw Feng Sisi seducing Shinji. Feng Sisi was not upset, and went over to help honestly. Because she knew that Jiang Mimi didn't have any evil intentions, and most she couldn't bear the smell of tea in her tea. Although Jiang Mimi is the youngest in the house, she has always kept the house in order and cooked all the meals. Shinji had never dared to imagine this kind of life before. That woman Yang, he has never cooked a meal, and she hasn't even made a bucket of instant noodles for herself. The three of them were eating. Suddenly, there was Shinji in the Shengshu Self-Rescue Association group. Self-Rescue Association Fong Mo, Building 1602. Fong Mo from the Self-Rescue Association. Hello, Shinji. I heard that you have a lot of supplies in your hands. I hope you can take the initiative to hand them over to help everyone tide over the difficulties. Of course, when the disaster is over, we will double the compensation and give you a note. Big credit. Building Director Zhou Shunmei. Is there anyone who hides supplies and refuses to hand it over? Zhou Shunmei used to be the property manager of the community. She was snobbish and acrimonious. Now she has been appointed by Fong Shiri as the building manager of 6 buildings by flattering her. Building 313. There is no mercy for disasters. Young man, I advise you to give up the dark side and turn to the bright side as soon as possible, and take the initiative to hand over the supplies to the Self-Rescue Association. Building 403. No, buddy. Once the supplies are handed over, you won't go hungry. They will just be distributed uniformly by the Self-Rescue Association. Building 2604. What a selfish villain. There were 2 bags of rice in my house, and I handed them all over without even blinking. Look at this pattern. Building 601. Shinji, I feel ashamed to have the same last name as you. Do you know how many elderly and children don't have enough to eat now? I have so many supplies, but I still want to hide them privately. Building Leader Wang Chung. Don't act stupid and say nothing. A few days ago, I saw with my own eyes that you hired people to move things from the car, including large and small bags of food and drink. Wang Chung is the captain of the security team of the community. He thought he stared at the breasts of the female owner and was complained. While Shinji was eating, he watched the performance of these clowns. But before he could say anything, Feng Cece spoke back. Feng Zixidong 2604. Return to the pattern? What I knew was that you handed over 2 bags of rice, but those who didn't know thought you donated 2 buildings. Just hand over 2 bags of rice, and you'll be able to talk about the situation? Feng Zixidong 601. I felt embarrassed, so I changed my household registration book myself. If you know that the elderly and children don't have enough to eat, don't eat, but let them eat. Zhou Shunmei, the building manager of Feng Zixidong. Does being a building manager make you feel like you are a master? Jiang Mimi on the side saw the 2 of them staring at their phones without eating, so she also turned on her phone. Seeing that it didn't matter, he actually made himself very angry, so he immediately joined the camp to protect Shinji. Jiang Mimi Dong 313. I already said that I surrendered voluntarily. Are you morally kidnapping me now? Jiang Mimi Dong 403. It will be distributed uniformly, so you go and get it. If we don't hand it over, we won't get it. It's that simple. To be honest, Jiang Mimi's accomplishments in quarreling are far inferior to Feng Cece's. Maybe Feng Cece has accumulated some landing experience as a host. I saw that Feng Cece became more energetic as she talked, became stronger as she fought, and became more filthy as she cursed. Wang Chung, the building manager of Feng Zixidong. I don't want to say more about you. I stare at the female owner every day like I've never seen a woman before. I want to go home and see your mother. Fong Mo from Feng Cece Self-Rescue Club. Is your self-rescue so short of people? Can all kinds of monsters and ghosts become the captain of the building? Shinji and Jiang Mimi looked at Feng Cece in shock. Unexpectedly, Feng Cece, who looks weak and has a delicate voice, has such a strong landing ability. Even Shinji couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Building Leader Li Yangdong 1603. Who do you think you are? Don't think I don't know about the dirty things you do. After a hot pot meal, I move into 1602 and haven't come out yet. Dong Liang? Isn't Liang the man from 1604? Shinji looked at the dialogue box. He even became the building manager. Indeed, after Liang discovered that Shinji was eating hot pot in the corridor, he told Fong Mo from the Self-Help Association about the incident, and also said that the fragrance came from Shinji's house every day. After Fong Mo investigated, he discovered that Shinji not only had a lot of supplies, but a lot of supplies. Property monitoring revealed that Shinji purchased a large amount of supplies and moved them home the day before the hurricane made landfall. So Liang in 1604 made great achievements and became the captain of Building 8. Building Leader Zhou Shunmei. Shinji, I advise you to hand over the supplies as soon as possible. Don't force us to use extraordinary measures." And Shinji, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Building 1602. What? Want to grab it openly? Self-help society Fang Yamo? Of course not. We pay attention to voluntary handing over. But the current situation is special, and the Self-Rescue Association does not have many supplies, which is still far from enough to meet everyone's basic living needs. So you'd better hand over some supplies, even part of it. I will also register your credit as normal, which will be very beneficial to you after the disaster is over. After reading this, Shinji sneered. If he hadn't died once, he would have believed Fang Mo's words. The self-rescue club in the previous life pretended to be a human being and acted like a dog to defraud residents of supplies. They would also distribute supplies at the beginning and continue to defraud people's trust, because only by distributing supplies can more people feel that self-rescue is reliable and can more people hand over their supplies. The residents who handed over the supplies thought that since they did not miss food and drink, they could earn a lot of credit, and when the hurricane disaster was over, they would be able to become adults. However, later on, the self-rescue group insisted that the supplies were gone. In fact, all the supplies went to the Fang family and his son, several building leaders, and close associates. Ordinary residents probably can only wait to die. Building leader Li Yang, you have a lot of stuff, so you should share it. Building director Zhou Shunmei, has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Shinji, don't kidnap me morally. I have no morals. Chapter 15. Welcome the beautiful single lady to move in. Shinji, don't kidnap me morally. I have no morals. Why would you kidnap me? And even if my supplies are for feeding dogs, I will not give them to people like you. Shinji's words once again aroused dozens of people to curse. He wasn't angry either. He sat on the balcony watching the wind and rain, sipping red wine, surrounded by two goddesses. The only thing he worried about every day was what to eat next. The end of the world is easy. Seeing that the people in the group were tired of scolding, Shinji walked to the kitchen, took a photo full of food, and sent it to the group. And the accompanying text, "Welcome single and beautiful ladies to stay." In the photo, the doors of two refrigerators were opened. The refrigerators were filled with all kinds of fresh vegetables and fruits. Even watermelons, which were rare in season, were in Shinji's refrigerator. There were also yogurt and ice cream, various snacks and drinks, and even kitchen utensils. There is also an Australian dragon in the basin. Once this photo of Shinji was published, it once again aroused the anger of everyone. At this time, Feng Cece was tired of scolding, and her and Zhou Shunmei's scoldings contributed to almost half of the group chat records. Jiang Mimi was a little worried. "Brother Shin, wouldn't it be bad if we did this?" Shinji touched Jiang Mimi's head. "What are you afraid of? I eat the food I bought with my own money, and I won't give it to you even if the King of Heaven comes." In fact, the reason why Shinji dared to be so crazy was the door in his house. Shinji wanted the door body and door lock with the highest safety factor, which could not be pried open or broken. The person in charge of the decoration company at the time said that he would risk his life to guarantee that this door, not to mention human damage, would not be damaged even by a rocket launcher. Moreover, Shinji's apartment is sandwiched in the middle, with 1601 and 1603 on both sides. The quality of the entire building is also quite good. It would be too difficult for others to break through the wall. Except for the messages in the group. There are dozens of friend requests on Shinji's mobile phone. There were almost all girls inside. In Shinji's impression, there was a girl from Building 1 who was very beautiful. She had long legs. Her face is not inferior to Jiang Mimi's, and her figure is not inferior to Feng Cece's. Shinji could not wait to receive the next wave of material rewards. Shinji agreed and looked around one by one. There was no goddess in Building 1. On the contrary, there were not even a few normal women among these people. Not to mention goddesses. There are simply not many people who can see through it. Shinji spoke in the group again. "What I want is a beautiful young lady. A beautiful young woman is fine, but ordinary girls don't want to get involved." As a result, the group chat that had just fallen silent was once again ignited by Shinji. At the same time, in Building 404, a woman was drooling while looking at the photos in the group. "So much food." "That's right. How about you go and live back?" The man on the side asked tentatively. "I'll live back. How can I live back?" The woman sounded a little angry. "How can you know if it will work if you don't give it a try? You have been in a relationship for several years. Besides, Shinji loved you so much and liked you so much before. If you go back and say a few soft words, he will definitely let you go back if his heart softens." "Home, Seeing that the woman lowered her head and said nothing, the man continued to persuade. You can have whatever you want to eat then. There is water, electricity, food, and an Australian dragon. Yang, he was very confused at this time. She didn't know if Shinji would still accept her, but the materials in Shinji's photos kept tugging at his heartstrings. Wu Feng saw that Yang was moved, so he continued to persuade. Why don't you give it a try? If it doesn't work, just try again. The food in the room 404 won't last long now. When the time comes, we should cooperate inside and outside to grab 1602, and then just drive Shinji away. Wu Feng had nowhere to go after being tricked by Shinji that day, so he suddenly broke the door lock of an empty house in Building 4. Although all his supplies were taken away by Shinji, he survived until now on the food left by the original owner. Yang came here that night when the wind weakened. The old house in her community was in disrepair, and it became a dilapidated building after the hurricane. After hearing that Wu Feng had temporarily settled in Shengshi home, Yang said she didn't want to live there anymore and moved her things to join Wu Feng. Originally, Yang didn't believe Wu Feng said that Shinji had a lot of supplies at home. She didn't believe that Shinji, a useless person, could get supplies in this extraordinary period. As a result, she discovered today that what Wu Feng said was true. Then let me try. Give it a try. When the time comes, we will cooperate inside and outside to snatch 1602. Wu Feng was actually thinking about Jiang Mimi. Only after meeting him, that day, did Wu Feng know what fine rice flour was. Women like Yang, have no comparison in front of her. When the time comes, let Yang move in first, and then work with her to drive out Shinji, the loser. How dare you fool me? I asked you to die without knowing how you died. Inside, Jiang Mimi is studying how to put Aolong into the steamer. Shinji's steamer is too small, and Aolong cannot fit in. Shinji, on the other hand, continued to check the steady stream of friend applications. Is there no good-looking goddess in the entire community? Shinji couldn't help but think of Yumomo, wondering if her brother's fever had gone away and when the supplies would be finished. In the corridor, Yang reluctantly let go of Wu Feng's hand. When will you do it? Wait a moment. Let's call on the phone. When the time comes, you can find a way to open the door and let me in. Good. Yang put on very delicate makeup today. A black turtleneck sweater that perfectly outlined her figure, a pair of gray bottoms on her lower body, and a pair of black leather boots on her feet. Then she stepped forward and knocked on 1602's door. Yang arranged her hair again, feeling a little nervous. The door opened a crack, and a warm current flowed out through the crack. Seeing a woman outside the door, Jiang Mimi and Feng Sisi looked at each other. Although the windows of 404 where Yang and Wu Feng live are still intact, the water and electricity have been cut off for several days, and the windows are still leaking, so they have to cover themselves with several layers of quilts every night before they can sleep. The door was opened by two strange women, two extremely beautiful strange women. Who are you? Yang looked confused at this time. Although Wu Feng had said before that a beautiful woman was staying at Shinji's house, what Yang didn't expect was that there were two of him who were so beautiful. Sister, who are you? Jiang Mimi's words instantly aroused Yang Yi's anger. Who am I? I also want to ask who you are. This is my home. The two women looked at each other. Did Shinji rent a house? At this time, Shinji walked out of the bathroom with his upper body naked. Who's at the door? It's a strange elder sister. Jiang Mimi told the truth. Yang looked older than she actually was. What strange sister? Shinji walked over while wiping his wet hair. In fact, Shinji was not surprised when he saw Yang. He knew his ex-fiancée too well. She probably saw the photo she posted in the group, so this woman came to the door, but I just don't know how she came from the next-door community and endured a hurricane. It is unlikely that you will be swept away by the hurricane if you are outdoors at this time. What are you doing here? Shinji's tone was light. Yang was stunned the moment she saw Shinji. Handsome three-dimensional facial features, an angular jaw, an inverted triangle body shape, and 8-pack abs. If Shinji had grown like this, she would never cheat. Yang retracted her gaze and immediately fell to her knees with a plop. Honey, I was wrong. Chapter 16, Yang Yi's apology. Honey, I was wrong. As soon as these words came out, the two women next to him were shocked. Jiang Mimi didn't expect that Shinji actually had a wife. Feng Sisi, on the other hand, was worried that she wouldn't even be able to sleep on the sofa now. Shinji smiled lightly and said to Jiang Mimi and Feng Sisi, "Let me introduce you to my ex-fiancée. She cheated on my best friend since childhood with the 800,000 yuan gift I gave her." As soon as these words came out, the two women next to him were shocked again. Shinji's words made Yang Yi a little embarrassed. You don't want a good man like Brother Shin? Jiang Mimi was a little confused. Sister, are you blind? These inverted triangle shoulders. These chocolate abs. As Feng Sisi said this, she touched it with her hand, which made Jiang Mimi jealous, and she also touched it. I was wrong. Yang Yi lowered her head and forced herself to say this. She had never bowed her head to others in her life and admitted her fault. Kneeling here now made her feel even more tortured. Shinji knew this woman so well that she never admitted her fault. With Yang Yi's temper, she would never take the initiative to come to the door and admit her mistake. Even if she was greedy for the supplies in her hand, the most she could do was apologize on her phone and then come back arrogantly. She would never take the initiative to kneel down and apologize. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Shinji looked around. Sure enough, there was a light on in the fire escape at the end of the corridor. There was no power outage in the building. Yang, he must have come up in the elevator. So how could the sensor light in the fire escape be always on? The sensor light will remain on as long as it senses someone in the passage. Therefore, someone must be hiding in there. And shouldn't Yang Yi be in the community next door? How could it suddenly appear here? Thinking of this, Shinji already had an idea in his mind. Do you really know you were wrong? Husband, I know I was wrong, and I regret it. Wu Feng was not good to me. If I betray you again, I will be struck by lightning. Yang Yi swore a poisonous oath. Seeing the change in the man in front of her, feeling the warmth in the room, and the smell of rice, Yang Yi felt a little dazed for a moment. She couldn't tell if she really wanted to admit her mistake or if she really regretted it. If I hadn't done those things, there wouldn't be other women in 1602 now. The woman eating Australian dragon, blowing on the air conditioner, and touching her abdominal muscles would be me. Do you think I should forgive her? Shinji asked the two women. It shouldn't be. Jiang Mimi and Feng Sisi said in unison. Shinji nodded with satisfaction, but then said to Yang Yi, you can come in. Ah! The two women on one side exclaimed at the same time. Of course Shinji will not forgive her. The revenge he wants to carry out most is right in front of him. He worked hard to make money, worked hard for promotion and salary increase, worked overtime until late at night every day, cashed out all his annual leave, and used his grandparents' pension as a betrothal gift to Yang Yi. I tried so hard to give Yang Yi a stable and happy life, but what I got in return was betrayal and a stab in the heart. Shinji touched his chest. He would never forget the pain of the sharp knife piercing his heart. But there is a price to pay for coming in, so think about it. Shinji said with a smile. Yang Yi raised her head and met Shinji's eyes. I don't mind paying any price, as long as you can forgive me. Yang Yi looked serious on the surface, but couldn't help but laugh in her heart. A man! Isn't that what happened? In the past, Shinji wanted to get close to him, but he always resisted. But now, Yang Yi looked up at Shinji's strong figure again, and her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate slightly. How did he achieve this in just a few days? After entering 1602, Yang Yi realized how comfortable this home was. The room temperature is basically stable at 20 degrees Celsius. Shinji's newly installed windows and doors have surprisingly good sound insulation. No matter how strong the wind and rain outside are, they will not be affected at all inside the house. Unlike in 404, the sound of wind poured into the house through the cracks in the windows, making the noisy people upset. And because of the power outage, the temperature was too cold and people could not sleep all night. Shinji was sitting on the balcony drinking red wine, looking at the wind and rain outside the window, and not knowing what he was thinking. Jiang Mimi and Feng Sisi were sitting on the sofa. They were talking about something and looking at Yang Yi from time to time. Yang Yi was a little embarrassed standing alone in the living room. She looked towards the kitchen and was shocked by the piles of food inside. At this time, she finally thought of the purpose of this trip, to get these supplies. Yang Yi, what are you standing there for? Shinji waved to her. Yang Yi looked at Shinji holding a wine glass on the balcony and thought he wanted to have a drink with her. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi just walked up to Shinji and raised his wine glass. The latter suddenly said, you go and clean all the pots and pans in the kitchen, as well as this goblet. After that, wipe the kitchen clean. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, obviously unable to react. In her expectation, Shinji was already forgiving herself by letting her in. So how could she be willing to work by herself? But he had just entered the door at this time. In order to further gain Shinji's trust, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. However, the reality is that Yang Yi looked at the mess in the kitchen and didn't know where to start. In the past few years of dating, Yang Yi has been completely untouchable. She has never even gone into the kitchen a few times, let alone wash the dishes. Shinji watched Yang Yi working around in the kitchen and almost couldn't help laughing. I've been serving you like a cow for so long, but what I got in exchange is betrayal. And now, it's your turn to serve me. At this time, in the property office on the ground floor, Fong Shiri and Fong Mo were picking up supplies and putting them into a large waterproof bag. Fong Shiri reminded softly, "Get more food with high calories and long shelf life. Also pack more pure water." They didn't stop until the waterproof bag was almost full. Almost. Be careful of being seen out. Fong Shiri said, "It's okay, Dad. You are the only one who has the key to this property office, and I'm the only one who knows the specific number of registered materials. No one will find out." Fong Shiri nodded after hearing this, and took a few canned fruit bottles and put them in. Who would have thought that the mayor's secretary would actually go to the property office late at night to steal resident supplies? Seeing that the things were almost packed, the two zipped up the waterproof bag and took out several layers of waterproof cloth. Only then did he carry a whole bag of supplies down to the second underground floor. At this time, due to the continuous heavy rains, even the best drainage systems are close to saturation. The accumulated water on the second underground floor is already above people's ankles. "Dad, the water is too cold. I'll go over there by myself." Fong Mo tested the water temperature. "It's okay. I will feel at ease only after I see the supplies put into the car with my own eyes," Fong Shiri said. Then, the two men waded through the water to the center of the underground second-floor parking lot, put a whole package of supplies wrapped in waterproof cloth into Fong Shiri's business car, and then locked the car. At this time, Fong Shiri was already shivering from the cold. An old man over 50 years old would definitely not be able to bear working in the cold wind and cold water for half the night. Chapter 17. This woman has evil intentions on me. 12 days after the hurricane made landfall, there are still people coming and going in front of the property office in the underground parking lot. The Self-Help Association has been collecting supplies for several days, and people are still coming to hand in supplies. They all want to endure a little hardship now in exchange for a brighter future. In the underground parking lot, 3 or 5 old men were playing chess in the corner, a few middle-aged women were chatting together, and a group of children put together wooden tables and played table tennis. Due to continuous heavy rains, the parking lot on the second floor underground has been flooded, and the accumulated water can cover people's calves. But the underground level is not affected yet. The person in charge of registering supplies today is Li Yang, the head of Building 8, the one who snitched on Shinji for eating hot pot. At this time, Fong Mo was searching for fever-reducing medicine all over the community. Fong Shiri developed a high fever after returning from the second underground floor last night, and by morning the fever had reached 40 degrees. Fong Mo asked in the group if there was any antipyretic medicine, but in a community like Nuada, he couldn't find a box of antipyretic medicine. But there are quite a few people who come to deliver cold medicine. At this time, Zhou Shunmei, the head of Building 6, knocked on the door of Building 2601. Zhou Shunmei came to Fong Shiri's bedroom door. "I heard that Mr. Fong is ill?" "That's right. My dad has a high fever that won't go away. If we can't find fever-reducing medicine, my dad will be in danger." Fong Mo was also extremely anxious at this time. He was so old and had such a high fever. If he didn't find a way to reduce the fever, his life might be in danger at any time. Fong Mo's girlfriend Gu Yingying was taking care of Fong Shiri at this moment. She kept applying cold water and a towel to Fong Shiri's forehead, but it had no effect. Gu Yingying studied medicine in college. "Hey, I remember now. I know who has it." Zhou Shunmei's eyes were rolling around. "Sister Zhou, who has it?" Fong Mo asked hurriedly. "It's a household in my building. I remember it was household 601. Her child had a fever a few days ago, and she asked in the group of Building 6 who had antipyretic drugs. No one paid attention to her after she asked several times, so she stopped asking later. She must have borrowed it." Zhou Shunmei replied to Fong Mo. "Okay, Sister Zhou, please bring some security guards to her house to ask. If there is any, bring it to me," Fong Mo said excitedly. "Sister Zhou, if you can get antipyretics and cure my dad, you have done another great job." "Master Fong, wait," Zhou Shunmei said, and went out with a few people from the self-rescue group. At the same time, inside, Yang Yi shivered in the corner of the bathroom. This was not what she expected. "What I want is that after I move in, I can eat and drink well, live in my own master bedroom, and never have to live the bitter and bubbling life in 404 again. Then I will first find a way to get rid of this." The two women looked for another opportunity to open the door for Wu Feng and let him in. But the reality was that after cleaning up the kitchen all night, not only did she not get a sip of hot water, she was also locked in the bathroom by Shinji and kept awake all night due to the cold. The next second, the bathroom door was opened. Shinji walked in. "Did you sleep well?" Yang shook her head first, and then nodded heavily. "When you've had enough sleep, make breakfast for 3 people. Yang stood up tremblingly. At this time, her exquisite makeup could no longer conceal the fatigue on her face. What surprised Shinji was that Yang could actually fry eggs. It's not that good, but at least the frying is better than Feng Cici's. Shinji gave her 4 eggs, and Yang thought she could eat one. But Shinji gave 1 omelet to Feng Cici and Jiang Mimi, and he ate 2. Now, the 3 of them were eating delicious fried eggs, and Shinji took out 3 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge from somewhere. Yang watched the 3 people in front of her eating deliciously, but she could only stand aside and watch them enjoy their meal. Her teeth itched with hatred, and her nails dug into her flesh. "What's wrong? If you can't bear it anymore, you can leave now." Seeing Yang clenching her hands tightly, Shinji guessed that she couldn't bear it any longer. Even so, Yang still forced out an extremely ugly smile. No, it's my honor to take care of you." "Okay, very good." Shinji looked at Yang Yi's appearance and felt secretly happy. "Remember to wash the dishes later and clean up the kitchen." Yang nodded obediently, and Shinji turned around and touched Jiang Mimi's hair. "Now do you know why I took her in? I can't bear to do so much work alone." After hearing what Shinji said, Feng Cici went directly to Shinji's side. "Brother, see what you said? I will also help Mimi." Not to be outdone, Jiang Mimi quickly hugged Shinji's arm tightly. "I knew Brother Shin loved me the most." When Yang saw this scene, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "I threw away the unwanted trash, and now I am jealous of 2 women who are younger and more beautiful than me. But he has been reduced to a servant, and he is not even qualified to be jealous." But then I thought about it. As long as I hold back temporarily and find an opportunity, I can avenge my shame. When the time comes, I will definitely ask Shinji to repay him twice as much. And why didn't Shinji know the little thoughts of Yang, and Wu Feng? When Yang showed up yesterday, he knew that this must be Yang, and Wu Feng's plan. He simply took advantage of the situation. Shinji looked at the date. There are only 3 to 5 days left. By then, the new hurricane will trigger a tsunami, and all the lower floors will be submerged, while the windows on the upper floors have long been broken by various debris in the wind. By then, your 1602 will be the entire community, the safest and most comfortable existence in the world. It is also around that time that people will learn that the end of the world has already come. I just don't know what happened to Yumomo and the lady in Building 1. Shinji sent a message to Yumomo in the morning asking if he had any supplies, but the latter never responded. Did something happen? At this time, Shinji sat on the bed, thinking about whether to go find Yumomo. It would be a pity if something happened to Yumomo's ready-made goddess because she didn't take her in time. Suddenly, Shinji felt someone kissing his finger. Opening his eyes, he found Yang kneeling in front of him, looking at him with a flattering expression. His hands were slowly unbuttoning his chest. "Honey, I know you want it. I can do it now." Before Yang finished speaking, Shinji kicked her out of bed. "I'd like to trouble you to look in the mirror. If you don't have a mirror, just pee and take a look." Shinji looked at her with disgust. Jiang Mimi and Feng Cici also heard the sound and came over. "Look at these 2, and then look at you." Shinji pointed at Jiang Mimi and Feng Cici and said. Yang Yi's face looked extremely ugly at this time. "Brother, what happened?" Feng Cici asked. "This woman was plotting against me. Fortunately, I dodged quickly enough to keep my innocence." "Hey, you woman is so shameless." Jiang Mimi made a face at Yang Yi. "How do you think she should be punished?" Shinji asked Feng Cici. "She is punished by not being able to eat for a day." "Good." Chapter 18, Feng Mo's Plan. Noon. Shinji finally arranged the barbecue he had been longing for. He took out the electric oven from the storage space and was currently plugging it in. While Jiang Mimi was marinating meat and making dipping sauces, Feng Cici's job was relatively simple, washing lettuce leaves. Brother Shin seems to be very cruel to his ex-fiancée. Jiang Mimi muttered. "How cruel is this? If my fiancé takes my money to find another woman, I will definitely castrate him." Feng Cici said fiercely. As soon as these words came out, even Shinji next to him felt a chill. Building 2601. Feng Shiri was explaining something to the building leaders. After taking antipyretics, his temperature has dropped. "One more thing. Count the residents and the number of people in the community as soon as possible. Count the vacancies, and then count the houses that have been damaged by the wind and are uninhabitable. The water and electricity in the first 4 buildings should not be repaired. As soon as Feng Shiri said this, everyone frowned, especially the building captains of the first 4 buildings. Let's do this for now, go get ready. After Feng Shiri said this, everyone in the room left 2,601 respectfully. Seeing everyone leaving, Feng Shiri said to Feng Yamo, "Don't forget to pick out all the good things tonight and wrap them all in tarpaulin. Wrap them in several layers. Put them all in my business car on the second basement floor. Inside. Don't worry, Dad. I can do it myself," Feng Yamo said. "Do it quietly and don't tell anyone. Also, don't take too much at once, otherwise it will be easy for people to see. I'll say it again. This matter is only known to the 2 of us. You must not tell Gu Yingying." As soon as Feng Shiri finished speaking, Gu Yingying pushed the door open and came in. Seeing that the 2 looked unhappy, Gu Yingying explained, "Hello, Uncle Feng. I saw that the building managers had all left, and I thought you had finished the meeting." "What's wrong, Yingying?" Feng Yamo asked. "I came to see if Uncle Feng's fever has subsided. I have some tranquilizers and sleeping pills at home. Bring them to Uncle Feng." Gu Yingying came to deliver medicine to Feng Shiri. "Okay, thank you, Yingying." Feng Yamo took the medicine from Gu Yingying. "Then I'll go back first. Goodbye, Uncle Feng." "Yingying, please wait a moment," Feng Shiri said with a smile. "There is something that Feng Yamo and I want to discuss with you." Inside, the barbecue is sizzling and the aroma is wafting in every corner of the 16th floor. "It smells so good," Jiang Mimi drooled. "Brother, look at how greedy Mimi is." Feng Sisi pulled Shinji to look at Jiang Mimi's cute look. Jiang Mimi did not argue with Feng Sisi this time, but quietly watched Shinji barbecue. "Brother, I want to drink beer today." "Okay." Shinji touched Feng Sisi's head. "What do you want to drink?" "Drink and brave." "Good." Seeing that the barbecue was almost done, Shinji was about to get up and go back to the room to get beer, but Jiang Mimi suddenly came out angrily. "What's wrong?" Shinji looked at Jiang Mimi with clear eyes. Touch your head." Jiang Mimi felt a little unbalanced when she saw that Shinji had only touched Feng Sisi's head. "Okay, touch." Shinji touched Jiang Mimi vigorously a few times before freeing his hand and returning to the room. In the room, Shinji closed his eyes and looked at the beer in the storage space. There are probably thousands of bottles. Then Shinji took out a few bottles and returned to the restaurant, full of wine and food. Jiang Mimi blushed slightly after only 2 bottles, lying on the dining table and squinting her eyes. At this moment, Yang Yi was released from the bathroom again by Shinji. "Go and clean up and put away all the tableware." "Yes." Yang Yi suppressed her anger. She wanted to let Wu Feng in immediately and cut Shinji into pieces, but she had checked it secretly just now, and the door of 1602 was simply abnormal. There are actually locks inside and out. In other words, her plan to secretly open the door and let Wu Feng in could be scrapped. The only option left is to wait. Wait for Shinji to go out. When the time comes, Wu Feng will be able to control Shinji casually, and his goal will be achieved. Goo! The lingering aroma of barbecue in the house continued to seduce Yang Yi, and her stomach was roaring in protest. Because Yang Yi hasn't eaten anything all day. "Are you hungry?" Shinji looked at Yang Yi with concern, and then he took out the rancid porridge that he had brought out last night and gave it to Yang Yi. This porridge was left over from Jiang Mimi's failure to cook it a few days ago. Shinji kept it in the storage space instead of throwing it away based on the principle of hard work. "For me?" Yang Yi looked at the brown rice and barley porridge in front of her and couldn't believe her eyes. Was she really going to survive? "Drink." Shinji smiled harmlessly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't care that the porridge was cold. After taking a few sips, she realized that the porridge was rancid. Pa pa pa. Yang Yi only felt an indescribable strange smell, which kept tickling her taste buds in her mouth. "Does it taste bad?" Faced with Shinji's question, Yang Yi simply didn't answer. She just raised her head and looked at Shinji pitifully. "If you don't drink, you will be kicked out. If you drink, it will be too hard to swallow." "Okay, if you don't want to drink, then you can leave." Shinji Tsai didn't want to do this. Which of the 2 goddesses I have taken in is not 18,000 times more powerful than Yang Yi? With Yang Yi like this, she still pretends to be pitiful and gets away with it? "No, I'll drink." Yang Yi held back her tears, pinched her nose, and poured it directly into her mouth. "Remember to clean the floor later." Shinji said to her with a look of disgust on his face. Yang, he secretly swore in her heart. I will definitely make Shinji pay the price. In the corridor on the 26th floor of the building, Gu Yingying looked at the man in front of her with tears in her eyes. Fang Mo, do you really want me to go to this kind of person's home? Didn't you see what he said in the group? Yingying, it's not like you don't know that this guy is a big supplier of supplies. If we want to live comfortably, we must get the supplies in his hands. Fang Mo paused and continued. The materials we collected are simply not enough to feed the entire community. By then, many people will not be able to eat or drink, and many people will even starve to death. Although Fang Mo was speaking outright at the moment, that was not what he thought in his heart. Even if Fang Mo gets Shunji supplies, he will never share them with anyone. And the materials Shunji possesses are so tempting. Fang Mo went to the property office to watch the video playback. The supplies in Shinji's hands were at least enough to live comfortably for their family for a few years. He even has a generator. Yingying, you know how much I love you. But at this time, for the whole community and the residents, we have to sacrifice something. Seeing that Gu Yingying seemed to be persuaded by him, Fang Mo continued to add, I promise. Once you find a way to open the door of 1602, I will rush over to rescue you soon, and no matter what happens, I will always love you so much. In fact, Fang Mo has always been very entangled in his heart. He is also very reluctant to give his beloved woman to another man. In the corridor, Gu Yingying walked slowly down the stairs, tears falling continuously. She kept thinking about what Fang Mo and Fang Shiri just said in her heart. She didn't understand why Fang Mo, who had always been gentle and said he loved her more than himself, let her live in another man's house. Chapter 19 Feng Cece's White Silk. Night falls. The wind outside the window seems to have gotten stronger again. Through the window, Shinji could vaguely see a big tree not far away that had been uprooted by the hurricane. The slightly smaller or lighter cars outside were blown against the wall by the wind. From time to time, a few bricks would hit me in the air. This afternoon, the whole group was in a state of excitement. More and more residents' windows were damaged, and more people had nowhere to go. People were discussing in the group what to do. But Shinji was not worried at all. No matter how strong the wind and rain outside were, the reinforced windows remained motionless. After thinking for a long time, Shinji decided to go out and take a look. He was a little worried about Momo. Shinji first locked Yang into the bathroom, then turned to look at the two women. At this time, Jiang Mimi was lying on the table, still a little dizzy. Feng Cece gave herself a playful look, then quietly rolled up her jeans, revealing the white stockings underneath. Cece, let's go. Come downstairs with me. Shinji immediately decided to take Feng Cece for a trip. Of course, there's a bit of white hair here. Before going out, Shinji locked all the door locks inside and outside. After confirming that there was no problem, he took Feng Cece out. At the same time, Yang Yi in the bathroom dialed Wu Feng's phone with trembling hands and excitement. I can't open the door lock of his house from the inside, but he's out now. Yang Yi never imagined that this opportunity would come so quickly. With Wu Feng's strength, he can definitely control a little Shinji at will. When the time comes, I will pay double the humiliation I have suffered in the past 2 days to Shinji. In the corridor outside the door, Feng Cece took off her trousers, revealing the white skirt and white stockings underneath. Brother, look, I wore it specially for you. As Feng Cece spoke, she spun around in circles, and her white short skirt fluttered in the wind. To be honest, Feng Cece does have something. Even though Shinji only wanted to become bigger and stronger, he still couldn't control himself when facing a beauty like Feng Cece. Does it look good? Feng Cece blinked at Shinji. After saying this, Feng Cece didn't wait for Shinji's answer. Then she jumped directly into Shinji's arms and touched Shinji's strong muscles. Then Feng Cece suddenly said, Brother, tell me, will this hurricane never disappear? Shinji nodded. He had no intention of hiding the news, but he felt that not many people would believe it if he told it. How did you know? Shinji looked at Feng Cece in front of him, who was beautiful, sexy, and charming. It has been more than 10 days since the hurricane made landfall. From the beginning, it was said that the hurricane would leave in 1 to 3 days. Then later, it was said that it would last for a period of time. And now, the officials have not even mentioned the duration of the hurricane. There is also the wind force. At the beginning, the wind force was reported, but I won't say that now. But the wind force is obviously increasing. At the beginning, it was just untenable. Now the wind outside can blow over the telephone poles. The last thing is what they call rescue. Even the wind doesn't know when it will stop. Even if there's a rescue team, they can't get in at all, let alone what happens after the disaster. And with more and more disaster-stricken cities, rescue will definitely become more difficult. Difficulty. After listening to Feng Cici's analysis, Shinji suddenly felt his eyes light up. He didn't expect that this woman was actually quite smart. Indeed, in his last life, Shinji only learned the news on the night before his death. The time when the hurricane would stop was unpredictable. The whole world had fallen into chaos, and the end of the world had actually come long ago. Shinji looked at Feng Cici. What are your plans? I plan to. Always following you. After Feng Cici finished speaking, she stood up on her tiptoes and kissed Shinji hard. Brother, you won't abandon me, right? Feng Cici is very smart, and she trusts her own judgment. If the end of the world is really coming, then following someone like Shinji is definitely the right choice. No. After Shinji finished speaking, he lowered his head and responded to Feng Cici's kiss, and his hands explored Feng Cici's white silk stockings. Didi. Ability upgrade. Ability. Physical strengthening and binding to the goddess Feng Cici. Level 2. Continue to make progress with the goddess, and you can upgrade to level 3. Details. Greatly improve the host's physical qualities, approximately 10 times that of normal people. Strengthen the host's strength, agility, physical strength, reaction ability, resistance to blows, etc. This time his body was strengthened. Shinji felt that his body did not feel any more discomfort, but instead felt that he was instantly full of strength. After a long time, the two separated. Brother, let's take our time. I know you have something serious to do when you go out. Shall we go do that first? Feng Cici saw that Shinji had hardly been out these days, and when he went out now, he definitely wouldn't go downstairs to collect the meager supplies distributed by the Self-Rescue Society. He must have other things to do. Then Feng Cici put her jeans back on. It was too cold, and she would catch a cold if it stayed cold for a while. And Shinji looked at the woman in front of him and secretly exclaimed, Feng Cici is really smart. The two took the elevator down to the basement level. The place is crowded with people at the moment. There are 2 tables at the entrance of the property office. There was a porridge bucket on one table and meat buns on the other. Although the porridge is very thin, it can't even be called porridge, but rice soup. The buns are very small and look like frozen buns. But for people who haven't had a full meal for several days, they are simply a delicacy. Dozens of people were queuing. The person standing in the front serving porridge was Feng Shiri. Come on. Everyone, line up to eat, but each person can only receive one. We must use our supplies sparingly. Fang Yamo stood on one side of the team to maintain order. After eating, you can also get drinking water here, 2 bottles per person, but only people in building 1234 can get it. Others can't get it. Shinji led Feng Cici through the crowd and headed straight to the elevator entrance of Building 6. Shinji opened the group chat and checked again. Yumomo lives in Building 601, Building 6. The two took the elevator to door number 1 on the 6th floor. The scene in front of him made Shinji's heart freeze. Sure enough, something happened. I saw that the door of 601 was wide open, and there were no lights on inside. Shinji slowly walked into the door and turned on the light. The house was in a mess. The entire living room and dining room were full of fallen furniture, and the kitchen was in a mess. Shinji looked at several rooms that had been messed up, and there were no supplies left in the kitchen. However, the 6th floor was lower, and the glass in 601 was still intact. But no trace of Yumomo or her brother was found in the house. Is this the home of the sister who came to borrow medicine that day? Feng Cici was frightened when she saw the scene in front of her. If he had stayed in 1603 and had not defected to Shinji, would he have ended up like this? Shinji also regretted extremely at this time. A top goddess just disappeared under his nose. If he had known, he would have come to pick up Yumomo earlier. Shinji returned to the door again. There was no sign of the door lock being picked, and there was no blood stain in the house except for a mess. Let's go. Shinji sighed. Chapter 28 Simple Punch. In the underground parking lot, everyone who received the supplies had left, and only a few people from the self-rescue group were cleaning the remaining garbage not far away. Fang Yamo turned around and looked at the packed property office. Dad, I think these supplies will be enough for us to use for a while. Otherwise, we don't want Ying to go. A period of time? What about after a period of time? Will everyone starve to death in the community? Feng Shiri interrupted Fang Yamo. I know you like Gu Ying, and she is also a good child, but there is nothing we can do. We asked several other women to become friends with Shinji, but didn't they all get scolded by him? There is no other choice. Stop hesitating. Time waits for no one. Once the news of the coming apocalypse is known to others, who will care about the self-help society? Who will care about the credit? Just the two of us transporting it to the underground parking lot bit by bit. How long will the package of food last? Feng Shiri put his arm around Feng Mo's shoulders and shook him, and continued. These things will soon be eaten up by the residents. By then, whoever has the supplies will have the final say. Don't worry, Xiao Mo. Once the supplies are in hand, what kind of woman do you want to find? Feng Mo pondered for a long time. After much struggle, his greed finally prevailed over his rationality. Good. Feng Mo nodded heavily and reassured himself that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. If I had these supplies in the end times, what kind of woman would I not be able to find? By then, not to mention Gu Yingying, even female celebrities would have to kneel down at his feet. But what they didn't know was that Gu Yingying was outside the house at that moment. Separated by a wall, Gu Yingying listened to what the two were saying and slowly shed tears. The other side, Shinji was in a bad mood. He was a bit uninterested along the way. He was hit hard by Yumomo's disappearance. Just when he was considering whether to rush in his sister Yu's house in Building 1 and kidnap the person directly, Feng Sisi held Shinji's hand. Brother, it's okay. You have me and Mimi. Shinji smiled after hearing this, and then grabbed Feng Sisi's hand tightly. Just as the two of them stepped out of the elevator and immediately walked to the door of 1602, Shinji suddenly felt rapid footsteps behind him. Wu Feng. Shinji turned around and saw Wu Feng holding a rolling pin as thick as his forearm, rushing towards him and smashing it towards him. Shinji, you dare to play tricks on me? Go to hell. Wu Feng yelled, and just when the rolling pin in his hand was about to hit the two of them, Shinji pushed Feng Sisi away. Then he turned sideways to avoid the stick. Wu Feng didn't expect that his sneak attack on Shinji would fail. Seeing the surprised expression on Wu Feng's face, Shinji smiled. Wu Feng has been my friend since childhood. He has been thin and has always been bullied since he was a child. Wu Feng knows this. But he was caught off guard at this time, trying to catch himself off guard but failed, so Wu Feng must be very surprised. And Wu Feng discovered at this moment that Shinji seemed to have become taller, and he got stronger. When Wu Feng got closer, he realized that with his height of 176 centimeters and weight of 150 kilograms, standing in front of Shinji, he was actually a whole circle smaller than him. Has this guy developed a second time? Shinjigong was still thinking that his body had been strengthened twice, but he had never taken action, and besides feeling much stronger, he didn't feel anything else. But when Wu Feng knocked down the rolling pin just now, Shinji realized that his strength was not the only thing that had become stronger. My reaction ability and speed have improved a lot. Hey, isn't this my good brother Wu Feng? It's been a long time since I last saw him. As Shinji spoke, he pulled Feng Sisi behind him. Shinji, for the sake of past friendship, I advise you to give up resistance. Just open the door of 1602 and get out. Otherwise, as Wu Feng spoke, he lifted up his shirt, revealing the sharp knife at his waist. Love? Do you have the nerve to show love to me? Shinji put away the smile on his face. Do you think I don't know about the matter between you and Yang Yi? 20 years of love. You just do something like this. Shinji looked at the brothers who had grown up playing together in front of him, and the past events were still vivid in his mind. The two have been friends since they were very young, and Shinji himself once thought that he would never have a better friend than Wu Feng in his life. But reality was like the knife that stabbed him that night, cutting through the past and fantasy one by one. Perhaps Shinji can understand Yang Yi's betrayal. The end of the world is coming, and she betrays her husband for the sake of the future and herself. But Wu Feng, Shinji considered himself his best friend, and his betrayal was what he really couldn't accept. Shinji, don't force me. Seeing that Shinji had no intention of surrender, Wu Feng threw the rolling pin aside, and then took out the sharp knife on his waist. After hearing what Wu Feng said, Shinji suddenly laughed. Me? Forcing you? You stole my fiancée, and now you are coming to rob my house and my supplies. You say I forced you. In fact, in Wu Feng's eyes, Shinji has always been a good man, with a good temper and a weak character. But at this moment, he clearly felt that Shinji exuded a frightening smell. Wu Feng raised the sharp knife in his hand. The world is like this. The weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. There is actually a second half to this sentence. This is what Wu Feng said before Shinji died in the previous life. At this moment, Shinji put away his smile, his face full of gloom. It's like the jungle of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. Brother, be careful, Feng Cece reminded from the side. Wu Feng looked at Feng Cece. His eyes lit up instantly. The woman in Shinji's family was not like this last time. The woman in front of him was much more mature and sexy than the last time. No wonder Yang Yi said she couldn't capture Shinji even after entering Shinji's house. It turned out that there were two such beautiful women hiding in the house. Once he captures Shinji and forces him to open the door, these two women, plus all the supplies, will all be his. When the time comes, wouldn't it be nice to hold each other in your arms and enjoy red wine and delicious food? Before Wu Feng could continue to think about it, Shinji suddenly moved. To be honest, Shinji didn't know how strong his physical enhancement could be. He had never actually fought in it, and from the looks of it, he was currently at a disadvantage. The opponent has weapons, but he is barehanded. I have never used my physical strengthening ability even once. I wonder what the level of strengthening 10 times is? Wu Feng's reaction was also very quick. Seeing Shinji move, he also grasped the sharp knife in his hand and rushed toward Shinji. But what Wu Feng didn't expect was that Shinji was already in front of him in just one breath, despite being 4 or 5 meters apart. But before the knife in Wu Feng's hand could stab Shinji, he was already flying backwards. Just hear a bang. Wu Feng hit the wall of the corridor hard and fell to the ground. At this moment, he looked at Shinji in disbelief and wanted to say something, but blood kept pouring out of his mouth. But Shinji was still standing where he was, maintaining the posture of punching just now. Shinji felt that he seemed to underestimate this physical enhancement. How could he make someone vomit blood with just one punch? Wu Feng felt severe pain in his abdomen. He didn't know how many of his ribs were broken. He wanted to get up, but he had no strength in his body. Chapter 21 Gu Yingying arrives. Building 1003. Gu Yingying changed into a beige windbreaker and wore a pair of high heels. At this moment, she is packing her daily necessities. Yingying, you don't have to pack so many things. I'll pick you up soon anyway, Fang Yemo said on the side. We have to be more realistic when we act, right? Gu Yingying tucked her long hair behind her ears and looked at Fang Yemo and Fang Shiri on the side with a smile. At this moment, Gu Yingying just felt a little nauseous. The hypocrisy of Fang Shiri and Fang Yemo made her feel sick. He talks about the residents' survival all the time, but he only thinks about himself. Yes, I think Yingying is right. If you don't take acting seriously, what if Shinji doesn't believe it? Fang Shiri agreed at the side. He didn't care about anything else. Fang Shiri just wanted to let Gu Yingying enter Shinji's house quickly, and then let Gu Yingying open the door of Shinji's house. Gu Yingying didn't want to get into any more entanglements at the moment. She just wanted to leave here and stay away from the hypocritical Fang family and his son. But do I really want to find Shinji? Gu Yingying closed the suitcase and looked at the violent storm outside the window, and she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Let me help you carry it. Fang Yemo reached out to take the suitcase from Gu Yingying's hand. No need. I'll just go there by myself. It won't be good if he finds out, Gu Yingying said while avoiding Fang Mo's hand. Fang Yemo felt that Gu Yingying was a little strange today, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Other side. In the corridor of building 1602, Shinji squatted next to Wu Feng and took out his mobile phone. Oh, sure enough, there is a ghost. Shinji looked at the chat records between Wu Feng and Yang Yi. Yang Yi kept telling Wu Feng that she had suffered all the humiliation in 1602, eating leftovers and sleeping in the toilet. But 1602 has a lot of supplies, and the sound insulation effect of the doors and windows is also very good, and how she misses Wu Feng and so on. Seeing this, Shinji smiled. Do you know? This woman was plotting against me just now and wanted to climb into my bed, and the next second she was talking about missing you on her phone. On the floor, Wu Feng kept coughing, and blood continued to flow from his mouth and nose. This woman is so hypocritical. After Shinji sighed, he continued to scroll down the chat history. Scroll all the way to the bottom. It turned out that the two got together on the night of their engagement. Shinji was a little drunk that day. After Wu Feng sent him back to the house, he turned around and got into Yang Yi's room. To be honest, I really think of you as a brother. Shinji took out a box of cigarettes and a lighter from Wu Feng's pocket. Light a cigarette. Shinji took a puff and handed the cigarette to Wu Feng. At this moment, Wu Feng suddenly took out his left hand that had been pressed under his body, holding the sharp knife, and stabbed Shinji in front of him. Careful! The moment Feng Cece shouted. Shinji had already dodged the stabbing knife. Well, Shinji shook his head. Do you think I'm a bad person when I meet people? Or, am I a bad person? This seems to be a question to myself, but also to Wu Feng. At this time, Wu Feng missed a single hit, but he still waved the sharp knife in his hand at Shinji unwillingly. You're forcing me now. Just as Shin Jigong was about to take action, the fire escape door at the end of the corridor was suddenly opened. The person who walked out was none other than the long-legged royal lady of Shinji's heart, Gu Yingying. Actually, you don't have to do anything. It would be too easy for such a person to let him die directly. Gu Yingying pulled her suitcase and walked towards Shinji with long legs. Hello, Shinji. My name is Gu Yingying. I want to live in your home, but you can't do anything to me. In exchange, I can tell you a few secrets. Tell me and listen. Shinji looked at Gu Yingying with interest. This woman actually came to the door by herself. Only if you promise me, I can tell you. Gu Yingying thought about it, but she still couldn't think of any other place to gain a foothold in the community. And if she joined Shinji, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. After weighing the pros and cons, she dragged her suitcase to the 16th floor of Building 8. Just when she was struggling with how to speak, she saw this scene in the corridor. Perhaps because she thought of her own experience, Gu Yingying hated Wu Feng on the ground at this moment. He actually used his woman as bait and undercover in exchange for his own interests. Besides keeping it a secret, what else can you do? Shinji continued to ask. I can provide emotional value to my brother. Mimi can cook. What can you do? Feng Cece, who had been standing behind Shinji, spoke. I'm a medical student, so I can take care of people if they're sick. Gu Yingying looked at Wu Feng on the ground and secretly cursed him as a scumbag. A hypocritical scumbag like Feng Mo. Shinji nodded. He really needed this kind of talent among the goddesses he took in. In fact, even if Gu Yingying didn't know anything, Shinji would take her in for the sake of her long legs. It's okay to live in here, and the food and accommodation will be no worse than if you were outside. But what you said can't be done to you depends on whether the secret you said has this value. Gu Yingying lowered her head and thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. She was also very confused at the moment. First, she was betrayed by her boyfriend, and then she learned the news that the end of the world had come. In just one day, the amount of information was too much, which was difficult to accept. You just said that it would be too easy for him to die directly. Do you have any good suggestions? Shinji looked at Gu Yingying. This woman was pretty and had a good figure, especially her legs, which were straight, long, and well-proportioned. Although her upper body was not as big as Feng Cece's, her legs were the longest among all the 1602 women. Moreover, this woman is very calm and has the skills of a doctor. If the goddess she takes in the future has a cold, fever, headache, or brain fever, she can treat her. Actually, you don't have to worry about anything, just throw him in the fire escape. It looks like his ribs are broken. Although it's not fatal, he can no longer move. Every time he moves, he has to endure severe pain. If you leave him here, he will slowly die from severe pain and hypothermia. After listening to Gu Yingying's words, even Feng Cece, a master of tea art, couldn't help but shudder. This woman's heart is not ordinary. Shinji nodded. What you said makes sense. At this time, Wu Feng, who was lying on the ground, looked at the woman in front of him. Doubt, despair, begging, helplessness, his eyes contained too many emotions. Wu Feng didn't know the woman in front of him, and he didn't know why she was so cruel to him. Shinji kicked the sharp knife away from Wu Feng's hand, and then picked him up with one hand. I'm sorry. I admit my mistake. Wu Feng's voice was very low, and he had no strength at all at this time. Shinji opened the fire escape door and threw it in. By the way, I have 2 more words. The weak will eat the strong. The fittest will survive. Holy Mother Lotus, there will be no recovery. After saying this, Shinji closed the fire escape door tightly, leaving Wu Feng wailing inside. Chapter 22, The Eye of Insight. The three returned to 1602. Jiang Mimi had sobered up. When she saw Shinji bringing back another long-legged beauty, Jiang Mimi frowned. Feng Cece noticed Jiang Mimi's reaction, so she stepped forward and whispered, Don't worry, this sister is just here to stay, not for your brother Shin. Didn't you also rent it out in the beginning? Jiang Mimi rolled her eyes at Feng Cece. Let me tell you quietly, my brother and I are making faster progress than you. Feng Cece showed off in a low voice. I'll surpass you right away. Jiang Mimi stamped her feet angrily after hearing Feng Cece's words. Gu Yingying, on the other hand, didn't understand why the man in front of her looked like that and made the two women jealous. Is it just because of the materials he has? Shinji secretly shook his head. Things began to develop in a strange direction. Tell me the secret you know. Shinji poured a cup of tea for Gu Yingying. You may think what I said is ridiculous, but what I said is true. Gu Ying took the tea and said seriously, the end of the world is coming. The room fell silent for a moment. Oh, what next? Shinji continued to ask. You don't believe it? Gu Ying saw that everyone was calm and thought they didn't believe her words. It's not that I don't believe it. It's that we already knew it. Jiang Mimi answered Gu Ying. Shinji had indeed known about it for a long time, but he never told anyone about it. He didn't tell Feng Cece until Feng Cece asked him this afternoon. Feng Cece had guessed it a long time ago and told Jiang Mimi her guess. After thinking about it carefully, the two of them thought it was very possible, so Jiang Mimi knew it. This? Gu Ying couldn't understand that she also overheard it. Not many people should know about it. This is not a secret here. Tell me something else. Shinji said. Gu Ying paused and said, also, Feng Shuri and Feng Mo from the Self-Rescue Association plan to attack you. Oh, how did they want to do it? Shinji became excited when he heard this. He was bored at home all day long. Originally, they wanted to send a woman into your house and then open the door together, but they failed to add you as a friend before. So, Feng Mo asked me to be an undercover agent. After listening to Gu Ying's words, Feng Cece gave the other party a wary look. So, are you an undercover agent sent by them? So be it. Feng Mo is my boyfriend, no. My ex-boyfriend. He wanted to get the supplies of 1602. You can't stand other women who are not pretty enough, so you sent me here in the end. Since you are an undercover agent, what do you mean by telling me this now? Shinji continued to ask. It's very simple. Feng Mo uses me as an item for trading. Today I can use it to open your door. Of course, I can be used to exchange for other things tomorrow. But they also secretly hide it in the name of the Self-Help Society. A lot of supplies were collected. It's true. This is what Shinji thought. No wonder Gu Ying hated Wu Feng so much just now. It turned out that there was a reason for it. Any other news? Yes. I know where the materials secretly hidden by the Feng family and his son are. This time, Shinji's eyes smiled with satisfaction. Since you want to harm me, then don't blame me. Okay, stay here. You can sleep on the sofa from now on. Shinji said to Gu Ying. Sofa? Gu Ying didn't expect that she didn't even have a room of her own. Then you come with me and sleep in the master bedroom. Now that Feng Cece and Jiang Mimi are sleeping in the second bedroom, it's already a bit crowded, and another person with long legs will definitely not be able to fit in. No. I'd better sleep on the sofa. Gu Ying said. Have you eaten? Shinji looked at Gu Ying's large and small bags, and it took him a long time to pack them. Not yet. Gu Ying was indeed hungry at this time. Go to the kitchen and get whatever you want, or tell me. Shinji was very generous, at least to the goddess he took in. After settling Gu Ying, Shinji returned to the room and waited quietly for the system to sound. I wonder what the reward will be this time. Didi, it has been detected that the host is taking in a goddess. The system rewards materials. 40 exquisite dishes from Sichuan, Lu, Huai, and Guangdong. Bottles of white wine. Good guy. This time we serve the food directly, without even giving the staple food. 1,000 dishes. That's 40,000 dishes. Shinji felt that if this continued, he wouldn't have to think about how to collect food. The food rewarded by the goddess would be enough to last him for a long time. Didi, system prompt. Your system backpack is full. In order not to affect the next reward distribution, please take out some of the rewards from the system backpack. Shinji looked at the prompt in front of him. He thought the system backpack had unlimited capacity, but he didn't expect that it could only be stored about 3 times. System, can you send the items in the system reward backpack directly to my storage space? Shinji raised his own question. Now the system backpack is full, but his own special power space storage still has a lot of capacity. DDS, please choose the quantity to receive. As long as it works, I won't have room to store the 40,000 dishes I saved. Shinji received all the dishes distributed this time into his storage space. Currently, there is about 60% space in the storage space to store other things. Shinji didn't move the rewards for taking in Jiang Mimi for the first time and Feng Cece for the second time. Instead, they were placed in the system backpack. The next step is to wait for the superpower. At this time, the system's voice finally sounded. Ability is being released. Didi, distribution successful. Ability, Eye of Insight. Ability, the Eye of Insight is bound to the goddess Gu Ying. Level 1 can be upgraded to level 2 after making substantial progress with the goddess. Details. Under normal conditions, the host can have super far vision, night vision, and detect subtle things. After activating the power, The host can temporarily have clairvoyance ability. The Eye of Insight. Shinji murmured. At present, the system has issued 3 abilities. The first is the storage space, which allows you to collect and store supplies as much as possible. The second release is physical strengthening, which can be regarded as giving yourself a little ability to protect yourself. The third time is the ability called the Eye of Insight, which is simply clairvoyance. This Eye of Insight should be considered an auxiliary ability, right? Just as he was thinking about it, Shinji suddenly felt dizzy in his head, and then the things in front of him suddenly became extremely clear. He looked out the window. Even through the wind and rain, he could still see the general situation of the building opposite. What about perspective? How transparent can it be? Shinji suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the next door. For a moment, Shinji seemed to see the second bedroom behind the wall through the wall. Feng Sisi was lying on the bed applying a facial mask, but Jiang Mimi was actually knitting a sweater? If he continued to look past, Shinji would not be able to see through the second wall. It seemed that if he wanted to see more things, he would have to upgrade his Eye of Insight. Chapter 23 Vegetables will give birth to babies. Early in the morning, when Shinji was about to go to the guest bathroom to use the bathroom, he realized that Yang Yi was still locked in the bathroom. He had forgotten all about it. At this time, Yang Yi's face was ashen, her lips were bloodless, her hair was messy and disheveled, and all her makeup had fallen off. She didn't contact Wu Feng all night, so she probably guessed what happened. Shinji, what are your plans? Yang Yi huddled in the corner, not daring to raise her head, and looked directly at Shinji. I don't want to do anything, but I'm curious. Why did you betray me? Yang Yi was silent for a long time. I don't know, maybe stimulation? Or something else, I don't know. Shinji nodded. The reason was no longer important. Give it back to me. Shinji pointed at the engagement ring on Yang Yi's hand. After Yang Yi hesitated, she took off the ring and gave it back to Shinji. You go. Listening to Shinji's words, Yang Yi couldn't believe it. Are you going to let me go? Shinji shook his head. In the current environment outside, leaving Yang Yi here would be kind to her. Let her go. Let her experience the end of the world first, and then kill her. You go. Shinji opened the door and security door. Yang Yi glanced at Shinji and then left 1602. Then, Yang Yi's screams and cries came from the fire escape. Shinji followed up and opened the door. There was a long trail of blood inside the passage door, extending along the stairs to the landing below. Shinji looked down. Only a few wild dogs were seen, tearing apart Wu Feng's body. Wu Feng's head was mutilated with blood, one arm had exposed bones, and several wild dogs were looking at Yang Yi and Shinji, who were lying on the ground. Shinji clicked his tongue. It was hard to imagine what Wu Feng went through last night. Yang Yi immediately crawled toward Shinji and kept kowtowing to Shinji. Shinji, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. I sincerely admit my mistake. I will treat you well in the future and treat your other women well. I will treat you like a cow and a horse. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I beg you, don't throw me away. Outside, I beg you. However, the only response she received was the sound of a heavy door closing. Inside, Gu Yingying was retching. Just when Shinji opened the door to take a look, Gu Yingying also came over to take a look. She had seen corpses before, but she had never seen one so alive and still being eaten by dogs. Vomit. For lunch, Shinji received 10 dishes from the system backpack. Boiled fish, hot fried kidneys, spicy chicken, couple's lung slices, dry fried sausage, white meat with garlic paste, maoxuang, red oil pig ears, fish-flavored eggplant, steamed pork ribs with rice flour. Originally, this meal was to welcome Gu Yingying, but Gu Yingying herself didn't eat much. Especially when she thought of the scene of wild dogs eating corpses in the morning, Gu Yingying's stomach turned. Although she had hardly eaten this well since the hurricane made landfall, she still couldn't work up her appetite. After the meal, Gu Yingying took the initiative to give Shinji the chat records between Feng Yamo and herself. Feng Yamo, Yingying, how are you? Gu Yingying, fortunately, I slept in the living room. Feng Yamo, Yingying, you have to take good care of yourself and see if you can find an opportunity to open the door. I'll pick you up then. Gu Yingying looked at Feng Mo's words and snorted with disdain. Hypocritical. Shinji was thinking about how to deal with the Feng family and his son. It's a good idea to wait until night to pick up the supplies they secretly hid. In fact, Shinji has already decided that except for special circumstances, it is best to keep a low profile from now on. But if someone provokes me, I will never be lenient. Throughout the day, the members of the Shengshi Self-Rescue Association were debating how to face the next dilemma. At present, Half of the buildings in the entire community have no water or electricity, and most of the windows on the upper floors are broken and uninhabitable. In addition, the supplies collected by the Self-Rescue Association can only last a few days. And Shinji's friend requests increased by hundreds within half a day. There are all men, women, old and young among them. Shinji originally wanted to reject them all, but he was afraid of missing out on the other goddesses. It would be too troublesome to agree to choose them one by one. Therefore, Shinji handed over this glorious and arduous task to Feng Cece. He himself went back to his room to sleep. The head of the building is Zhao Teng's house. The three building captains, Building 3 and Building 7, gathered together and were talking about something different from before. Feng Mo and Feng Shiri were not among them. I have an old cousin who works in the city. He asked me to quickly stock up on supplies. It is said that this hurricane will continue to blow. A muscular man took a mouthful of cold vegetables. Wang Qing took a sip of white wine and said, I've heard people say this too, and the official hasn't come out to refute the rumors. Do you think this is true? Wang Qing is the building manager of Building 2 and the security captain of the previous community. At this time, a fat man took out his mobile phone and played a video to the other two. The content of the video was exactly the video of Shinji bringing a large amount of supplies home. I didn't expect this kid to be so secretive. He actually knew so early that the hurricane would not leave soon. Wang Qing touched the sparse hair on his head. It's also possible that the blind cat met a dead rat and deceived him. I know this person. He is just a small employee of the company and has no backing. The person who spoke this time was Zhao Teng, the building manager of Building 3, who had muscles all over his body. He opened a gym in the business district opposite the community. Zhao Teng himself is also a fitness enthusiast. So much food, enough for us to eat for a while. Wang Qing's eyes were full of greed. I'm a little suspicious of the Feng family's father and son. Doesn't Feng Shiri have connections in the province? He must have known about it a long time ago. The person who spoke was the middle-aged fat man who played the video just now. He used to be the property manager and is now the building manager of Building 7. His name is Supeng. Wang Qing took a deep breath and said, What do you mean? Is this old man Feng Shiri playing us? Zhao Teng slammed his chopsticks on the table. It's very possible. I put a few cans of herrings in there a few days ago. I wanted to take one back to try yesterday, but I couldn't find it. This father and son must be secretly transferring the supplies. Supeng also reacted. No wonder Feng Mo stayed in the property management office every day. It turns out he wanted to steal things when no one was around. If the residents knew about this, they would skin Feng Shiri alive, right? Wang Qing smiled sinisterly. No, this matter cannot be made public yet. If the news is spread now, it will definitely cause panic, and then no one will have anything to eat. Brother Zhao, what do you want to do? I listen to you, Wang Qing said to Zhao Teng. Me too, Supeng also echoed. Let's find a way to get Shinji's supplies first, Zhao Teng said with a smile. And the three of us can do this. Otherwise, there will be too much food for the monks. Wang Qing and Supeng looked at each other and nodded. On the other side, Shinji, who had just woken up, didn't know that another wave of people was staring at him. Feng Cece lay on the sofa looking a little haggard. Brother, what kind of crooked melons and cracks are all this? Thank you for your hard work, Cece. Shinji patted Feng Cece on the head. It's okay, as long as my brother is happy. Feng Cece replied with a smile. In the kitchen, Jiang Mimi and Gu Yingying were cooking. Jiang Mimi became more and more confused. The vegetables in the refrigerator seemed to be giving birth to babies, and she ate more and more. A bag of tomatoes that was just eaten yesterday appeared today, and 2 bottles of soy sauce that was used up the day before yesterday appeared today. There is also the Sichuan food at noon today. At first, I thought it was a pre-made dish in a food package, but when I tasted it, it tasted so good that it didn't taste like a pre-made dish at all. Chapter 24 Gift. The 14th day after the hurricane made landfall. Shinji and the other 4 were sitting in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window of 1602, playing mahjong, when they were suddenly interrupted by a continuous stream of messages in the group. Feng Shiri. Urgent notice. Just last night, there was a vicious home invasion and robbery incident in this community. The incident occurred in Building 3. The Self-Rescue Association is currently following up on the case. We hope all residents can close their doors and windows and protect themselves. I would like to reiterate here. I hope some people can hand over the food in their hands to the Self-Help Association, and we will keep and distribute it uniformly. Do not hoard the supplies. The supplies are safest in the hands of our Self-Help Association. Avoid being remembered by others and causing unnecessary disasters. Also, some people should not think that they can do whatever they want because of the special situation now. I warn you, don't do it. When the hurricane disaster is over, you will be liquidated. Building manager Zhou Shunmei. Mr. Fong is right. Those of you who dare to mess around will have to wait until the disaster is over before you get punished. Building 403, yes. And those of you who have hidden supplies, if you don't hand them in, they will be snatched away sooner or later. Then there was a long silence in the group. This time, there were few people who stood up to agree with Feng Shiri, because it has been going viral on the internet these days. It is said that this hurricane disaster is likely to last for a long time, and naturalists and disaster scientists predict that the hurricane is likely to not leave or disappear. Feng Shiri had previously vowed that everything would be fine as long as he could hold on for a while. Before, he could still act arrogantly and give orders by relying on his identity as the mayor's secretary. However, as the rumor that the hurricane would not stop became popular, many people no longer took Feng Shiri seriously. Another reason is that Feng Shiri and Feng Mo's management abilities are really not that good. The water and electricity of the 4 buildings in front have not been repaired yet. Feng Shiri and Feng Mo originally wanted to arrange for the homeless people to live in the homes of low-level residents because the doors and windows of low-level residents are less likely to be damaged, but the low-level residents all refused to cooperate. Many people now have no place to live, so they have no choice but to move all their belongings into corridors and parking lots, which means many people are unable to charge their mobile phones. Water was not very scarce before. After all, it was raining heavily outside. But in the past few days, the rainwater has started to become salty and taste just like seawater. The tap water pressure in the 4 buildings behind is getting lower and lower, and the households on the upper floors basically have no access to tap water. There is also the management and distribution of materials. In recent days, the supplies distributed by the Self-Help Association have been getting less and less. Before, there were rice porridge and steamed buns, but now each person can only get a small piece of cold steamed bun for each meal, and there is not even rice soup. Only about a week has passed since the establishment of the Self-Help Association. With management abilities like those of Feng Shiri and Feng Mo, probably only a fool like Zhou Shunmei would believe them. Oh no, brother, you lose 3 points. Feng Cece happily pushed the mahjong tiles over. Even Jiang Mimi couldn't help but tease. Brother Shin, you are so unlucky today. Shinji shook his head helplessly. I lost. What do you want? Feng Cece sighed. I'm afraid you can't get the brother I want. She has used up all her cosmetics, so she can only face everyone without makeup in the past 2 days. Now she can still compete with Jiang Mimi and Gu Yingying. If a more beautiful woman comes in the future, she will be compared. Bar? Feng Cece was thinking about it. Shinji suddenly took out a big red plastic bag from behind. It's for you. What is this? Feng Cece opened the plastic bag. What was inside made her open her mouth in shock. I saw an ordinary and cheap plastic bag filled with cosmetics and skincare products. Vomit. The mystery of River Blue. Guerlain Black and Blue. Leper Mud. Eye Cream Face Cream Essence Cream. Emulsion Essence Repair Solution. Scroll down further, and you'll find all kinds of facial cleansers, primers, creams, lipsticks, eyeshadows, highlights, eyebrow pencils. Brother, where do these come from? Feng Cece looked at the package and was stunned. There are many brands here that I have always wanted to buy, but have been reluctant to buy. Prepared for you, do you like it? Shinji discovered that Feng Cece had not put on makeup for several days, and she had been wearing facial masks in the past 2 days, and she had not taken care of herself in the past 2 days. So Shinji guessed that Feng Cece had no makeup. Then Feng Cece threw herself into Shinji's arms and kissed Shinji hard. At this time, Jiang Mimi couldn't sit still at the mahjong table. Brother Shen, where's mine? Of course we Mimi have one too. After saying this, Shinji took out an extra large red plastic bag from behind his back. Jiang Mimi took it excitedly and opened it to take a look. In the bag are all kinds of beautiful clothes. Lolita, little skirts, even a few Chong Sams. I like this. I've never been willing to buy this one. This is a limited edition. Seeing the back, Jiang Mimi's voice trembled a little. I see there's a dress hanging in your room that you haven't worn. Shinji's words were blocked by Jiang Mimi's mouth. Trojan, Brother Shin, I love you. Although Jiang Mimi is thin, she can actually carry a large bag full of clothes at this moment. I'll change it for you. Gu Yingying on the side looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She turned her head away and looked at the wind and rain outside. They were so happy, so natural and harmonious. Looking back on myself, even though they moved in, Shinji and the two women treated me well. But I always had nothing to say and nothing to talk about. At the moment when I am feeling sad, Shinji patted Gu Yingying on the shoulder. For you. Shinji took out a bag again and handed it to Gu Yingying. Me? Me too. Gu Yingying pointed at herself. Shinji smiled and said, yes, everyone has one. Gu Yingying opened the bag and found some cosmetics and skincare products on top. Below are some ordinary clothes, but the fabrics are very comfortable to the touch. Gu Yingying didn't bring much with her when she came, and they were all supplies. She barely brought a few items of clothing and cosmetics. Bottom. There is also a brand new introduction to medicine lying on the floor. This book. Gu Yingying looked at Shinji in surprise. I saw that your copy was soaked by the rain and the second half was blurred, so I brought a new one to you. Shinji picked this up when he was passing by Lao Ruinfa. He thought about bringing it back in case he could use it. Unexpectedly, he saw that Gu Yingying had been reading this book recently, and the second half of her book was the water was wet and the handwriting was blurred. The surprise on Gu Yingying's face gradually turned into sadness. Then he slowly laughed again. Thank you, Shinji. After Gu Yingying finished speaking, she suddenly approached Shinji and kissed Shinji gently on the face. Ah! At this time, Jiang Mimi, who had changed her clothes, and Feng Sisi, who had put on full makeup, saw this scene at the same time. Jiang Mimi pouted her lips and asked, Sister Yingying, you are lying. You want to rob Brother Shin from me too? We agreed that we would only stay here. Facing Jiang Mimi's question, Gu Yingying smiled. She tucked the hair behind her ears, and then whispered, which of us is not here to stay? Chapter 25 Brother Shun is like Doryman. Didi. Ability upgrade. Ability. The Eye of Insight is bound to the goddess Gu Yingying. Level 2. Continue to make progress with the goddess, and you can upgrade to level 3. Details. Under normal conditions, the host can have super far vision, night vision, detect small things, and underwater vision. After activating the power, the host can temporarily have clairvoyance ability for a period of time. Shinji looked at the panel and saw that there was not much change from the first level to the second level of the Eye of Insight. Unlike physical enhancement and storage space, which both increase exponentially, the second level of the Eye of Insight only adds 1 underwater vision compared to the first level, and also lengthens the clairvoyance time. After dinner, muffled thunder began to sound outside the window. Feng Sisi, who had just taken a shower, worried. The water pressure is getting smaller and smaller. Brother, will we run out of water? No, you go to my room and have a look. Shinji was sitting on the balcony, looking around with his discerning eyes. Shinji was myopic before. Although the degree was not high, the astigmatism was severe. Now his vision suddenly became clear, and he was still uncomfortable with it. Wow! Brother, when did you stock up on water? Feng Sisi saw that there were 20 or 30 large 20-liter barrels of water on the ground in Shinji's room. Jiang Mimi also leaned over to take a look. I think Brother Shun is like Doryman. He has a universal pocket that can hold a lot of things. Shinji and Gu Yingying on the side both smiled slightly after hearing this. At this moment, Shinji was bored on the balcony. Gu Yingying was sitting next to him reading a book. Feng Sisi was sitting on the sofa tinkering with cosmetics. And Jiang Mimi was like a happy child, trying on clothes crazily. Brother Shin, which one looks good? Jiang Mimi was carrying a pink skirt and a light green skirt. Pink. Shinji smiled. Then I'll go put it on and take a look. Jiang Mimi was about to turn around and go back to the bedroom when she was stopped by Feng Sisi. Mimi, why are you going back to the house? Just change here. Are you afraid that your brother Shin will look at you? Aye. Jiang Mimi's face instantly turned red when Feng Sisi said this. Seeing Jiang Mimi's shy look, both Feng Sisi and Gu Yingying suppressed their laughter. I'll change. Jiang Mimi said it and wanted to excuse herself. Just when Shinji thought he could feast his eyes on today, there was a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. The three women all looked at Shinji after hearing the knock on the door. At this time, who will be outside the door? Shinji directly activated the perspective function of the Eye of Insight. Shinji suddenly stood up and ran towards the door. At this time, the person outside the door was none other than Yumomo, who had been missing for 2 days. Shinji opened the door. Yumomo, who was standing outside the security door, raised his head and glanced at Shinji. Brother Shin, I'm so cold. Can you take me in? Yumomo wore a pink raincoat, and her whole body was trembling. Come in quickly. Shinji quickly opened the security door. Momo, where have you been these 2 days? I went to your house to look for you, but I couldn't find you. And just after you Momo stepped into 1602, she fainted in Shinji's arms. Ying, come here and take a look. Ever since Gu Ying kissed Shinji in the afternoon, Gu Ying asked Shinji to call her Ying. Gu Ying hurriedly came forward to check. High fever, and she's too weak. Gu Ying felt that the body temperature of the girl in front of her was almost 40, and she was very weak. Does taking antipyretics work? Shinji asked from the side. It works, but she is too weak. We need to give her some strength immediately. Otherwise, she may go into shock at any time. Is it okay to feed her now? Feng Cece said at the side. It's difficult. She has fainted. It would be great if she could be given an infusion. Gu Ying's tone was full of anxiety. Shinji stood up after hearing Gu Ying's words. Infusion? Just wait. Then Shinji turned around and walked back to the room, and then walked out again, carrying a set of disposable infusion sets and 2 large bottles of glucose injection in his hands. These were all collected by Shinji from the drugstore before. Gu Ying took these things from Shinji with a confused look on her face. You have all of these? Look what's missing. Shinji's tone was full of worry. He had already missed the goddess once, and he must not miss it a second time. Injection of cefotaxime and penicillin sodium? Gu Ying looked at Shinji tentatively. You can't have this thing, right? Wait for me to look for you, Shinji said and returned to the bedroom again. Now I really suspect that my brother is a doryman. Feng Cece was also stunned by Shinji's operation. In less than a minute, Shinji walked out of the bedroom again, holding 2 boxes of injections in his hand. Look at it, right? Gu Ying was completely impressed by Shinji at this time, but she didn't care to say more. I saw Gu Ying putting away the things on the dining table, preparing medicine and giving instructions. Mimi, go to the kitchen and find some sugary drink to feed her. Cece, go get some ice cream or cold beer and give her a cold compress on her forehead and armpits. The 4 of them were busy until almost 12 o'clock, and Yumomo's fever subsided. Jiang Mimi looked at Yumomo's thermometer. Brother Shin, the fever is really gone. Shinji extended his thumb towards Gu Ying. Miracle doctor. And Gu Ying smiled sheepishly. Anyone who has studied medicine can do it anywhere. After seeing that Yumomo's condition was stable, Shinji stopped Gu Ying and said, Let's go. The latter nodded. Let's go. No. Where are you 2 carrying us? Jiang Mimi stretched out her hand to stop the 2 of them. Didn't the Fong family father and his son have an idea for us? I'll let him taste what it's like to have nothing first. Shinji smiled and touched Jiang Mimi's head. Mimi, go back to the house and sleep. Brother Shin, I want to go too. Jiang Mimi pulled Shinji's hand. It's raining and windy outside and there are wild dogs. It's too dangerous. Don't go out. Shinji advised. Don't you see? Mimi is afraid that Ying will eat you. She is afraid that she will be the slowest among her brother. Feng Cece said angrily while drinking tea. I'm not, you stinky Cece, Jiang Mimi said and went up to scratch Feng Cece a few times. Stop making trouble. Keep an eye on you, Momo, and contact me if you have any questions. Shinji said seriously. Seeing Shinji's serious face, Jiang Mimi had no choice but to give up. Then Shinji and Gu Ying walked out of 16021 after another. These 2 girls of yours are so cute and beautiful. How did you trick them into your home? Gu Ying said. They both came to me after the hurricane made landfall and had nowhere to go. Shinji explained. Actually, I can see that you're a good person. Feng Cece and Jiang Mimi are very happy when they are by your side. They also really like you. Gu Ying paused and continued. I don't know why. I've just moved in for a day or 2, but I think there is something about you that attracts me. What? Shinji scratched his head. Apart from the supplies all over the floor, what else was attractive about him? I can't tell. I think I like you a little bit too. Gu Ying blushed after finishing speaking. He has obviously been in love with Fong Yamo for a while, but there is absolutely nothing about Fong Yamo that attracts him. While talking, the 2 came to the 2nd underground floor. Hold the grass. Chapter 26, Falling Cabbage. Hold the grass. Shinji exclaimed. Shinji and Gu Ying were standing on the stairs from the 1st underground floor to the 2nd underground floor. I saw that the water on the 2nd underground floor was already waist deep. Only then did Shinji remember that the tsunami was probably coming. By then all the lower floors will be flooded. Is it a black business car? Shinji looked at Gu Ying. Yes, it's a black business car. The license plate is high. Gu Ying answered affirmatively. The 2nd underground floor is very large, about the size of a football field. At this time, The water depth has reached the position of the vehicle license plate, so it is still a bit difficult to find a commercial vehicle down there. Shinji took off his shoes and entered the water to test the temperature. Fortunately, my physical fitness, which is 10 times stronger than that of normal people, is enough to withstand the cold and biting water. Then Shinji took off his shirt and trousers, leaving only a pair of underpants. And when Gu Yingying saw Shinji's figure, she couldn't help but gasp. At this time, she finally understood what was wrong with Fang Mo. Manly. Shinji has the calm and mature temperament in his bones. Of course, his 8-pack abs and inverted triangle are also bonus points. Just hear a plop. Shinji jumped into the water. Shinji slowly walked to the center of the parking lot and then closed his eyes. Shinji, who has a discerning eye, doesn't have to look for them one by one. Night vision, super long viewing distance, super underwater vision. In a dark underground parking lot, looking for a car submerged in water, these 3 things are enough. But Shinji still directly turned on the perspective. Why are you looking for a number plate? Wouldn't it be easier to just use fluoroscopy to find supplies yourself? After Shinji turned on his clairvoyance ability, he looked around as he walked and soon discovered a black business car in the corner of the parking lot. There were several large black bags and large suitcases in the car. At this time, Shinji's clairvoyance ability had also expired, and it could only last for about a minute. At this time, he only felt that his eyes were sore and astringent. This should be it. Shinji slowly walked over and opened the car door vigorously. Then he picked up the 2 black snakeskin bags and 2 oversized suitcases in the car. Shinji didn't want to expose his ability at this time. Even if several women suspected it, Shinji didn't intend to expose himself actively. So he planned to carry these things back directly. Seeing Shinji coming back, Gu Yingying wanted to go up and help, but she didn't expect the snakeskin bag to be so heavy. One bag must weigh as much as one person. This is not a waterproof bag. I remember Fang Shiri told Fang Mo to wrap it with several layers of waterproof cloth. Gu Yingying felt a little strange. This was different from what Fang Shiri said. Then open it and take a look. After saying this, Shinji placed the bag sideways on the stairs and unzipped it. I saw a round thing falling to the ground and rolling down the stairs. Then he fell into the stagnant water with a splash. Oh! Shinji was stunned. He didn't expect that a human head would fall out of the bag. And he knew the owner of this place. Yang Yi. Shinji smiled bitterly. It seemed that this woman's death was not very comfortable. What is it? A big cabbage? Gu Yingying didn't have night vision, so she couldn't clearly see what had just fallen. She only felt something slipping out of the bag and then rolling into the water. It's nothing. This thing is not what we are looking for. Let me take it back to him. There is no need to look at the other bags and large suitcases. The weight of this person alone tells everything. They are definitely not supplies. Shinji didn't want to scare Gu Yingying, nor did he want to put these dirty things in a storage space, so he planned to put them back directly. Just then, a man's voice came from the stairs. Brother, why did you take out the rations I saved? Gu Yingying was startled and hurriedly hid behind Shinji, taking the opportunity to touch Shinji's latissimus dorsi a few times. I saw 3 people slowly coming down the stairs. The leading man flashed a flashlight and sneered as he walked towards Shinji and the others. Hey, you're practicing well. How long have you been practicing for? Zhao Tong looked at Shinji with a smile, and then he turned his eyes to Gu Yingying. Hey, isn't this the girlfriend of that boy Fang Mo? Why are you still there? Are you with someone else? Do you like to practice well? You told me earlier, my practice is pretty good. Zhao Tong then took off his shirt, revealing all his muscles. At this time, Su Peng, who was behind Zhao Tong, recognized Shinji. Sinai, Brother Teng, this kid is Shinji. After hearing Su Peng shout, Wang Cheng and Zhao Tong were obviously not calm anymore. Wang Cheng even scratched a few hairs on his head. Finally found it. In fact, just a few days ago, after Zhao Tong, Wang Cheng, and Su Peng discussed robbing Shinji's supplies, they came to stay on the 16th floor of Building 8. But when they arrived at the door of 1602, they discovered that they couldn't break through the security door alone, so they prepared to wait for Shinji to go out. But they didn't expect that Shinji would not go out for 2 days in a row. However, they were not without discovery. Wang Cheng saw a good-looking woman staying at the end of the corridor on the 16th floor, with her hair disheveled and muttering about cannibalism and so on. The 3 of them were all bachelors, so they killed the mentally disturbed Yang Yi. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tong was so strong that he accidentally strangled Yang Yi to death. The 3 of them panicked, but then they thought This is the end of the world. What can they do if they kill someone? So the three of them just didn't stop doing anything and cut Yang Yi's body into pieces and packed it up. In the next 2 days, the 3 men once again deceived the 2 women, saying that they were the building manager and could take them in. Later, they met the same fate as Yang Yi. They were raped first and then killed and thrown into the underground parking lot on the 2nd floor. At this moment, Zhao Teng and the others looked at Gu Yingying with very passionate eyes. Among these unlucky women, Yang Yi can be regarded as the best, not to mention a long-legged lady like Gu Yingying. So now the 3 of them are looking at Gu Yingying behind Shinji. Shinji, hand over the women and supplies, and I will spare your life. Zhao Teng said straight to the point. You will die if you hand it over, right? Shinji said with a smile. Seeing Shinji like this, Zhao Teng also smiled. You are quite smart. Hand over the supplies, and I will let you die happily. I'm only going to say it once. Get out of here immediately. Shinji's tone was cold. In fact, he didn't want to be an enemy of anyone, as long as the other party didn't mess with him. Haha, young man. You seem to be a little confused about the situation. As Su Peng spoke, he took out a bone-cutting knife from the back of his waist and approached Shinji. Wang Cheng's eyes never left Gu Yingying. I never thought that I could play with such a top-notch woman. Gu Yingying hid behind Shinji. At this time, she was so nervous that she bit her lip and bled. If I had known that I would fall into the hands of such a person, I might as well have handed myself over to Shinji from the beginning. It's all your own fault. Why don't you impose any conditions on yourself that you can't touch? Chapter 27, The Feeling of a Knife Man. 1-on-3. It should have been a showdown without any suspense. But there was only a popping sound. The flashlight in Wang Cheng's hand fell to the ground and went out. Old Cheng, what are you doing? Su Peng impatiently picked up the flashlight and turned it on again, but the scene in front of him scared him out of his wits. I saw a sharp knife stuck in Wang Cheng's chest. Then Wang Cheng shivered again and fell to the ground. This? Su Peng didn't finish his words. Only the sharp sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the skin was heard, and then Su Peng clutched his neck tightly and looked at Shinji in front of him in disbelief. And Zhao Teng was already stupid at this time. He was standing behind the 2 of them just now, but he didn't realize how the 2 of them were stabbed. You are a human or a ghost? Zhao Teng tremblingly took out the knife from his waist. I just gave you a chance. As soon as Shinji finished speaking, he stepped forward and slashed. Zhao Teng's flashlight rolled down the steps into the water and then went out. Sing-ti. Gu Yingying's voice was trembling. How did you do it? Shinji was so fast that even Gu Yingying, who was just behind him, didn't notice how Shinji killed the 3 of them instantly. We killed people? Gu Yingying hugged Shinji's strong arm tightly. No, we just killed 3 wild dogs that wanted to eat people. Shinji was about to return to the water again, but Gu Yingying stayed close to him. Don't leave me alone. Gu Yingying was about to cry. Shinji had no choice but to take her under the water, while Yang Yi's head was floating on the water. A few minutes later, Shinji finally found the commercial vehicle used by the Fong family and his son to hide supplies. After tearing open the tarpaulin, it was filled with food and drinks. What is this? Canned herring. Shinji frowned. The taste is really strong. Shinji looked through it and secretly put all the things that looked good into the space. The rest that he didn't like were thrown into the water. After doing this, Shinji kicked the bodies of the 3 people into the water in the parking lot, then threw 2 snakeskin bags and 2 large suitcases aside. Then he directly picked up Gu Yingying and walked away. Climbed to the basement level. It wasn't until she returned to the 16th floor and entered 1602 that Gu Yingying felt like she was back in the world. At this time, Feng Sisi had already fallen asleep, and Jiang Mimi was still looking after Yumomo. You're back. Sister Yingying, why do you look so bad? Jiang Mimi looked at Gu Yingying. Her face was as white as paper. It's okay, Mimi. Go to bed early. Gu Yingying forced a smile. Go to bed, and I'll tell you what happened tomorrow. Shinji went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and then touched Jiang Mimi's head. All right. Jiang Mimi saw something was wrong between the 2 of them, so she also returned to the house. Aren't you afraid of scaring her if you tell her? Gu Yingying asked confused. I'm not worried about you or Cici, but Jiang Mimi is still a child. Let her know the truth of the world to better protect her. After Shinji finished speaking, he also entered the bathroom. Only then did he realize that his hands had been shaking. It turns out that this is how the knife man feels. Even though he had died once, he still couldn't help but feel a little nauseous and his hands were shaking. This night, Shinji didn't sleep well. The same goes for Gu Yingying on the sofa. She got up and looked at Yumomo, and then sat on the windowsill and looked out the window. It was almost dawn before she fell into a deep sleep. When Shinji woke up, it was already 12 o'clock noon. At this time, the self-help group was already in a state of excitement. The building managers of buildings 3, 7, and 7 died in the parking lot overnight. Not only that, 3 other bodies were also found in the water in the second underground parking lot. For a time, the entire Xingshi home was shrouded in panic and danger. Those who lived in the corridors returned home one after another. Even if it was a little colder, it would be better than losing their lives. The first floor of the underground parking lot, which used to be crowded with people, was almost empty. There were dancing ants, old men playing chess, children playing ball, and many people even dared not go downstairs to collect supplies. Fong Mo also cursed in the group, because he discovered that the supplies he had worked so hard to select these past few days had been stolen. My waterproof bag was floating among the corpses, and all the supplies had disappeared. Damn! Thief! Robber! Murderer! Fong Mo cursed loudly in 2601. Fong Shiri on the side seemed to have aged several years suddenly, sighing constantly. After Fong Mo vented his anger, he comforted his father. It's okay, isn't there, Ying? As long as she can get Shunji's 1602, this little material is nothing. Alas, I can only place my hope on Gu Ying. Fong Shiri's whole spirit was not good. At this time, Gu Ying had already gotten up and was telling Jiang Mimi and Feng Sisi about the parking lot horror incident last night. Shinji sat by the bed. Momo still didn't wake up, and the system did not have the materials or ability to issue rewards. It seems that we have to wait until Momo wakes up. Jiang Mimi and Feng Sisi couldn't help but feel scared after hearing their experiences last night. Especially Jiang Mimi. She wanted to go out with the two of them at that time. If she really followed them, she would probably pee on the spot. Brother, what does it feel like to be a swordsman? Feng Sisi looked at Shinji. I can't tell. It doesn't feel very good anyway. Shinji replied with a wry smile. Brother Shun, it's so scary outside. Jiang Mimi came over and tugged at the corner of Shinji's clothes. If I kill someone, will Mimi be afraid of me? Shinji looked at Jiang Mimi with a smile. No, I love Brother Shun more than anything. Yo yo yo. Jiang Mimi's words caused Feng Sisi to let out a few strange sounds. Actually, I asked Ying to tell you this because I want you to know that the world has quietly changed. Shinji paused and looked at Jiang Mimi. Stop judging the end of the world by your previous worldview. If you want to survive, you must be ruthless and don't trust anyone except our own people. Stop your sympathy and refuse anything that may bring risks. Especially Mimi, you know? Brother Shun, why me? Where is Sister Sisi? Jiang Mimi looked dissatisfied. Feng Sisi smiled bitterly. When I was a trainee in Bangzi country, I experienced a lot. The company had all kinds of oppression and unspoken rules. If I was not careful, I would be doomed. I was able to escape completely because of luck. Good. You are young, and many things are not as simple as they seem to you. Do you understand? Shinji explained to Jiang Mimi. Jiang Mimi nodded in understanding. Feng Sisi and Shinji were not worried at all. This woman was very smart. Not to mention Gu Ying, he had seen 6 or 7 dead people in the past 2 days. Chapter 28, Momo's Experience. Until evening, Momo finally woke up slowly. As soon as she saw Shinji, she dragged her weak body and knelt down. This scene also left everyone confused for a while. You got up first, what happened? Shinji picked up Momo and put him back on the bed. Brother Shin, I beg you to help me take revenge. Although Momo was small and very weak at this time, her tone was very firm. Tell me what happened in the past 2 days. Where is your brother? As soon as Shinji mentioned his younger brother, Momo immediately burst into tears. Brother, my brother is dead. Gu Ying and Jiang Mimi comforted her for a while before Momo told everything. It turned out that 3 days ago, Zhou Shunmei, the head of Building 6, led a group of people to knock on Momo's door, saying they were here to borrow antipyretic medicine. At that time, Momo's brother's body temperature had just stabilized, but he still needed to take antipyretics to stabilize it, so Momo rejected Zhou Shunmei's request to borrow antipyretics. But what Momo didn't expect was that this group of people didn't want to borrow it at all, but planned to rob it. 5 or 6 men rushed directly into Momo's home and turned her house into a mess. Finally, they found the remaining half box of antipyretics under the pillow of her sleeping brother. But no matter how hard Momo begged to leave a few pills for her younger brother who had just improved, Zhou Shunmei and others ignored her. Not only did they take away all the remaining antipyretics, They also looted all the edible and usable supplies from Yu Momo's house. After taking away everything, Zhou Shunmei still said something about registering credit for Yu Momo. But then, in the afternoon of the same day, Yu Momo's brother began to have a high fever again. She originally wanted to wait until her brother could not do without someone's care, but she wanted to wait until her brother's condition became more stable before she came to Shinji to get antipyretic medicine. But one night later, my brother, who had a high fever, died unexpectedly. Yu Momo was so disheartened that she dragged her brother's body to the garden of the community and buried him, and then came to the door of Shinji's house. Such a strong wind. How did you stand outside? Hearing this, Shinji couldn't help but ask. I waited until the wind was light at night to go out, and I couldn't stand still. I was picked up by the wind many times, and then fell down again. Finally, the shovel was swept away by the wind, so I dug a hole with my bare hands. No wonder. Yu Momo had many minor injuries on her body, and her hands were scraped. By now, Jiang Mimi was crying, while Gu Yingying was like a big sister, holding Yu Momo and constantly comforting her. Zhou Shunmei, isn't he the head of the 6th building? The one who scolded me in the group. Feng Sisi suddenly thought that this person was the one who spoke in the group before. Gu Yingying said, yes. Zhou Shunmei has always been very utilitarian. She has always wanted to make contributions and achieve some results so that her children can go to a better elementary school. She knew this person and had met him a few times. She didn't have a very good impression of Zhou Shunmei. Zhou Shunmei was acrimonious and liked to serve food to others. She was the same way when she was a property manager and always liked to use chicken feathers as arrows. If her child wants to go to school, will she take away my brother's life? Yu Momo's whole body was trembling. Gu Yingying suddenly thought of something at this time. The medicine that Zhou Shunmei snatched was given to Feng Shiri. Feng Shiri had a high fever and couldn't borrow the medicine, so Feng Mo asked Zhou Shunmei to go to 601 in Building 6 to borrow it, and then, it's the two fucking Feng family members again. Feng Sisi couldn't help but cursed at the side. What do you want me to do? Shinji looked at Yu Momo. Brother Shin, help me get revenge. Yu Momo met Shinji's eyes. As long as you help me get revenge, I can do whatever you want. Yes. Shinji nodded and continued, then you stay with me. Yu Momo turned to look at the women, as if asking for advice. She remembered that when she came to Shinji's house before, Shinji clearly said that he had no sisters-in-law. Why were there 3 more sisters-in-law? Gu Yingying nodded to Yu Momo. Jiang Mimi also cried and said welcome. And even Feng Sisi, who was always full of tea, showed a rare kind smile this time. Stay with me. The Feng family, Zhou Shunmei, and everyone who breaks into your home from the self-help society. I will not let them go. After Shinji said this, he extended his hand to Yu Momo. The latter nodded and put his little hand into Shinji's palm. At this moment, Yu Momo was lying on the sofa, receiving an infusion. Several other people were busy, and the kitchen was particularly busy today. Shinji took out a king crab for the first time. This was collected by Lao Yunfa, but there were only a few crabs, and they were frozen. After all, live crabs couldn't fit into the storage space. In addition to the king crab, there is also a giant dragon for each person. Seeing these things, Jiang Mimi couldn't help but frown. Brother Shun, when can we get a bigger pot at home? Hiss! Jiang Mimi's words reminded him, and Shinji suddenly thought that he seemed to be using a pot when he was plundering Lao Yunfa. I got a lot of pots and pans. Wait a moment. After saying this, Shinji returned to the bedroom. Then Shinji walked out carrying a large iron pot in one hand and a large steamer in the other. Ah! Yu Momo was also shocked when she saw this scene. The other 3 women are already used to it. I didn't believe that Mimi said Shinji was a doorman before, but now I really believe it. He can always bring out all kinds of supplies in his room. Gu Yingying patiently explained to Yu Momo on the side. Thank you, Sister Yingying, for saving me. Yu Momo thanked Gu Yingying. I didn't save you, it was Shinji. He was the one who took out the syringe and the antipyretic medicine. Otherwise, you would have to carry it yourself. Gu Yingying pulled out the needle. It's almost done. I'll try again tomorrow. Infusion for 1 day. Thank you, Sister Yingying. Yu Momo was very polite and seemed a little reserved. You don't have to be so restrained. You will know after spending a few days with them that this family is very interesting. As soon as Gu Yingying finished speaking, Jiang Mimi's voice came from the kitchen. Sister Yingying, come quickly. Feng Sisi, this idiot, can't do anything well. Jiang Mimi asked Feng Sisi to defrost the wave dragon, but Feng Sisi failed to hold it steady. The wave dragon slipped from her hand and fell into the basin. splashing water all over Jiang Mimi. Today's dinner was unprecedentedly sumptuous. King crab, pork belly, pork knuckle, pan-fried lamb chops, braised beef brisket, stir-fried turtles, roast chicken, roast duck. Jiang Mimi even stewed a turtle specially for you Momo, who needed to replenish her health. And Shinji prepared so much today just because he was in a good mood. The reason why he was in a good mood was also very simple. One was that the goddess Yumomo had been lost and found, and she even asked him to take her in. The second reason is because after taking Yumomo in, the material rewards and abilities given to me by the system far exceeded my imagination. Chapter 29: Storm and Tsunami. The 18th day after the hurricane made landfall, Shinji got up early. At this time, Jiang Mimi and Yumomo were still asleep in the second bedroom. Feng Cece took the initiative to give up the second bedroom to Yumomo, who had just recovered, and she slept on the sofa in the living room with Gu Yingying. Gu Yingying's legs were long and straight, while Feng Cece's legs were well-proportioned and fleshy. It's just that Shinji didn't look at their mood at this time. "Brother, why did you get up so early?" Feng Cece watched Shinji standing in front of the balcony window without saying a word. At this time, Gu Yingying also woke up. "Shinji, what are you looking at?" The two women also walked to the window together. "Hey, the rain has stopped." Gu Yingying was surprised to find that the rain had stopped falling. "It's true." Feng Cece was also shocked. "You can see it so clearly. It has been raining these days, and I have forgotten what it looks like outside the window." But when the two women looked into the distance together, they were both stunned on the spot. "I saw a long white wall of water rising from the sea in the distance, stretching endlessly with no end in sight. Then, roars suddenly sounded from the sea to the east. At this time, Jiang Mimi and Yumomo were also awakened by the loud noise. Seeing Shinji and three other people standing here, the two women also came over. The scene at the seaside in the distance also kept Yumomo and Jiang Mimi in place. Immediately afterwards, as terrifying noises continued to be heard, the white wall of water also swept towards the land. Jiang Mimi was already frightened by the sight in front of her. Storm and tsunami. Shinji looked into the distance with deep eyes. Storm tsunamis are tsunamis caused by hurricanes. However, the destructive power of the tsunami is limited and will only affect the land close to the coast. The Shengshi homestead where Shinji and others live is located in the southwest of Donghai City. From here, you can only see the sea from a distance, and the geographical location of the community is relatively high, so tsunamis are not Shinji's biggest worry. What he is most worried about is the intrusion of seawater caused by tsunamis and hurricanes. When the hurricane brings seawater and rain into Donghai City, it is estimated that the fresh water in the entire Donghai City will no longer be drinkable. Although the amount of water you store is large, it is limited after all and is not inexhaustible. Just hear a bang. The white wall of water on the sea had already rushed to the land. Several people first saw countless buildings being smashed by the sea water, and then bursts of roaring sounds were heard in the distance. Immediately afterwards, heavy rain poured down from the sky again. Moreover, the rain was heavier this time, the smell of rain was stronger, and a few fish hit the windows from time to time in the air. Shinji knew that it was a hurricane that swept the sea water to the land. "Brother Shin, will we drown?" Jiang Mimi asked tremblingly. "No, we are far from the seaside." At this time, there were two women standing on the left and right of Shinji. The four girls all clung to Shinji's side. "How much water have you received?" From the past few days, Shinji had asked the girls to take out all the containers in the house to collect water. Next, fresh water is probably a big problem. "It's all filled up, and the bathtub is full too," Feng Cece replied. Shinji nodded. In the past few days, the water pressure has been getting smaller and smaller, and it is estimated that there is no water above the 20th floor. The number of vandalism, smashing, and looting incidents in the community has gradually increased. In fact, there were quite a few in the past few days, but they were all relatively restrained. Since yesterday, more than 10 robberies and thefts have occurred within one day, as far as the Self-Rescue Association is aware. Someone was even trying to break into the security door of 1602 last night, but they were scared away by Shinji later. Although Feng Shiri and Feng Mo spoke uprightly in the group as usual, their words were completely useless, and even Zhou Shunmei stopped responding. Because everyone knows at this time that there will be no more rescue and the end of the world has come. "By the way, have you chatted with Feng Mo these days?" Shinji asked Gu Yingying. Gu Yingying shook her head. "I gave my account to Cece. Cece has been chatting with Fong and Mo for me these 2 days. She felt sick when she saw Fong and Mo now. How was the chat? Shinji turned to look at Fong Cece. I've seen the two of them chatting, and Sister Cece made Fong Mo's lips curl up like she was talking. Jiang Mimi laughed a few times on the sidelines. Indeed, with Fong Cece's ability, it would not be a problem for just Fong and Mo. Fong Cece took out her phone and showed the chat history to several people. Fong Cece kept talking to Fong and Mo in the name of Gu Yingying, which made Fong and Mo feel flattered. Fong and Mo was still a little suspicious at first. Later, after Fong Cece took photos of 1,602 supplies and meals to Fong Mo completely lost his mind. Especially when Fong Mo saw the other women living in 1602, his eyes were on fire. Pure college student, sexy female anchor, royal sister quasi-doctor, and lowly receptionist. There is no man whose brain's blood supply will not decrease after seeing these 4 women. Unless he's not a man. Of course, Shinji couldn't control himself when facing these 4 women. At first, the girls were very concerned about their clothes, but after getting to know each other in the past 2 days, they have completely let go. Jiang Mimi and Yu Momo ran around the house wearing all kinds of little skirts. Fong Cece went even further. This woman didn't like to wear underwear, so she didn't care. She also liked to wear light-colored clothes, which made Shinji always want to look at her. Gu Yingying is relatively normal, but she always wears short shorts, exposing her long, white, and beautiful thighs. Don't the Fong family father and son want our supplies? Then let him come in and get it, Shinji said to Fong Cece. The latter nodded after listening. I understand, brother. I know what to do. Shinji's idea is very simple. I will not offend others unless they offend me. First, deal with the Fong father and son who have been thinking about him, and then get rid of Zhou Shunmei and those people who broke into Yu Momo's house. Li Yang, the manager of Building 8 next door, hasn't figured out how to deal with it yet, so let's see how the situation develops. The other side, Building 2601. Fong Mo was staring at the photos that Fong Cece sent using Gu Yingying's account. This woman is so beautiful. Dad, do you think she looks like Cece, the anchor who became popular on Tigerfish Live a few days ago? This female student is not bad either. Fong Shiri took the phone and put on his reading glasses. Even though he was old and had seen countless women, after taking a few glances at her, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "She is really beautiful. Even Gu Yingying doesn't look that pretty in there." Fong Shiri once again praised, especially the little lowly girl in there. Fong Shiri has never seen such a beautiful woman in his decades of life. She is even prettier than the female stars on TV. Xiao Mo, let me tell you, as long as you have the resources, you can have any kind of woman you want, Fong Shiri said, while looking at Yu Momo on the phone screen. At this time, Fong Cece sent a message that instantly ignited the hearts of the Fong family's father and son. Yingying, I'll open the door and let you in at 10 o'clock tonight. Do not reply after reading this. Delete it immediately. I've finally been waiting for this. Fong Mo couldn't help but yell when he saw this sentence. Even Fong Shiri on the side showed a long-lost smile. At that time, the supplies and women of 1602 will belong to the Fong family. At this time, Fong Mo walked into the kitchen, took out 2 kitchen knives, and handed one of them to his father. Dad, let's go tonight. 2 of us? No. Fong Shiri lowered his head and thought for a while. To be on the safe side, call another Li Yang. That guy is more obedient to us and he lives nearby, so he can help. Fong Mo nodded in agreement. Chapter 30 Breakthrough, 1602. Dinner. Shinji chose several dishes from Sichuan, Lu, Huai, and Cantonese cuisine. Jiang Mimi and Fong Cece ate with gusto, but Gu Yingying and Yu Momo on the side didn't take a few bites. Gu Yingying's mood was very complicated. He will face his ex-boyfriend later. I wonder what Fong Mo will do when he knows the truth of the matter. Do you also hate yourself to the core? Yu Momo was in a state of excitement. There are only 2 words in her mind at this moment. Revenge. If Fong Shiri hadn't set up a self-rescue club, and if Fong Mo hadn't asked Zhou Shunmei and others to grab antipyretics, his brother wouldn't have died. Therefore, the Fong family father and son were the root cause of his brother's death. And Shinji, in his last life, he was betrayed and died by Yang, Yi, and Wu Feng tonight. In this life, Wu Feng was eaten by wild dogs, and Yang Yi was raped and then killed by Zhao Tong and others. Now, although I have quite a lot of supplies, I also have superpowers, and I am accompanied by 4 goddesses rated by the system. But at this time, Shinji still felt a little confused. How should we go in the future? The memory of my previous life only lasts until today, and everything from today onwards is unknown. On the other side, the Fong family father and son hid in 2601 and did not dare to make a sound. Because at this time, the door was filled with residents of the community. Fong Shiri, get out here. Fong Shiri is a big liar. Fong family, don't be cowards. Fong Shiri, if you have the ability to deceive everyone, why don't you dare to open the door? It turned out that in the afternoon, many people received news that the end of the world was coming. It was said that the officials of the neighboring city had released the news that the end of the world was coming. Many people then realized that they had been fooled by the two people from the Fong family. Another thing is that seawater continued to pour out of the community through underground pipes, completely submerging the first and second underground floors. All the supplies collected by the Self-Help Association were locked in the property office on the basement floor. The people on the underground floor wanted to rescue the few remaining supplies, but only the Fong father and son had the key to the office. Everyone was desperate, but couldn't find the two people from the Fong family. It turned out that at that time, the Fong family father and son were looking at the photos sent by Fong Sisi, and both of them were immersed in the fantasy of living in 1602. No one paid attention to the message in the group, and no one heard Fong Shiri's phone that was about to explode. Soon, the seawater flooded the entire underground level, and all the supplies confiscated by the Self-Help Association were gone. At this time, Fong Shiri in the room wiped the sweat off his head and said, Xiaomo, why don't you tell Guiying to go another day? No, opportunities are rare and will never come back, Dad. Fong Mo decisively refused. When he thought of the supplies and women in 1602, Fong Mo suddenly became motivated. Wait a little longer. Once these troublemakers leave, we'll set off. Nearing 10 o'clock, the crowd at the door of 2601 finally dispersed cursing. The Shengshu Self-Help Association group was also full of insults and blame towards the two members of the Fong family. Alas, it's a complete failure. Fong Suicide. It's okay, Dad. As long as we get into 1602 and regain control of the supplies, these unruly people will beg us for food. Fong Mo took out the knife he had sharpened in the afternoon and opened the door a crack. After checking that there was no one outside, Fong Shiri and Fong Mo each carried a huge travel backpack and walked down the dark fire escape. When we reached the first floor, the sea water had already submerged the ground. The two could no longer walk to Building 8 through the underground passage. Fong Mo had no choice but to take out the raincoat he had prepared in advance and put it on. Dad, follow me closely. You must walk close to the wall. Then the two of them walked out of the building gate. As soon as he went out, Fong Shiri almost stumbled and was blown down by the wind. But fortunately, the huge travel backpack behind him was full of supplies, which allowed him to barely stand firm. The hurricane seemed to weaken a little at night, so the two of them walked slowly along the way, hand in hand. However, the salty and fishy rainwater kept washing over the two of them, and Fong Mo felt like he was going to vomit several times. Finally, after more than half an hour of torture, the two of them managed to reach the downstairs of Building 8 safely. As soon as he reached the first floor of Building 8, Li Yang walked out of the fire escape. Mr. Fong, you have worked hard. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Xiao Fong. Just as Li Yang was about to go forward, he was brought back by the fishy smell on the two men. Fong Shiri waved his hand hurriedly, and the two took off their raincoats and threw them aside, but their bodies had already been soaked by the heavy rain, and they exuded an unpleasant fishy smell. Mr. Fong, what are our plans for tonight? After hearing in the afternoon that Fong's father and son had a way to get supplies, Li Yang's attitude did a 180-degree turn. He had taken advantage of the chaos to curse Fong Shiri in the group, hoping that he didn't see it. Just follow me, and you will do whatever I tell you to do. Remember, only the three of us know about this. Fong Mo took out a shiny kitchen knife from his backpack. Shaoli, you are the hero of our self-help association. Don't worry, you will definitely be needed for the supplies. Fong Shiri also said with a smile. Li Yang was shocked when he saw Fong Mo's knife, but he calmed down after hearing the word supplies. It's the end of the world. How can we survive without resorting to extraordinary measures? The three of them arrived at the door of 1602, and Li Yang finally understood the intentions of Fong's father and son. Mr. Fong, there are indeed a lot of supplies in room 1602, but we can't get in. Last night I used a crowbar to pry the door frame of this security door, but it was useless after prying for half the night. Fong Shiri didn't say anything, but just gestured to Li Yang to be quiet. Then Fong Mo took out his cell phone and opened Gu Yingying's chat box. Fong Mo, Yingying, open the door. A few minutes later, The door of 1602 slowly opened. Gu Ying made a quiet gesture to everyone, then took the key and opened the inner lock of the security door. The moment they heard the lock cylinder turn to open the door, Feng Shiri, Feng Mo, and Li Yang's hearts tightened. Finally, food, shelter, women. These are yours. Feng Mo excitedly wanted to rush up and hug Gu Ying, but was pushed away by the latter. Gu Ying was already annoyed by Feng Mo, but now the fishy smell on Feng Mo's body made her even more nauseous. Then Gu Ying made a hush gesture again. Feng Mo nodded and became quiet. The three of them walked into 1602. Quiet, warm, comfortable, and beautiful. You can't hear the violent wind and rain outside, nor can you smell the fishy rain here. There are plenty of supplies and 4 top goddesses. This is simply heaven on earth. At this moment, there were many wine bottles on the dining table in the living room, and Shinji was the only one lying on the table, looking drunk. Where are the other women? Feng Mo asked in a lowered voice. Sleep. Gu Ying kept her distance from Feng Mo and the others. The smell on their bodies was too unpleasant. Then I'll do it. Feng Mo took out a kitchen knife from his pocket. What are you doing? Why don't you just drive him out? Gu Ying stopped him from the side. No. To cut the grass, we must remove the root. After saying this, Feng Mo ignored Gu Ying's persuasion and walked gently to the dining table. Shinji, after so many days of comfort, it's time for you to live a good life. Don't worry and go. I will take good care of your woman. After Feng Mo said this, he slashed Shinji's head with the kitchen knife in his hand. Chapter 31 Revenge. Just hear a bang. The kitchen knife in Feng Mo's hand actually passed through Shinji's head and chopped directly into the table. And Shinji, lying on the table, was slowly turning transparent at this time, and then disappeared. What is this? Feng Mo widened his eyes and looked at Feng Shiri and Li Yang behind him. Feng Shiri's reaction was exactly the same as Feng Mo's, but Li Yang was even more exaggerated. He was so frightened that he sat on the ground. Feng Mo turned to look at Gu Ying, only to find that the woman ran directly into the bedroom and locked the door. Only then did the 3 people realize that they had fallen into a trap. Just as he was about to leave, a man walked in at the gate and locked the security door and the door. Don't leave in a hurry. If you break my table, you'll have to pay for it. The person who came was none other than Shinji. Feng Mo and Feng Shiri cursed Gu Ying secretly at first, but then the 3 of them came to their senses. 3 against 1. What are you afraid of? Shinji, I find that you are a little confused about your position. After saying this, Feng Mo raised the kitchen knife in his hand, and then Feng Shiri took out the knife from his bag. Shinji looked at the 3 people in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Classic 3 against 1. Zhao Teng and the others also said this before they died. As soon as Shinji said these words, the Feng family, his father, his son, and Li Yang all broke into cold sweats. Did you kill Zhao Teng, Wang Cheng, and Su Peng? Feng Shiri squinted and looked at Shinji, making judgment. Shinji smiled and said, strictly speaking, it was self-defense. Humph. Pretending. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. Who doesn't know how to brag and bluff? Feng Mo snorted coldly. Try it if you don't believe me. Shinji Chang hooked up with the 3 of them. Don't mess up my house. Although Feng Mo said this, he had no idea in his heart. He had seen the death of Zhao Teng and the 3 of them. All 3 of them were killed with 1 knife. This is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Either this person is a professional killer, or he is a person with infinite strength. But the Shinji in front of him seemed to be just a handsome, ordinary man. Could he be these 2 types of people? Feng Shiri was also making judgments. He had been in the officialdom in his life and had met countless people. No matter who he was, he could roughly guess the person's temperament and character at a glance. But the Shinji in front of him gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through it. Moreover, Feng Mo's knife had clearly hit Shinji's head just now. And in the blink of an eye, this man came in through the gate again. What's this? Magic? Projection? The 3 of them were in a stalemate with Shinji. Calling it a stalemate, Shinji had actually forced the 3 of them to the door. At this time, all 4 girls in the second bedroom also came out. Brother, Mimi lost to me in a bet, but I won. Feng Sisi said to Shinji with a showy face. Shinji said with a relaxed expression, Oh, what bet did you make? Yumomo explained on the side. Sisi said that Feng Mo would definitely not let you go, but Mimi said that he would only kick you out, and then they made a bet. You think we are heir? Feng Mo gritted his teeth and looked at Gu Ying. You stinky bitch. Sell me out. And Gu Yingying was not angry. Betrayal? Fang Mo. It was you who concealed the news of the apocalypse, plundered resident supplies, and sold your girlfriend in exchange for profits. Are you talking to me about betrayal? Jiang Mimi couldn't help complaining. How hypocritical. Even if you rob someone's home, you actually kill people. I lost a bet. Fang Mo couldn't hold himself any longer at this time. I told you one by one. You seem a little confused about the situation. After saying that, Fang Mo ignored his father's dissuasion and took out his kitchen knife and rushed towards Shinji and the other 5 people again. But in the next second, Shinji suddenly took out a table knife from behind and threw it towards Fang Mo. The latter did not expect that Shinji actually had a weapon hidden in his hand. When Fang Mo saw the knife and wanted to raise his hand to block it, the knife thrown out by Shinji had already pierced Fang Mo's body. Ah! Fang Mo screamed and fell to the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was obviously only a few meters away from Shinji. He thought that Shinji would not be able to react in time when he suddenly attacked, but he didn't expect that Shinji actually had a weapon in his hand. Upon seeing this, Fang Shiri rushed to his son's side to check Fang Mo's injuries. Shinji's throwing knife was not very accurate, but it was very powerful. The table knife had now penetrated deeply into Fang Mo's lower abdomen. Blood also flowed out slowly. Xiao Mo, are you okay? Fang Shiri panicked when he saw his son's appearance. Fang Mo only felt unbearable pain in his lower abdomen and difficulty breathing. At this time, Fang Shiri had long lost his usual air of dignity and immediately fell to his knees. Please be noble. Let me and my son go. I was blind and I was wrong. Whether I let you go or not is not up to me. Shinji said lightly, it's up to her. I saw you Momo taking out a knife and slowly approaching the Fang family's father and son. Fang Shiri, do you know me? Fang Shiri looked up and saw the angel-like beautiful woman in front of him and shook his head in confusion. The medicine you used to reduce fever was used by my brother to save his life. When he dies, I want you to be buried with him. After listening to you Momo's words, Fang Shiri knew that today we were enemies on a narrow road and there was no escape. So he just gave it a try. Fang Shiri suddenly stood up and rushed towards Yumomo. In fact, the moment Fang Shiri stood up, Shinji's insightful eyes had already predicted his action. So Shinji decisively took out a table knife from the storage space and stabbed Fang Shiri again. Phew! Before Fang Shiri realized what happened, a knife appeared on his stomach. The entire blade of the knife was inserted into Fang Shiri's body, which shows how powerful the throw was. When Shinji dealt with Zhao Teng and the others a few days ago, he also used the knife directly from his storage space. Seeing that both the Fang family and his son had no strength to resist at this time, Shinji continued. Next, do what you want to do. I saw you Momo slowly approaching Fang Shiri. Then he raised the knife and struck Fang Shiri in the chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Yu Momo's hands were stained red by the blood of her enemies. Fang Shiri looked helplessly at Shinji, then at his son who fell to the ground, and then fell silent. Yu Momo squatted on the ground and cried loudly, Brother, I avenged you. Before Fang Mo could feel sad about his father's death, he saw his girlfriend Gu Yingying holding a knife tightly in her hand and walking towards him step by step. You know, Fang Mo begged with a tearful voice. You can't bear to let the child trap the wolf, right? What kind of woman can't be found after you have the materials, right? Do you regret betraying your girlfriend? Faced with Gu Yingying's questioning, Fang Mo was completely panicked. Yingying, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'm an engineer. My dad is the mayor's secretary. If you kill me, you will be liquidated. Puff! Gu Yingying was worthy of being a medical student. After this stabbing, Fang Mo was killed without causing blood to spatter everywhere. Chapter 32, the first lesson of the end of the world. Li Yang in the corner had collapsed to the ground. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. First, Shinji suddenly disappeared while sitting on a chair, then came in through the door, and then he could conjure a knife out of thin air in his hand. In the end, 2 beautiful women actually killed people. Almost forgot about you. Shinji's words frightened Li Yang to death. Shinji, we have no grievances. I was also confused by the Fang family and his son when I came in today. No injustice or enmity. Shinji smiled. Weren't you the one who reported me eating hot pot in the corridor and leaking that I had a lot of supplies? Aren't you the one who wants to come in with the Fang family and his son and steal a share of my house? And last night, you weren't the one who kept prying at the frame of my security door? Ah! After listening to Shinji's words, Li Yang was completely dumbfounded. Shinji did know the first two things, but he should not have been discovered by Shinji about breaking the door. In fact, Li Yong was indeed very careful and cautious, but he never expected that Shinji could see through it. Is this also called no injustice and no enmity? As soon as Shinji finished speaking, he immediately threw out another knife. This time his knife was quite accurate and finally pierced the opponent's waist. When he stabbed Feng Shuri and Feng Yamo just now, he actually aimed at their waists, but only Li Yong was lucky. Shinji looked at Li Yong, who was lying on the ground in pain, and said, "Cece, I remember he scolded you in the group, right?" Feng Cece was stunned when Shinji asked. "Yes. He called me dirty for what I did. Then are you willing?" Shinji asked. In fact, even if Feng Cece is unwilling to kill Li Yong, Shinji will not blame her, because everything has a process. How can it be successful in the first time? Moreover, Yumomo killed Feng Shuri, and Gu Ying killed Feng Yamo because the two of them had hatred in themselves, so they could stab each other's body with a knife without any scruples. Feng Cece was different. She just cursed with a few innocuous words, but didn't go as far as to express such deep hatred. Just when Shinji decided to take action, Feng Cece tremblingly raised the knife in her hand for self-defense. Then he walked to Shinji's side first, then stood on tiptoes and kissed Shinji a few times. "I will kill whoever my brother wants me to kill." Listening to Feng Cece's delicate tone, Shinji was stunned for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. But in Li Yang's ears, these words were like a death knell. "Don't!" Before Li Yang finished speaking, Feng Cece raised the knife and dropped it. Feng Cece is indeed the smartest among the three girls. She knows that this is a test and an exercise for Shinji. In the apocalypse, we can no longer look at things with the same perspective as before, and we can no longer use the old world concepts to measure right and wrong. Since it is an exam, you must get the highest score. Jiang Mimi couldn't help but feel dizzy and sick looking at the scene in front of her. However, the other women were not much better. This is the first lesson of the end times. From now on, our principle of dealing with things is, I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone wants to offend me, I will offend them. Our corporate culture also has 4 sentences. The weak will eat the strong, the fittest will survive, the Lotus Lady will never recover. At this time, Gu Ying also came over and kissed Shinji. When Yumomo saw this, she also imitated her and came over and mouthed a few words. Jiang Mimi, who was rare, did not come over, but looked at the 3 corpses on the ground in a daze. "Brother Shin, are you afraid that I won't be able to take action?" "No, Mimi, you are too young, and everything has a process, so take your time." Shinji stepped forward and patted Jiang Mimi on the head. "No, Brother Shin, I can do it. Just like Sister Cece said, I will do whatever Brother Shin asks me to do." Seeing Jiang Mimi's determined look, Shinji decided to give her another important task. "Can Mimi throw the bodies of these 3 dogs out?" After hearing this, Jiang Mimi began to carry it without hesitation. The 3 women wanted to go up to help, but Jiang Mimi refused. "Brother Shin asked me to do this, and I will definitely do it." Jiang Mimi was also relatively thin, so she could only drag the body to pull it out. After doing all this, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. At this time, all 5 people had washed up and were sitting on the sofa in the living room. No one was sleepy except Shinji. "Brother, how did you end up lying on the table and then suddenly appear at the door?" Feng Cece was curious. Just think of it as a magic trick. Shinji didn't know how to explain it to them, because this is the superpower that the system released after taking in Yumomo. The art of clones. Ability. The technique of clone binds the goddess Yumomo. Level 2. Continue to make progress with the goddess, and you can upgrade to level 3. Details. You can create a clone, entity, and operate the clone to perform some simple actions. After being kissed by Yumomo just now, the clone technique has been upgraded to level 2. Previously, the clone technique at level 1 could only create a clone phantom, not even a physical entity. The one that Feng Mo slashed with his sword just now was the phantom clone created by Shinji. "I told you Brother Shun is a doorman. He can do anything," Jiang Mimi said with a smile. "You guys, aren't you going to sleep?" Shinji was actually a little sleepy. I want to sleep with you." Yumomo, who never spoke much, spoke first this time. Shinji didn't expect Yumomo's answer. The other 3 women also clamored to sleep with Shinji. "Let's do this. I'll make a big bed later." After Shinji finished speaking, he walked back to the master bedroom. A few minutes later, the wardrobe, TV, and bedside table in the master bedroom were all taken back into storage by Shinji. Instead, there were 2 identical beds and mattresses. 5 people can sleep well now. Then Shinji called the girls into the house. The 4 girls were already accustomed to Shinji's magical skills. Yumomo slowly began to believe Jiang Mimi's words, and she also began to think that Shinji was a doryman. In fact, Shinji knew that the women would definitely be scared after what they had just experienced. So, give it a squeeze. Then the 4 girls started arguing over who slept next to Shinji. As a result, Shinji had to sleep in the middle, with 2 small people, Jiang Mimi and Yumomo, clinging to him on both sides. His left and right arms had to be stretched out so that the taller ones, Feng Cixi and Gu Yingying, could each hold one. He thought that tonight's experience would be worth a fortune, but what Shinji didn't expect was that he slept surprisingly poorly that night. The bed is big enough for 5 people, and the whole bed is fragrant and soft. But no matter which way Shinji rolled, someone would stop him. One moment it was Gu Yingying's thigh, the next moment it was Feng Cixi's chest, the next moment Jiang Mimi came over for a secret kiss, and the next moment Yumomo would touch her own muscles. As a result, Shinji couldn't sleep well. Finally, he simply ran out and slept in the second bedroom. Chapter 33, in front of her husband. The 20th day after the hurricane made landfall. There is a power outage in Shengshijiayuan community, but this does not delay 1602's daily life. Because Shinji also has a diesel generator and 20,000 liters of diesel. Originally, the 4 girls had slowly accepted the fact that Shinji was a doryman, but when Shinji pulled out a diesel generator from the master bedroom, the 4 girls were still not calm. Brother, tell me, are you really doryman? Feng Cixi looked at the generator in front of her with a wry smile and shook her head. Brother Shin must be like in the novel. He has a cornucopia of family heirlooms and unlimited supplies. Just as the other girl slowly accepted the setting of doryman, Jiang Mimi put forward a new point of view of her own. Don't tell me, it's pretty close this time. Shinji started the diesel generator, connected the household power supply to the generator, and then pushed the generator outside the door and into the security door. The noise of this diesel generator itself is relatively small, and coupled with the sound insulation effect of the door, almost no noise can be heard in the house. Now, Shinji sat on the balcony, drinking red wine. Gu Yingying was reading a book, Feng Cixi and Jiang Mimi were studying what to eat for lunch, and Yumomo did nothing, just sat there and looked at Shinji motionlessly. Shinji was slowly calculating in his mind. Yang Yu was killed by Zhao Teng and others. Wu Feng was eaten by a wild dog. Feng Shiri and Feng Mo from the Self-Rescue Society are gone. The building leader is Feng Mo. The building leader, Wang Cheng, is gone too. The building leader, Zhao Teng, died on the same day as Wang Cheng. As for the building manager of Building 4 and Building 5, Shinji had never met him in this life or the previous life, and they had never spoken in the group. Building leader Zhou Shunmei is his next target. The building manager, Su Peng, also disappeared in the parking lot that night. Li Yang, the building manager, just disappeared 2 days ago. Look at the entire neighborhood. Except for Zhou Shunmei and the 5 people who broke into Yumomo's house, there were no other enemies of Shinji. If you have time these days, you can go out and collect supplies for the second time. As for how to go out, that depends on the material rewards given by the system when taking Yumomo in. Especially modified, thickened, waterproof, windproof, amphibious armored vehicle. That's right, the materials rewarded by the system this time are no longer food, but an armored vehicle that allows Shinji to go out in the wind and rain to collect materials. This car has been collected by Shinji and placed in the storage space. Fortunately, my 1000 space is big enough. Otherwise, there would be no room to put this car. Do you want to go out and get some fresh air? Shinji shouted to the girls. The 4 girls were stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then raised their hands one after another. Brother, I'm going. Brother Shin, choose me. After Shinji thought for a while. Then I'll take Mimi out. The reason is actually very simple. Yumomo and Gu Yingying just arrived, and Shinji took Feng Cixi out once a few days ago. Only Jiang Mimi came the earliest and stayed the longest. Shinji looked at Jiang Mimi, who was as happy as a child. Go ahead, wear something nice and go out with me. Half an hour later, Jiang Mimi finally took her first breath of fresh air outside. A fishy smell. Brother Shin, where are you taking me? Jiang Mimi asked happily. Let's go out and see what the world has become. Shinji grabbed his right hand out of thin air, and a flashlight appeared in his hand. Since the community had a power outage, the two had no choice but to go down the stairs of the fire escape. As soon as Shinji opened the door of the fire escape, a smell of blood came from the passage. Shinji illuminates the fire escape. I saw several mutilated corpses that had been eaten on the stair platform between the 16th and 15th floors. After seeing this, Jiang Mimi's palms began to sweat. There were 3 corpses inside that she had thrown down by herself. This is what wild dogs eat. Shinji looked around and found no trace of wild dogs. The 2 were about to go down when they met 2 more men. Both sides were a little nervous when they met. After all, the world now has no order, a world without water, electricity, food, let alone law and morality. Are you from this building? The 2 people below asked first. Yes, I am 1602 Shinji. Shinji said with a smile. The 2 people below were stunned for a moment when they heard this, and then they looked at each other and smiled. Are you the Shinji who has a lot of supplies? It's me. Shinji's smile did not diminish, but he had already taken out a knife in his hand. Brother, let me borrow some food to eat. The person below immediately stepped forward and quietly took out a switchblade in his hand. The woman next to you is not bad. Let me play with you. Another person also stepped forward, but Shinji was still smiling. I'm only going to say it once, get away. Unless you 2 also want to become shit. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't stop, Shinji immediately started. 2 table knives accurately hit their hearts. In the past 2 days, Shinji secretly practiced throwing knives at home. In just one day, he was able to control his strength and accuracy very well. Maybe this is talent? The poor 2 people died tragically on the stairs before they could even see Shinji's face. This is the first time I've seen someone want to be turned into shit, Shinji said lightly. Then the 2 of them walked down the fire escape. The whole building was very quiet. From time to time, there would be a few bloodstains and the bodies of people or animals in the corridor. When we reached the 10th floor corridor, the fire escape door was wide open. There were bursts of screams coming from the door of the room. Shinji turned his head and looked at Jiang Mimi. Want to go over and take a look? Are you afraid? Jiang Mimi shook her head. As long as Brother Shin is here, I'm not afraid of anything. The 2 of them approached the door of 1003. The door lock of the door was broken and was open a crack. A man's voice came from inside. Why haven't Xiao Lao-san and Xiao Lao-si come back for so long? Let them go to the auction on the roof to have drinks and food on time. Are these 2 trying to get women again? Shinji used his clairvoyance ability to look inside the room. There were 4 men and 1 woman in the living room at this time. The person who just spoke was a fat man and was drinking a bottle of beer. Don't worry about these 2 worthless things. Brother Liu, we have almost enough food in this house. Let's open the door of 1004 tonight. Let's do some looting, have a good sleep, and sweep the 11th floor tomorrow morning. The person speaking this time was a thin man with a crew cut, and he looked very shrewd. Okay, the fat man named Brother Liu responded to him. At this time, the bald man said to the thin man, just now, Second brother, why don't you come and fix it? Boss Xiao, you are so perverted. You did this in front of my husband. The fat man named Brother Liu said to the bald man. In the room, I saw a woman tied to the dining table with tears on her face. The scream that I heard just now was made by this woman. There was a man beside her who was tied to the stool next to her. Chapter 34, do you want to watch me play? Seeing this scene in front of him, Shinji couldn't help but clicked his tongue. This man named Boss Xiao is indeed a bit perverted. But what are the building sweeps and rooftop auctions they talk about? Thinking of this, Shinji made a decision that Jiang Mimi couldn't understand at all. He just pulled Jiang Mimi and walked into 1003. I asked you 2 to go get some snacks. What took you so long to come back? The man named Boss Xiao said. At this time, Boss Xiao, who had just finished his work, and the thin guy called Lao Air had their backs to the door, and only the fat guy Brother Liu was facing the door. When Brother Liu saw that the person coming was not Xiao Lao-san and Xiao Lao-si, he stood up suddenly. At this time, Xiao Lao-da and Xiao Lao-air also immediately realized that something was wrong. Turn around. I saw a strange man holding a beautiful woman standing at the door of 1003. You! Boss Xiao was puzzled for a moment. Then he laughed. You have a nice woman. Do you want to watch me play with her? Xiao Lao helped his elder brother and asked him to curb his strange habits. What's wrong, buddy? Lost? Xiao Lao frowned. He felt that the man in front of him was definitely not a simple man. He dared to take such a beautiful girl out in the last days, and also dared to suddenly break into his residence. This man must have some strength. But the fat man named Brother Liu didn't move the whole time. Shinji smiled harmlessly. Excuse me, I want to ask, what is the auction you just mentioned? Xiao Lao and Xiao Boss looked at each other. The auction is for trading supplies. It's in the activity room on the top floor of Building 8. Food, water, and women can all be traded. Brother, you haven't been out these days, right? There were auction notices posted in the underground parking lot and on the first, second, and third floors of every building. The top 26 floors of the building are not residents, but an activity room used by the entire community to hold collective activities. As for the notice, Shinji really didn't know much about it. He didn't notice it when he went out to find Momo before. Is the auction only available for our 8 buildings? Shinji continued to ask. The auction is held by the remaining building leaders from the previous self-rescue group. People from the entire community can come and trade. While Xiao Lauer was explaining to Shinji, he quietly glanced at Xiao Lauer. Naturally, his little move couldn't hide from Shinji's insightful eyes. Now the first floor is flooded, and the wind and rain outside are so strong. How did people from other buildings get here? Actually, it's very simple. Swimming. People will be blown away standing on the ground, but not in the water. Just paddle slowly against the wall. At this time, the fat man named Brother Liu also quietly he stretched his hands behind his back. I have one last question. What is building sweeping? At this time, Shinji also let go of Jiang Mimi's hand and took out his knife from the space. At this time, Xiao Lauer sneered. Brother, you have too many problems. Then, Boss Xiao and the fat man named Brother Liu pounced on Shinji. Fatty Liu was the closest to Shinji. Just when the knife he swung was about to hit Shinji, he suddenly felt that his body was falling backwards out of control. At the same time, Fatty Liu felt a sharp pain in his stomach. But at this time, Xiao Lauer threw a fruit knife at Jiang Mimi, who was next to Shinji. Xiao Lauer is a very cautious person. Brother Liu and his eldest brother went to subdue this strange man. And then he directly dealt with the woman. No matter how beautiful this woman is, as long as she is a threat, I will get rid of her. Although Fatty Liu didn't react, Boss Xiao saw clearly. The strange man in front of him kicked Fatty Liu away at a very strange speed. When Boss Xiao was surprised, there were suddenly more marks on his forehead. A table knife? Then Boss Xiao also fell to the ground on his back. As for the fruit knife that stabbed Jiang Mimi, Shinji's first reaction was to put the knife into the storage space, but Shinji tried several times without success. When his life was at stake, Shinji stepped aside to block the knife. Anyway, his body had been strengthened, so even if he was injured, it wouldn't be a big problem. There was also a doctor at home, but Jiang Mimi is different. She has tender skin and tender flesh. If something happens to her, her storage space ability will only be fixed at 1,000. Just hear a ding. After the fruit knife stabbed Shinji's arm, it was bounced away. Xiao Lauer was dumbfounded at this time. He saw Fatty Liu being kicked, but he didn't see how his brother died. The most important thing was, what was this man wearing under his clothes? Body armor? How could the knife fly away? Forehead. Shinji also didn't expect that the physical enhancement would be so strong, and the hardness of the muscles and skin would be ridiculously strong. You want to kill my woman? Shinji stopped laughing, then raised his hand and sent Xiao Lauer to see his eldest brother with a knife. Shinji walked to Boss Xiao's body, used his ability to take back the table knife, and then took back the fruit knife that Boss Xiao had just thrown. It's so useful. Shinji was a little confused for a moment. He could obviously use his ability to recycle things. Why did the ability suddenly fail just now? Could it be that the fruit knife that was thrown at Jiang Mimi just now was dynamic? Very possible. Only then did Shinji realize that all the things he had put into the storage space using his abilities were static. Therefore, items that should be dynamic cannot be controlled and stored by themselves. Tell me, what do you do? What is building sweeping? Shinji squatted next to Fatty Liu. At this time, Fatty Liu was bleeding from his mouth and nose, lying on his side on the ground and wailing. The 4 brothers of the Xiao family and I live in the 4th building next door. We heard that there is a big supply house in the 8th building, so we came here. I am a locksmith, and I only know how to pick and open locks. The 4 brothers were responsible for the murders and arson. Yes, it has nothing to do with me. Where are you sweeping the building? Shinji asked sharply. Sweeping the building means picking the locks 1 floor at a time, entering each house 1 by 1, eating and drinking before going to the next house. Come from Building 4? Building 4 was wiped out by you. Faced with Shinji's question, Fatty Liu did not dare to hide it, and could only nod his head obediently. You've killed all the people in a building in just a few days. Shinji didn't expect these people to move so fast. We started cleaning the building when there was no food to eat at the beginning. Mr. Xiao was the leader of the 4th building before. Mr. Xiao came up with the idea that their building would be autonomous and they would not hand over supplies, but just keep statistics. So in the end of the world, As soon as the news came out, we went straight to 4 houses with supplies and women. After listening to Fatty Lou's explanation, Shinji finally understood. And the 2 young men in the corridor who wanted to turn into shit just now should be Xiao Lao-san and Xiao Lao-si. There are still so many perverts in this world. Shinji sighed, and then cut the rope off the woman on the table. It's up to you to decide what to do with this person. Then Shinji took Jiang Mimi out of 1003. As soon as the 2 of them went out, there were screams from 1003 that were even more intense than before. Chapter 35, Heading to the Auction. After returning from 1003, Jiang Mimi locked herself in the second bedroom and never came out. Feng Cixi and Gu Yingying also came over to ask what happened. Shinji only said that they met a pervert and told the 2 women not to worry. Shinji had secretly used clairvoyance to see that Jiang Mimi was knitting sweaters in the room and did nothing else. Auction. Shinji was thinking about whether to go there. If there was a trade with women, would there be a goddess? Also, hurricane weather originally made it impossible for people to go out, but now they can actually go out and do business due to floods. Then there must be someone who has already gone out to collect supplies, and he has to put the second collection of supplies on the agenda. There is also the issue of accommodation. Now 1602 is just fine for 5 people, but it will be a bit crowded if there is one more person, so I must make plans for this in advance. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Mimi finally walked out of the bedroom. She put the knitted sweater behind her back and walked towards Shinji playfully. Brother Shin, guess what gift I have prepared for you? Shinji smiled and looked at Jiang Mimi expectantly. I don't know. What has Mimi prepared for me? Dung dung dung. Jiang Mimi gave Shinji the sweater hidden behind her. I've been knitting this for more than half a month. Thank you, Mimi. I like it very much. Although Shinji had long known through clairvoyance that Jiang Mimi knitted sweaters for him, he was still very happy at this time. Brother Shin, give me a hug. I wish you a happy birthday in advance. Jiang Mimi jumped into Shinji's arms. Only then did Shinji remember that tomorrow is his birthday. Jiang Mimi, you are a petty woman. You prepared gifts yourself without telling us. Feng Cixi said in a sinister manner. Do you think you can win over your brother by doing this? After saying this, Feng Cixi walked toward Shinji and then opened her coat, revealing the lace underwear underneath. Brother, I also have a pair of shoes that can increase attack speed. I'll show you them tonight. When Jiang Mimi saw this scene, she imitated Feng Cixi's sinister tone and said, What kind of gift is this? It has no connotation at all. Brother Shin must like my sweater. You know what a man is, little brat? A sweater can't smell like underwear. My brother likes my straightforwardness, right? After saying that, the 2 women looked at Shinji at the same time, as if waiting for Shinji's rating. Forehead. Shinji was in a dilemma at the moment. He couldn't say who was good, let alone who was bad, so he turned to Gu Yingying for help. Why are you looking at me? I came late, and I didn't know your birthday was coming soon. Gu Yingying's expression was a little disappointed, but she immediately changed the subject. However, I can give you some kidney tonifying and yang-enhancing medicines. Prevent you from being squeezed dry by your 2 sisters. Seeing that Gu Yingying couldn't count on him, Shinji had no choice but to look at Yumomo. And the latter was obviously not prepared for anything. Yumomo thought for a while, then stood up and started to take off her clothes. My gift is myself. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing that the situation was becoming uncontrollable, Shinji quickly stopped the movements of the women. Let's leave the gifts for now. There will be a big event tomorrow where we can go out and play. Who will participate? As soon as the 3 girls heard that they could go out due to action, they immediately stopped fighting, raised their hands high, and shouted that they wanted to accompany Shinji out. But Jiang Mimi looked aggrieved and did not raise her hands. At this time, Gu Yingying noticed something strange about Jiang Mimi. What's wrong with Mimi? Don't you keep saying you want to go out for a walk every day? I'd better not go out. I'm stupid and can't help. I almost got Brother Shin injured today. Jiang Mimi was so aggrieved that she almost cried. Then she told the girls what happened in 1003. After that, the women fell into silence. I think we should do something. The speaker was Gu Yingying. She was the oldest and most mature among the girls. Gu Yingying is 26 years old. Feng Cixi is 24, Yumomo is 22, and Jiang Mimi is the youngest, only 20 years old. Feng Cixi also nodded in agreement. Brother, please teach us something. Even if you can't help, it won't hold you back. Yumomo and the aggrieved Jiang Mimi on the side also nodded in agreement. In fact, Shinji also thought about letting these goddesses learn some means of self-protection. If there is an emergency or he is away, They can respond to the emergency, but what to learn is another question. Thought for a long time. Shinji nodded in agreement. Okay, then we will all go out tomorrow. Target. Vientiane Shopping Tower. Dinner is also very sumptuous. In addition to the food, Jiang Mimi also made a cake for Shinji. She spent a whole afternoon making it and failed 3 times before succeeding once. Jiang Mimi was not polite. If she needed any raw materials or tools, she would directly ask Shinji for them. And Shinji stopped pretending. He didn't even bother to go back to the bedroom and took it directly from the refrigerator, which made Feng Cece joke that Shinji had put any door in the refrigerator. In fact, these are all acceptable. The only thing that the 4 girls couldn't accept was that when Jiang Mimi asked for an oven, Shinji actually took out an oven from the refrigerator. Looking at the table full of food in front of him, Shinji thought back to his birthday last year, which seemed to be a rainy day as well. When she returned home after working overtime, Yangi was still waiting for her to come back to cook. By the time everything was done, eaten, and cleaned up, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Where have you ever eaten cake? How can anyone cook for themselves? And at this moment, a full banquet of men and women, surrounded by beauties. Even if the end of the world comes and the weather is stormy outside, you can still enjoy life. After the meal, Shinji decided to go up to the top floor to have a look at the so-called auction and see if he could pick up a goddess. But this time, Shinji chose to take Yumomo out, because Shinji wanted to see if he would meet the person who broke into Yumomo's house, and if it happened, he could get revenge on the way. It was dark in the fire escape. Shinji took out a flashlight to illuminate it, and then gave one to Yumomo. No matter what happens, don't panic, just hide behind me. Yumomo nodded obediently, and then held Shinji's hand tightly. Brother Shin, thank you very much for this time. Without you, I would have died long ago. Shinji held Yumomo's cold little hand. Don't say such things. We will be a family from now on. I also want to thank the other 3 sisters. They're all very kind to me. Mimi can cook my favorite dishes. Cece gives me the bed to sleep on. And Sister Inging applies scar ointment to my wounds every day. Shinji nodded after listening to Yumomo's words. He had always felt that Yumomo was more introverted and didn't like to talk, but so far they got along pretty well. While talking, the 2 of them arrived at the 26th floor of Building 8, where they saw that there were lights. The entire activity room is about 300 to 400 square meters, and there are dozens of people standing here at the moment. They all swam from various buildings to participate in the auction. At this moment, a woman with an almost naked upper body stood on the stage, introducing the materials for this auction. Chapter 36. Buy 1, get 1 free for sisters? First of all, let's introduce the first item we are bidding on today. A toolbox set. On the stage in the center of the activity room, a woman with almost no upper body was introducing a medium-sized toolbox. With it, whether you were trying to open a door, pick a lock, or commit a murder or set fire, it will be your most reliable partner. It is simply a must-have product for home and travel. And its price is only 2 kilograms of rice. 2 pounds for me. A man next to him shouted the price. I'll pay 2.5 kilograms. There was another person on the side who was also bidding. Shinji pulled Yumomo forward and took a look. It was just an ordinary toolbox. There were only screwdrivers, pistol drills, rivet guns, hammers, and pliers in it. It had its own storage space. There are countless Litos. 3.5 pounds once. 3.5 pounds twice. 3 pounds and a half 3 times. Deal. Thank you to this big brother. Please move to the backstage later to conduct the transaction. Next is our second shipment of the day. Hand crank generator. Not only can it use human power to generate electricity, but it can also ignite fires, light cigarettes, store electricity, and provide lighting. Shinji looked towards the stage and saw that there seemed to be several hand-operated generators in his space. At this time, a man next to Shinji came over and asked in a low voice, "Brother, how much rice do you want for this woman?" Shinji shook his head. "This is my wife. I won't change it for any amount of rice." Yumomo was a little angry when she heard this, but when she heard Shinji call her wife, not only did she not get angry, but her cheeks turned slightly red. The man who saw this felt even more itchy, but he still advised Shinji, "Brother, to be honest, if you don't trade or auction such a beautiful wife, don't take it out easily. Be careful." Being remembered, Shinji turned to look at the man at this time. This man was young and short. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looked well-mannered. "Brother, this is my first time at this auction. Tell me about it," the man with glasses said. This auction was organized by Sun Qian, the building manager of the previous 5 buildings. After the self-rescue group Fang's father and son disappeared, the self-rescue group collapsed. Sun Qian? I don't know her. Shinji murmured. That's the naked one on the stage, said the man with glasses. When it was not so chaotic in the beginning, everyone was trading freely, but in the past few days, there are corpses everywhere, and people are dying every day. So Sun Qian stepped forward and said that we would provide a trading platform for everyone, and she would be the guarantee. But whether the transaction is successful or not, she will charge a handling fee. Collect money? Shinji asked. Money? Money is nothing now. In the apocalypse, gold is useless. Food, drink, useful things, women, anything. The same goes for transactions. Both parties can accept each other's items. Then trade. In an auction, the seller lists the goods, decides what he wants and the quantity, and then other people bid. So you're not afraid of being robbed by others at this auction? Shinji asked. No. This is the only place left in the entire community that can safely trade. Without the auction, there is no way to safely trade materials. Anyone who touches the auction is tantamount to tampering with the entire community. And everyone in this auction is. They are more trustworthy and much more reliable than that self-rescue group. Even if the people at the auction come across good things, they won't try to trick you. So there are more people supporting them. Oh. Got it, thank you, buddy, Shinji said as he took out a few Chinese sticks from the storage space and gave them to the man. The man's eyes widened when he saw the cigarette. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. It's already this time. And you still have cigarettes? There aren't many left. Shinji doesn't smoke much, but he has thousands of boxes of cigarettes of various brands. Finally, here's our grand finale tonight. The hand crank generator just now was taken away by an old man with a box of water. This is also the part we look forward to most every night. Women. Oh, wow. The men in the audience all brightened up when they heard the woman. Sun Qian on the stage clapped her hands, and then two big men brought up a dog cage that was about 1 meter long and wide. And this time it's buy one, get one free. Ox, hold the grass. Could they be sisters? Just as people in the audience were discussing the matter, Sun Qian lifted the curtain covering the dog cage. In the dog cage, there was a girl wearing a thin shirt squatting in the corner. The girl had an average appearance and an average figure, but her expression was pitiful and endearing. However, in this apocalyptic world, such appearance and figure are definitely above average. But even so, the gap between this girl and the 4 goddesses in Shinji's family is still quite large. So Shinji is not interested in this girl. Next to the girl, squatting was an aunt who looked to be in her 40s or 50s and had a bloated figure. Why? Shinji felt Yumomo suddenly grab his hand tightly. He turned to look at Yumomo and saw her biting her lips. This woman is Zhou Shunmei. Murderer. My brother's murderer. Seeing this, Shinji couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's really hard to find anything after wearing iron shoes. I was just thinking about how to find Zhou Shunmei, and someone was sent to her at this auction. Sun Qian on the stage continued. Buy one, get one free, folks. Epic discount. If you're interested, take action. 4 women, buy one, get one free, not 998, not 668, just 198. 198 kilograms of rice, 2 girls to take home. Sister? Sister Sun? Can I buy it individually? This old woman makes me sick, vomit. Yes, Sister Sun, it's okay that this woman is old, but her figure is not good enough. A kilogram of rice is indeed a lot, and I guess there are not many people in the entire community who can afford it. Faced with the debate in the audience, Sun Qian also had a headache. Zhou Shunmei was arrested when the remnants of the Self-Help Association were being liquidated. On the afternoon when Fang's father and son went to Building 8, a group of residents who had been defending their rights and demanding supplies to no avail arrested Fang Shiri's lackey, Zhou Shunmei, who had always followed him around. After beating him up, Zhou Shunmei didn't know where Fang's father and son had gone. At this time, Sun Qian, the manager of Building 5 who had always distanced herself from Fang Shiri, stepped forward and set up the auction. The residents then regarded Sun Qian as the new person in charge and handed Zhou Shunmei over to Sun Qian. Sun Qian is in her early 30s this year. She used to be an assistant for a big anchor, so she is pretty good at auctioning things. But it was not a good idea to keep Zhou Shunmei wasting food under his control. He originally wanted to kill her with a knife, but he felt that doing so would affect his image and the image of the auction. Besides, she was a woman after all. What if some men liked her like her? But at this moment, all the men in the audience were deterred. It was not because the girl in the cage was ugly, but because the middle-aged woman next to her was too disgusting. This was also the first time Sun Qian encountered a cold reception since she started auctioning. The men in the stands were hesitant to speak. Sun Qian thought it was better to forget it. If she had to bundle the products, How could she make the next plan if she couldn't sell them? Just when Sun Qian was about to relent and agree to buy it alone, a man suddenly made a bid. 198 pounds of rice. Chapter 37. Killing Zhou Shunmei by hand. Sun Qian looked at the owner of the voice and saw that he was a tall and strong man. I'll pay 198 kilograms of rice. Shinji just finished speaking. Sun Qian immediately shouted, "Deal." She was afraid that Shinji would regret it. Sun Qian didn't expect that someone would really buy old Annie. Then she glanced at Shinji secretly, and now she was even more confused. I saw a beautiful and delicate girl standing next to the man who just made a bid. This girl's appearance is so good that it is very rare even in normal times, let alone in the apocalypse. Therefore, while Shinji was bidding, many men looked at Shinji and Yumomo. Okay, today's auction is all over. If you still want to trade and buy, please come to our Building 8 on the 26th floor at the same time tomorrow. Now, in order to ensure the safety of our fellow photographers and family members, please leave the venue first and do not stay here. Thank you for your cooperation. After Sun Qian said this, she trotted toward Shinji. She maintained a good figure, and her chest bounced when she ran. In addition, she was only wearing a bra at the moment, which was almost the same as not wearing anything at all. What's your surname, boss? Sun Qian said tremblingly, while putting on a fur. It's really hard to carry goods naked in this weather. The surname is Shun. As soon as Shunji said this, Sun Qian was obviously stunned for a moment, but then returned to normal. Boss is great. Thank you, Boss Shin, for supporting our auction. If you have anything you want to buy or sell in the future, you can come to our auction for trading, and our prices are fair, and you can't be bullied. Didn't you say that buyers and sellers trade face-to-face? I would like to see who is selling such low-quality things. After hearing what Shinji said, Sun Qian laughed twice. This time the situation is special. The seller only entrusted me to sell the things, and did not come over. So, Mr. Shun, just pay me the 198 kilograms of rice. Oh. Shinji nodded in agreement, but felt something was wrong in his heart. I put the rice in the stairwell. You can ask someone to come and get it. After Shinji said that, he went to the stairwell first, took out 4 50-pound bags of rice from the storage space, put them down, and then returned to the activity. Sure, then I'll take this stuff away. Boss, where do you live? It's inconvenient for you to carry such a big cage. Do you think this is okay? I'll ask someone to send it to you. After hearing what Sun Qian said, Shinji couldn't hold back his laughter. No, I have a way. No, boss, look at this nonsense. It's so dark in the fire escape. It's not worth it if I fall. It's me. Before Sun Qian finished speaking, Shinji lifted the two women and the entire cage up with one hand. Hiss! Not only was Sun Qian stunned, but even the two strong men at the auction opened their mouths in surprise. You know, this iron cage alone weighs more than 100 kilograms. Plus 2 women. It is estimated to weigh more than 400 kilograms. Just now, 2 strong men were carrying it up to the stage, but this man actually lifted the cage with one hand. How much strength must this have? Let's go, Sister Sunday. We'll chat later when we have time. After saying that, Shinji led Yumomo, the dog cage, and the 2 women into the dark passage. In fact, Shinji had already noticed that something was wrong with this auction, but he didn't care much about it at the moment, because he knew how anxious Yumomo was feeling at this time. The enemy who caused his brother to have a high fever and die immediately. So close. After returning to 1602, all the girls gathered around him. Brother, what are you doing? Feng Cece asked, rubbing her eyes. Jiang Mimi also walked out of the bedroom. Brother Shin, did you buy a puppy? As a result, the girls were shocked when they saw that there was a human in the dog cage. Gu Yingying first cast a doubtful look at Shinji. This is it? Zhou Shunmei. However, Gu Yingying immediately recognized the person in the cage. Feng Cece and Jiang Mimi also looked at Yumomo, who was standing aside. At this time, Zhou Shunmei in the cage spoke. You know who I am. Why don't you release me quickly? I belong to President Feng. Do you know President Feng Shiri? That's the mayor's secretary. If you offend me, you'll offend him. You bastards are still engaging in human trafficking. I will report you sooner or later. Then I will liquidate you one by one. No one can escape. Zhou Shunmei was very excited. In fact, Zhou Shunmei had been repeating these words just now when Shinji was carrying the cage down. At this time, Shinji couldn't help but complain. The end of the world is here, the self-help society has collapsed, and the President Feng you said has abandoned you. Why are you still talking about it here? In fact, Zhou Shunmei also knew that Feng Shiri was just using them. But at this time, Zhou Shunmei didn't know what this group of people planned to do, so she could only use these words to threaten everyone. But as luck would have it, it's useless to mention Feng Shiri here, because Feng Shiri was killed by a few of them. Huh, aren't you Xiao Gu? I'm your Aunt Zhou. Zhou Shunmei finally recognized Gu Ying in front of her. Zhou Shunmei, let me ask you something. On the day Feng Shiri had a fever, did you lead someone to rob a family of anti-fever medicine and also took away all the supplies from that family? After listening to Gu Ying's words, Zhou Shunmei looked around in panic, then shook her head and said, "It's nothing. How could it be possible? You, Aunt Zhou, and I are not the type to do such things." As soon as Zhou Shunmei finished speaking, Yumomo walked up and squatted in front of Zhou Shunmei. "Take a good look. Can you still recognize me?" Zhou Shunmei scratched his head and thought about it carefully. "Ah, it's you." She remembered that she and 5 people from the self-help group knocked on the door of room 601 that day. The girl in room 601 was unwilling to borrow medicine, so they forced their way in. Then they looted all the supplies in room 601 before leaving. Seeing Zhou Shunmei's guilty confession, Jiang Mimi couldn't help but say, "Do you know that you took away her brother's antipyretic medicine, causing her brother to die of a high fever? This has nothing to do with me. It's all that old dog Feng Shiri's fault. He was the one who asked me to rob." Zhou Shunmei panicked immediately when she saw the sharp knife in Yumomo's hand. Shinji looked at her coldly. At this moment, Zhou Shunmei no longer had the pride and air of the past. She was sitting on her knees in the cage, with snot and tears flowing from her nose. People have to bear the consequences for the mistakes they make. "Zhou Shunmei, take your life." Just heard a pop. There was a bloody hole on Zhou Shunmei's back, but Yumomo was obviously more experienced this time. After stabbing the sharp knife, he didn't pull it out immediately, saving blood all over his body. "Huh, there's another one." Only then did Feng Sisi notice that there was a woman on the other side of the cage. But by this time, she had fainted from fright. Chapter 38, Amphibious Armored Vehicle. Day 21. Shinji stretched and got up from the small bed where he slept. The master bedroom has been occupied by the 4 women. The 4 women originally wanted to occupy Shinji, but Shinji lived with them and couldn't sleep well. And lying on the sofa was the girl who was photographed with Zhou Shunmei last night. This girl looks to be 20 years old, but her figure and appearance can only be considered above average. So naturally she can't be considered goddess, and naturally she can't get rewards or abilities. And Shinji always felt that there was something wrong with the auction. The 5 of them had breakfast and saw that the girl was still awake, so Shinji decided to carry out the second round of material search plan first. "Going out? I thought you were joking yesterday. How can we get to the Vientiane shopping center in such a heavy storm?" Gu Ying looked at the weather outside the window and shook her head. "Just follow me and you'll find out." Shinji smiled softly. "I'll take you shopping." Gu Ying still looked incomprehensible at this time. She was a rational person who believed in science. But the other 3 women were full of expectations, because in their eyes, Shinji was omnipotent. In their eyes, Shinji was like a Doraemon. He had everything he wanted and didn't have to worry about supplies. If Shinji said he would take them to the Vientiane shopping building, then he would definitely have a way to go. Half an hour later, the 4 women were standing on the stair landing between the first and second floors, fully armed. Each of them was wrapped up thickly, and they also wore fat raincoats outside their clothes. After the impact of successive heavy rains and tsunamis, the water depth has now completely submerged the first floor. The location of Shingshijiayuan is actually relatively high, and the low-lying areas are probably submerged. At this time, the 4 girls guessed that Shinji must have obtained something like a boat, so he could travel. But with the wind so strong, could the boat drive steadily? But what they didn't expect was that in the next second, a black, strange-looking, huge thing that looked like a car and a boat stopped at their feet. The picture is at the bottom. The picture is at the end of this chapter, and the author has something to say. This? Before they could react, Shinji opened the sunroof of the armored vehicle and got out. "Jump down, and I'll catch you." To be honest, this height is still a bit high. If Shinji can't catch it, he will be drowned. While the other 3 women were still hesitating, Yumomo jumped down without thinking and plunged into Shinji's arms. "Momo is so brave." Shinji touched Yumomo's little head. Hearing Shinji praise Yumomo, the other 3 women also jumped down. They were even more surprised when they got into this vehicle. The space inside is much larger than expected. In addition to the 4 rows and 4 seats of the vehicle, there is also a large space in the rear that can be used for storage or cargo. Moreover, the car body and window glass are very thick. Even if half of the car body is immersed in water, there is no sign of water leakage inside the car. Brother, what is this? Is it a submarine? Nonsense, this is obviously a car. Brother Shin, where did you get this car? You're talking nonsense. Can your car be driven in water? Is this Shinji an amphibious armored vehicle? How can it still be soaked in water? Shinji sat in the driving seat at the front. Okay, don't make any noise. This is both a car and a boat. It's waterproof and windproof. Don't worry about where it comes from. You could just walk with me in peace, okay? Okay, the four girls said in unison. Shinji has actually only driven a car. As for boats, he has only driven the duck boats in amusement parks. Fortunately, the operation of an amphibious armored vehicle is not much different from that of a car. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if you don't know how to drive it. This car can be regarded as a solution to Shinji's urgent need. If he really just stays in 1602 and eats nothing, then sooner or later the supplies will run out. The four girls in the car were very excited, touching here and there, looking there, chattering nonstop. Shinji shook his head helplessly, feeling vaguely like he was taking a primary school student on a spring outing. But we can't blame them. Staying in the small 100 square meters of 1602 for a long time would make anyone feel bored. The roar of the armored vehicle's engine is still very loud, and the huge black vehicle is also very conspicuous. But in this extreme weather, no one will notice them, because the roar of the hurricane completely covered up the roar of the engine, and the pouring rain blurred the windows of every house. After driving out of the gate of the community, Shinji realized that the wind was much stronger than he thought. Even if the armored vehicle rushes forward at full power, the speed can only reach about 25 kilometers per hour, but the overall driving of the armored vehicle is still very stable. After all, the weight of this thing is here. Both sides of the road were empty, and most of the shops on the street were now underwater. Occasionally, you could see a few cars floating in the water and various debris. It was raining heavily and the sky was foggy. The sight was severely blocked. The girls could only see about a few meters in front of them. Moreover, many buildings were no longer visible. Without reference objects, it was easy to get lost. But Shinji was different. His insightful eye played a huge role at this time. Not only can he see the road conditions in the distance through the rain, but he can also look for landmarks and reference objects through underwater vision. Therefore, even if the weather was bad like this, Shinji still drove to the Vientiane shopping building accurately. Vientiane Shopping Tower is located in the most prosperous area of Donghai City and is also the largest shopping mall in Donghai City. The entire mall has 8 floors. The 2 underground floors are parking lots. The first and second floors are gold and diamond luxury goods. The third and fourth floors have everything, and the fifth and sixth floors are 2 shopping supermarkets, Nyoma Xiansheng and Waldad. This is the top priority of Shinji's trip. Food and water sources still need to be replenished, especially water. There is no shortage of other supplies, but water is the fastest to use. Nearly 1/3 of the water that we worked so hard to collect in the past few days was used in 3 days. After all, there are 5 people, and the water consumption is too much, so replenishing the water source is very important. The scale of these 2 supermarkets is more than 3 or 4 times larger than that of Lao Yunfa downstairs. It is estimated that the items in the warehouse will be enough for me to use for a while. The armored vehicle traveled for nearly 2 hours. Shinji and his party arrived at the downstairs of the Vientiane shopping building. It's not downstairs, it's on the first and a half floors. But when we got here, how to get in became a problem again. The gate was submerged underwater, and now the entire building is surrounded by walls. Just as the women were discussing how to enter, Shinji put the reverse gear on and backed away a certain distance, then stepped on the accelerator and hit the wall of the shopping mall. Boom! Ah! With a loud noise and the screams of several women, Shinji drove the armored vehicle and crashed through the outer wall of the mall. In fact, Shinji used his clairvoyant eyes to see that this location was relatively weak, with only glass and wooden walls, so he could easily break through. But even though he came in, the height was still awkward. The water level was neither up nor down. The first floor was flooded and the second floor was inaccessible. Shinji opened the sunroof and climbed up to the roof of the car to try. The height was almost high enough to reach the second floor. Shinji had no choice but to take out the automatic telescopic ladder on the roof of the car and set it up to the second floor of the shopping mall. After doing this, he gave each of the women a flashlight and a knife. Don't run around, don't stay too far away from me. Call me loudly if something happens and protect yourself. Chapter 39, Evil Polar Fleece. Most of the second floors of Vientiane shopping buildings are luxury stores. Shinji originally wanted to take the four girls up earlier to do business first, but the three women, Jiang Mimi, Feng Sisi, and Gu Yingying, were like wild dogs running loose at the moment and were not under Shinji's control at all. Brother Shin, come here. Look at this dress. Shinji walked towards Jiang Mimi and saw her pointing at a skirt with a price tag of 88,888 and asking, "Does it look good, Brother Shin?" In fact, this skirt is average, but once the price goes up, it looks exquisite and beautiful. It looks good. Shinji nodded. Then can I take it away? Shinji's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Mimi, so he nodded in agreement. Brother, come and take a look. Feng Sisi immediately ran over and pulled Shinji away. Brother, look at so many skincare products. There are also perfumes. Feng Sisi pursed her lips and groaned. Brother, you don't even know that I have only used free samples of these brands before, and I can't even afford formal clothes. Got it. Just pack it up. Shinji agreed directly. Brother is so kind. As soon as Feng Sisi finished speaking, Shinji was dragged away by Gu Yingying again. Shinji, look. The latest model of the Fruit 16. There are also headphones, speakers, and... But Shinji interrupted Gu Yingying directly. Take it. Each of you takes what you want to take, but not too much. Do you understand? At this time, Jiang Mimi got a few large shopping bags from somewhere and gave them to Feng Sisi and Gu Yingying respectively. Sister Yingying, get one for me if you are 16. Sister Yingying, I want one too. Just when the three girls were busy, Shinji found that only Yumomo had been following him quietly. Momo, do you have something you want? Yumomo raised her head and looked at Shinji in confusion. Since her brother's death, she felt that she had no desires or desires. She didn't care about anything except Shinji. Momo, come with me. Shinji took Yumomo into a gold shop called Zhou Laofu. Shinji looked at the price board at the door, 768 per gram. So expensive. If this were normal, I probably wouldn't dare to go in. Can I get a gold bracelet for Momo to wear? In fact, Shinji also felt that in the past, Yumomo could only be said to be introverted and didn't like to talk, but since the death of her brother, Yumomo's whole temperament has become extremely melancholy. It's the same at home. The other three girls have their own things to do and their own interests and hobbies. Jiang Mimi likes clothes and little skirts. Feng Sisi likes cosmetics and skincare products. Gu Yingying likes reading books and electronic products. Only Yumomo would just stare at herself when she was fine. Shinji looked at the various gold ornaments in the glass counter, and then used his right arm to gather strength. Just hear a bang. The entire counter glass shattered. Shinji picked out a gold bracelet with hollow gold wires, shook off the broken glass on it, and put it on Yumomo. Do you like it? Yumomo nodded like a fool. This is the first time I have received a gift from a man. Yumomo also had a rare smile on her face. Immediately afterwards, several other women came in response. When they saw the rings, bracelets, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and earrings all over the counter, they instantly turned into bandits, picked them up, and threw them into their shopping bags. Yumomo, on the other hand, stepped aside and smiled at the bracelet Shinji put on herself. Well, Gu Yingying also sighed after seeing this. There is no way. Acceptance and forgetting are a process. Feng Sisi also sighed when she saw this. Momo is obviously so beautiful, but it's a pity that she looks stupid now. Jiang Mimi threw a shopping bag directly to Yumomo. Quick, don't be idle, get whatever you want. An hour later, almost the entire second floor shop was looted by three female bandits. The three women could no longer hold the shopping bags in their hands, so Shinji asked them to leave them where they were and pick them up before leaving. Then the three girls pulled Yumomo up to the third floor happily, while Shinji put their things directly into the storage space, which didn't take up much space anyway. There are many hotels and restaurants on the third floor, but due to the power outage, the remaining food here has spoiled and cannot be requested anymore. There is nothing to gain from the third level. In addition to clothes, shoes, and bags, there is also a large gym on the fourth floor. There is not much to visit. Just when the five of them were about to go directly to the fifth floor to search, Gu Yingying, who was walking at the back, suddenly let out an oops. Shinji, there seemed to be something running behind me just now. The four girls huddled together instantly, while Shinji quickly walked to where Gu Yingying was just now. What is it? Shinji used his insightful eyes to check. I don't know, like a big mouse. Big rat. Shinji's night vision was relatively clear, but he found nothing unusual after looking at it for a while. You guys go up first, I'll stop you later. But as soon as Shinji finished speaking, Another rustling sound suddenly sounded from beside them. The women shrank into a ball instantly. Well, this time, Shinji finally saw what it was. An evil fleece. Shinji squatted down and saw a pair of round little eyes reflecting light in the darkness. Aha! Shinji called a few times, and the brown teddy walked out of the darkness with its buttocks twisted. Ouch! Why is there a puppy here? Jiang Mimi liked dogs very much, so she immediately knelt down and hugged the evil polar fleece. The girls also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, they were not afraid after knowing what it was. After all, they had basically killed people before. What they were really afraid of was the unknown and the darkness. Look how cute it is. Jiang Mimi touched Teddy's head. It's quite cute. Gu Ying also touched it. But why does it appear here? At this time, Shinji stared at the door of the gym and slowly said, because there are others here. The women instantly became alert. The door to this gym was pried open. Shinji slowly walked into the gym, followed by the women. However, as soon as he entered the door, Shinji saw other people besides the 5 of them. A disfigured corpse lying on the ground that had been eaten. Shinji shined a light on the corpse and saw that one arm and one leg were almost eaten away by something. Is someone eating people? Jiang Mimi exclaimed, but she understood immediately and looked at the evil fleece in her arms. At this time, Teddy was still wagging his short tail and looking at Jiang Mimi happily. Ah! Jiang Mimi yelled and threw Teddy aside. Gu Ying knelt down and looked at the body. One cut through the aorta, a clean cut. Shinji frowned and said, it seems that someone came before us. Feng Cece also looked worried and said, then shall we go back? Shinji pondered for a long time and then shook his head. No, we're here. Let's go up and have a look. After Shinji put the armored vehicle into the storage space, he still had about half of the space capacity, so it shouldn't be a big problem to search 2 supermarkets. Although it is a bit risky to go up rashly if you shrink back when you encounter the slightest danger, how can you become bigger and stronger? Chapter 40 Cold Arrow. Yintian Shopping Tower. 5 floors. Cows and horses are fresh. It's big and quiet here. The 4 women held hands and walked behind Shinji. After turning around for half a circle, Shinji felt that there should be no danger, just as he was about to start searching. He heard a whooshing sound next to his ears, and an arrow hit the merchandise shelf behind him. Turn off the flashlight and hide. After Shinji gave an order, the women turned off the lights in their hands and each found a bunker to hide. Shinji, on the other hand, used the night vision ability of the Insightful to continuously search in the darkness. Dude, I don't mean any harm. I just want to borrow some water. Can it be convenient? For a long time, no one responded. Just when Shinji wanted to use his clairvoyance ability to find where the person was, another arrow was shot at Shinji. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the arrow would have hit him between the eyebrows. So accurate. But this arrow also made Shinji angry. The other party obviously wanted his life. Shinji directly turned on the perspective and looked directly in front of him, but there was nothing within the 3 rows of shells directly in front of him. Is it at the back? Impossible. This arrow was shot from in front of him. When Shinji raised his head to search again, he saw a man standing on the top of the shelf 5 or 6 meters behind him, drawing his bow and aiming in his direction. Good boy. The action is quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he ran behind him. Shinji immediately activated his ability, created a phantom clone, and ran away from the women. Sure enough, the man immediately shot an arrow at the phantom. And Shinji's body secretly touched that person. In fact, he could just kill the man with 1 blow, but Shinji wanted to keep him alive to ask about the situation. So Shinji took advantage of the cover of darkness and successfully reached the shelf directly below the man. Just when he was about to take action, the man seemed to have noticed something and jumped up in an instant, preparing to jump elsewhere. Although this man moved very quickly, Shinji, who had the insightful eye, was faster than him. The moment the man took off, Shinji jumped up, grabbed his calf, and pulled the man down. Hearing a cry, Shinji pushed the man to the ground. Then Shinji took the bow and arrow out of the man's hand and threw it aside. At this time, Shinji felt that the man under him was frantically trying to break free from his restraints. But Shinji suppressed him to the ground with absolute force, making him unable to move. Just when Shinji thought he had it under control, the man took out a dagger from nowhere and stabbed Shinji hard. Seeing this, Shinji directly sat on the man's body, directly controlling the other's arms with one hand, pressing the other's hands above his head, and the other hand kept groping on the body of the man below him to prevent this man also had other weapons hidden on his person. At this time, the four girls also ran over quickly. When the flashlight illuminated the two of them, the four women all let out a cry of surprise. Wow! Under Shinji, he saw a woman twisting crazily. To be precise, it was a beautiful woman who was twisting wildly. Although this woman was wearing a pair of night vision glasses to cover half of her face, the exposed lower half of her face was still beautiful. At this time, one of Shinji's hands was still searching for something on the woman's body. Hey, have you touched enough? The woman's face was reddened, and she was looking angrily at the man on top of her. It was only then that Shinji discovered that this person was actually a woman. I was patronizing and disarmed, but I didn't see the gender clearly. No wonder I always felt like I caught something soft when I touched her body just now. I thought it was my imagination, but I didn't expect it to be true. Shinji grabbed the night vision glasses off the woman's face. Why did you sneak attack on us? You still want to kill me? At this time, the woman beneath her suddenly broke away a few times, but Shinji's strength was too great, and her struggle was meaningless. Why? You broke into my house without saying a word, and I can't defend myself? Besides, when did I want to kill you? The woman beneath him said, unconvinced. Seeing that the woman refused to admit it, Shinji said harshly, Your family? Did you drive Nyamaxi and Shing? The first place I came to was my home. The two started arguing like this. You reckless man, you gangster, if you have the guts, let me go and let's fight. Although the woman beneath him was completely suppressed by Shinji, she still screamed and tried to pick up the dagger that had just been knocked down. He wanted to sneak attack Shinji again. Duel on? You can't do a sneak attack at first, but why do you still challenge? I gave you a chance and you failed. Shinji saw that this woman was not only tough-talking, but also dishonest, so he had no choice but to resort to tricks. Shinji picked up the woman with one hand, then put her on his lap, raised his hand, and slapped the woman on the butt. Good. It's plump, soft, glutinous, and elastic, and it's big enough and feels great in the hand. At first glance, it seems that you must exercise regularly to maintain such a good figure. Stop talking back. After Shinji slapped him a few times, he asked the woman beneath him. At this moment, the woman's face was so red that she could bleed. Don't hit me anymore. I was wrong, isn't that okay? Only then did Shinji see the woman's face clearly. She was indeed beautiful, and the butt is super curvy. There is no but among the girls in 1602 that can match this woman's. Honestly, who are you? What do you do? After saying this, Shinji slapped him again. Endless aftertaste, can't put it down. The woman turned around and glared at Shinji fiercely. When she saw Shinji, she raised her hands and begged for mercy. Don't fight. I said, my name is Zhu Cece, and I came here to seek refuge. Escape? What refuge? Shinji asked curiously. I used to live in a nearby community, and I hid after I offended someone. Zhu Cece was extremely afraid of Shinji at the moment. In her eyes, Shinji's strength was simply ridiculous, and the slap on her but really hurt, but she didn't know why. There was so much pain in it. A little comfortable. At this time, Gu Yingying asked, You came here to take refuge and then killed the security guard? The corpse in the gym just now was wearing the clothes of a security guard. It should be a security guard in the mall. Kill the security guard? Kill what security guard? Zhu Cece looked innocent. Shinji slapped her again. Don't be so harsh. And that evil polar fleece, is it yours? This time, Zhu Cece finally stopped denying it. Evil polar fleece? You mean Cece? Have you seen Cece? As soon as Zhu Cece said this, everyone looked at Feng Cece. Jiang Mimi joked, Sister Cece, I feel like you have been scolded. Feng Cece rolled her eyes and said to Zhu Cece, Look how beautiful you are. There is so much food here. Why do you let dogs eat corpses? You are so perverted. Eating corpses? What on earth are you talking about? What corpse? What security guard? The day after I brought Cece here, that is, yesterday, she ran away. Also, I didn't want your life. I shot both arrows at your side, just to scare you away. Chapter 41 Shinji was shot over. At this time, Shinji also realized that something seemed wrong. How many arrows did you say you shot? Shinji looked at Zhu Cece, who responded with a dissatisfied expression. 2 arrows. The first arrow hit the shelf behind him. The second arrow was aimed at his own head. The third arrow was shot at his phantom clone. If Zhu Cece didn't want to kill herself, then who shot the arrow in the middle? Is there anyone else here? Turn off the lights. The moment Shinji shouted, another sharp arrow struck. Fortunately, Shinji quickly hid behind a row of shelves with Zhu Cece in his arms. Zhu Cece, who was still in Shinji's arms, whispered, "He's here." "Who?" "The person I'm hiding from." At this time, the mall's broadcast suddenly made a harsh sound of electricity. "Zila." Immediately afterwards, a man's voice rang out from the radio. "Leave the woman behind, then get lost." At this moment, Zhu Cece frowned, as if facing a formidable enemy, still haven't escaped. But Shinji smiled. He already had an immature idea in his heart. Shinji asked, "How many are there?" "One." Zhu Cece replied to Shinji. "Then he is very powerful?" Listening to Shinji's words, Zhu Cece smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I used to be a gold medal coach in the gym below. I am good at boxing, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, and archery. In addition, I am the champion of the women's group in the 10th Donghai City Free Fighting Competition and the runner-up in the 15th Women's Boxing Competition. But even so, I have no chance of winning against him, so I can only run for my life." And Shinji thought about it for a moment, and realized that Zhu Cece's appearance and figure were definitely at the level of a goddess. And this woman had a lot of time to accept the 4 daughters she could use to train her family. "Well, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How about this? I help you deal with him, and then you come with me?" Zhu Cece looked at the man holding her in his arms in confusion, and then nodded. Seeing his agreement, Shinji said, "It's a deal. I'm going to make you the #1 hipster in 1602. After listening to Shinji's words, Zhu Cece blushed again. First but? Indeed, Zhu Cece is the most popular female trainer in the gym downstairs. In addition to her high professionalism and ability, her unparalleled buttocks are also a weapon to attract many members. Then Shinji Chao reminded the girls, "Find a bunker and don't move. Nothing can happen to your goddesses." The male voice on the radio continued, "Don't worry, I won't hurt them. On the contrary, I will take good care of them. I will take care of every woman here to make them comfortable." As soon as the man on the radio finished speaking, Shinji rushed out suddenly. "I have just used my X-ray eyes, and if I use them again in a short period of time, my eyes will become unbearably sore and swollen." Shinji had tested it before and found that after his fluoroscopic eyes exceeded his limit, his eyes would become astringent and swollen with tears if he used them again for a short period of time. So at this moment, Shinji plans to determine the opponent's position first, and then capture it in one fell swoop. At this time, Shinji was moving quickly in the supermarket. When he passed by the self-service checkout machine and the cashier, he heard a hiss. An arrow penetrated Shinji's body and then penetrated deeply into the supermarket floor. Shinji was also shot over and fell into the supermarket cashier counter. At this time, the male voice on the radio laughed. "I thought you had some skills, but I didn't expect you to be an idiot." The girls were also very anxious at this time and hated themselves for not being able to help Shinji. In their eyes, Shinji was their husband and their only hope to survive in this apocalyptic world. Zhu Cece's night vision glasses were also damaged in the fight. At this time, she could only stare into the darkness. There was silence for a long time. In the dark, a man dressed in black, holding a bow and arrow, and wearing night vision glasses climbed down from the fire pipe on the ceiling. I saw him quietly touching the cashier counter, where Shinji had just been shot. The man came down to confirm Shinji's life and death. After getting closer, the man turned over and entered the counter, preparing to attack his opponent, but then he realized that there was no one at the cashier counter. Wrong! The arrow he just shot hit the opponent 100%, and it penetrated the chest. Not to mention killing him on the spot, the opponent should have at least lost the ability to move. What's more, I've been observing this position just now, and there is no way that the other party can escape from under my nose. He was hiding at the top of the ceiling, overlooking the entire supermarket. Shinji never moved after falling in, but now, the man in black was wondering when a whistling sound suddenly came from behind him. The man in black immediately drew his bow and shot 2 arrows behind him. Just listen to 2 dings. Bows and arrows and knives sparked in the darkness. Shinji shot 2 swords, while the man in black shot 2 arrows. Shinji only used 50% of the force for the first sword. After the sword and arrow collided, they each deviated from the trajectory. Shinji used all his strength for the second knife. The moment the knife collided with the arrow, he cut the entire arrow into 2 pieces. I saw the man's broken arrow passing close to Shinji's body. But Shinji's knife accurately hit the man's heart. Puff! The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground and looked at the knife on his chest in disbelief. He is obviously an expert with arrows. Moreover, the force of arrows shot from a bow is far greater than the force of objects thrown by human hands. There is no reason for him to lose. Shinji walked up to the man and said, "The arrow shot really accurately." Shinjigan's plan was to use the art of clones to create a physical clone, make some noise far away from the girls, lure them there first, and then wait for the opportunity. I didn't expect the opponent's arrows to be so accurate, so fast. Although Shinji's physical clone could only perform simple movements, it was still very fast. This man actually shot through his own clone with just one arrow. The physical clone, like the phantom clone, will disappear after being attacked. So, when the man in black walks over, he will find no one behind the counter. At this time, the man in black said with a painful look on his face, "How did you do it?" "Secret." Shinji smiled slightly. Just when he was about to ask a few more questions, the man in black spread his hands. Dead. There was once again a long silence in the darkness. The entire Neo Ma Fresh supermarket was eerily quiet and depressing. At this time, Jiang Mimi felt that her heart was about to jump out. Shinji didn't tell them to move, and none of them dared to move. Suddenly, Jiang Mimi felt someone coming behind her and hugging her. "Ah!" As Jiang Mimi screamed, Shinji hurriedly rubbed her hair. Don't be afraid, Mimi is me." Jiang Mimi turned on the flashlight to illuminate it, and tears came out of her eyes. "Brother Stinky Chun, you are so bad." Feng Sisi and Yumomo also rushed over and hugged Shinji, which made them worried. Especially when the man on the radio spoke just now, they all thought something had happened to Shinji. Gu Ying did not fight with a few girls, but said to Zhu Sisi, "Welcome to Join 1602. Chapter 42, Words that Peek into the Heart. Yinqian Shopping Tower. 5 layers of fresh cattle and horses. A sweet-looking woman with long hair was squatting on the ground, looking at the corpse in front of her. "How did you do it?" Zhu Sisi looked at the table knife that had penetrated deeply into the heart of the man in black, her face full of doubts. The table knife used as a weapon by Shinji has a long blade and a very short handle. This anti-human design makes it difficult to grasp, let alone pierce the table knife so deeply into the human body. Shinji smiled relaxedly. "I said it was a flying knife. Do you believe it?" Zhu Sisi shook her head and was about to say that she didn't believe it, but the powerful force when Shinji controlled herself just now made her change her words. "I don't know. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Just come with me." Shinji looked at Zhu Sisi in front of him. Although she looked sweeter, she had a pretty good figure. She was taller than Jiang Mimi. She had some slight muscle lines, but not exaggerated. She had a good figure, right-angle shoulders, swan neck, and peach butt. She can be regarded as a sunny and sporty beauty. "Where to go?" "You're home." "Yes." "Then you have to train a few of them. Not only will they be the same as you, but at least they will have some ability to protect themselves." After hearing this, Zhu Sisi looked at the 4 girls. Exercise and exercise are very hard, and the results cannot be achieved in a day or two. "We will work hard," the 4 girls said in unison. If only Jiang Mimi had experienced the anxiety of standing aside and watching, but being unable to help before. Now the other 3 women have also realized that in the apocalypse, there are crises everywhere. Even if you can't help, you should be a woman who doesn't hold Shinji back. "By the way, where did you see Sisi?" At this time, Zhu Sisi suddenly remembered that her dog had not been found yet. Several people burst into laughter after hearing this, but Feng Sisi had a dark look on her face. "Sisi, can you change the name of your man-eating dog?" "Huh? Why?" Zhu Sisi looked confused. Afterwards, Shinji sent the 5 girls downstairs to look for evil polar fleece, while he embarked on a search journey alone. Most of the fresh produce is fresh fruits and vegetables. Although there has been a power outage here for a long time, most of the food is still relatively well preserved due to the low temperature. Shinji directly activated his ability to slowly empty the shelves. Then Shinji closed his eyes and checked. It was indeed a large supermarket. Except for some rotten and spoiled food, the remaining fruits, vegetables, desserts, and snacks also took up enough of his 10% space. After the layer is cleaned, Shinji went straight to Wall's father upstairs. The products here are more comprehensive and there are more things. Shinji first walked to the beverage area and packed all the drinkable things into the space. Whether it's beer, liquor, wine, orange juice, pear juice, coconut juice, or fresh milk, yogurt, and pure milk, take away whatever you can drink. Then there is food, Everything that can be eaten and can fill the stomach is packed and taken away. There are also toiletries and sanitary products for girls. It wasn't until Shinji felt that there was nothing left to take on this floor that he stopped. Immediately afterwards, Shinji returned to the 5th floor and packed some fitness equipment and sports supplies from the gym into the space. This gym can be regarded as the largest gym in Donghai City, with the largest number of members. Opposite the gym was an archery club. Shinji walked in and packed up everything in the club. There are more than 50 bows, including compound bows, recurve bows, and traditional bows, thousands of bows and arrows of various types, as well as some strange arrows, finger guards, wrist guards, quivers, bowstrings, etc. Pack! Shinji noticed that there was one missing in the middle of the rack full of bows at the front desk of the club. He guessed that the man in black got the bow and arrows from here, and the security guard in the gym should also have died at the hands of this man because Shinji was there in the lounge of the gym. Traces of human life were found. A folding bed, a pile of food and drink supplies, and some cigarette butts. So the security guard on duty at the mall should have been there a long time ago. He has been living on the supplies from the supermarket. The two of them have not met since Zhu Cece came, so they don't know about each other's existence. After the man in black came later, when he was about to go to the archery club to get a bow and arrow, he discovered the security guard and killed him with a knife. At this time, Shinji's storage space still had 1/3 of its capacity. He stared at the remaining space in a daze. When will it be upgraded again? What does it mean to continue to make progress with the goddesses? The progress with several girls has been very fast recently, but all the goddesses have only reached level 2 before stagnating. Could it be that continuing to make progress is... Thinking of this, Shinji scratched his head. In his eyes, although Jiang Mimi was 20 years old, her personality was as simple as a child's, and he always felt a little unable to do anything. At this time, the system prompt sound that Shinji had been waiting for a long time finally came. Didi, it has been detected that the host is taking in a goddess. The system rewards materials, a multifunctional RV in the apocalypse. In addition, it is detected that the host has taken in 5 top goddesses, and an additional blind box of supplies will be awarded. Really? Just as Shinji guessed, when the food and drink are about the same, some other things will be given out as material rewards. Last time it was an armored vehicle. This time, it's a RV. But what Shinji didn't expect was that the system actually provided an additional blind box for supplies. Open? Of course not. Now I don't have as much storage space as before. If a big thing comes out, I won't have room to put it. It seems that taking down Jiang Mimi is on the agenda. Although I decided to start my career first and make it bigger and stronger, when winning women becomes part of making my career bigger and stronger, then do it. Besides, this can be regarded as a matter of love between the man and the concubine. If you are younger, just be younger. You're already 20 years old, so it is not a big problem. Ability is being distributed. Finally, it was the time that Shinji was most looking forward to. Didi. Distribution successful. Ability. Spoken into the heart. Ability. Peeping words bind the goddess Zhu Cece. Level. Level 1 can be upgraded to level 2 after making substantial progress with the goddess. Details. Activating the power can read a woman's current voice. It can be used once a day, one person can be read at a time, and the reading can last for about 10 minutes each time. Mind reading? Or only women? Shinji looked at the system panel and laughed. This time it was interesting. After all, he was also curious about what the 5 goddesses he had taken and were thinking about every day, whether they were completely loyal to him, and whether he could completely trust each other. Do the goddesses following me have emotional support, or are they just making a living? While Shinji was thinking, Zhu Cece's cries suddenly came from the 4th floor. Oops! Are there still enemies here? The superpower I just got? You haven't warmed up yet. Don't let the bound goddess disappear like this. What's more, there are 4 other women with Zhu Cece. Shinji, who was on the 5th floor, strode forward, jumped up suddenly, broke through the glass guardrail on the 4th floor, and ran towards the 5th girl. Chapter 43, Shun will never refuse. When Shinji rushed to the 5 girls, he saw Zhu Cece holding the evil polar fleece and crying nonstop. Jiang Mimi and Gu Yingying were comforting Zhu Cece. Her dog died. Yumomo pointed to Shinji an arrow on Teddy's body. Shinji breathed a sigh of relief and thought something had happened. Now it seems that the man in black is indeed a bit perverted, and he doesn't even let the dog go. But then Shinji thought about it. This dog had already chewed the security guard, and it would be a bit disturbing to take him home. Shinji looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's okay. I'll find a better one for you in the future. Shinji stepped forward to comfort Zhu Cece. I don't want anything better. Iban Shishi. I just want Cece. Zhu Cece cried sadly. Yumomo on the side was pulling on Feng Cece's clothes to tell her not to be impulsive. Let's go first, it's already very late. There is another person at home who just bought someone and doesn't know the details. Shinji is worried about being away from home for too long. I won't leave. I want my Cece. Zhu Cece was still out of breath and crying. Shinji picked up Zhu Cece and said, "Do you want to slap?" At this time, Zhu Cece barely stopped crying and muttered no. And when Zhu Cece saw the armored vehicle in front of her, her mouth opened wider than anyone else's. This is an armored vehicle. Who are you? How come there is such a thing? Although Zhu Cece has never seen an armored vehicle in real life, she has seen it in movies. But the armored vehicle in front of me is bigger, more handsome, and more technological than the one in the movie. And it can actually float in the water. Shinji jumped out first and opened the sunroof of the armored vehicle. Come on. I saw 5 girls jumping into Shinji's arms one after another. After getting in the car, Zhu Cece sighed again. The space inside this car is actually so large, and it can also be driven in water. After seeing Shinji driving the armored vehicle out of the hole where he came from, Zhu Cece finally realized, I'm telling you, why did you suddenly hear a loud noise at noon? It turns out you guys crashed in. Gu Yingying asked curiously. Then how did you get in? Of course I swam in. I swam all the way from Yuan. Yuan? Feng Cece said in surprise. It's not close to here. It's only 5 or 6 kilometers away. If the wind hadn't been too strong and there were too many dead people in the water, I would have been here in less than half an hour, Zhu Cece said in a show-off manner. Feng Cece continued to ask, Then how long have you been swimming? About 6 hours. 6 hours, the other 4 girls exclaimed. They could not imagine how much physical support it would take to swim in the cold water for 6 hours in such an environment. Zhu Cece then narrated her experiences during this period. Before the end of the world, she was alone at home with her dog. Just half a month before the end of the world, a man suddenly moved in across the street from her house. That's the man in black who just appeared in Yoma Fresh. When this person first arrived, he greeted me enthusiastically and said that he liked Evil Fleece very much. After a few interactions, we became familiar with each other. But gradually, Zhu Cece felt that this person seemed to be monitoring her. Zhu Cece went to the gym to work, and this man happened to go there to sign up for a membership. Zhu Cece took the subway home after work, and this man didn't even drive his car to accompany her on the subway. Zhu Cece even went downstairs to buy a lunchbox, and she could accidentally run into him. At first, Zhu Cece thought that he wanted to pursue her, so she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, with her conditions, there were indeed many people pursuing her. But after the end of the world, this man tried every way to get into his house, but he always locked the door and refused to open it. Until a few nights ago, when Zhu Cece had just fallen asleep, this man broke in by some unknown means and attempted to kill her. Zhu Cece thought that with her own strength, it would not be difficult to subdue the other party, but the man knocked her down with just a few moves. Even though he was proficient in various fighting skills, he was beaten without any chance to fight back. Just when Zhu Cece was about to die, a group of people suddenly broke in from outside the door. These people were the bullies in the community. They had been coveting Zhu Cece for a long time, so they broke in when they saw the door was open. At this time, the man in black started fighting with the group of people, and Zhu Cece took the opportunity to escape with the dog. She definitely couldn't stay in the community anymore. No matter who of the two groups won, her end would not be easy, so Zhu Cece gritted her teeth and became cruel, packed the dog in a plastic bag, and swam to the Vientiane shopping building at night. After all, there is food and water here, and the environment is familiar to me. It is a good place to stay. But there was a sudden loud noise at noon today, and Zhu Cece immediately put on the night vision glasses she got from the supermarket. After discovering Shinji and his party, Zhu Cece planned to shoot 2 arrows to drive them away, but who knew what happened next? Now his home is gone, his dog is dead, and he is about to be captured by another man. But fortunately, Shinji is quite good in appearance and figure, and people who can own armored vehicles at this time will definitely have a lot of supplies. It should be better to follow him than to wander around on your own. After hearing what happened to Zhu Cece, the girls were also glad that they had followed Shinji early. Otherwise, given their conditions, they would have been targeted by many people. The identity and purpose of the man in black was something Shinji couldn't figure out. If you want to pursue Zhu Cece, why do you want to kill her? Or is he just a simple pervert? And his skills are quite good, at least his archery skills are better than Zhu Cici's. And I heard from Zhu Cici that the man fought against 4 or 5 bullies alone, and not only lost his body, but also chased her all the way to the building. Then this man's close combat, his hands-on ability, and physical strength are definitely not bad either. Shinji shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, just think about it. Everyone was dead, and it didn't matter anymore. The wind at night is lighter than during the day. It was around 10 o'clock when we returned downstairs, which was just the right time. At this time, people coming and going from the auction should still be on the 26th floor, so this group of people will not be discovered by others. Shinji set up the telescopic ladder and let the 5 women go up first. He drove the armored vehicle to an uninhabited corner and put it into his storage space. After the armored vehicle was recovered, Shinji had even less storage space. Jiang Mimi, put it on your agenda. 1 man and 5 women were walking on the fire stairs, with Shinji walking at the front and Zhu Cici at the back. Just when Shinji was thinking about how to talk to Jiang Mimi, Zhu Cici, who was walking at the back, spoke first. Shinji, you are going to... Zhu Cici's voice was small tonight. After all, she is still an untouched little girl. Just when Shinji hesitated, Feng Cici suddenly said, you want good things. Don't talk about you. We haven't got a brother yet. Feng Cici's words confused Zhu Cici. Of the 4 beauties in the family, not one of them moved? Could it be that Shinji can't do it? No, he looks quite young. Although Shinji didn't use the word of prying eyes at this time, when he saw Zhu Cici's eyes, Shinji seemed to understand what Zhu Cici was thinking. Don't think blindly. This matter needs to be cultivated and developed slowly. And I don't want to force you, but if you need anything, Shun, will never refuse. As soon as Shinji finished speaking, the 4 women immediately surrounded him. Really, Brother Shin? Are you serious? Jiang Mimi's eyes changed when she looked at Shinji. Brother, choose me. Choose me. I'll show you in my shirt. Feng Cici pressed closely against Shinji. Gu Yingying, who has never fought or grabbed, this time also held Shinji's hand tightly. Shinji, you killed my boyfriend. You have to compensate me. Shinji looked innocent. Didn't Feng Mo do it yourself? Why are you blaming me? Even you Momo, who spoke the least and was the shyest, hugged Shinji's thigh and looked at Shinji with tears in her eyes. Chapter 44. Master, please wait and see. The 4 women discussed it to no avail. The group had no choice but to return to 1602 first. But Shinji didn't expect that except for Feng Cici, the other 3 women would also have this idea. In fact, when Feng Cici first came last time, the 2 of them almost had an accident. If it weren't for the security guard from the Self-Rescue Society, Shinji's physical enhancement might have been upgraded to the 3rd level. Later, after Jiang Mimi and Feng Cici got acquainted, they moved into the 2nd bedroom together, and Shinji had no chance again. Then, as soon as Gu Yingying arrived, Yumomo knocked on the door of 1602 with wounds all over her body, and Shinji missed the opportunity again. At this time, door 1602. Do you still have a generator at home? Zhu Cici was shocked again. Our family has more than just these things, Jiang Mimi said with a mysterious face. Sister Cici, don't be too outspoken. This is your home too. After listening to Jiang Mimi's words, Zhu Cici was also in a trance. Yes, this is her home too. And the man named Shinji in front of him will also be his man. Shinji took out the key and was about to open the door, but found that there were some varying degrees of paint peeling and scratches on the door frame and door body of the security door. It's just that the traces are very light, making it difficult for ordinary people to notice. And Shinji's insightful eyes made him notice this detail immediately. There were no such scratches and peeling paint before setting off in the morning, so these marks could only be made by someone during the day. It seems that some people still want to become shit. Shinji shook his head and smiled. He was actually expecting someone to die. It seems like the end times are really going to change things. Opening the door, a warm current hit my face. The lights are brightly lit in the room, and the air conditioner is kept at 26, which is just right, not too cold or too hot. At this moment, an almost naked girl walked out of the kitchen. When she saw a few people coming back, she immediately stopped what she was doing and walked quickly in front of them, and then knelt down directly on her knees. Welcome home, Master. Zhu Cici was not the only one who was shocked at this moment, but Shinji also didn't understand. He has seen some good people, but he has never seen such good people. Your family. Oh no, does our family all want this like this? Zhu Cici was already a little incoherent. Before Shinji could explain, Feng Cici suddenly jumped out and said, That's right. Cece, you haven't saluted the master yet, right? Why don't you make up for it quickly? Feng Cece is a master who does not suffer any loss. Zhu Cece just died one by one and disappeared one by one. She was holding her breath, and she happened to lie to Zhu Cece at this time. This? Owner! Zhu Cece bit her lip and whispered these two words. No, you're really screaming. Feng Cece covered her mouth to suppress laughter. Zhu Cece saw that all the girls were holding back smiles, and then she realized that Feng Cece had lied to her. You! It's a joke! My good sister, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Upon seeing this, Feng Cece immediately went up to coax Zhu Cece. This is my meeting gift for my good sister. Feng Cece took off the gold ring from her hand and put it into Zhu Cece's hand. Otherwise, if Feng Cece is smart, she will have to be trained by Zhu Cece in the future. If she offends Zhu Cece, she will not feel better. Zhu Cece, on the other hand, was confused by Feng Cece's tactics. She hesitated for a long time before she could say thank you to Sister Cece. What do you mean? Shinji looked at the girl kneeling on the ground. The girl looks young, thin, and has messy hair. My name is Guiyu. Thank you, Master, for buying me yesterday. From now on, I will be yours. The girl who calls herself Guiyu speaks very quietly. Shinji nodded. You may have misunderstood. What I wanted to buy yesterday was actually the old woman who was with you. Ah, Guiyu obviously didn't expect Shinji to say that. You go. As soon as Shinji said this, the women's reactions were also different. Jiang Mimi looked at Shinji in confusion. Doesn't his brother Shin like to take in all kinds of homeless girls? How come I don't want to buy it myself? Gu Ying was also a little puzzled. Is it because this girl is not pretty enough? Shinji doesn't seem to be such a superficial person. Yumomo doesn't care so much. Shinji will do whatever he says, and he won't have any opinions whether he wants it or not. Zhu Cece didn't have any objection. She came later than others and had nothing to say. Now that she was hungry, she just wanted to ask when the meal would be served. But Feng Cece was in the atmosphere this time. She didn't look at Shinji, but at the girl named Guiyu. If Shinji didn't accept her, was there something wrong with this girl? Please take me in. Guiyu lowered his body this time and knelt in front of Shinji. What can you do if you stay? Shinji asked. I can do anything. I can cook, wash, mop and clean. Guiyu said sincerely. I just beg you not to kick me out. Good. Shinji suddenly changed his mind and agreed. Cece, can I still live in your house? Feng Cece was suddenly confused by Shinjiwen. Her own family? Her home was livable before, and she could barely survive the cold. But now she doesn't know. Should can? Okay, Guiyu, listen. From now on, you will live in 1603. I can no longer live here. I can provide you with food, but you have to come over and clean at 10 o'clock every night. Can you do that? After hearing what Shinji said, Guiyu thought for a moment and then agreed. I can do it. Master, please wait and see. Good. At this time, the time for peeking into the heart has just expired. Guiyu? Immediately afterwards, Shinji took the key to Feng Cece's house and settled Guiyu in 1603. In fact, the overall environment of 1603 is not bad. Except for not a single window glass left, everything else is normal. After Shinji returned to 1602, the girls were already busy making food. The first thing Shinji said when he entered the door was to tell Zhu Cece to start training the girls immediately. Then I'll start tomorrow. Zhu Cece responded to Shinji. No, start right after dinner. The women wanted to complain when they heard this, but then they thought that Shinji was doing this for themselves, so they nodded in agreement. This night was the best night Zhu Cece had in recent days. A warm, big bed, a fragrant and soft quilt, air conditioning, a toilet, water and electricity, and almost no noise from outside. When she woke up, she found that Shinji had filled the living room with fitness equipment. Dumbbells, barbells, gantry racks, rowing machines, bench presses, treadmills, dumbbell benches, and spinning bikes. We have them all. This is just like a small gym. Zhu Cece looked surprised. Where did you get these things? This equipment is actually the same type as that used in my gym. Not only are they the same model, they are the same one. These were all put into the storage space by Shinji yesterday. The other 4 girls were called up by Shinji early to start physical training. At this time, Shinji, who was only wearing a vest, also showed off his strong figure. Zhu Cece looked at Shinji's figure and swallowed hard. Shinji, how long have you been practicing? It seems like more than half a month. After hearing Shinji's answer, Zhu Cece curled her lips. If you don't want to say it, just say it. Why did you lie to me? No, it's not. I testify, Brother Shin really only practiced for a few days, and then he practiced like this. At this time, Jiang Mimi, who was on the treadmill, was breathless and explained to Shinji. All right, Coach Zhu, let's get started. Shinji ordered. Exclamation point. Girls, come on. Chapter 45, Monthly Examination in the End Times. Lunch. Boiled chicken breast, egg white vegetable salad, and brown rice. Sister Cece, do you eat these every day? Jiang Mimi was chewing chicken breast, but she really couldn't swallow it. It was like eating paper, tasteless. Not entirely. I have an indulgent meal once a week. On this table, only Zhu Cece and Shinji could eat these things. Zhu Cece is used to eating it every day. Shinji doesn't have to maintain his figure at all, and he won't gain weight by eating. He eats this purely to set an example for the girls, and he eats it without hardship. Koumyeon, Koumyeon, eat everything in the bowl. 7 points for eating and 3 points for practice. If you're not full, how can you continue to practice in the afternoon? Eat quickly. Zhu Cece dreams of returning to the gym at this moment. The first half is physical fitness, the second half is strength. After the day's training, the 4 girls were lying on the sofa dying. Shinji sat on the balcony and exchanged information with Zhu Cece about the girls. Gu Yingying and Feng Cece both have some basic training skills. They usually go to the gym occasionally, so their physical fitness is not bad, but they are somewhat lacking in strength. Despite Yu Momo's small stature, she is actually the strongest among the girls. The last one, Jiang Mimi, was not good. Her physical strength, IQ, was all flawed. Today's dinner is boiled beef and soba noodles. The women who ate again complained endlessly. After the meal, Shinji took out the archery target and several bows from the space. Zhu Cece was shocked again when she saw this. These things were obviously from the archery club. How did Shinji bring them back? I brought so much. The other girls have already gotten used to all this. It wasn't until almost 11 o'clock in the evening that today's training ended. The 4 girls all rushed to take a shower and go to bed. After practicing for a whole day, no one could bear it. At this time, Shinji Tsai let Guiyu in, who had been waiting outside for half an hour, and asked him to wash the dishes, mop the floor, and clean. After Guiyu finished doing this, Shinji gave her a bag of bread and 2 bottles of water and asked her to go back. Seeing this, Zhu Cece couldn't help but ask, "You don't trust her?" Shinji asked directly, "Isn't it obvious enough? Then you can trust me?" Zhu Cece was confused. She obviously came later than Guiyu. "You can trust me." Shinji changed the topic and continued, "But if you dare to betray me, I will rape you first and then kill you." Zhu Cece shuddered when she heard these 4 words, but when she looked at Shinji, she found that Shinji was smiling. "Don't be afraid. I was joking." After Shinji finished speaking, he also returned to the room to sleep. Over the course of the following week, Shinji and Zhu Cece took the other 4 girls to train day and night. At first, Shinji was worried that some of the goddesses would train too hard and turn into muscular girls. But later Zhu Cece told Shinji that it was not that easy to become a big girl. Their training method would only make the 4 girls' figures more shapely. Indeed, after this week of training, Jiang Mimi has lost weight, and her temperament is purer and more attractive than before. Feng Cece had a little belly before, which was not visible, but felt a little fleshy. Now she has lost 70 to 80 caddies and looks more sunny and charming. Most importantly, her bust has not shrunk, but looks more majestic. Gu Yingying's legs were originally well-proportioned and plump, and now her legs are even more perfect. After losing a few pounds, the proportions of her waist, hips, and legs are even more sexy and attractive. The only one who hadn't changed much was Yu Momo. She was originally thin and petite, and her figure was almost perfect in every aspect. In terms of actual combat, the 4 girls are also quite competitive. Although the training lasted only a week, the women's physical fitness and strength were greatly improved. Not only that, the archery skills of the women have also improved from being unable to draw the bow at the beginning to being quite accurate now. Especially Jiang Mimi. Although this girl was not good at anything at the beginning, after this week of devilish training, her progress is the greatest among the 4 girls. She seems to have a talent for archery. She can shoot whatever she points at within 10 meters, and can even hit the novice nightmare moving target. The other 3 girls are not bad either. Although Yu Momo is the smallest, she is extremely strong. By the 7th day of strength training, she could bench press 70 kilograms per set, and this is not even her limit. Her body is also very flexible and pliable, so Zhu Cece taught her some close combat skills. Feng Cece and Gu Yingying have balanced development. Everything about them is okay, but nothing is outstanding either. Of course, the person who was the most tired this week was Zhu Cece. The girls were a little resistant at first and complained about hardship and tiredness. But when Shinji said that whoever practiced best could sleep with him in the second bedroom, the four girls instantly felt like they had been given a shot of blood. Not only are they scrambling to use the equipment, but they also have to go to Zhu Cece alone for makeup lessons when they have various questions and puzzles. Sometimes Zhu Cece can't rest until 2 or 3 in the morning. But the worst thing was the wall of Shinji's house. It is riddled with holes and potholes. When Feng Cece first started practicing archery, she was almost shot to death by Shinji. During this week, Shinji would pack everything up as usual and let Guiyu in to clean up the kitchen and clean the house. Shinji's attitude towards her also slowly changed. From the beginning, he only gave Guiyu a bottle of water and a piece of bread. By last night, Shinji had already brought instant noodles, hot water, and pickled mustard to Guiyu. Every time Guiyu came in, he would look around curiously and say a few words to Shinji. Until tonight. Until now. The 30th day of the end of the world. Tonight's dinner is no longer boiled meat and vegetables. Shinji directly asked the girls to order and tell them what they wanted to eat or drink. However, the women held their own opinions and could not unify. Jiang Mimi and Feng Cece wanted to eat hot pot. Gu Yingying and Zhu Cece wanted to eat fried vegetables, but Yu Momo was different. She said she wanted to eat Shinji. In the end, Shinji directly told the girls that everyone would eat what he took. Then, Zhu Cece slapped herself hard twice. She really didn't expect that Shinji could actually take out the king crab from the bedroom. Or one per person. If there is such a thing, why don't you take it out earlier? I also eat branpharyngeal vegetables with my 4 daughters every day. After having enough wine and food, Shinji suddenly spoke. Do you know why you are suddenly required to undergo this week of devil training? It's to give us some ability to protect ourselves. Gu Yingying answered Shinji. That's right, but that's just one aspect. There's another reason. Guess it. After hearing what Shinji said, the 4 girls, except Feng Cece, all shook their heads. I know. Brother has made a new move. Feng Cece raised her hand and replied. That's right. Cece is so smart. Shinji looked at Feng Cece. Indeed, Feng Cece, who is a master of tea art, is definitely the smartest among these 5 girls. Not one. It's been a month since the end of the world. I will hold a monthly exam tomorrow, and the content of the exam will be this week's training content. After hearing what Shinji said, the 4 women looked shocked. Only Zhu Cece didn't understand the meaning. The other 4 girls had already gone through a similar examination before, but she didn't understand it when she first arrived. Tomorrow Mimi will be in a group with Momo, Cece will be in a group with Yingying, and Cece will be in a group with me. After the personnel were assigned, Shinji gave a rough outline of his plan. After explaining it to the girls, the 5 girls went directly to rest. Then Shinji let Guiyu in and cleaned up. Just when Guiyu packed everything and was about to leave, Shinji suddenly stopped her. Come here early tomorrow morning. Take your belongings with you and live here from now on. Guiyu's eyes widened after hearing this. Finally, he no longer had to suffer from the cold and could not sleep due to the low temperature and the sound of wind all night long. I'm about to get through it. Then Shinji spoke again. I will go out with a few of them tomorrow. Then you can help Feng Cece and Gu Yingying have lunch. When Guiyu heard this, he knelt down again. Thank you, Master. Chapter 46, the exam begins. The 31st day of the end of the world. Early in the morning, Shinji called out the girls. At this time, there was a bag of fried dough sticks, a bucket of soy milk, a few bowls of tofu, and a piece of miso-flavored pancake on the table. Where did you get these things? The rice cooked by Shinji once again opened Zhu Cece's eyes to the fact that this is the end of the world. Where did Shinji get these smoky breakfasts? In fact, Shinji had searched this at Lao Yunfa before and almost forgot about it until he took it out. At breakfast, Shinji then began to distribute weapons. Each of the 5 women had a bow and 2 quivers, containing about 50 or 60 arrows. Each of the 4 women had a dagger, and Yu Momo had 2. In addition, Shinji also gave each of the 5 girls 2 pieces of stab-proof clothing from the archery club and asked them to wear them under their clothes. It's just that the quality of this anti-stab suit is really average. After the girls were all ready, Shinji finally said, let me tell you about the content of this exam. 2 questions. Protect yourself and kill the enemy. My requirements are very simple. If you can protect yourself without getting hurt, you will pass. On the contrary, no matter how many enemies you kill, you will fail. What I said before is to do no harm. Cece, please repeat it again. Feng Sisi was stunned for a moment, and then said, "The four no harms are, don't harm yourself, don't harm your family, don't be harmed by the enemy, and protect your family from being harmed. Good luck." Shinji smiled at Feng Sisi, and she actually remembered everything he said casually. "We are a family, and a family should support and help each other. I reiterate that the first thing to do is to protect yourself. If you have trouble that cannot be solved, just call me loudly. Do you understand everything?" "Understood." The five women's voices were loud. Except for Zhu Cece, the other four women looked expectantly. Ever since Zhu Cece learned about the content of the exam last night and the last test the four girls had taken, she had been feeling very uneasy. After all, she and Jiang Mimi were the only ones here who hadn't actually killed someone yet. Half an hour later, Shinji let Guiyu in and then set off with the three girls. At this time, only Feng Sisi, Gu Yingying, and Guiyu were left in the room. It's approaching noon. Guiyu looked at the time. "Oh, Sister Yingying, I forgot to bring water back." Gu Yingying, who was making dumplings, looked up at Guiyu. "Water?" "Yes, it's the water that the master has given me these days. I didn't want to finish it, but I left in a hurry this morning and forgot to bring it back." "What a brain," Guiyu said as he patted his forehead. "Looks remorseful." Feng Sisi on the side said to Guiyu, "Then you can go and get it when my brother comes back." After hearing this, Guiyu did not agree or refuse. It's okay to wait until the master comes back, but didn't the master say before he left that he might be late or not come back tonight? I'm afraid that someone will steal the water wherever I put it. Water resources are so scarce now, so every bottle of water should be cherished, right? At this time, Gu Yingying thought for a while, then put down the dumpling wrapper in her hand, opened the door for Guiyu, and then opened the security door. "Okay, then go and come back quickly. I won't lock the security door. Just knock on the door when you come back." "Okay, I'll be back right away." Guiyu's expression couldn't hide his excitement. And just after Guiyu left, Feng Sisi and Gu Yingying looked at each other. Immediately putting down the things in their hands, the two first moved the generator back from the security door, then laid the table down against the door, and then the two moved some sundries to secure the table firmly. At the door. After that, the two of them took out the weapons that Shinji had distributed in the morning and laid them out, then put on 2 layers of stab-proof clothing under thick clothes. Just as I finished doing this, there was a knock on the door. "Is it Guiyu?" Gu Yingying quietly moved towards the door. "Sister Yingying, it's me. I'm back with some water. Please open the door for me." Guiyu's voice came from outside the door. Now, outside the door, there were many people standing around Guiyu. The corridor on the 16th floor, from the fire escape staircase on the 15th floor to the corridor on the 17th floor, were all full of people. There are more than 40 people. There were both men and women among these people, but most of them were middle-aged or young people, holding various weapons in their hands. There were kitchen knives, fruit knives, and even screwdrivers, as well as wooden sticks, iron sticks, and even people holding glass bottles. There was an anticipation on everyone's face. They knew it in 1602. It's equivalent to having countless supplies. And when Guiyu told them that there were only 2 women in the room at the moment, they couldn't hide their joy. Especially for men, it is no secret that Shinji hides his beauty in the golden house of the apocalypse. When the time comes, first break through 1602, and then set up an ambush to eradicate Shinji. Sun Qian, the mastermind of this incident, was on the stairs on the 17th floor overlooking the overall situation. Kill Shinji. She has the whole neighborhood under her control. These nearly 50 people are all her people, that is, people from the auction. Relying on the auction activities during this period, Sun Qian accumulated enough supplies and a good enough reputation. In addition, she is generous. When she comes to work at the auction, she is given 3 meals a day, a stable place to live, and even a hot meal every day. You know, there is a water and power outage now, and many people can't even drink water. By joining the auction, you can not only drink hot water, but you can even eat hot meals. So within just 1 week, the number of people attending the auction increased several times. In fact, the little bit of commission earned from the auction is not enough to support their expenses. As for why Sun Qian owns so many supplies, it all starts with the women she auctions off every night. Every woman who was auctioned off belonged to Sun Qian, except Zhou Shunmei. Sun Qian's plan was to set up the auction first and then auction the women. Of course, these women are all hers. After selling them at a high price, she would let the women stay in the buyer's hands first and slowly gain their trust. Then just like now, get the buyer, because those who can afford a woman in the apocalypse must have a lot of material at home, so Sun Qian succeeds frequently. With a large amount of supplies accumulated in her hands, she immediately began to recruit troops. A week ago, she finally waited for the biggest rich man in the entire community, Shinji. At first, Sun Qian was worried that there were too many beauties around Shinji, and Guiyu was not charming enough. As expected, Shinji didn't keep Guiyu, but he didn't drive Guiyu away either, and just kept fishing for Guiyu. Although Guiyu was having a hard time in 1603, Sun Qian still let her stay there and wait for the opportunity. After all, she had already tried to forcefully pick the lock. It can't be pried open at all. Door frame, door body, door look. For one day, Sun Qian and others tried their best, but failed to break through a security door. Finally, last night, Guiyu came to report that he would officially move into 1602 tomorrow. The opportunity one had been waiting for is finally here. Just now, Guiyu sent someone to pass on the message that the time has come. All 46 people at the auction are out. Gu Yingying took a deep breath and then opened the door of 1602. The exam begins. Chapter 47, 1602, Blocking Battle. Just when Gu Yingying opened the door, the man standing in front suddenly rushed into the house. The moment the man stepped into the house, Feng Cece, who had already drawn the arrow to the bowstring, released the bowstring. There was only a whoosh sound. The man fell out on his back before he even set foot inside the house. There was an arrow with green feathers stuck in his eye socket. This arrow caught everyone present by surprise. They looked at each other and then focused their attention on Guiyu. Guiyu was also confused at this time. She didn't know what was going on. And then, another arrow flew out from 1602 and hit a man's shoulder. This time, everyone reacted. Oh my God! There's an ambush! Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly! Don't squeeze me! You're squeezing me to death! When the people on the 15th and 17th floors heard the commotion, they thought they had succeeded, so they rushed inside frantically. Everyone was afraid that if they went in too late, they would have nothing to take away. For a moment, the crowd was in chaos. The people at the auction were just like the marriage described by Mr. Qian Zhongshu in Fortress Besieged. People inside want to get out, and people outside want to get in. Everyone was crowded together, and the people at the back didn't know what was happening and just kept trying to squeeze in frantically. The people in front were being shot one by Feng Cece. They all wanted to run out first, but they couldn't escape at all. At this time, Sun Qian, who was on the fire escape on the 17th floor, finally discovered something was wrong. She took out a handheld loudspeaker from her bosom. Don't push. Don't panic. Sun Qian shouted as she pushed through the crowd and walked down. When she passed through the crowd, she clearly felt that many people were taking advantage of her, and there were always a few dishonest hands around her. But she couldn't care less about that at the moment. Get out of the way. Anyone who squeezes in any more will have no food tonight. At this moment, the rioting crowd gradually calmed down. Sun Qian then came to the corridor on the 16th floor. What happened? We were ambushed, said a man with an arrow in the shoulder in panic. Sun Qian looked at the scene in front of her, and after a brief surprise, she looked at Guiyu. Then Sun Qian asked, who was responsible for following Guiyu when he left the house? A man in the crowd spoke up. It's me. Sun Qian pulled the man out and asked, after Guiyu left, did anyone enter or leave this room? The man continued, no. Hearing the man's words, Sun Qian threw the loudspeaker in her hand to the ground. Damn it, there are only 2 women in the room, and you can't take them down. I feed you guys for nothing? Sister Qian, they have bows and arrows, said the man with an arrow in the shoulder in pain. A bow and arrow is not a gun. With so many of us, can't we break through the defense of just 2 women? Sun Qian continued to say to the crowd, whoever rushes in first will be rewarded with meat and vegetables for 3 days. Whoever can take down 1602 will be rewarded with a woman for 1 month. Originally, these people were still hesitating and afraid. But after hearing that the rewards would be meat dishes and a woman of 1 month's age, the passion of the men in the crowd was instantly ignited. At this time, someone had already brought the explosion-proof shield from the security room and placed it in the front. Listen to my command. Superior. The people at the auction launched a second charge. Compared to just now, these people are now full of energy. I have to say that Sun Qian is quite capable of leadership. With just a few words, she calmed everyone's emotions, and then they regrouped and launched another attack. It's not that difficult, actually. It's the end of the world, and aren't these the only things men want? Either women or supplies. This time, Feng Cece and Gu Yingying were obviously having a hard time blocking the attack, because the blast shield can deflect the arrows of both people. So Feng Cece lowered her shooting height and shot the arrow at the feet of the person holding the explosion-proof shield. Middle. The man holding the explosion-proof shield at the front fell down, holding his feet and shouting in pain. At the same time, Gu Yingying seized the opportunity and shot 3 arrows in a row, hitting 3 people again. But even so, the people at the auction were still slowly approaching the gate because the others immediately picked up the blast shield and stood in front. Shishi, no, think of a way. Gu Yingying shouted, if this continues, the door will be breached soon. But Feng Cece didn't panic at all. She skillfully picked up another compound bow. This bow was half the size of an ordinary bow. This was something Shinji had given to Feng Cece alone before. On the day when the girls were just learning, Feng Cece almost shot Shinji to death with an arrow. Shinji gave this steel ball composite bow to Feng Cece. There's a laser sight on it, so no matter how bad Feng Cece is at learning, this thing can allow her to temporarily respond. However, Shinji explained that this kind of steel ball composite bow is more powerful, so there is no place for her to practice for the time being. At this moment, Feng Cece also used it for the first time. Hope it helps. Feng Cece loaded the steel balls, installed the grip, then turned on the laser sight and fired towards the door. All I heard was a few bangs. The steel balls shot at the explosion-proof shield did not bounce off like arrows, nor did they directly break the explosion-proof shield. Instead, they were firmly embedded in the explosion-proof shield. It's useful, Cece. Keep going. Seeing that it worked, Feng Cece gained confidence and continued to load steel balls, but her hands were shaking a little at this time. The continuous shooting just now had already made her a little tired, and now the recoil of the steel ball compound bow was too great, making her arms numb. When the people at the auction saw that the bulletproof shield was about to collapse, they tried even harder to squeeze in. Just as the man holding the explosion-proof shield arrived at the door of 1602, the explosion-proof shield, which was already riddled with holes, finally couldn't hold and shattered. But even so, the men at the auction had already arrived at the door of 1602. Fortunately, the table overturned by the 2 men earlier blocked the men's steps. At this time, all the steel balls had been used up, and Feng Cece once again picked up her compound bow, put an arrow on it, and strung it to support Gu Yingying. Although Feng Cece and Gu Yingying's archery skills were average, the distance between the two sides was too close, and the crowd density at the auction was high, which meant that the 2 women could hit the target with any shot, as long as they shot in the right direction, towards the door. This also led everyone at the auction to mistakenly believe that the 2 women were sharpshooters who never missed their target. After losing the protection of the explosion-proof shield, the people in the front dared not show their heads again. So the situation became awkward again. The men in the front wanted to lift the table and use it as a cover, or simply overturn it to remove the obstacle at the door. However, the miscellaneous items that Feng Cece and Gu Yingying had placed on the table were too heavy for them to lift, let alone push over. At this time, Sun Qian came out again and spoke. You two, why don't we cooperate and let us in? After we capture 1602, we will divide the supplies together. I can guarantee your safety. The 2 women didn't speak. Sun Qian continued. Do you want to be a slave to someone like Shinji for the rest of your life? Are you willing to be someone else's plaything for the rest of your life? The 2 women remained silent. At this time, the man who was at the front stuck his head out to see what was going on. But as soon as he stretched out half of his head, he was shot through by a bow arrow with purple feathers. The red and white ones were left on the ground. Smelly bitch. If you don't eat the toast, you'll have to drink it as a penalty. Sun Qian was really angry now. At this time, several people from the auction brought down a table from upstairs and prepared to hold it in front to break through the 2 women's defense line. Just when Sun Qian was about to order another charge, screams came from upstairs. Chapter 48 Fierce Battle at Auction. Building? What happens? Sun Qian looked up and saw the crowd in the fire escape crowded together again. There were shouts of killing, screams, and shouting in a chaotic mess. At this time, in the corridor of the 17th floor, Shinji held knives in both hands and walked toward the crowd step by step. At this time, everyone at the auction looked at Shinji like a monster. This man suddenly attacked from upstairs with a short-handled machete in each hand. He didn't say a word and just chopped people in sight. Because most people had their backs to the stairs just now, no one noticed him. When everyone heard the screams and turned around, 7 or 8 people were already lying in a pool of blood. At this time, Shinji's feet were already full of corpses or people lying on the ground wailing. Blood flowed slowly down the stairs. At this time, Sun Qian finally squeezed over. She also panicked when she saw Shinji, But then she thought about how there were so many people among her. Could she still be afraid that he would be alone? This person is Shinji. If you win him, he will be rewarded with meat and vegetables for a year. 2 women. Those who were originally frightened by Shinji. After hearing Sun Qian's words, desire ignited in their eyes again. A year of meat, vegetables, and 2 women? Shinji shook his head and smiled. Sun Qian had spent a lot of money this time. There were only a few women who survived in the apocalypse, so she gave it to 2 at once. Moreover, even Sun Qian could not eat this meat every day. Shinji had just visited the auction house on the 26th floor and collect all the supplies there. In fact, there wasn't much, just about 1,000 kilograms of rice and noodles each, as well as some snacks, canned pork, and very few fruits and vegetables. Superior. As soon as Sun Qian finished speaking, the men rushed toward Shinji like crazy. To be precise, towards women and meat and vegetables. Looking at the men rushing towards them one by one, they roared, raised their weapons, and their eyes were full of ferocity. Only now did Shinji understand the meaning of the word desperado. However, he also practiced with Zhu Cixi during this period, so the current Shinji is no longer the fighting novice he was before. Shinji didn't panic at all. Taking advantage of the length of the 2 machetes in his hands, he continued to kill his opponents while resolving the attacks one by one. Other side. In the corridor on the 1st floor, an arrow with blue feathers accurately hit the head of an auctioneer. Then came 2, then 3. There's another ambush, someone in the crowd shouted. I saw the door of 1603 on the other side of the corridor. Jiang Mimi was constantly drawing the bow and shooting arrows at the crowd. Her archery skills are much better than Feng Cixi and Gu Yingying, and it can be said that every arrow she shoots hits its target, and every arrow hits the head or the heart. Kill with 1 shot, quick and clean. Faced with this 3-way siege, the crowd was completely panicked, and everyone at the auction began to retreat. Sun Qian kept shouting and trying to give orders, but her voice was completely drowned out by the crowd. At this time, there is an encirclement of bows and arrows in the 1602 meters ahead. There is an archer on the other side of the corridor behind, and there is a killer on the 17th floor of stairs upwards. The only way is to go down. The crowd began to slowly move down, and at the staircase on the 15th floor, Zhu Cixi had already drawn her bow and waited for a long time, but just when a man rolled and climbed towards Zhu Cixi at the stairs. But she hesitated. Can you do it yourself? It is not difficult for her to kill someone by hand, but it is not easy by thinking about it. At this time, the man who had just rushed down had already slashed at Zhu Cixi with a kitchen knife in his hand. At this critical moment, Zhu Cixi's arrow shot out. An arrow with red fletching hit the man's eye socket. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After killing the first one and crossing the hurdle in her heart, Zhu Cixi's eyes became firm. Because everyone who rushes down here wants their own lives. I will never sit still and wait for death. Next to Zhu Cixi, Shinji nodded with satisfaction. In fact, the Shinji beside Zhu Cixi is just a physical clone created by the real Shinji. If Zhu Cixi can't do it, then he will take action directly. During this week, besides training with Zhu Cixi, Shinji also did one more thing. That is the art of exploring one's own clone. After many experiments, Shinji knew the general situation of the clone. The phantom clone has no entity. It is just a pure illusion. But its appearance, clothing, and figure will be exactly the same as the real Shinji. Moreover, the phantom clone created can move and remain still, but the moving clone lasts for a shorter time and can only perform some simple actions. The physical clone is truly visible and tangible, but its various data are only about half of Shinji's. Everything the physical clone sees and hears will be received by Shinji's body, which is equivalent to him being able to control 2 bodies with 1 brain. However, the physical clone can only perform some simple mechanical movements. It is not realistic to use it to kill enemies fiercely, but it is still possible to use the clone to resist the attack a little. It's just that whether it's a phantom or an entity, both clones will disappear after being attacked. In the building, the people at the auction were besieged from all sides. There were originally nearly 50 people in the team, but now only a dozen people were still standing. Rushed to the other side of the corridor, Sun Qian discovered that there seemed to be only one woman shooting arrows in the direction of 1603, which was also the easiest place to be breached. Rush! Several men rushed in the direction of 1603 with their heads on the wooden tables. But before they reached the place, the 2 men carrying the table suddenly fell to the ground. Ah! One of the men covered his feet and screamed. The other man who fell to the ground was killed by Yumomo before he could scream. Immediately afterwards, Yumomo ran nimbly in the corridor, killing the few remaining people at the auction one by one. And after losing the cover of the table, Jiang Mimi felt like a fish in water, as powerful as a tiger, as hungry as a tiger, and as thirsty as a wolf. At this time, the two women from 1602 had already come out from the door. Shinji stood in the fire escape on the 16th floor, almost turning into a bloody man. Everyone who was trying to escape was also hit by Zhu Cixi one by one. Kill. The entire 16th floor corridor and fire escape were filled with corpses. At this time, the only ones still standing in the corridor were Sun Qian and Guoyu. Of course, this was Shinji's special instruction not to kill him first, otherwise he would have been shot in the head by Jiang Mimi. Sister Qian, why are you doing this? Shinji took out a bottle of mineral water and washed his face and arms. Sun Qian still can't believe the scene in front of her. She obviously brought more than 40 people here. Why are there only 2 people left now? I don't understand. How did you know? Again, Sun Qian looked at the scene in front of her, her whole body trembling. How did you do it again? I didn't kill you just now. Firstly, because I wanted you to die clearly, and secondly, because I wanted to ask you if my guess was correct. After listening to Shinji's words, Sun Qian smiled bitterly and shook her head. If he wasn't so greedy and didn't provoke Shinji, he should still be able to live comfortably for a while, right? Tell me, when did you know that I was going to attack you? Chapter 49, The Reward is Shinji. It's actually very simple. From your reaction when you first heard about my surname Shun, I felt something was wrong. Also, when I bought Guoyu and Zhou Shunmei, the other transactions at the auction were face-to-face transactions between buyers and sellers. Only when I sold women, I dealt directly with you. You said that the seller entrusted you to sell it. This is completely an excuse because the real seller is yourself. The other thing is that you insist on having someone send me down. You just want to confirm my address and whether I am Shinji from Building 8. Having said this, Shinji looked at Sun Qian. Sister Qian, am I right? Sun Qian nodded. You are right, but I don't understand. How do you know that Guoyu is mine? Regarding Guoyu, Shinji didn't realize there was anything wrong with her at first. On the morning when he and his 4 girls set off to the Vientiane shopping building, Guoyu had actually woken up early. She had just been pretending to be asleep. And the act of pretending to sleep could not escape Shinji's insightful eyes. Her expression and slightly trembling eyelids showed that Guoyu was already awake. But Shinji didn't expose her, because she had just witnessed the murder scene last night, and now it was human nature to pretend to be asleep to protect herself. After Shinji and others returned, when Shinji saw scratches on the security door, he began to think about whether there was something wrong with Guoyu. When Shinji returned home, he used voyeuristic words towards Guoyu, and then he realized that people from the auction had been there after he went out, and he also knew Guoyu's true purpose of coming here. There are also these things done at auctions. First sell the woman, and after gaining the buyer's trust, then cooperate internally and externally, and rob the buyer's belongings without anyone noticing. Actually, Guoyu disguises himself very well. But when I asked her if she heard any strange noises that day when I was away, she firmly said no. There must have been a lot of people prying at the door that day, right? It must have taken a long time. No matter how good the sound insulation of the door is, the sound of you prying at the door and lock must be heard in the house. Guoyu Mingming said it before I set off. I woke up, but she said she didn't hear any sound, so that proves your relationship. At this point, the knife in Shinji's hand had already reached Guoyu's neck. Master, I was forced to do so. I actually don't want... Guoyu fell to the ground as bright red blood spurted out. Shinji looked at Sun Qian, who had closed her eyes and accepted her fate, and spoke again. Boss Xiao and the others are yours too, right? Ah! Sun Qian opened her eyes and looked at Shinji in surprise. It seems I guessed it right. How can an auction be so easy to succeed? So you asked Boss Xiao and the others to kill people one by one, grab supplies, create panic, and then release the news that the auction can guarantee the safety of the transaction, right? Sun Qian couldn't understand that Shinji even knew this. The next second, Sun Qian also slowly fell on Guoyu's body. The exam is over. All Shinji could see were corpses. How many living people are there in the entire community? Cece and I are going to count the results and make up for it if you don't remember to die. Zhu Cece was still feeling a little physically uncomfortable at this time, as Guoyu's blood had just splashed on her body. Ying, you and Mimi clean the house and wipe away the blood. When I finish counting Cece, you and Momo throw the bodies aside and stay out of the way. By the time everyone finished their work, It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the 5 girls were already showering and smelling good. They sat obediently in front of the sofa, waiting for Shinji to announce the results of this apocalyptic monthly exam. Okay. Announce the results. First of all, everyone passed. No one was injured. The girls all laughed after hearing this. Every one of you did a great job this time. Do your part and look out for each other. Let's talk about Mimi first. Mimi was responsible for the frontal attack. The blue arrows she used killed 10 people in total. Shinji distributed arrow feathers of different colors to the 4 girls so that they could be used to calculate their scores. The girls were all shocked after hearing this. They didn't expect Jiang Mimi to kill nearly a quarter of the people by herself. Momo's duty is to guard the corridor and cover Mimi. She did a great job. If Momo hadn't been able to resist the crowd, Mimi wouldn't have been able to deal with the situation with peace of mind. Momo smiled slightly when she heard Shinji praise herself. Ying was responsible for guarding the door of the house. She shot and killed 5 people with the purple arrow feathers. Cece's duty is to prevent people from escaping. The red arrows she used killed 6 people in total. In the end, Cece killed 6 people with the green arrow feathers, but Cece used steel balls to shatter the explosion shield. And I'll give you 2 more. The remaining about a dozen people were either stabbed to death by Momo or hacked to death by Shunji's double knives. Yeah, after the results were read out, Jiang Mimi hugged Shunji excitedly. She had the best results, literally. Brother Shin, am I strong? Awesome, Shinji praised. Brother, but I'm also very good. Feng Cece was a little dissatisfied. Of course Cece is also very good, but out of the 10 people Mimi killed, 8 of them were headshots. Hearing this, the other 4 women exclaimed again. Even Zhu Cece looked surprised. Training and actual combat are completely different concepts. There is no comparison between drawing a bow and shooting at the target's eye and drawing a bow and shooting at the center of the eyebrow. It seems that Jiang Mimi is very talented in both archery and shooting. I'm sorry, sisters. Jiang Mimi smiled from ear to ear. Brother Shin is mine tonight. The reward for the best score in this exam. It's Shinji. Originally, Shinji set up the award to inspire the girls so that they could protect themselves and fight the enemy bravely. Shinji thought they would want some jewelry, bags, or cosmetics. The 5 girls were fine at the beginning of the discussion, and they were all serious about what they wanted. However, as they talked, their style gradually changed. In the end, they decided that whoever had the best grades would go to sleep with Shinji next time. Sleep. In fact, Shinji only found out about the fact that the award was his own after hearing Zhu Cece talk about it in the afternoon. Well, Shinji originally wanted to say that it was good to let nature take its course. He would not force them in the future, but he would not refuse either. Now that the affairs of Shengshi home have come to an end, and the self-rescue meetings and auctions are all gone, I should also make time to upgrade my abilities. But seeing Shinji hesitate to speak, the women immediately gathered around him. Guiying hugged Shinji from behind. Do you have any objections? Brother, are you really unmoved when you face us every day? Feng Cece pulled down her collar, revealing the deep ravine. Momo squatted beside Shinji's legs and hugged his thighs. Zhu Cece stood still, but her playful eyes seemed to challenge Shinji. Are you not good enough? Jiang Mimi was the only one who didn't move. She looked at Shinji aggrievedly. Brother Shin doesn't like me, so he keeps pushing back. It was clearly agreed that the reward would be you, and now. Shinji smiled and pulled Jiang Mimi into his arms. No, Mimi is the cutest. Shinji shook his head. It's not that I'm addicted to women, but that the goddesses are too proactive. Chapter 50 Hurricane Escalation. Brother Shin, I want to call you husband from now on. Jiang Mimi was sweating profusely and panting heavily. Okay, be good Mimi, Shinji said with a bad smile. Still coming. The first day of the 2nd month of the end of the world. 4 o'clock in the morning. Shengshi has 8 buildings and 1,602 miles. Shinji was sleeping soundly with Jiang Mimi in his arms, when he was suddenly awakened by a slight vibration. This is... Shinji rolled over and got up. Then he pulled Jiang Mimi up from the bed. Brother Shin, what happened? Jiang Mimi rubbed her sleepy eyes and then leaned on Shinji's shoulder. At this time, Jiang Mimi's face was still a little red. Thinking of what happened last night made her heart beat faster and her blood surge. Looking at the man in front of me, I suddenly felt the urge to do it again. Get dressed and go. Before Jiang Mimi could react, Shinji rushed out of the room, opened the master bedroom, and woke up the 4 girls inside. Get up and go downstairs. Quick! When all the 5 girls got up, Shinji was standing on the balcony, looking into the distance with an incredulous look on his face. Is there another tsunami? After the girls got up, they also felt tremors coming from the earth. But when they followed Shinji's gaze, they all looked frightened. I saw that the size of the hurricane lion in the distance suddenly increased several times, and the dark clouds covering the sky were also swept into it by the hurricane. The entire sky turned gray-green, and as the hurricane slowly approached, the tremors of the earth became increasingly obvious. The tall buildings on the ground were shattered into pieces as soon as the hurricane approached. Picture at the end. Wait for me downstairs, run faster. The 5 girls did not stop, but rushed downstairs as fast as possible. Shinji directly collected all the materials in 1602. Last night, Shinji's space storage had been upgraded to level 3, and the capacity of the space had reached 5,000. When Shinji finished cleaning up, he saw the hurricane outside the window gradually approaching, and there was a harsh creaking sound from the steel bars in the building. Grass! Why are you coming straight at me? Shinji took one last look at 1602, looking at the place where he had taken out a 30-year mortgage and planned to make it his doomsday home with the goddesses. Then he rushed straight downstairs. When Shinji went down to the 7th floor, the building gradually began to shake. It's too late. Then Shinji turned over and jumped directly into the water downstairs through the windowsill of the stairwell. A minute later, Shinji drove into the armored vehicle and arrived in front of the building. He opened the sunroof, and the 5 women who had been waiting there jumped into the vehicle. At this time, the trembling of the earth became more and more obvious, and a huge creaking sound came from the building behind him. Shinji then drove at full speed towards the entrance of the community. At this time, it was just dawn, and the remaining surviving residents in the community were also awakened by the movement, and they all became aware of the approaching hurricane. Some people were shouting in despair. Some were so frightened that they hid under the bed. Some jumped directly into the water in an attempt to escape, and some just stood there in despair and resigned themselves to their fate. Now, Shinji had almost stepped on the accelerator into the fuel tank, but because of the strong wind, the vehicle was still traveling very slowly. I saw buildings collapsing one after another behind me, and various buildings were swallowed up and torn apart by the wind. Shinji was extremely worried, and the expressions on the faces of the 5 women in the back seat were extremely bad. Shinji looked at the approaching hurricane behind him. Was he going to die from this? Could it be that after he was reborn, he would die again after living for a month? Impossible. Shinji, it seems we can't escape. Zhu Sisi sobbed. Jiang Mimi cried. Husband, are we going to die here? No, I will definitely help you survive. Shinji said decisively. After finally being reborn, I have the system, the superpowers, and the goddess. I will definitely lead them to survive. It's okay, brother. You have done well enough. I have been happy every day while following you. Feng Sisi sat in the passenger seat and held Shinji's hand tightly. Just when Momo and Gu Ying were about to say a few words, Shinji suddenly rushed eastward. Shinji had already thought of the only place where he could escape the hurricane. That's the underground. But with the floods so severe at this time, where is the ground that is most likely not to be flooded? At this time, the armored vehicle was swaying slowly in the water. Gu Ying looked behind her. Shinji, the hurricane is getting closer. At this time, the Shengshi home had been torn to pieces by the hurricane, and countless building fragments continued to fall from the sky, hitting the roof of the armored vehicle with a clanging sound. Fortunately, Shinji's vehicle was a thickened and heavier armored vehicle. If it had been replaced by another vehicle, it would have been blown away or smashed flat at this moment. And Momo also recognized this road at this time. Brother Shin, are we driving to Fengmin subway station? Momo takes the subway to work from this road every day, so she guessed Shinji's purpose. Right. At this time, the only place that can escape the hurricane is underground. And with such a severe flood, the only place underground that may not be flooded is the subway station. The subway is a civil air defense engineering facility and can be used as an air raid shelter during wartime. Therefore, its structural strength is far higher than that of other buildings. Moreover, the main body of the subway building is all located underground, so avoiding hurricanes should not be a big problem. As for whether the subway station was flooded, Shinji could only gamble. Bet that the subway station was not flooded, and bet that the subway's drainage system could still operate normally. At this time, Shinji in the car wanted to get down and push. The subway station was already close at hand, but the hurricane behind him was getting closer and closer. Fengmin Station is the seventh station on Donghai Metro Line 1. It is located underground. The depth of the station hall is about 10 meters. The entire station covers an area of 5,000 square meters. The station has 2 floors, with the underground floor being the station hall and weak current equipment area. The second underground floor is an island platform and a strong current equipment area. Fengmin Station has 2 entrances and exits, both of which are underground open entrances. The daily passenger flow in the station can reach several thousand people, making it a relatively large station. At this time, the 5 women had arrived at the entrance door, but a new problem arose. The fireproof and waterproof rolling shutter doors at the subway entrance and exit in front of me have been tightly locked. Several women tried it, and the 5 of them tried their best, but could not shake the door at all. At this time, Shinji, who had put the armored vehicle into the space, hurriedly walked down. Gu Yingying shouted anxiously, "Shinji, this door is locked. Get out of the way." Shinji roared, rolled up his sleeves, and started to exert force. The hurricane behind them was already close at hand. Even though they were halfway underground, they could still feel their bodies being shaken by the wind and becoming unsteady. The veins on Shinji's arms popped out. Whether he could survive or not was up to him. The next second, the top of the rolling shutter door above the head made a clicking sound of mechanical gears. The bottom of the rolling shutter door, which weighed 2,000 kilograms, was actually lifted up by Shinji. When the girls saw this, they rushed forward and worked hard together. At this time, the gap at the door could accommodate one person to slip through, but Shinji was about to reach his limit. "Climb in." Shinji gave an order, and the women got in as quickly as possible. "Brother, come in," Feng Cece shouted. At this time, the 5 girls were trying hard to lift the rolling shuttered door upwards. Seeing that the girls had already entered, Shinji also rolled over and rolled into the subway station. Just hear a bang. The rolling shutter door slammed to the ground. Chapter 51, Beautiful Female Corpse. Call. Shinji let out a long breath. Hearing the constant sound of heavy objects hitting outside the thick rolling shutter door, he felt the ground shaking like an earthquake. Several people couldn't help but wipe their sweat away. Just a little bit closer. Several people ended up either being blown away by the hurricane or being crushed to death by building debris. Shinji glanced at the women. Apart from being frightened, they did not suffer any external injuries. Then Shinji glanced inside the station. I made the right bet. Looking down from the subway entrance and exit, there is not a lot of water on the ground in Fengmin Station. The little water stains on the ground are leaking from the ceiling. From this point of view, the drainage system in the station should still be good. Shinji. Zhu Cece had just regained her breath. She didn't say much. She just gave Shinji a thumbs up. The other 4 girls immediately hugged Shinji, and Jiang Mimi burst into tears. "Mimi, be good, don't cry." Shinji originally wanted to raise his hand to comfort the girls. But Shinji, who had just regained his composure, realized that all the muscles in his body were extremely sore. "It seems like I need to take a good rest and take some time to strengthen my body and upgrade it." After resting for a while, a few people slowly walked down. Just when a few people walked down the entrance and came to the corner of the passage leading directly to the station hall, Shinji suddenly stopped. It was pitch dark inside the station at this time. Except for Shinji, the other women couldn't see at night, so they only felt that Shinji had stopped and didn't know what happened. "What's wrong, brother?" Feng Cece asked in confusion. Shinji frowned. "It seems that someone came before us." Shinji turned on the flashlight and saw more than a dozen corpses lying neatly at the corner of the passage leading from the entrance to the station hall. At the same time, platform equipment area on the second underground floor. A tall man is grabbing a woman's hair. "Brother Wei, my hair was pulled out," the woman pleaded softly. But this man named Brother Wei didn't care about the feelings of the woman in front of him at all. 1 minute later, Chun Wei lit a cigarette comfortably. "Yakian, when can you get Lu Shushu to me?" "Brother Wei, I have advised her many times, but Lu Shushu won't listen." Zheng Yakian lay in Chun Wei's arms like a little bird. "This woman is so damn hard to deal with." Chun Wei took a puff of his cigarette. "But she does have some abilities. Li Heng and I tried everything, but couldn't get her." Zheng Yakian snorted in annoyance. "What ability does Lu Shushu have? She is just a little smart and has a pretty face. She pretends to be a chaste heroine every day. This kind of woman just lacks Wei Ji's training. Once she has tasted the taste of a man, she will definitely be unable to stop." As Zheng Yakian spoke, she drew circles on Chun Wei's chest with her fingers. And Chun Wei gave Zheng Yakian an obscene smile again. Another minute passed. Chen Wei once again lit a cigarette comfortably. As the saying goes, a cigarette is better than being a living god. How about this? You find a way to trick her over here tomorrow night, and then I'll just hee. Zheng Yaqian looked a little unhappy. Will Brother Wei be fickle? Chen Wei smiled obscenely. How could that be? Lu Shushu only has a pretty face. If we really talk about sex, she is definitely not as good as you. Brother Wei, you are so bad, Zheng Yaqian said in a coquettish voice. The underground station hall passageway. There are all kinds of deaths. Gu Yingying held a flashlight and looked at the row of corpses in front of her. Some were killed by slitting their throats with a knife. Some were stabbed to death. Some were hanged, and some were strangled to death. At this time, several women were carefully examining the body. After the last monthly exam, they have gradually begun to get used to things like killing people and facing corpses. It seems that most of the people here are elderly. Zhu Cixi looked at the corpses in front of her. Jiang Mimi echoed. It seems to be true. The women looked at the row of corpses. They were generally older. Enyu Momo stepped forward and took Shunji's hand. This is not it. Several people looked in the direction of Yu Momo's finger. Among the rows of old and weak corpses, there lay a face that looked like a fairy, peerless and charming. The girls all sighed after seeing it. The appearance of this female corpse is definitely the best among the best. Feng Cixi couldn't help but sigh. She was so beautiful, it's a pity to die. Zhu Cixi came to the side and asked doubtfully, What's the pity? Of course it's a pity that she can't be part of the family. Feng Cixi replied to Zhu Cixi, Look at her face. It's so beautiful that there is no flaw at all. Zhu Cixi came forward to take a look this time. It's true, this is definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. No, female corpse. As soon as Zhu Cixi finished speaking, Shinji also stepped forward and immediately lifted up the beautiful female corpse in front of him. Just when the girls didn't know what Shinji was going to do, the female corpse that was lifted up by Shinji in front of him actually opened her eyes and spoke. Who are you? This move of the female corpse directly caused all the four women except Yu Momo to explode. Brother has a ghost. Husband, save me. Shinji gave Jiang Mimi and Feng Cixi a headache. You are a big-headed devil. At this time, the girls who were frying the pot calmed down. Jiang Mimi stepped forward and pinched the female corpse's face. Ha! Soft! Live! At this time, the woman spoke again. Who are you? How did you get in here? We are here to escape the hurricane. Shinji answered her, and then raised his own question. What about you? Who are you? Why are you lying among the corpses? Can you put me down? The woman said lightly. At this moment, Shinji was lifting her up in the air like a cat. Shinji let go of the woman, then reached out to her and said, Shinji. Lu Shushu. The woman shook Shinji's hand symbolically. If you were seeking refuge, you have come to the wrong place. If you come here on your own and have some ability, you might be able to make a living, but if you come here with a group of beautiful women, there's a good chance you won't survive until dawn tomorrow. And these women of yours will also become other people's playthings and slaves. Whose plaything and slave? Shinji asked doubtfully. The emperor here, the station master of Fengmin Station. Li Hang. Shinji glanced at the corpse on the ground, and then said to Lu Shushu, Can you tell me more specifically? Chapter 52, Underground Emperor Li Hang. Li Hang is the station master of Fengmin Station. He is in his 50s, bald, and usually wears gold-rimmed glasses. He is a bit petty, but he got along relatively well with the employees before. On the day the hurricane made landfall, including station staff and trapped passengers, there were a total of 2,890 people in the station. At the beginning, Li Hang pretended to be a human being and organized us to distribute supplies to the trapped passengers and arrange shelter. At that time, no one knew that the end of the world was quietly approaching, and everyone supported Li Hang. Gradually, he also has become the backbone of nearly 300 of us. However, when Li Hang learned that the hurricane would not stop and the end of the world had come, he seemed to be a different person. Cruel, violent, dunu evil. Everyone in the station must obey Li Hang's command. Anyone who dares to question him or resist him will die. Hearing this, Shinji interrupted. Is this Li Hang so powerful? Is there any special method? Lu Shushu smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no special means. Li Hang has the highest access control authority in the station. The station control room that controls water and electricity and the warehouse that stores wartime supplies have access control. Only Li Hang's access control card can open it. Moreover, to open these two most important rooms, not only Li Hang's access card is needed, but also the password and Li Hang's fingerprint. Li Hang is the only one who knows the password, so food, water, and electricity are all in his hands. Those who don't listen to him will have no food to eat. On the contrary, if you are willing to be his lackeys and executioners, you will be well fed and well housed. Some of my male colleagues and passengers who tried to resist have died at the hands of Li Hang and his lackeys. Some people joined Li Hang, and some were killed for resisting. Only less than 200 women, the elderly, the weak, and the disabled were left. Later, there was a power outage, so Li Hang brought out a pedal-powered generator from the wartime material warehouse, forcing us to work day and night to power the station's 2 sets of backup batteries. Those who don't work or are lazy or can't work due to physical reasons will be killed directly. Lu Shushu pointed at the row of corpses in front of him and said, "They are examples. If they are too old or in poor health, Li Hang will think that they are a waste of food and cannot create value for him. Their only fate is death." Afterwards, Li Hang divided the remaining living people at Fengmin Station into 3 levels. The highest man is himself. Li Hang can enjoy everything in the station, including supplies and women. The next are Li Hang's executioners and Li Hang's women. They work for Li Hang, and Li Hang provides them with food, clothing, and other necessities. The women that Li Hang is tired of playing with will be rewarded to his subordinates. They can freely enter and exit the station equipment area, which has heating and hot water, and the conditions are pretty good. In the end, it's people like me. We are not allowed to enter the equipment area of the station hall and platform. Our activities can only be carried out in the station hall, platform, and entrance and exit passages. Usually, we can only earn some food and water through human power generation. Some women will use their bodies to trade supplies with Li Hang's people. You know so much. At this time, Feng Sisi looked at Lu Shushu with a little vigilance. Of course, because I am a station attendant at this station, Lu Shushu said while showing the badge on her chest. Fengmin Station Attendant, Lu Shushu. Then why weren't you captured by Li Hang since you're so beautiful? Gu Yingying asked Lu Shushu. After hearing what Gu Yingying said, Lu Shushu took out a dagger from his arms. He tried to rape me before, but was frightened by my determination to die together with him. Jiang Mimi also nodded. So you just lie here and sleep? Lu Shushu glanced at the row of corpses on the ground. I was a little scared at first, but sleeping here is much better than sleeping in the station hall. Well, hearing this, Shinji felt more and more that this woman named Lu Shushu was very powerful. Besides, he's not the only man who wants me. I'm like 2 wild dogs fighting for a piece of meat. No matter which wild dog moves its mouth first, the other one won't let the other one succeed. Didn't you say that no one can challenge Li Hang's status here? Jiang Mimi asked doubtfully. Then there is still someone who dares to steal a woman from him? That was just the beginning. Lu Shushu continued. The Qinzhuang station next door was flooded a few days ago, and a group of people escaped from there. They walked all the way through the subway tunnel with supplies and women. Their boss Chun Wei then negotiated with Li Hang and finally drew a clear boundary. The large station hall floor and the station hall equipment area with water and electricity belonged to Li Hang, while the small platform floor and the station equipment with only a few equipment rooms belonged to Li Hang. The district belongs to Chun Wei. Why does Li Hang want to negotiate with them? Isn't it good to be the local emperor? Zhu Sisi also raised her own questions. But Lu Shushu's next words made several people take a breath. Because Chun Wei has a gun. Gun! The 5 girls and Shinji were shocked. Shinji didn't expect that someone had already obtained the gun. It's a pity that I didn't think of this at the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made any bows and arrows. 1 person and 1 gun would be more practical. Chun Wei is an escort for the security company. The subway ticket money is sent to the bank by the security company's escort team every day. On the day the hurricane made landfall, Chun Wei was escorting ticket money at Qinzhuang Station and happened to be trapped there. Afterwards, he became the emperor of Qinzhuang Station step by step, just like Li Hang. But he didn't expect that the terrain of Qinzhuang Station was too low and the drainage system inside the station collapsed. He had no choice but to escape along the tunnel with his people and some supplies. Then they reached an agreement that Li Hang could provide food and water to Chun Wei and his team, and that the platform would be given to Chun Wei. And Chun Wei's people need to use pedal-powered human generators to power the batteries. At the beginning, the 2 sides lived in peace for a while. Friction followed, and the cause of the friction was nothing more than women and supplies. Chun Wei and the others disliked that the supplies provided by Li Hang were too little and too unpalatable. They only gave them cold water and compressed biscuits, while Li Hang gave his own people hot meals and dishes. Here, Li Hang's people disliked Chun Wei and the others for robbing women and driving up prices. In the past, Li Hang's people used 1 pack of biscuits to exchange for a woman for 1 night, but now Chun Wei's people use 2 packs, and the women naturally, I don't want to trade with Li Hang's people. However, although they have constant friction, they have never had a conflict. Because Chun Wei needs Li Hang to provide food and water, and Li Hang needs Chun Wei to provide manpower to generate electricity. After all, most of the young adults were killed by him before, and Li Hang is also very afraid of the gun in Chun Wei's hand. I think you're quite interesting. After hearing Lu Shushu's words, Shinji couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to stay with me?" Lu Shushu glanced at the 5 women beside Shinji and then shook his head. "Believe me, once you and your women are discovered by Li Hang or Chun Wei, you will definitely be covered in blood. That's why I said, if you want to take refuge, you really have come to the wrong place." Lu Shushu sighed. She didn't know how long she could hold on like this. She was hiding every day, either hiding in crowded places or finding a pile of corpses to sleep on. I don't know if I will suddenly fall into a tiger's mouth or a wolf's den one day. What if I said, "I can take you away"? Shinji looked at Lu Shushu with a smile. Chapter 53, I have something good for you to eat. After hearing Shinji's words, Lu Shushu's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Now? Of course not now. The hurricane outside can level the city to the ground now. Doesn't going out now mean seeking death? Shinji rolled his eyes at Lu Shushu. Lu Shushu, who had just ignited hope, wilted again. I told you if they catch you at dawn, you will definitely die. Are you so sure? Shinji Chao asked Lu Shushu. Lu Shushu looked into Shinji's eyes and replied seriously. I'm sure, because I know Li Hang. You know him, but you don't know me. Shinji said mysteriously. Would you like to make a bet? What are you betting on? Lu Shushu raised his head and faced Shinji with his extremely delicate face. Within 3 days, I will let Li Hang and Chun Wei finish playing. As soon as Shinji said these words, not only Lu Shushu was shocked, but even the 5 women on the side looked at Shinji dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? In fact, if Chun Wei didn't have a gun, Shinji would have changed his words and said that within 3 hours, the gun would be too intimidating. With 10 times the physical data, there should be no chance of winning against a gun, right? I haven't encountered it before, so I'd better treat it with caution. I'm not kidding. If I win, you stay with me. Lu Shushu looked carefully at the not very old man in front of her. If you have this ability, I really don't mind following you. As soon as Lu Shushu said these words, Shinji knew that this wave was stable. Lu Shushu's beauty can be said to be unique, and no one among the 5 women can match her. This is definitely a goddess among goddesses. And Shinji knew that facing such a strong, conceited, and smart woman, the only way to defeat her was to be stronger and smarter than her. Isn't it just a gun? You have 5 superpowers and you can't handle a gun? At this time, equipment area on the concourse level of Fengmin Station. In the station master's office, the space where the desk was originally placed was replaced by a large bed, and the table next to it was piled with supplies. Bedside. A naked middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses had a furious look on his face. Get up! Rise! Rise! At this time, a woman with extraordinary temperament and good figure was lying on the bed. As the man's tone became more anxious, the woman's expression gradually became frightened. Brother Hang, can you please stop hitting me today? The woman was wearing a nightgown. Although she was smiling at Li Hang at this moment, it was not difficult to see that her expression was full of fear. Waste! Li Hang suddenly yelled, picked up a belt, and hit him several times. Bitch, get out of here now! When the woman heard this, she didn't care about her injuries and ran out of the door. After venting his anger, Li Hang collapsed on the bed like a deflated balloon. He can't do it anymore. Ever since that day, when Lu Shushu pulled out a dagger from his pocket and pointed it at him, Li Hang's younger brother has become incompetent. Even if Li Hang placed the treasure he had always collected on the bed, he still couldn't do it. If he hadn't been afraid of Chun Wei, he would have taken Lu Shushu down long ago. What's even more hateful is that Chun Wei actually also fell in love with Lu Shushu and said that the 2 of them should compete fairly and no one could use force. Lu Shushu. Li Hang gritted his teeth. Don't let me catch you. Other side. After Shinji learned that no one would come to Gate 1 due to the storage of corpses, he left bows, arrows, food, and sleeping bags for the 5 girls, and then followed Lu Shushu away. Only the 5 women were left, looking at each other eagerly. Before leaving, Zhu Cece actually imitated the other four girls and came over to kiss Shinji. And this mouthful also raised Shinji's voyeuristic words to the second level. Ability. Peeping words bind the goddess Zhu Cece. Level 2. You can upgrade to level 3 after continuing to make progress with the goddess. Details. After activating the power, you can read the current voice of a woman. It can be used 3 times a day. One person can be read each time. Each time it can be read, it can last for about 10 minutes. The only difference from level 1 is that the number of times has changed to 3. Passing through the long, dark passage, Shinji followed Lu Shushu to the station hall. I saw several tents set up in the station hall, with several naked women sleeping inside. This is the place where they trade with men. There was no tent originally, but Li Hang's men were worried because the ground was too rough, so they asked for a tent from Li Hang. Lu Shushu explained to Shinji while walking. In addition to these tents, there are many people curled up and sleeping in the corners of the station hall. Most of them are women or middle-aged men. This is the equipment area. It cannot be opened without an access card. Lu Shushu pointed to a metal door. The material warehouse and control room are inside, and Li Hang and his men are also inside. And this way, Lu Shushu pointed to the stairs not far away. Going down this way is the platform on the second underground floor. Chunwei and the others are below. Just when Lu Shushu pointed to the stairs, a woman walked up from the platform. Yiqian? Why did you get out of the platform? Lu Shushu asked in confusion. Lu Shushu and Zheng Yiqian are colleagues, and both are station attendants at Fomin Station. After the end of the world, the relationship between the two was pretty good. Of course, this is what Lu Shushu thinks. Zheng Yiqian didn't think about Lu Shushu that way. Shushu, I feel uncomfortable in my stomach. I need to go to the toilet on the platform. Zheng Yiqian's face was reddish at this time. Her hair was messy, her clothes were disheveled, and her words were hesitant. Zheng Yiqian is not bad-looking, with above-average appearance and figure. But in front of Lu Shushu, he was completely crushed. And Shinji could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with this woman. He simply opened the word of voyeurism to her directly. Anyway, he had only used it once with Lu Shushu to confirm the authenticity of this woman's words. After the upgrade, it was useless twice today. This brother is a bit unfamiliar. Zheng Yiqian looked at Shinji. Really? He was here a long time ago. Haven't you seen Yiqian? Lu Shushu laughed and continued. I told you not to go to the platform at night, in case you were targeted by those men. Oh, I know. I won't go to the toilet on the platform anymore. Zheng Yiqian said a few perfunctory words before finding a corner to sleep. But Shinji was still looking at Zheng Yiqian in a daze. What's wrong? Is she beautiful? Lu Shushu looked at Shinji in confusion. This man hadn't even looked at me so entranced just now. That's interesting. Shinji looked at Zheng Yiqian and smiled. His original plan was to first provoke a conflict between Li Hang and Chunwei, and then take the opportunity to capture Chunwei. As long as he got the gun, everything would be easy. It's fine now, you don't have to choose. There's something good to watch tonight. Shinji smiled faintly at Lu Shushu. What's so good about it? Lu Shushu was puzzled. Not only watch, you also have to act. Shinji immediately pulled Lu Shushu towards the entrance and exit. Where are you taking me? I'm going to start work soon. Lu Shushu wanted to take away Shinji's hand, but found that he was surprisingly strong. Start? That's right. I don't go into the tent to do business. If I don't use human power to generate electricity, what will I eat? After hearing Lu Shushu's words, Shinji smiled evilly. Follow me. I have something good for you to eat. Chapter 54 Secret Upgrade. Dark Place. Lu Shushu squatted on the ground, licking her lips gently with the tip of her tongue, still savoring the delicious food in her mouth. Is it delicious? Shinji stood in front of her. So delicious. Lu Shushu panted slightly. Do you still want to eat? Shinji Chao asked Lu Shushu, who was still unfinished. I want to eat it. Lu Shushu was annoyed by the spicy self-heating hot pot. Give me a tomato one. The spicy one is too spicy. At this time, Gu Yingying on the side handed over a bottle of beer. Thank you, sister. Hey, your mouth is so sweet. Isn't it that otherworldly look just now? Feng Cece said while eating the one in her hand. Lu Shushu glanced at Feng Cece. Huh? Why does this beer smell like tea? You, stop. Feng Cece wanted to fight back, but was stopped by Shinji. After eating, recuperate your energy. I was tired enough yesterday. Other side. Zheng Yiqian, who had just fallen asleep, got up again and looked around to see that no one was awake. She quietly got up and came to the door of the equipment area on the station floor and then Zheng Yaqian took out an access card. Zheng Yaqian's access card has super-level permissions and can only open the access door in the equipment area, but not other doors. And Li Hang's subordinates all have access cards with high-level permissions. Drop! Zheng Yaqian opened the door and entered. After entering the door, he walked straight to the webmaster's office. Master Li, are you there? I'm Yaqian. Zheng Yaqian asked cautiously. Come in. A man's voice sounded inside. The access permission to the webmaster's office requires a level 1 authorization, and only Li Hang has it in the entire underground area. In the office, Li Hang pressed the door opening button, and then the indicator light on the card reader at the door of the station master's office changed from red to green. Zheng Yaqian opened the door and entered, and when she saw Li Hang, she knelt down at his feet. Is it done? Li Hang was still in a bad mood at the moment. Hearing Li Hang's cold tone, Zheng Yaqian swallowed secretly. Don't worry, Master Li. I've done everything you asked me to do. I've already made an agreement with Chen Wei. When night falls, I will trick Lu Shushu away, and then he will. Humph. Li Hang snorted coldly, scaring Zheng Yaqian, who was kneeling on the ground. Chen Wei, you bastard. You don't let me use force, but you want to do it yourself? That's perfect. I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone tonight. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Playing with my brain? I'll kill you if I can't. Only then did Li Hang feel better. Chen Wei has always been his biggest concern, but he had to agree to negotiate before. After all, Chen Wei had a gun, and he had to rely on the dozen or so strong men under Chen Wei to power the station's batteries. As long as I capture Chen Wei tonight, the dozen or so people under Chen Wei will be leaderless and will naturally surrender to me. Moreover, by then, Chen Wei's gun will belong to him. Add to that Lu Shushu, whom I both love and hate, damn. How cool. Yaqian. Li Hang's tone suddenly softened. I asked you to do this. You won't blame me, right? No. I'm willing to do whatever Master Li asks me to do. Zheng Yaqian knew that Li Hang's mood had improved. So she looked up at the old man in front of her, who was over 50 years old, and then looked at the instant noodles on the table. Humph, eat it. Remember to wipe your mouth after you're done, and don't let others notice anything. Zheng Yaqian was seen kneeling and crawling towards the table step by step. She took a bucket of instant noodles from it and then slowly knelt and retreated. Bitch! After cursing, Li Hang pressed the door opening button and let Zheng Yaqian out. Zheng Yaqian, you were born to be a slave? I didn't realize this woman could be so despicable when I was at work. Li Hang couldn't help but sigh at this time. How good it is to have power in your hands. I used to be just an old man who was about to retire, but I didn't expect that when the end of the world came, I would have everything. Food, water, women, and the power of life and death over hundreds of people. Above Donghai City, a helicopter is taking pictures of the ruins below. The whole city was in ruins. Everywhere you look, it's wasteland. And Hurricane Lion is still ravaging the land. The building ruins on the ground were continuously rolled up and then dropped down heavily. Even though the plane was still quite a distance away from the hurricane, it was still shaking and unable to stabilize its fuselage. It was daybreak. Since there is no day or night change underground, and most people's cell phones have long been out of battery, the people here have no concept of time. Start! Li Hang's voice was heard over the station radio. Today, Team 1 will move the household garbage, and Team 2 will generate electricity. We must fully charge this battery before noon today. Otherwise, no one will have any food to eat. Listening to the voice on the radio, people in the station hall stood up one after another. They reluctantly lined up in 2 teams, ready to go to their respective jobs. In order not to arouse the suspicion of Li Hang and Chen Wei, Lu Shushu, who had eaten and drunk his fill, had returned to the crowd. Huh! Zheng Yaqian walked over to Lu Shushu and sniffed. Shushu, why do you smell like hot pot? Lu Shushu smiled naturally. How could that be? Yaqian, are you greedy? At this time, Zheng Yaqian didn't know that the look in Lu Shushu's eyes when she looked at her was a little different from usual. Entrance and exit passage. The girls who had just begun to feel sleepy were woken up again by the broadcast. Feng Sisi had just turned over in her warm sleeping bag when she felt someone crawling in. At first, she thought it was Jiang Mimi, who was afraid of the cold and ignored her. However, the man who walked in suddenly whispered something to her. Sisi, don't move. Feng Sisi was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of her mouth became harder to suppress. Feng Sisi turned around and kissed Shinji directly on the mouth. Well, brother, you are so bad, Feng Sisi whispered. At this time, you actually, In fact, Shinji didn't want to be so hasty, but when faced with something like a gun, he had to do his best to minimize the risk. In the darkness, accompanied by rustling sounds, Shinji's body strengthened and reached the third level. Ability: Physical Strengthening and Binding to the Goddess Feng Cc. Level 3. You can upgrade to level 4 after continuing to make progress with the goddess. Details: Greatly improve the host's physical qualities, approximately 20 times that of normal people. Strengthen the host's strength, agility, physical strength, reaction ability, resistance to fighting, etc. Additional: The host can automatically be immune to negative effects such as hypnosis and mild poisoning. Shinji looked at the panel and found that in addition to the multiple upgrades, there were 2 additional items below. At this time, Feng Cc slowly got out of the sleeping bag. She wiped her mouth and then leaned on Shinji's chest. "Brother, can I call you husband from now on?" Shinji lowered his head and looked at Feng Cc, who was already charming. Now, after being baptized by a man, she looked even more charming and charming. "Have you made an agreement? Do you want to call it this?" Mimi screams, "And I want to scream too." Feng Cc snorted. Mimi didn't do it just twice yesterday. After listening to Shinji's words, Feng Cc blushed and turned around. "Then keep your voice down. Anyway, there is still a long time before dark." Shinji happened to also want to explore how to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Chapter 55, Mission Impossible. Night. "Shushu, wake up. Can you accompany me to the bathroom?" Zheng Yaqian woke up Lu Shushu on the side. For the sake of the good show, Shinji said. Lu Shushu deliberately did not go to sleep in the pile of corpses today, but slept next to Zheng Yaqian. "It's just a 2-step journey. Do you still want me to accompany you?" Lu Shushu turned over. "Shushu, the toilet in the station hall is too disgusting. Please accompany me to the platform." Zheng Yaqian took Lu Shushu's hand and begged. At this time, Lu Shushu pretended to be sleepy and climbed up. "Then hurry up. If you run into Chunwei's people, I can't save you." Everyone in the station knew that Chunwei and Li Hang had feelings for Lu Shushu, so the men didn't dare to touch Lu Shushu, but if other women were caught, they would still be in trouble. After all, only some people were given food to put into the tent, while some people just wanted to get it for free. The 2 women walked down the stairs. The platform was pitch black at this time, and no sound could be heard except the footsteps of the 2 women. "I groped my way to the bathroom door in the dark. Then I'll go." Zheng Yaqian ran into the bathroom in small steps. Only Lu Shushu was left standing alone in the darkness. Minutes later, Zheng Yaqian still didn't come out. "Yiqian?" Lu Shushu called softly. However, no one responded in the women's restroom, and the entire platform remained eerily quiet. At this moment, a strong and powerful hand clamped Lu Shushu's arm. "Who?" Lu Shushu was startled. Who else could it be? In the darkness, Chun Wei showed an obscene smile. "I am your brother Wei." Lu Shushu struggled desperately to break free, but Chun Wei immediately pressed a hard object against Lu Shushu's waist. "If you dare to shout, I will shoot you to death." In fact, according to Lu Shushu's character, she would rather die than surrender. But if I really shouted it out loud, then the show wouldn't be able to go on. Chun Wei's laughter became more obscene. What chased heroine? With the barrel of a gun against her waist, she immediately becomes a good girl. Seeing that Lu Shushu stopped struggling, he put the pistol back to his waist. "Shushu, you don't know how greedy I am because of you." Just as Chun Wei was preparing for his next move, the lights on the entire platform suddenly lit up. When it is dark, a person's pupils dilate to adapt to the dim light. When suddenly encountering strong light, the pupils do not have time to contract, and the strong light will cause discomfort to the eyes. So Chun Wei closed his eyes because of the sudden brightness of the light. However, Chun Wei's reaction was not slow. The moment he closed his eyes, his right hand had already reached his lower back. But when Chun Wei put on the safety and opened his eyes, there were already 3 or 4 big men pressing down on him, and the gun in his hand was taken away. Let me go, let me go." Chun Wei was struggling. An old man of short stature and shaved hair came over from the other end of the platform, surrounded by a dozen men. "Brother Chun, why are you so impatient?" Li Hang was all smiles at this moment, looking very proud. "We talked about fair competition. Why are you thinking about it first?" After Chun Wei saw the situation clearly, even if he was not convinced in his heart, he had to beg for mercy. "Master Li, please let me go. I don't want Lu Shushu anymore. We can discuss something." Li Hang had already taken the pistol handed over by his subordinate, and walked to Chen Wei's side. "Let you go? Brother Chen, are you kidding me?" Li Hang looked at the heavy weapon in his hand and said, "Huh, guns are good stuff? I can let a loser like you sit at the same negotiating table with me." Li Hang sneered again. "Steal a woman from me? And you're still negotiating terms with me?" Li Hang tightly grasped the gun in his hand. The cool and smooth metal texture made him unable to let it go. "With this thing, I'm going to capture not only Fengmin Station, but all the women and supplies along the entire line." After Li Hang finished speaking, he stood up, held the gun with both hands, and pulled the trigger at Chen Wei on the ground. Bang! There was only a crisp sound. Everyone looked at the pistol in Li Hang's hand in confusion. There was no flash, no loud noise, and seemingly no recoil. At this moment, Chen Wei, who was pinned to the ground, laughed loudly and said, "You are a bunch of idiots. You were so scared by a pistol model. Ha ha ha." Before Chen Wei finished laughing, Li Hang slapped him several times. "Bastard! Grass!" Li Hang didn't expect that he had been deceived by a model gun for so long. Because of a model gun, he divided the territory, distributed supplies, and gave women to Chen Wei. Not only that, after Chen Wei came, he didn't dare to go out for fear of being shot. Li Hang looked at Chen Wei with increasing annoyance. "What a joke! You still lose." At this time, Chen Wei, who was still grinning, suddenly asked, "Did I really lose?" Li Hang was about to scold him when he heard a loud bang. The sound echoed throughout the station, and many people who were sleeping stood up to see what was going on. At this time, at the door of the bathroom, a man was holding a shotgun in his hand. There was still a wisp of blue smoke coming out of the muzzle of the gun. The two men under Li Hang who were holding Chen Wei down also fell down at this moment. One of the two men had blood holes all over his body, while the other had half of his head blown off. Seeing two people died tragically in front of me, Li Hang and his men were thrown into chaos in an instant. "Don't move! Anyone who moves will die." Chen Wei's shout frightened everyone so much that they stood still. In fact, the effective range of a shotgun is not far, so if these people try their best to escape, they will definitely be able to escape. But after seeing the miserable state of half of the head, their brains were no longer able to think about so many things. Chen Wei got up and walked in front of Li Hang. "Master Li, don't you have a brain?" The corners of Li Hang's mouth twitched unconsciously. Chen Wei didn't slap Li Hang in the face, but patted Li Hang on the shoulder. "Have you ever seen a guard use a pistol? They all use shotguns." Li Hang was sweating profusely. How did you know this in advance?" Hearing Li Hang's words, Chen Wei clapped his hands. Then a person came out of the women's bathroom. "This person is Zheng Yaqian." "Brother Wei, you called me?" Zheng Yaqian stuck directly to Chen Wei. Li Hang opened his mouth and looked at the scene in disbelief. "Zheng Yaqian, you bitch! Bitch!" Zheng Yaqian laughed at Li Hang with disdain. "You can't even do what a man should do, and you still call me a bitch? Li Hang, you've lived enough." Chen Wei's face was instantly filled with murderous intent. "You can't kill me. I'm the only one who knows the password to the material warehouse, and my fingerprint is needed to open the door. If you kill me, we're all done for." Li Hang was really panicked now. "But as long as you still have supplies in your hands, you still have a chance to survive. Give me." Chen Wei reached for the gun from the man standing at the bathroom door behind him. "You bastard! You dare to shoot from such a close distance. Aren't you afraid of shooting me?" However, Chen Wei reached back twice but received no response. Well, when Chen Wei turned around and looked back, he found that the man with the gun in front of him was not his subordinate at all. "You? Who are you?" Chen Wei's tone was a little panicked, and he shouted into the men's room. "Old Su, Old Zheng, where are you?" After a few shouts, the only response he got was silence. "That's not right. I had clearly arranged all my men to be on standby in the toilet, and gave the guns and bullets to my most trusted brothers, Lao Zhang and Lao Su respectively. Who is this person holding a gun?" Bang! Chen Wei felt as if his body was flying out of control, and then he fell headfirst onto the stairs. Chapter 56, Show Me Your Palace. The power and impact of a shotgun at close range are indeed terrifying. At this time, Chen Wei's body was covered with densely packed small holes, and blood was constantly oozing out of each hole. The expression on his face was full of unwillingness and fear. Chen Wei couldn't figure out where the problem was. Zheng Yaqian was indeed Li Hang's woman at the beginning, but Li Hang had a violent temper. Not only was he not good in bed, he also liked to lose his temper and hit people. Although Chen Wei had been with her for a shorter time, he treated women quite well. Li Hang would only reward Zheng Yaqian with a bucket of instant noodles when he was happy, but when he was in a bad mood, he could only be beaten. Qin Wei not only gave Zheng Yiqian snacks and mineral water, he even gave her some fruit once. Li Hang's plan was to send Zheng Yiqian to seduce Qin Wei, then lure Qin Wei out and find an opportunity to take him down. However, Li Hang did not expect that Zheng Yiqian was also a traitor, and this woman actually betrayed him. Zheng Yiqian actually told Qin Wei all of Li Hang's plans. Qin Wei simply took advantage of the situation and had his men ambush in the bathroom with guns and bullets early on. But where did this man in front of me come from? What Qin Wei didn't know was that there were more than a dozen corpses neatly stacked in the men's bathroom on the platform. Then Qin Wei died with reluctance and doubts. Now, the atmosphere on the platform froze again. Li Hang and everyone else looked at each other in bewilderment, because they didn't know the man with the gun. Shushu, save me. Zheng Yiqian was too close to Qin Wei just now, so there were several small holes on her body caused by steel balls. Lu Shushu had been leaning against the wall. When she saw Zheng Yiqian trying to pull up her trouser legs, she walked aside with disgust. I had always treated Zheng Yiqian as a friend, but I didn't expect that Zheng Yiqian had been secretly thinking about how to get me into another man's bed. Ha ha ha! Just then, Li Hang suddenly laughed. Young man, you have a bright future. There is an old Chinese saying that goes, he who knows the current situation is a hero. I think you're also a hero. Li Hang smiled and walked over carefully. Young man, give me the gun. I guarantee that your position in Fengmin Station will be second only to mine. As long as I am the emperor of Fengmin Station, you are the queen of Fengmin Station. Before Li Hang finished speaking, Shinji pointed the black gun at him. But I don't want to be the prince. Shinji said coldly. Li Hang moved slowly back. Then you become the emperor. But you have to think carefully. If you kill me, you will have no supplies. If you kill me, everyone here will starve to death. Why do I care about everyone else? It's fine as long as I'm hungry. Shinji just finished speaking. Only a whistling sound suddenly came from the air. Li Hang turned his head curiously and saw several beauties on the other side of the platform drawing bows and shooting at his men. Li Hang's cerebellum suddenly shrank. Where did these beautiful women come from? Why haven't you seen it yourself? Moreover, what is the situation now? The four women kept drawing their bows and shooting arrows at Li Hang's men. After the men reacted, they also started to fight back, but the effect was not obvious. Most of the men were knocked down by arrows before they could get close to the women. The only man who managed to get close to Yumomo by moving was about to take the girl as a hostage when a dagger suddenly slipped out of Yumomo's sleeve. Oops! I underestimated the enemy. The man's first thought after seeing the dagger was that it was over. Immediately, the knife cuts the throat with one stroke, quick and clean. When it comes to archery, Jiang Mimi is indeed very talented. But when it comes to close combat, Yumomo is faster and stronger than the other women. But the man could never have imagined that a skinny girl could pull out a dagger from her sleeve and stab his neck firmly and decisively. Only a few minutes passed. Li Hang's more than 20 men all returned to the west. In addition to those shot by the women, Shinji also fired a few shots secretly. The melee power of this gun is simply unrivaled. From a distance of about 5 meters, he knocked down all 5 or 6 of Li Hang's men as soon as he sprayed it. Shinji felt that even though his body was 20 times that of a normal person, if he had to do this to himself, he would probably shed his skin even if he didn't die. Thanks to Zheng Yiqian, I was able to get the gun with almost no effort. Last night, just when Shinji and Lu Shushu met Zheng Yiqian, Shinji noticed something was wrong with Zheng Yiqian's expression. So he immediately used the language of peeking into his heart. Although Zheng Yiqian was polite to Lu Shushu at the time, she was always cursing Lu Shushu, who was prettier and smarter than her. Zheng Yiqian, I thought you were so aloof and aloof. Why are you still staying with a man in the middle of the night? I don't know where to go to sleep every night. I guess I'm looking for a man. Wait until Viagra's plan succeeds tomorrow, and I will capture you. Then I want to see how you pretend to be aloof under Viagra. By the way, it should be fine if I hide in the women's restroom on the platform tomorrow, right? Anyway, the guy from Viagra is hiding in the men's room with a gun. Why should I panic? Then Shinji told Lu Shushu that there was a big show tonight and asked her to go and perform it with confidence. In the afternoon, Shinji quietly hid in the men's restroom on the platform level. He waited until around 8 o'clock. Qin Wei's people also entered the restroom. However, in the dark environment, they saw nothing after entering. He had already been killed by Shinji. It was then that Shinji discovered that Qin Wei was quite cautious. He put the shotgun and bullets in the hands of 2 people respectively. He was probably afraid that his subordinates would rebel. Putting them in the hands of two people could restrain and monitor each other. In this way, Shinji not only killed Qin and Li Hang in one day, but also gained a shotgun. Thinking of this, Shin Jigong wanted to say thank you to Zheng Yaqian, but when he turned around, he found that Zheng Yaqian had been sprayed to death by him. It's quite powerful, but it's easy to be accidentally injured. Shinji murmured. Li Hang, who had placed his hope in his men just now, collapsed completely on the ground. Who are you? Where did you come from? After Qin and his party arrived, in order to prevent anyone from disturbing him again, Li Hang closed all the security doors on the platform. As long as they were closed, no one could open them unless he turned on the switch. There are also two rolling shutter doors at the entrance and exit, which are also made of titanium alloy. The weight of the doors alone is immeasurable, and there is also a mechanical structure stuck above the doors. How could anyone possibly allow anyone to enter my ironclad underground kingdom? At this time, Li Hang's men and Qin men had basically been wiped out, and the people who had just watched the excitement also ran down. Everyone, come and see. Old Biden Li Hang has fallen. Thank God. I never thought that you, Li Hang, would have such a day. No need to get up early every day. No need to work for the evil Li Hang anymore. Draft Li Hang. Do you remember that you took my wife away? And my daughter. Give me back my daughter. At this time, more and more people gathered around. After being squeezed and exploited for so long, each of them wanted to kill Li Hang. But they didn't dare to actually go forward and kill Li Hang, because they knew that if Li Hang died, there would really be no hope for the supplies. Let's go, Li Hang. Shinji put away his gun and picked up Li Hang, who was slumped on the ground. Show me your palace. Chapter 57 Storage Box. Open the access door to the equipment area. A warm current surged out instantly inside. There was heating in the equipment area, so the temperature inside was much higher than outside. The 6 women who followed Shinji into the equipment area immediately felt the temperature rise and took off their coats one after another. Although Li Hang, who was walking at the front, was not good enough, his lust remained unchanged. He wanted to look back, but his reading glasses had just been lost in the chaos. He could not see anything clearly now. It was a pity for these 6 peerless beauties. There are various types if this can fall into your own hands. Why are you dazed? Let's go. Zhu Cixi pressed the knife against Li Hang's lower back. Go, go. This is the station control room, where water and electricity access control is controlled. Li Hang said to everyone, open it. Shinji said in a cold tone. If this is opened, will I still have a way to survive? Li Hang said tremblingly. Don't worry, you just need to open this door. I won't force you to open the door of the supply warehouse. Listening to Shinji's words, Li Hang's eyes instantly lit up with a glimmer of hope of survival. So what if you point a gun at me now? At that time, I will have to rely on the supplies in my hand to survive. As long as he hangs on for a while, when he runs out of supplies, won't this long-legged, big-ass Lolita be his own sooner or later? Li Hang thought as he entered his password and pressed his fingerprint. You can control the equipment, right? Shinji looked at Lu Shushu. The latter nodded. Didi, the door is open. As the mechanical prompt sounded, Li Hang's heart was pierced by the knife in Zhu Cixi's hand. Li Hang couldn't believe that there were really people who would rather kill themselves without supplies. I just said I won't force you to open the door to the supply warehouse, right? Li Hang leaned against the wall and slowly fell to the ground. Where is the supplies warehouse? Shinji went straight to the topic. At the end of the corridor, turn right and go down the stairs, then turn left and go down the stairs, and then turn right. Lu Shushu planned to change the access control mode to normally open, so that he would not need password fingerprints and access cards to enter the control room later. Shinji, on the other hand, walked through the long and narrow corridor alone. Following the direction Lu Shushu said, he came to a very empty underground space. The decoration style here is different from the office style outside. There is no decoration here. There are only simple walls and some construction debris on both sides and 2 metal doors directly in front. There are 8 big characters written on the door. Wartime supplies, no unauthorized entry. Shinji turned on his perspective and took a look. Although the 2 metal doors were large, they were not very thick. So Shinji stepped forward and pushed hard twice. Not moving at all. All right. The next second, an armored vehicle appeared out of thin air in front of the warehouse door. After Shinji got into the car, he shifted into reverse gear and then accelerated hard. Just heard a loud bang. The metal door was dented by Shinji. Do it again. Another loud bang was heard. The door bodies of the 2 metal doors have been completely deformed, and there is just a gap in the middle for one person to pass through. Shinji looked at the armored vehicle and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. At this time, the front of the armored vehicle was also slightly deformed. After putting away the armored vehicle, Shinji stepped into the warehouse. Entering the door are several rows of densely packed shelves. Although the warehouse occupies a small area, the shelves are very high and there are ladders on the side. Shinji looked at these things and packed them all into his own storage space. The first row of shelves are filled with medicines, first aid kits, and emergency tools. On the second row of shelves are salt, sugar, honey, and some cooking oil. The third row is filled with canned fruits, canned meat, and a large number of compressed biscuits and instant noodles. The fourth row contains some gas masks, diving equipment, and night vision goggles. On the fifth row of shelves are clothes of various seasons and things like soap and matches. Behind the shelves are some generators, oil barrels, water barrels, and batteries. At the end, there are piles of grain, including hundreds of bags of grains and hundreds of bags of rice and noodles. Overall, the harvest this time is not small. Just a shotgun and a goddess are enough. Plus these supplies, blood profit. After packing them all up, Shinji looked around again and was about to leave when he saw that nothing was missing. Shinji's insightful eyes suddenly noticed that the wall blocked by the grain just now was somewhat different from the walls in other places. The wall blocked by the grain seemed to have been smashed open, but was sealed again with cement. Did someone hide something? Or is it just a decoration issue? Shinji turned on perspective. There seemed to be a box inside the wall. Shinji then took out a hammer from the space and hit the wall hard. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The wall cracked, and Shinji repaired it several times to enlarge the hole. Then he took out a metal storage box about 1.8 meters long and 50 centimeters wide. There are several locks on it. What is this? Shinji wanted to turn on the clairvoyance to see what was inside, but he had already used his clairvoyance ability several times today. His eyes were a little sore at the moment, and he could not turn on the clairvoyance ability again. Simple. If you don't have enough ability, you have to use brute force. If this box can be hidden in a place like this, it must contain good things. I saw Shinji directly using his hands to break the lock. Just a click was heard, and the lock body broke. Shinji looked at his hands. They were indeed strong. No wonder Feng Cece kept saying it hurt this morning. The strength of her hands probably made Feng Cece's breasts swell. Then there were 2 more clicks. Shinji opened the storage box directly. There was a sniper rifle lying inside. Silencers, bullets, magazines, magnifiers, brackets. In addition to these, there are 2 small pistols, 2 fragmentation grenades, and hundreds of rounds of pistol bullets. Shinji almost laughed when he looked at the things in the box. People are lucky. They get whatever they want. Last night, I was still worried about not getting a gun. Today I picked up 4 for free. The only pity is that there are not many bullets, so this thing can only be used at critical moments. Or, you can go check out other stations. This works. If this thing is available at every station, then I can form a combat team in minutes. Just as Shinji was thinking, Feng Cece's shouts suddenly came from outside the warehouse door. Husband, something happened. What's wrong? Shinji closed the box and put it into the storage space. Those refugees suddenly rushed in. They attacked us before we could get our equipment. Momo and Lu Shushu were both injured. Hearing that the goddess was injured, Shinji rushed out immediately. What's going on? Shinji asked anxiously. Lu Shushu said that Li Hang's group was dead, and no one went to replace the backup power supply, so the station's power outage caused the access control system to temporarily fail. We were resting, but they suddenly rushed in and attacked us. After hearing this, Shinji quickened his pace, leaving Feng Cece behind. I originally wanted to do nothing and let these people fend for themselves, but I didn't expect them to take the initiative to seek death. Chapter 58, Deadwood grows flowers. In the corridor of the equipment area, Zhu Cece and Gu Yingying were fighting the enemy back-to-back. Zhu Cece grabbed an anti-explosion baton from somewhere and was fighting with the refugees in the subway station. Gu Yingying stood behind Zhu Cece to block the attack from behind for her. Jiang Mimi, Yumomo, and Lu Shushu were forced into a small room. Jiang Mimi and Yumomo, who had a shoulder injury, sandwiched Lu Shushu in the middle. Each of them held a dagger and tried to drive out the person who rushed into the room. Why do you want to attack us? Zhu Cece pushed away the stool leg that was attacking her. Don't you think we don't know? The leading man said. Even if you get rid of Li Hang, that man will only be the next Li Hang. You're talking nonsense. If we hadn't taken action, you would still be riding bicycles to generate electricity, Gu Yingying said angrily. Don't worry, everyone. I just noticed that the man's gun is out of bullets. As long as everyone follows me, we can take down this group of people, the leading man continued. Old Wei, I want this long-legged woman. The man on the side said to the leader, Old Wei. It's easy. Just give me a few more of your cocks later. The middle-aged man named Lao Wei replied. Although the refugees have already invaded, they can't capture many women at the same time, because the refugees only have some old and weak women and only 7 or 8 men left, so their combat effectiveness is not strong. However, the weapons of the girls were not with them at this time, and Yumomo was stabbed when she came up. The remaining girls, except Zhu Cece, were not good at close combat. If they had their bows and arrows nearby, the battle could be over in a few minutes. Just when the women were in a stalemate, Shinji finally arrived. Shinji aimed directly at the 2 men at the front in the corridor, and then threw out the knife in his hand. The next second, the table knife not only penetrated the bodies of the 2 people, but also shot backwards. Immediately afterwards, Shinji rushed into the room where Yumomo and 3 others were surrounded. Before the leading refugees could react, Shinji broke one person's neck. The remaining people turned around and tried to fight back, but were killed by Shinji with a single blow. 1 knife, 2 sections. It's not that Shinji's sword is sharp, but that Shinji's strength is great. Now Shinji's physical fitness is very strong. Unless ordinary people have a gun, they will never be able to fight against Shinji. At this moment, Lu Shushu's face was pale, a knife was stuck in her back, and blood was flowing out. Gone. The goddess he just planned to take in is going to be gone before she even gets the reward? And Yumomo's shoulder was also bloody at this time. What a troublesome person. Dare to hurt my people? Shinji took out the first aid kit he had just searched from the space, and then took out an epinephrine injection pen and inserted it directly into Lu Shushu's thigh. Hold on for a while. Shinji looked at the extremely weak Lu Shushu. Mimi, take care of her. I'll call Ying. In the corridor, after Shinji killed several people, Zhu Cece and Gu Ying could handle the few remaining men. After Shinji came over, he stopped Gu Ying. Go and see if Lu Shushu can be rescued. Help Momo treat the wound. Cece, you can go too. Leave this place to me. At this time, there were dozens of people confronting Shinji in the corridor, but most of them were middle-aged, elderly, or women. They were crowded together and had no weapons in their hands. Why? Didn't you thank me profusely when we first captured Li Hang? Shinji looked at the people in front of him coldly. And the Old Wei just now is still alive. Hypocrisy. Do you think we don't know? You are no better than that Li Hang. If we don't kill you, you will kill us? Shinji sneered and said, Am I hypocritical? You dare to resist me, but you don't dare to resist Li Hang and Shin Wei. You just see that I am weak and easy to bully. And Old Wei relaxed after seeing that there was no shotgun in Shinji's hand. Humph! Boy, is the gun out of bullets? Hand over the password and access card honestly, and I will make your death easier. I don't need a gun to kill you. The words just fell. Shinji took out a machete directly from his hand. This was used at the 1602 kill auction last time. At first, Shinji really just wanted to take the supplies and leave, leaving them to fend for themselves. He didn't want to drive them all away. But the next second, Shinji in front of everyone suddenly rushed into the crowd at an incredibly fast speed. And the Old Wei, who was still complacent and thought he was very smart, was already dead. Then there is revenge. 10 minutes later, the entire Fengmin station has become a purgatory on Earth. There were human limbs and broken arms everywhere, and blood flowed into a river of blood and flowed into the sewer. Looks like it's not enough to have a lotus or a holy mother. It also needs to be ruthless. Shinji looked at the machete in his hand. The blade was already pitted. If you more than 100 people were willing to stand up and resist with the young people, how could you become Li Hang's slaves? Shinji didn't know who he wanted to say this to, because at this time, except for Shinji and Lu Nu, there was no one alive in the entire station. Husband, Lu Shushu may be dying. Feng Cece ran out and shouted. Shinji returned to the room. At this time, the women looked serious and sad. The effect of the adrenaline drug was almost over, and Lu Shushu was getting weaker and weaker. Gu Ying lowered her head. Lu Shushu lost too much blood, maybe. Shinji sighed and patted Gu Ying on the shoulder. He didn't blame her for this. Lu Shushu, do you still remember the bet we made? Shinji sat next to Lu Shushu. Lu Shushu's breathing was already very weak, but she still nodded towards Shinji at this time. Then according to the bet, you should stay with me, right? Shinji continued to ask. Yes, I also want to stay. Lu Shushu lowered his hand before he finished speaking. The mood of several people was not very beautiful. Although they only knew each other for a day, it was not a good feeling to see someone who would soon become a family member die in front of his eyes. Deity, it has been detected that the host is taking in a goddess. The system rewards materials, a set of apocalyptic armored vehicles, and a set of supporting weapons for apocalyptic RVs. Shinji was stunned for a moment. Does it matter if everyone is dead? Ability is being distributed. Deity, distribution successful. Ability, Deadwood grows flowers. Ability, dead trees grow flowers and bind the goddess Lu Shushu. Level 1 can be upgraded to level 2 after making substantial progress with the goddess. Details, activate powers to heal wounds. The cooldown of this ability is determined based on the severity of the injury. The greater the damage, the longer the cooldown. Moreover, healing oneself or others will consume a lot of the host's physical strength. No time to think. Shinji directly took out an epinephrine pen and plunged it into Lu Shushu's thigh. Then Shinji scored twice and hugged Lu Shushu, who was about to lose his heartbeat. Honey, are you going to? Feng Sisi was dumbfounded. Shinji just took off Lu Shushu's clothes. The girls were also stunned by Shinji's actions. Everyone stood there not knowing what to do. Shinji wants to take advantage of the heat? Zhu Sisi elbowed Gu Yingying. The latter shook his head, indicating that he didn't know and didn't really want to know. Then let's go out first. Shinji didn't even pay attention. He was really taking advantage of the heat now. Oh no! Before Lu Shushu's heartbeat completely stops, try to see if she can be revived. Pull out the knife that stabbed into Lu Shushu's back. Shinji put his hand up and immediately activated his superpower. Chapter 59, Where Are My Pants? Don't you guys like the subway chapter too much? There aren't many comments urging updates. If you guys don't like it, you can tell me and I'll continue to push the plot down. In the corridor, the 5 women except you Momo were restless. Do you think Shinji has some special hobbies? Zhu Sisi, who was the last to join, was no longer calm at this time. Before, she always thought that Shinji didn't do anything to guard these top women because he couldn't do it. Now it seems that Shinji may have some perverted habits. And Jiang Mimi said during the day yesterday that Shinji was fine. Shinji is so good. If you don't have a good body, you really can't withstand his torment. When Jiang Mimi said this, Feng Sisi felt the same way. She was lying on her stomach in her sleeping bag at the time, and her walking was difficult. It was only at night that she felt better. And these words also made the faces of Gu Yingying and Zhu Sisi on the side turn red and white for a while. The 2 women were curious, scared, and excited. Yu Momo is different, she is purely aroused. But Shinji's behavior just now was a bit unpredictable to them. Would you like to take a peek? Jiang Mimi said with a blushing face. After hearing this, Zhu Sisi immediately showed a complicated expression. Holy crap, he is already perverted enough for doing this. But you actually want to peek? You are even more perverted. The 5 girls were talking. Just heard a scream coming from the room. Ah, this cry. Is it Lu Shushu? The women looked at each other in confusion at first, then opened the door and entered. Lu Shushu was seen in the room, naked and huddled in the corner, holding her breasts, looking shyly at Shinji on the side. But Shinji's situation was not so good. At this moment, Shinji stood up unsteadily. He was covered in sweat, and his face was paler than Lu Shushu's face just now. After seeing the girls, Shinji took out the shotgun out of thin air and handed it to Gu Yingying, then buried it in a Feng Sisi's chest and passed out. Shinji knew that this was a phenomenon caused by excessive use of supernatural powers, which caused physical exhaustion. It was the same last time when he collected too many supplies at Lao Yunfa. He just needed a little rest. But now, even though I have strengthened my body 20 times, I am still exhausted. In fact, Shinji has been spinning in the past 2 days. When entering the subway station, Shinji tried his best to lift the rolling shutter door, but his body was still a little sore. He also spent a lot of energy on Jiang Mimi and Feng Sisi. Shinji had already used up some of his physical energy when he used the space storage just now. Plus, he just killed someone. In addition, the setting of dead trees and flowers is that the more severe the injury, the more physical energy it takes to heal the wound. And Lu Shushu was fatally injured. Shinji didn't know how much energy this consumed. And Lu Shushu became the last straw that broke Shinji's mind. The night passed. The 34th day of the end of the world. Shinji was awakened by a nightmare. In the dream, he was chased by 2 cheetahs with his bare buttocks on. Strangely enough, These two cheetahs had unique tastes and kept trying to bite his little Shinji. After waking up, Shinji felt cold under his body. Opened the sleeping bag. Sure enough, his pants were missing. At this time, Lu Shushu opened the door and walked in. Seeing that Shinji was awake and hadn't put on his pants yet, her face instantly turned red. Brother Shin, wake up! Shinji nodded. Where are my pants? Hearing Shinji's question, Lu Shushu's face turned redder. I don't know. Jiang Mimi and Foam Cece slept here with you last night. After listening to Lu Shushu's words, Shinji's head was full of black lines. Could it be that the two cheetahs in his dream last night were these two women? Seeing that Shinji wanted to get out of bed, Lu Shushu didn't care that the other person was not wearing pants, and ran to the side with a blushing face to help Shinji up. Although Shinji had almost recovered at this time, he did not refuse and directly saved Lu Shushu's life. Take care of me. What's wrong with me? Brother Shin, how did you do it? Lu Shushu didn't know what happened yesterday. At that time, when she heard Shinji's words, she could only barely respond to him. Then Lu Shushu felt that time gradually slowed down. All the sounds in her ears were blurred, and she seemed to be under a dark water. Just when Lu Shushu felt that she was about to be suffocated to death underwater, Shinji's face suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Then she woke up again. At this time, Lu Shushu's back not only had no wounds, there wasn't even a scar. Do you have some special abilities? Lu Shushu asked tactfully. My husband has a lot of abilities. Foam Cece also walked into the room at this time and saw Lu Shushu holding one of Shinji's arms. Foam Cece also came over to hug Shinji. What did you and Mimi do last night? I had a nightmare about two leopards chasing me and gnawing at me. Shinji asked Foam Cece. Foam Cece looked at Shinji with a mysterious face, then wiped the corners of her mouth. Guess. In the corridor, several women are cooking. They found a lot of food and water from the station master's room. Shinji, you're awake. Zhu Cece was surprised when she saw Shinji. I thought you had to sleep for a few days. When Yumomo saw Shinji, she rushed over and threw herself into Shinji's arms. Husband, you scared me. Fortunately, Sister Ying said that you were just too tired. Just take a rest. Jiang Mimi said with a worried look. Shinji nodded. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shinji has already thought about it. In any case, it is urgent to upgrade his abilities. It's just that I don't know what the conditions are for upgrading from level 3 to level 4. Anyway, first upgrade Guiying, Yumomo, and Zhu Cece who are still at level 2, and Lu Shushu can cultivate their relationship first, and then move up. After a simple meal, Shinji picked out some ingredients, seasonings, and pots and pans from the space. He planned to have a grand dinner to celebrate. This time he entered the subway station and gained a lot. 1 goddess, 1 sniper rifle, 1 superpower, and 2 sets of matching weapons. Shinji's current storage space is large enough, so he now receives the material rewards directly and puts them into the storage space, keeping the system backpack. He opened the space and took a look. Matching weapons had been automatically added to the 2 vehicles. The armored vehicle is equipped with a grenade launcher, equipped with 100 grenades. A layer of steel plates is added to the front, rear, left, and right of the vehicle, which can not only add weight to make the vehicle more stable, but also increase its defense. An engine is added to the rear of the vehicle. Although the fuel consumption is higher, it can increase the speed of the armored vehicle. On the RV is a Gatling gun with 5,000 rounds of ammunition and 3 rocket launchers. Looking at these things, Shinji smiled from ear to ear. With these things, who could beat him? Then Shinji decided to rest for one more night, and then left Fengmin Station to see if there were weapons at other stations. That's right. There's something else I didn't ask you. Gu Ying slapped her head. When we were looking for food this morning, we found several women locked in a room. They seemed to be Li Hang's women. I wanted to ask you what to do with them. Shinji said directly without thinking. Kill. There was no other way. Shinji tried to let them fend for themselves, but in the end they picked up the knife and wanted to stab themselves. The others have been killed, and there is one more. Cece said that I can ask your opinion first. Gu Ying continued. Huh? Shinji raised his eyebrows. Who else is there? A very beautiful woman. Gu Ying paused and continued. Moreover, Lu Shushu said that the woman should not have been harmed by Li Hang, so she should still be a virgin now. Shinji actually has no hard requirements for this. As long as the system determines that she is a goddess, and the other party is willing to stay, and the other party is loyal to him. In fact, most of the time when I take in a goddess, I just want to have superpowers, get rewards, and become bigger and stronger. Does Lu Shushu even know this? Shinji asked doubtfully. Lu Shushu said that when the end of the world came, the girl and her family were trapped in the station. What happened next was that the girl didn't walk into the equipment area voluntarily, but was resold by her father to others. My biological daughter is worth 3 boxes of cigarettes. After Gu Yingying finished speaking, she showed a helpless smile. Shinji immediately stood up and hugged Gu Yingying's waist. Take me to have a look. Chapter 60, Uninvited Guest. Lu Shushu led Shinji and Gu Yingying to a door. Right here. Lu Shushu swiped the card to open the door. I saw a girl squatting in the corner of the room. She looked young, about 24 or 5 years old, probably about the same age as Lu Shushu. In terms of appearance, she is definitely not as good as Lu Shushu, but she has an inexplicable classical and elegant temperament. In addition, she has a very good figure. She is not tall, but her legs are very long and well-proportioned, and her waist is extremely thin. At this time, the girl was looking up at Shinji timidly. Her name is Wei Qingqing, a dance major at London University. She was also trapped here after the end of the world, but she always wore a mask and a hat, so no one noticed her. Yesterday, she was sold to Li Hang's people by her father for the price of 3 boxes of cigarettes. Li Hang's men originally thought she was an ordinary-looking girl, but when they took off the mask, they discovered that she was very beautiful. Then she was sacrificed to Li Hang by his men. And she was taken away just yesterday. Li Hang died before he could do anything to her. After listening to Lu Shushu's words, Shinji squatted next to Wei Qingqing. Your father may have died in my hands. Do you hate me? As soon as these words came out, Gu Yingying and Lu Shushu on the side looked puzzled. When someone invites someone else, the first thing they say is, I'll kill your dad. Wei Qingqing shook his head. She indeed would not hate Shinji, because in Wei Qingqing's heart, the man was no longer her father the moment he handed her over to someone else. Shinji nodded with satisfaction. He had just checked with his voyeuristic language and found that Wei Qingqing was telling the truth. In fact, neither of the two women knew that Wei Qingqing had just walked around the gate of hell. If Wei Qingqing said he hated him or lied, Shinji would kill her without hesitation. No matter how beautiful the goddess is, if she doesn't really follow you, then it's better not to let her go. So, do you want to follow me? Shinji asked Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing first looked at Gu Yingying on the side, then turned to look at Lu Shushu, and then stared at Shinji for a while. Finally, he made up his mind and nodded. At this time, Gu Yingying stepped forward and helped Wei Qingqing, who was squatting on the ground. My name is Gu Yingying. You can call me Sister Yingying from now on. Wei Qingqing seemed particularly shy. She looked at Gu Yingying and then nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I know you have many questions and concerns now. Come with us first. Otherwise, you will starve to death here alone. Then Gu Yingying took Wei Qingqing's hand like a big sister and pulled her out of the small room. In fact, although Gu Yingying said so, she didn't think so in her heart. If Shinji shook his head, then he would attack Wei Qingqing without hesitation. Because in the morning, several other women of Li Hang died at the hands of Gu Yingying. She knew that Shinji looked down on that kind of woman. Wei Qingqing was different from them, so after discussing with Feng Sisi, she decided to keep Wei Qingqing first. Today's dinner was extraordinarily rich. Shinji directly moved out many delicacies in the space and let the girls eat at the buffet, letting them get what they wanted. But it cannot be wasted. Wei Qingqing, on the other hand, was surprisingly quiet. She just sat next to Gu Yingying and Lu Shushu, occasionally eating a few mouthfuls of rice. Zhu Sisi went over to tease her and asked her to go over and help Shinji sleep in a while. Wei Qingqing's face showed a shy expression. Shinji looked into Wei Qingqing's heart. Too simple, too soft. The stupid and clear Jiang Mimi is a little clever, but Wei Qingqing is just stupid. Well, how can people grow without going through some hardships? Are you full? Shinji patted his butt and stood up. Eat full la. The girls all said happily. Eat up and start training. As soon as Shinji said these words, the women all reluctantly ouched. Only Lu Shushu and Wei Qingqing didn't know what happened. Sisi, you lead them to practice. They will do some physical training today and then go to bed after practice. Shinji told Zhu Sisi. Receive. Zhu Sisi is full of energy. Yingying, come with me tonight. Upgrading superpowers cannot be delayed. Although I don't know how to upgrade to level 4 yet, I can upgrade the other abilities to level 3 first. Gu Yingying's face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. Feng Sisi and Jiang Mimi both had smirks on their faces. Jiang Mimi came over and patted Gu Yingying on the shoulder. Hey, Sister Yingying, Be careful tonight. Ying, I have silk. What color do you want? Black, white, flesh-colored, or red? Feng Cece also came over and smiled evilly. You too. Gu Ying was both embarrassed and angry at this moment. Man, this word seems to be very far away from me. Once upon a time, Gu Ying herself had fantasized about getting married with Feng Mo. But all this changed because the apocalypse came, but Gu Ying did not blame the apocalypse. Instead, she thanked the apocalypse for allowing her to see Feng Mo's face clearly. I saw through the hypocrisy of the Feng family. Look at Shinji in front of him again. He is tall and reliable. As long as he is there, he will have a sense of security. As long as he is there, any problem can be solved. Then you just practice. I'll follow Ying first. Shinji didn't finish his words. Buzz! Only a huge roar was heard from the platform. Oops! Lu Shushu stood up immediately. I only connected the lighting and access control to the backup battery, but I didn't connect the power to the civil air defense door. The sound is that the civil air defense door of the platform was pushed open by someone with external force. Someone is coming in, Lu Shushu said in panic. Shinji wanted to use perspective to see what was happening on the platform, but the ground was too thick for Shinji to see through. Shushu, go and turn off the lights. Leave the door open. You guys get your weapons, put on your night vision goggles, and protect Momo and Wei Qingqing. Cece, follow me. After Shinji explained all this, he directly took Zhu Cece to the dark station hall and hid in the darkness. After a while, voices came from the platform. Do you think that woman would hide in the subway station? The entire Donghai city will be razed to the ground. If it's not underground, it's dead. I think he's probably dead. But this woman is really capable, and she actually killed Black Arrow. Yeah, knife through the heart. It was a special table knife. The voices were very noisy, and it sounded like there were 7 or 8 men. After listening for a long time, it probably meant that they were chasing an escaped woman. The woman was very powerful and had killed their partner. This station is not easy. So many people died on the platform. Indeed, no station along this way has so many people. Stop talking nonsense. See if there is anyone alive. Ask if you know the whereabouts of the woman, and then take away the gun from the weapon point. Weapon point? Shinji came up with a bold idea. Could the gun he got in the wartime warehouse be the weapon point among this group of people? While Shinji was thinking, a shout suddenly came from the platform. Not good. There were bows and arrows. Someone died from a bow, an arrow. This arrow is the kind of arrow the club uses. Club? Shinji frowned. Could it be the archery club in the Vientiane shopping building? Then the black arrow they just said was stabbed to death by a table knife. Wasn't it the man they killed in the supermarket? Chapter 61, the group is destroyed. Put on your night vision goggles. Get ready for battle. As one of the men on the platform gave an order, a series of sounds of firearms and bullets being loaded came to Shinji's ears. Shinji couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Hey, darling, how many guns are there under here? Zhu Cece on the side also reacted. Is it us they are talking about? Shinji nodded. Most likely, yes. There must be countless people who kill with knives in the apocalypse, but there shouldn't be too many people who kill with knives, and several people also mention another woman in the archery club. This can basically confirm that this group of people came for Zhu Cece. Have you offended anyone before? Zhu Cece thought for a while, then shook her head. What deep hatred? It's the end of the world, and we still have to chase and kill. Shinji gently patted Zhu Cece's butt and whispered in her ear. You go in with the card, I will take care of it here. Zhu Cece's face turned slightly red after hearing Shinji's words, and something different flashed in her eyes. No, I want to accompany you. Shinji looked at Zhu Cece and thought that this child was quite stubborn, but Shinji was also very pleased. Then take care of yourself, wait for my signal, and don't get hurt. After saying this, Shinji quietly walked towards the corridor next to the equipment area, and then he opened a storage box he picked up in the warehouse at the end of the corridor. From this position, you can see not only the general situation of the station hall, but also the entrance to the equipment area. Shinji was seen skillfully assembling the sniper rifle. Gun body, barrel, silencer, scope magazine. The movements are smooth and skillful, done in one go. As for why Shinji can use a sniper rifle so skillfully, then I have to mention the superpowers released by the system after taking Wei Qingqing in. Ability. Weapon Master binds Goddess Wei Qingqing. Level 1 can be upgraded to level 2 after making substantial progress with the goddess. Details. Any weapon will automatically increase its proficiency for 5 years after being used. Weapon Master. This ability is simple and practical, and the words any weapon are too valuable. Whether it is a cold weapon or a hot weapon, as long as Shinji touches it, he can immediately understand the method, steps, and techniques of using the weapon and gain 5 years of proficiency. At this moment, the sound from the platform had disappeared for a while. It is estimated that the platform has been inspected by them. As long as they come to the station hall, they will definitely go to the equipment area. At this time, Shinji adjusted the focus of the scope and pointed the muzzle at the door of the equipment area. Zhu Cece climbed up from the customer service center to the ceiling lightly, then took out her bow and arrow and aimed at the ground. The whole station was eerily quiet. The people who were on the platform just now seemed to have disappeared, and they never made any movement again. The atmosphere was extremely depressing, and Zhu Cece kept adjusting her breathing. Shinji stared straight ahead. Long wait. Finally, there were a few light footsteps on the stairs of the platform. The next second, a man wearing a bulletproof vest, a steel helmet, and holding a rifle stuck his head out. After confirming that the station hall was safe, the man made a gesture to follow. Immediately afterwards, one armed person after another walked out of the stairs. 8 people in total. These 8 people all wore steel helmets and bulletproof vests and carried large bags on their backs, but they only had 5 guns. 2 long and 3 short. 2 rifles, 2 pistols, and a stun gun. The remaining 3. One person was holding a bow and arrow, and the other 2 were holding knives. This group of people were seen taking turns to cover each other and slowly advancing towards the equipment area. Zhu Cece was already breaking out in a cold sweat. If I hadn't climbed up to the ceiling, I would have been discovered by this group of well-trained people. At this time, the 8 people had arrived at the entrance of the equipment area. However, they still did not let down their guard and always had 2 guns guarding behind them. "Open the door," the leading man whispered. Another person pulled the door of the equipment area and found that it could not be opened. "There may be someone inside. Ah Qiang, get ready to open the door. The rest of you be on guard," said the leading man. One of the men holding a knife opened his backpack and took out a machine similar to a machine. I saw the man named Ah Qiang setting up a few settings on the machine and then sticking the machine to the access control card reader of the passage door of the equipment area. The card reader beeped twice, and the light turned from red to green. The door was actually opened. Grass. Shinji originally wanted to wait and see and find an opportunity to defeat them one by one, because from his position at this time, he could only kill 1 or 2 people in one shot and could not kill them all at once. But what he didn't expect was that the subway's access control system was actually deciphered in 1 second. "My goddesses are all in it." Ah Qiang nodded towards the leader and then retreated to the back. Several people with guns stood in front. After getting ready, the leader opened the door to the equipment area. At this moment, Shinji pulled the trigger. His targets were 2 men armed with rifles. At the same time, an arrow shot straight out from the corridor of the equipment area instantly penetrated the night vision device and stabbed into the leader's eye socket. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of gunshots and arrows intertwined. Shinji deliberately did not hit the tactical helmets on their heads, but aimed at their necks. And the arrow in the equipment area must have been shot by Jiang Mimi. Only her archery can be so accurate. There's an ambush. Seeing that 3 people on our side were killed instantly, the remaining 5 people found cover and hid. The gunman is at 6 o'clock. It was too empty and quiet here, so they had already noticed Shinji's direction. Smoke bomb. I saw a few people throwing 2 smoke bombs in Shinji's direction. Retreat to the platform. After the man finished shouting, he was about to retreat under the cover of smoke. The next second, he was shot to death by Shinji. The remaining few people hid behind the subway ticket machines and did not dare to move. "Isn't the shooter's field of vision blocked?" one of them asked anxiously. Logically speaking, even if the other party is wearing night vision goggles, they shouldn't be able to see through smoke. This is not a game. Cheating can get through the smoke. At this time, Shinji was using his clairvoyance ability to look into the smoke. "I can see through walls. How can I see through cigarettes?" At this time, the remaining 4 people on the opponent's side were all within Zhu Cece's attack range. But Zhu Cece didn't take action, and the reason was very simple. As long as she dared to move, she would become a living target. Your own bow and arrows can't deal with the opponent's pistol and stun gun. The next second, a grenade rolled under the 4 people's feet. This is what Shinji took from the metal storage box, which is what these people call the weapon point. "Lie down!" Bang! There was a loud noise, and Zhu Cece was almost knocked off the ceiling. The smoke cleared. Shinji put away his sniper rifle and walked over. The remaining 4 people were all killed by this fragmentation grenade. Zhu Cixi also jumped down from the ceiling at this time. Are they all dead? They're all dead. Shinji wanted to stay alive and asked for information. Zhu Cixi, what happened to you? You were chasing after such a cute girl with a big butt. Shinji looked at the people who died tragically in front of him. He didn't expect that the grenade was so powerful. It was completely different from what was shown in the movie. Immediately afterwards, Shinji searched several people, and he found some clues. Chapter 62, Hunting Organization. After Shinji searched for a while, a notebook was recovered from the leading man. Turn to the first page. Wang Shiji, male, 29 years old. Live at home, I saw that this entire page recorded in detail all kinds of information about this man named Wang Shiji. And the last line of this page clearly states that the prey was executed on March 1st, 2024. Prey? Execution? Shinji continued to look back and found that this was actually a death note. Each page contains all the information about a person. The last line shows that some people have been executed while others are blank. Everyone recorded in this notebook is the target of this group of people. They were treated as prey by this group of people and were immediately executed when caught. Next page. Zhu Cixi. The notes recorded in detail Zhu Cixi's home address, birthday, work experience, school she graduated from, personal interests and hobbies, etc. The penultimate line was written, danger. The prey kills the black arrow. Zhu Cixi was even more confused when she saw this. To be honest, what I wrote here is more detailed than I remember. In the next page, Shinji, male, 27 years old, lives in room 1602, building 8, Shengshijiayuan, Nan District, Donghai City. Grass. Shinji didn't expect that he was also in this notebook. But the last line reads, according to the speculation of the Hunting Group 2, the prey has died in the apocalypse. Hunting Group 2. It seems that there is more than one such combat group. But what is their purpose? At first, Shinji was a little suspicious of whether Zhu Cixi was hiding something from him. Now he believes it. I have nothing, and I have never offended anyone, yet it appears in this notebook. Then Shinji and several women searched through the belongings of these 8 people. It was discovered that several people had identical notebooks, but the contents were different. Someone wrote about the consumption of food and water. Some people write diaries to record their daily schedule and goals. From this notebook, Shinji knew that this group of people came all the way through the subway tunnel from the first station, and they would massacre every station they passed, killing everyone who saw them. There's also a book about the consumption of weapons and ammunition, which also states that these 3 short and 2 long firearms come from the weapon point in the subway station. It was the box that Shinji found. There are only 3 weapon spots in the subway. Except for the sniper rifle in Shinji's hand, they have already collected the other 2, which are the guns in their hands. Although they consumed a lot of bullets along the way, it saved Shinji from having to search station by himself. After an hour of reading and understanding, Shinji finally read all the notes. After piecing together the fragmentary information given by these people, he roughly knew the identities of this group of people. They belong to an organization called The Hunt. Their group is called Hunting Group 2. First of all, they are a standard tactical team with a clear division of labor, and each performs their duties. Some are mercenaries, some are professional killers, and some are technical backbones and computer experts. There were 10 people in the Hunting Group 2 at the beginning. One of them died while solving the target before, and there was also a man named Black Arrow, who was stabbed to death by Shinji last time. All the remaining 8 people are here. The organization Hunting has many tactical teams like them. Each team has its own mission objectives. Every time a target is solved, they will file or record the time, place, and reason of the target's death. They will receive some rewards for each goal they solve, but the content of the rewards is not mentioned in the notes. Also, everyone has no idea what the purpose of this organization is. For other members of the organization, they only know that there are other hunting groups. After reading this, Shinji became even more confused. He thought for a long time and couldn't think of any similarities between himself and Zhu Cixi. The two had no relationship and did not know each other before meeting at the Vientiane shopping building. Why on earth is there such a group of people chasing her? Also, the man named Black Arrow moved across from Zhu Cixi's house before the end of the world. It shows that this group has been established before the end of the world. Also, who put the weapons in the subway station? How did the people in the hunting organization know? As for the prey who were executed in the notebook, their death time was after the end of the world, that is, in the recent days. Did these people know from the beginning that the end of the world would come? Then they have been lurking around the target, waiting for opportunities. When the end of the world comes, they will kill the target. Shinji rubbed his temples. This should not be possible. Would a murderous organization know about the apocalyptic news that even the official didn't know? Afterwards, Shinji returned to the room with endless doubts. Gu Yingying, who had been waiting for a long time, opened her sleeping bag with a shy look. This? Cece gave it to me. Shinji looked at the white thighs and red stockings intertwined in front of him. And Gu Yingying immediately lifted up her top again. Cece said this is a set. At this moment, Shinji suddenly felt that he had underestimated Gu Yingying before. At first, he only looked at the legs and never noticed that the size of Gu Yingying's upper body was actually not small. The night passed. Only then did Shinji know what it means to have fun with your legs. Only then did I know what a top royal sister is. As expected, Gu Yingying couldn't get out of bed, so Jiang Mimi sent her breakfast. Shinji's insightful eye also reached level 3. Ability. The Eye of Insight is bound to the goddess Gu Yingying. Level 3. Continue to make progress with the goddess, and you can upgrade to level 4. Details. Under normal conditions, the host can have super far vision, night vision, detect small things, and underwater vision. After activating the power, the host can have clairvoyance ability for a long period of time. There is not much difference from the second level, except that the fluoroscopy time is lengthened. After breakfast, Shinji planned to look at the hunting group's things again to see if he could find any clues. Just as he was rummaging through several people's backpacks, the communicator on the arm of the leading man suddenly lit up. Shinji took a closer look and found that it was something similar to a mobile phone. At this time, the speaker on the communicator suddenly rang. Please reply to the hunting team 2. Please hunt team 2 to report yesterday's log. Log? It seems that this group, like the workers, also has to submit work logs every day. Please reply to the hunting team 2. This? Shinji tinkered for a long time, but couldn't even unlock the screen, and he didn't know how to fix it. There was a long silence, but a voice suddenly rang out from the loudspeaker. Does Hunting Group 2 need a support team? Chapter 63, Take the Initiative. The 36th day of the end of the world. Shinji asked Lu Shushu to operate the system and open the rolling shutter door at the subway entrance. As soon as the door opened, a strong wind rushed into the subway station with a chill, and then Shinji took the lead to walk out despite the wind. The remaining 7 women all stood at the door and watched Shinji walk up. At this moment, the scene outside was completely different from what Shinji had imagined. The rain had stopped and was replaced by snow. The snow is not heavy, and there is no snow on the ground. There is only a moderate layer of frozen snow, and the accumulated water has been firmly frozen. The temperature has also dropped a lot. It is estimated to be more than 10 degrees below zero. Shinji and his party have been staying underground these past few days, and there is heating in the equipment area, so they have not felt the temperature change. The hurricane not far away is still ravaging the devastated city. Shinji looked around. The entire Donghai city is covered in white flowers. All the high-rise buildings in the past have disappeared, leaving only some ruins of buildings still standing in place. Almost the entire urban area of Donghai City has been razed to the ground by Hurricane Lion. A few minutes later, the 7th girl, who was shivering from the cold, suddenly heard a roar above her head. Immediately afterwards, Shinji's voice came from above again. Hurry up and get in the car. The hurricane is far away from our location now. It's going to be troublesome if a hurricane approaches. When the 7 girls came out, they were all stunned by the huge thing in front of them. I saw something like a car parked at the subway entrance. This thing looks like a car, but doesn't look like a car. It looks like a car because it has tires and doors, but it doesn't look like a car because it's so big. The diameter of a tire alone is 2 meters long. This is the material rewarded by Shinji when he took Zhu Cece in a multifunctional RV in the apocalypse. The author has something to say in the picture. Shinji kept it there without taking it out. This time he already had 7 goddesses in his hands. This one was more spacious. As for the armored vehicle, it is estimated that it can only be driven in places with relatively light winds. The RV is much larger and heavier than the armored vehicle, so it should be a little safer to drive the RV now. This apocalyptic multifunctional RV has a total of 3 engines, 2 for main use and 1 for backup. The car has 8 tires, all of which are rainproof and anti-skid solid tires. The whole car is divided into 3 sections. The front of the car is the cockpit, and there is a Gatling in the co-pilot's position. The middle section of the car is the living area. The kitchen, dining room, guest bathroom, and living room are all here. In addition, the vehicle's fuel tank is also here, making it convenient for Shinji to refuel from indoors. There is a rest area at the rear of the car, with a total of 10 small compartments on the upper and lower floors. Although the space is not large, everyone has their own small space, and there are 2 additional bathrooms in the rest area. In addition, a wind turbine is installed on the top of the rear of the car, which can use hurricane winds to provide part of the electric energy to the vehicle. Driving such a behemoth consumes a huge amount of energy. Fortunately, Shinji had nothing more than the fuel tanks he had previously searched at the gas station and the oil barrels he found in the wartime warehouse at Foman Station. He ran a few more stops yesterday and collected all the fuel in the wartime warehouse into the space, so there is no need to worry about energy for the time being. After Shinji picked up all the 7 girls in the car, they exclaimed again. Not only is there a lot of space in the car, it's also very warm. After Shinji briefly introduced the situation in the car to the girls, he stepped on the accelerator and drove the apocalyptic multifunctional RV all the way south. The destination is the southernmost part of Donghai City, the junction of Donghai City and Suzhou City. Hongshan. As for why you want to go to Hongshan, it was because of the few voices on the communicator yesterday. If the hunting organization cannot contact their 2 groups, it is very likely that other people will be sent to search. The hunting team will report the work log every day, and the time, location, and content of the daily work will most likely be reported to the hunting organization. So the hunting organization must have known that the hunting group 2 lost contact at the subway station. After Shinji carefully compared and analyzed their hunting routes, he discovered that the group's first hunting order was from south to north all the way to the northernmost part of Donghai City. Just when their food and weapons were running low, the diary was interrupted. After a few days, the group started hunting again from south to north. The starting point for both hunting starts is near Hongshan Mountain, so Shinji guessed that the home base of the hunting group 2 was there, or that the hunting organization had a base or station in Hongshan. Then Shinji felt that instead of sitting back and waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative. Now that I have guns, people, and supplies, I just need a place to stay. Originally, Shinji thought the subway station was not bad, but after the incident of hunting group 2, the subway station must have been exposed. In addition, he and Ju Cece were both in the hunting notebook, and Shinji was even more curious about the reason. At this moment, although the hurricane was far behind them, the RV was still driving swaying. If Shinji was driving the armored vehicle, it is estimated that several people would have been blown up by the wind and spinning in circles in the sky. But now, once the hurricane approaches, they can only find a low-lying place to take shelter as soon as possible. At this time, Shinji was driving in the general direction, but the deviation in the direction should not be large. There are ruins and broken walls everywhere on this road, and there is no road at all. There is no way to find it. There are ruins everywhere, and vehicles can only drive over it. Fortunately, the RV has a 3-stage design, which makes it more flexible and will not get stuck on the uneven ground. At noon, they should be relatively close to Hongshan Mountain. Feng Cece came over to change shifts with Shinji and let Shinji take a break. When Shinji returned to the living area, the other 6 women were chatting together in cool pajamas. Shinji had no choice but to turn up the air conditioner in the car very high on purpose, because he wanted to see whether Ju Cece, who was working out, had better figure, or Wei Qingqing, who was practicing dancing. Ju Cece's but is perky and sexy. Her body has clear lines, and she is overall thin. Wei Qingqing's figure is a bit voluptuous overall, but she looks slim when dressed and has a good temperament. Shinji compared them for a long time and found that each had its own merits. Just when he decided to take a closer look, Feng Cece in the cab stopped Shinji. "Husband, come and take a look. Something seems wrong." After hearing this, Shinji immediately walked to the cockpit in front. "Husband, what do you think that is?" Shinji followed Feng Cece's gaze and looked into the distance. "I saw a black spot on the white snow in the distance, and the light was still on. What's this?" There was a lot of wind and snow outside the car at the moment, and the view was somewhat blocked. So Shinji opened his eyes of insight and looked into the distance. But you don't know it if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. That mother's car is also an RV. It also looks very large. Moreover, this RV was driving towards him at the moment. "It seems I guessed it right," Shinji murmured to himself. This group of people definitely didn't go back and forth on their hunting mission. They definitely had transportation. And the most likely one is a RV or an armored vehicle. Either that or a helicopter. Nothing else is likely to withstand a hurricane of this magnitude. "Wives, get ready for battle." Shinji shouted, and then the 7 women in the living area took out their weapons. Shinji directly took out the 3 rocket launchers in the car, and then loaded the Gatling bullets in the passenger seat. Chapter 64, Sheltered Area. At this time, the distance between the 2 cars was getting closer and closer. Shinji could even see the driver on the opposite side through the car window. Only then did Shinji realize that the other party's RV was not that big compared to his own vehicle. If Shinji's multifunctional RV is full, it can accommodate 13 or 4 people. The other party's car can only accommodate 5 or 6 people. Moreover, this car looks a bit rough, and the welding joints between the steel plates are very random. It must have been modified, and it was modified in a hurry. At this time, the women behind were a little nervous, especially Lu Shushu and Wei Qingqing, who had just joined. Lu Shushu was holding a stun gun at this time, and Wei Qingqing was holding a baton. Jiang Mimi and Zhu Cici's weapons were still bows and arrows. Yu Momo's shoulder had been healed by Shinji with dead wood and flowers, but she still used a dagger. Feng Cici and Gu Yingying each had a Glock pistol. Shinji was not nervous, but rather calm, because he concluded that the opponent's weapons would never be stronger than his own. It could be seen from the equipment of their hunting group. There are 5 guns for 8 people, one of which is a stun gun. If you want weapons, you have to go to the weapons point to collect them yourself. Therefore, even if the other party is from a hunting organization, they can at best take out a few rifles. Shinji is different. He has a rocket launcher. He had already thought that once the other party attacked him, he would create a physical clone on the spot, get out of the car with a rocket launcher, and shoot him directly. It doesn't matter how many guns you have, I'll send them all away with one shot. When the 2 cars were about 10 meters apart, the other car stopped first. Then Shinji also stepped on the brakes. Just when Shinji felt that the war was about to break out, the driver of the other party actually got out of the car. That's right, got out of the car. Even before a hurricane escalates, the wind outside can blow people away. At this time, the people in the RV in front of me actually got out of the car. The man first waved his hands to indicate that he had no weapons, and then he waved to Shinji in the driver's seat. Is there no one outside? Feng Cici also noticed something was wrong. Shinji looked out the window. It snowed normally, but it didn't seem like the wind was strong here. I'll go down and take a look. Yingying, go to the driver's seat. Cici, go to the co-pilot and get the machine gun. If they dare to take action, they'll kill them. Shinji opened the door and got out of the car. Sure enough, the wind here is not as strong as in the city center, but the biting cold wind will still hurt people's faces. But Shinji's body is strong enough that he can't feel it. Shinji first used his perspective ability to observe the other party and the other party's vehicle. In addition to the man who got out of the car, there were 2 other people in the cab, but he couldn't see through the back of the RV. All 3 of them had weapons on them, a pistol for each person. The driver of the other party looked to be a young man in his early 20s. Seeing Shinji get out of the car, he smiled politely at Shinji and then walked forward. Hello, brother. Are you here to take refuge too? Escape? Shinji asked doubtfully. That's right. Our place is a sheltered area, and many people have come to take refuge one after another. The young man rubbed his hands. Although the wind here is not strong, the temperature is still very low. Sheltered area? Why is there no hurricane here? Shinji was puzzled. It's like this. This place is located at the junction of Donghai City and Suzhou City. The hurricane lions in Donghai City only move in the urban area. Now the urban area is all gone. This place is far away from the urban area, so the wind is not that strong. Although the hurricane shooters in Suzhou City are active in this area, the mountains of Hongshan block part of the wind from this land. Also, the wind directions of the 2 hurricanes Lion and Sagittarius are different. This place is just in the middle of the 2 hurricanes. Their wind forces will cancel each other out, so the wind here feels much lighter. Shinji nodded after hearing this. He didn't know that the mountains could actually block hurricanes, and that the winds between hurricanes could cancel each other out. It's a pity that there are less mountains in the south. Otherwise, I could find a foothold at the foot of a mountain with less wind. Can you tell me about the situation in your shelter area? Shinji felt a little pity at this time. It would have been nice if the person coming down was a woman. Reading your own mind directly is better than anything else. Of course. The young man rubbed his hands. How about we get in your car and chat? It's too cold outside. I can't hear you clearly. Shinji thought for a moment, and then gestured to Feng Cici in the car, asking them to hide their weapons. As soon as the 2 entered Shinji's RV, the young man was stunned by the sight in front of him. 7 stunning beauties. Tall, short, fat, thin, big, small, round, flat, sexy, pure, and sunny. There are royal ladies, Lolita, big breasts, and long legs. This is simply heaven on earth. Even the district chief of Hongshan Shelter is not as young and beautiful as these women. Although the 7 girls had wrapped themselves up tightly at this time, they still looked straight into this guy's eyes. What do you call him? Shinji poured him a glass of water. Only then did the young man come back to his senses. No, I'm sorry. There are more men than women in our sheltered area. My name is Pan Miao. What is your name? Shinji. Hello, Brother G. Let me introduce to you the basic situation here. First of all, our name is not the wind shelter area, but the Hongshan wind shelter area. We refer to places with weak winds as wind shelter areas. The predecessor of the Hongshan wind shelter was the Hongshan air raid shelter. We relied on the supplies in the air raid shelter to survive. Now there are almost 1,000 people in the Hongshan wind shelter. Shinji nodded after hearing this. This was pretty much what he had guessed. Then why did you come out? Shinji wanted to know if the other party was the rescue team mentioned by the hunting organization. Go out? We won't go out. Our car is not as good as yours. Once we drive out of the sheltered area, there is no way to survive, so we usually don't go out. Pan Miao replied, we are just patrolling here. In addition to our Hongshan shelter area, there is also a pharmaceutical base in the mountain. They also have a group of people there who always want to steal our supplies, so we set up sentries and arrange patrols. After hearing about the situation in the Hongshan shelter area, Shinji already had a plan in mind. This hunting organization is probably not in the Hongshan shelter area, but at the pharmaceutical base. I can see that you escaped from Donghai City. How about it? Do you want to join us? Pan Miao asked with expectation. Seeing that Shinji was still thinking about it, Pan Miao spoke again. We are short of manpower and equipment now. If you can drive this RV here, I guarantee that you can have a meal of meat every day. Shinji wondered why this man was so enthusiastic. It turned out that he was interested in his RV. We can go with you as a person, but the car is too difficult. After hearing what Shinji said, Pan Miao was stunned. Why is this? Because there's no gas. Pan Miao smiled. It's a small thing. I can take you back, then bring the gas back, fill it up, and drive away. Brother G, do you think that's okay? Shinji smiled. Of course. But I was really thinking, do you want to use my car? No way. Chapter 65, District Chief Jin Xianxian. Brother G, please pack your things. I'll go over and wait for you first. After finishing speaking, Pan Miao reluctantly walked out of Shinji's RV. Honey, do we really want to go to that Hongshan shelter? Feng Cece asked Shinji. Go and see what that place is like. If it's suitable, we can stay there. There is also the matter of the hunting organization. It's best to find out. Let's pack it up, and everyone should bring their weapons and backpacks. 10 minutes later, Shinji took the 7 girls into the RV driven by Pan Miao. Entering the car, the women felt a huge sense of gap. The interior of this temporarily modified RV cannot be said to be in tatters, but it can also be said to have no comfort at all. Shinji and his party of 8 people crowded into seats that could only accommodate 4 people. All the original living facilities in the RV have been removed, leaving only 2 rows of seats and some daily necessities. The most important thing is that there is a little air leakage here. Lu Shushu couldn't help but sneeze several times. I'm sorry, Brother G, conditions are limited. Pan Miao scratched his head. This car was originally used to transport people and supplies. Now that the urban area of Donghai City is completely gone, we don't have to go there to find supplies, so we just take this car as on patrol. Fine. Shinji waved his hand, and when he saw that the vehicle was getting further and further away from his RV, he immediately snapped his fingers. I saw another Shinji stepping out of the apocalyptic multifunctional RV. This Shinji put his hand on the RV, and then the RV was put into Shinji's space. As for this clone Shinji, after the real Shinji snapped his fingers, he slowly disintegrated and disappeared. In the cab, besides Pan Miao, there was a young man named Liang Zhong and a middle-aged man named Li Tong. At this time, the 3 of them were immersed in great joy. First, because of Shinji's RV, finding such a behemoth is definitely a great achievement. The second reason is that they haven't seen a beautiful woman for a long time. The women in the shelter area work every day. They don't have cosmetics and skincare products, and they only wear simple cotton clothes. Not like these 7 women in front of me. All of them had exquisite makeup and looked radiant. They also wore various styles of down jackets that Shinji had collected from Lao Yunfa. Later, Shinji asked Pan Miao and the others more about the Hongshan shelter area. The Hongshan Wind Shelter is built on the Hongshan Air Raid Shelter. The terrain here is higher, and the location is in a valley, so the wind is relatively small. After the end of the world, the former district chief Feng Zheng and his wife Jin Xianxian, who is the current district chief, brought a group of people to the Hongshan Air Raid Shelter and relied on the large amount of supplies in the Air Raid Shelter to stabilize their footing. Then many people from Donghai City or Gusu City came to take refuge one after another. Under the leadership of Feng Zheng and Jin Xianxian, the Hongshan Wind Shelter was slowly established. At the beginning, the establishment of the shelter went smoothly. Feng Zheng managed everything in an orderly manner, and people also admired him. There is also a Baiji pharmaceutical company near Hongshan, where a group of people are also stationed. However, they do not have as many supplies as the air raid shelter, so they want to get a piece of the pie. Getting into the shelter requires work, and everyone has their own things to do, but this group of people didn't really want to join in. Instead, they wanted to rob supplies. Then a conflict broke out between the two sides, and the people in the sheltered area used the weapons and equipment in the air raid shelter to defeat the other side, causing heavy losses. Just when Feng Zheng and his friends thought that the people from the pharmaceutical company would give up robbing and never dare to come again, suddenly another group of people came and attacked them. Moreover, this group of people is completely different from the last time. Not only have their weapons and equipment been greatly upgraded with guns and cannons, but each of them is well-trained and brave in combat. As a result, the shelter suffered heavy losses and Feng Zheng also died in that attack. Then people elected Jin Xianxian as the new district chief. From then on, people from the pharmaceutical company came to attack them every now and then, so Jin Xianxian arranged sentries and patrol cars. But strangely enough, since that war, the combat effectiveness of the people in the pharmaceutical company seemed to have returned to the previous level, and all those well-trained people disappeared. When Shinji heard this, he could already make a conclusion. This shelter is probably not the hunting organization that I am looking for, and this Baiji pharmaceutical company must have something to do with the hunting organization. And it has a lot to do with it, because the day when that group of well-trained, brave, and skilled people came to attack Feng Zheng coincided with the days when the hunting group 2 disappeared among them. Subsequently, various hunting groups returned to perform hunting missions, so the combat effectiveness of this group of people from the pharmaceutical company was once again stretched. Shinji looked out the window and thought he could settle down in the Hongshan shelter first, and then wait for the people from the pharmaceutical company to catch him alive and ask about the hunting organization situation. The RV slowly drove into the valley. There was no snow and no wind here. No wonder it was called a wind shelter. After climbing several slopes, the Hongshan Wind Shelter appeared in front of a few people. This place doesn't look big from the outside. There are breakfast carts or sentries made of nucleic acid kiosks every few dozen meters around. The door of the air raid shelter is right on the mountain. There are many simply built brick houses, earth houses, and even tents in front of and around the air raid shelter. These sentries formed a circle, enclosing the doors of the air raid shelters and the tent houses in the middle. There is also a guard post directly in front of the road, and a roadblock made of wooden stakes and wire is placed in the middle of the road. After the guard checked that the 3 people on patrol came back, he picked up the walkie-talkie and announced before letting them in directly. "Isn't it easy for you to pull these things up?" Shinji asked Pan Miao and the others. "Isn't it? It was fine before, with more transportation, but since the attack, our vitality has been severely damaged. Many people have died, and many vehicles have been driven away by people from the pharmaceutical company." Li Tong, in front, answered Shinji. Li Tong was the first person to follow Jin Xianxian and Feng Zheng. He knew the most and was also the leader of this patrol group. Shinji nodded and then gave the 3 men a box of cigarettes. "This," Li Tong is relatively honest, and he said a little shyly, "This is so embarrassing." And the man named Liang Zhong snatched it away. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Thank you, Brother Ji." Shinji nodded and immediately walked out of the car with the 7 girls. As soon as they got off the car, every man here focused on Shinji and Qi Nu. The male-to-female ratio in Hongshan Shelter is 7, and beauties like 7 girls, who are rare in normal times, are even more rare in the apocalypse. At this time, a woman of about 30 years old walked out of a mud house. "I heard that you have gained something?" the woman asked while walking towards Li Tong. Shinji was observing the terrain, but when he heard the sound, he turned to look at Jin Xianxian. The best mature woman." Although Jin Xianxian's body was tightly wrapped at this time, Shinji could still see her plump and charming figure at a glance. As for appearance, Jin Xianxian's face shows a slight trace of age, But overall, she can still beat 99% of women of the same age in an instant. After all, so is the old model. Immediately afterwards, Li and Tong told the story of their encounter with Shinji. Then Jin Xianxian asked them to take the oil drums and set off to drive the RV back. Hello, Jin Xianxian. Shinji. Shinji shook hands with Jin Xianxian. Welcome to Hongshan Wind Refuge. Chapter 66 Enemy Attack. Welcome to Hongshan Wind Refuge. Jin Xianxian looked very happy, because Shinji's RV is exactly what she needs most now. Shinji nodded in response. I don't know about the situation in our shelter area. Did Li Tong make it clear to you? If you join, you have to work and do things for our collective. Of course, if you are sick or have physical reasons, you can ask for leave and apply to do some things. Something easy. I already understand. Shinji answered Jin Xianxian. We are divided into 3 departments here: the security department, the materials department, and the life department. The security department is mostly composed of young men. They are responsible for sentries and patrols. If the enemy attacks, they will also rush to the front line to fight. The materials department is responsible for going out to find all available supplies. Now that Donghai City has been completely reduced to ruins, we plan to risk going to Gusa City to see if we can find some supplies. The life department is responsible for arranging everyone's daily affairs. Food, drink, clothing, and sleeping are all under the control of the life department. After Jin Xianxian finished speaking, he turned to look at the 7th girl. Shinji, I think you have a good figure. You should be working out regularly. Why don't you go to the security department, and then the other girls can go to the life department for the time being. Shinji shook his head after hearing this. District Chief Jin, we are not going anywhere. Jin Xianxian laughed awkwardly. It's like this. If we join, we still have to obey our management. Besides, there are so many of you girls. It's just right to work in the life department. There is a shortage of girls there. No, I want to follow my husband. Guiying shook her head. Me too. I'm following Shinji. Zhu Cixi echoed. The other women also said that they wanted to follow Shinji. Jin Xianxian had met someone before who she wanted to be with, but she had never seen 7 women who all wanted to follow one man. The men who were setting up tents on the side saw their eyes blazing. Why did these women have to follow him? That's it, District Chief Jin. I'm just temporarily living next to you. I don't want to be managed by anyone. Of course, we won't eat or drink from you, or use anything from you. We will just be neighbors. After Shinji finished speaking, he looked at the fiery eyes of the men around him. And I don't want my women to be harassed by you people. This is the condition for lending you my RV, okay? As soon as Shinji finished speaking, another man walked out of the earthen house on one side. Who is he? He is so loud. Listen to me. All women come to my life department. I promise I won't treat you badly. The middle-aged man who spoke had a big belly and a lit cigar in his hand. When he saw the appearance and figure of the 7th girl, his eyes suddenly lit up. Let me introduce. This is Deputy District Chief Zhu Zhixian, who manages the life department. There is also Deputy District Chief Zheng Haomin, who is not here now and is in charge of the supplies department. This is the new Shinji. Jin Xianxian opened his mouth and continued the introduction. You, a young man and 7 women, among other things, eat an astronomical amount of food every day. Not to mention safety is also a big issue. I understand District Chief Jin's concerns. You don't need to worry about supplies. As for safety, Mimi, Shinji shouted to Jiang Mimi. You show your skills to District Chief Jin. Jiang Mimi smiled shyly when she heard this, and saw him take out a compound bow from behind, then knock an arrow and shoot. Just listen to a whooshing sound. The bow and arrow were firmly inserted into the decoration on the top of a sentry not far away. Jiang Mimi's move shocked Jin Xianxian. She didn't expect that a girl who looked so pure and beautiful could be so skilled. Humph! Everyone can brag. Don't come and cry poor when you have nothing to eat, Zhu Zhixian sneered. I've seen a lot of people like you. The next second, Yu Momo's dagger was already against Zhu Zhixian's neck. The people around were all shocked when they saw this. No one expected that a pretty little girl could act so quickly and ruthlessly. District Chief Zhu speaks quite directly. Please don't mind. Jin Xianxian smiled slightly apologetically. District Chief Zhu, and everyone here who is busy, I advise you not to mess with me or my woman easily. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable situation. Zhu Zhixian swallowed, and the cold temperature of the dagger spread throughout his body. Okay, Momo, we will all be neighbors from now on, so don't make any trouble. Yumomo slowly put away the dagger after hearing Shinji's words. It's okay to scold her, but she will never agree to scold Shinji. Just do as I say. How about? Shinji didn't care. His idea was simple. It was best to figure out the purpose of the hunting organization, or to find them and kill them all. But if anyone messes with him, or Qin knew, then I will show no mercy. Just then, a man stumbled over. District Chief, it's bad. Enemy attack. Jin Xianxian frowned. Speak clearly. The man panicked. Li Tong and the others were going to drive the RV back, but when they were almost there, they ran into someone from Baiji Pharmaceutical. The opponent has a large number of people and a lot of firepower, and their fighting power suddenly increased. Li Tong and the others were defeated and retreated while fighting. Now they're at the foot of the mountain. After listening to the information from his subordinates, Jin Xianxian thought briefly and then shouted into the intercom. Battle Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3 will set off immediately. Alert Group 1 and Group 2 to guard the camp. Group 3, follow me. Mr. Shun, please help yourself. After Jin Xianxian finished speaking, he took out a pistol, got into a RV, and drove away. Then one car after another drove down the mountain. Among them were shabby RVs, modified jeeps, and pickup trucks with sheds, more than 20 of them. There were about 10 to 20 people in each car. The equipment of these people is also uneven. Shinji has just seen it through perspective. Each vehicle can probably have one rifle and 2 pistols. The rest of them have cold weapons or explosion-proof shields. And Shinji just learned about the general situation of Hongshan's shelter by reading Jin Xianxian's mind. Not very optimistic, with external and internal troubles. There are 3 district chiefs here, each in charge of 3 departments. Zhu Zhixian, who is in charge of life, is a loser. He only coaxes little girls every day. Zheng Haomin, who is in charge of supplies, always wants to achieve something and then seize power. There are more than 1,000 people here, and the supplies consumed every day are simply incalculable. Zhu Zhixian always steals the extra stuff. The things in the air raid shelter alone are not enough. But now that the urban area of Donghai City is completely destroyed, there are no supplies left to pick up in the past. Here in Gusa City, the hurricane wind made it impossible for their car to get close. So Jin Xianxian wanted an RV that was big enough and heavy enough. But Jin Xianxian is a rare good person, and in her heart, she really wants the people in the shelter to live a better life. This is also the legacy of her husband Feng Zheng. It's just that such good people will not survive long in the apocalypse. Not long after, gunshots came from the foot of the mountain. Shinji could tell that the firepower was intensive. Could it be? Is the hunting organization's team here? Isn't it said that the people in the pharmaceutical company have average fighting ability? The sudden ability to fight this time is probably because another group came, or someone was going to find the hunting group too that they had killed, and they happened to happen upon it. Just when Shinji was thinking about whether to go down the mountain to take a look, a loud noise in the camp interrupted his thoughts. Bang! A breakfast cart sentry was blown to pieces, human body fragments flying everywhere. Zhu Zhixian was so frightened that he immediately got into the brick house. Sneak attack! Call for backup! The leader of Alert Team 2 was shot in the head as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 67 Battle of the Camp. Flames were blazing around the camp. The guards inside the sentry were knocked down one after another. Since Jin Xianxian took most of the elite and weapons out, leaving only 2 groups of security personnel, they were beaten so hard that they had no power to fight back and could only retreat towards the air raid shelter while being beaten. Shinji took the 7 girls and hid in a mud house. Shinji took out 2 rifles and handed them to Zhu Sisi and Jiang Mimi. You guys hide and don't move. I'll check the situation first. If any enemies come in, just shoot. After Shinji finished explaining, he slipped out. If the opponent is a cold weapon, he will most likely send several women out to fight. But now the opponent is fully armed with rifles and grenades, and the women haven't started practicing their marksmanship yet. Shinji hid behind a guard box and observed. There were about 20 people on the other side. They came quietly from the direction of the mountain. The tactical helmets and bulletproof vests worn by these people were almost identical to those of the hunting group 2 in the subway. There are also many people whose cotton-padded clothes have the words Baiji Pharmaceutical printed on them. This time, Shinji strengthened his suspicion. Baiji Pharmaceutical must have something to do with the hunting organization. At this moment, most of the security personnel in the camp had fallen to the ground, and a small number of people had retreated to the door of the air raid shelter. The enemies had already broken through the outer sentries and gathered near the camp. However, they did not stay longer in the camp, but instead stormed towards the entrance of the air raid shelter. Call. Shinji took a deep breath and then took out the knife from the space. Let's do it. Shinji jumped out of the guard box, followed by a forward roll to the side of the enemy behind him, and then cut his throat with a knife. Now most of their attention was focused on the air raid shelter. The sound of gunfire covered up the sound of the man falling to the ground, so no one noticed Shinji's surprise attack. Shinji threw out 2 table knives again. 2 more people had their necks pierced by Shinji's knife. Blood stained the snow. The person whose neck was penetrated by the knife could not make a sound and could only reach for his weapon, wanting to fire to alert his teammates. But Shinji immediately stepped forward to finish the attack, put away their rifles, and put them back in his own space. After dealing with a few people who were closer, Shinji did not move forward anymore. Instead, he moved forward quickly and distanced himself from this group of people. After arriving at a high point on the mountain 100 meters away, Shinji took out a few bags of rice from the space and used them as a bunker to block the front. Then he took out his sniper rifle and opened the scope of the sniper rifle. Gunfire rang out, and the enemy fell to the ground. 1, 2, 3. At this time, the heavily armed group of people reacted. Where were the teammates behind them? Why can't I hear gunshots all of a sudden? When he turned around, he found that his teammates had been shot and fell to the ground at some point. The blood melted the frozen snow, and one of his teammates had a table knife stuck in his neck. There are snipers in the rear. Find cover quickly. As soon as the man finished speaking, Shinji shot him through the throat. The security team members who were still struggling just now shouted, "Our support is coming. Rush!" The situation on the field instantly reversed. This group of people were focused on their heads and shoulders and began to be attacked from both sides. But Shinji was very shrewd. He only fired 1 shot after a while. Although his position was at a high point, the surroundings were all white. Coupled with the cover of the white rice bag, the other party could not detect Shinji's position at all. The general direction can only be guessed based on the trajectory. Just when Shinji thought the battle was about to end, another accident occurred at the camp. A man over 2 meters tall and as strong as a mountain suddenly rushed into the camp and launched a surprise attack on the members of the guard team who had just fought back. He was so strong that several members of the guard team didn't have time to react before they were either knocked away by him or knocked to the ground by objects he picked up. This man was wearing a bulletproof helmet on his head and a thick coat on his body. Although it was impossible to tell what the material was, this thing was actually bulletproof. The nearby security team fired several shots at him, but the bullets not only failed to hit the strong man's body, but instead angered him. The man roared, grabbed the person who fired the gun, and then threw him out with force. The person who was thrown out fell heavily to the ground after a period of free fall and could never get up again. Seeing this, Shinji changed the magazine and fired several shots at the man's back and neck. The strong man fell to the ground. The pistol is not very powerful, and the man is strong enough so he can bear it. But if it were a sniper rifle, after these few shots, even the beast would probably die on the spot, including its heart and neck. But the next second, the strong man who was knocked down by Shinji actually stood up. The man touched the back of his neck, and his chest began to rise and fall, seeming very angry. But he looked around and didn't find who shot him. When the strong man turned around, Shinji saw that the man's neck was also tightly wrapped in the bulletproof jacket. Grass! Shinji didn't expect that the bulletproof jacket could be connected to his neck. At this time, Shinji simply stopped hiding and directly launched a fierce attack on the few enemies left in the camp. After changing the magazine, Shinji fired a few shots at the strong man again, but the man was simply a madman. He stood up again after being knocked down. Seeing that there were not many bullets left in the sniper rifle, and the opponent was not afraid of guns at all, Shinji had no choice but to put the gun back into space, and then ran towards the camp. At the same time, Jin Xianxian was exchanging fire with the other party. But she found that the other party didn't seem to like fighting, but he didn't want to leave. He kept dragging and wasting the fight. Suddenly, a cry for help came from Jin Xianxian's walkie-talkie. "District Chief Jin, the enemy has sent the tiger away from the mountain. The camp is in danger." Only then did Jin Xianxian and the others realize that they had fallen into a trap. So he hurried back. But when they were about to leave, the enemy in front of them launched a fierce attack on them again, seemingly not wanting them to leave. At this time, the camp was littered with corpses and both sides suffered heavy losses. Only a few people from the security team were left guarding the entrance of the air raid shelter, occasionally firing a few shots outside. People from Baiji Pharmaceutical were also killed and injured, and a few people with guns were still confronting the security team. But the strong man suddenly disappeared. Shinji quietly reached behind a bombed-out guard box. Just as he was about to take care of the others first, a big hand suddenly grabbed Shinji's neck. Then Shinji was lifted up, and the person in front of Shinji was the invulnerable strong man just now. The strong man seemed very excited after lifting Shinji. I want you to see the price of sneak attack on me. After saying this, the man grabbed Shinji's neck tightly and wanted to strangle Shinji to death. Just the next second, the person in his hand suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the strong man felt his eyes go dark, and there was a cramping pain in his abdomen. And then he flew out. Chapter 68, You Owe Me an RV. At this time, Lu Sheng felt dizzy and his stomach hurt terribly. What was wrong with him? You clearly caught the man who had been attacking you just now, but why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? And how did he fly out suddenly? Was he hit by a car? By the time Lu Sheng got up and regained his composure, all his teammates around him were already dead. The only man standing next to him was the man from before. Hitting me with a car doesn't count. Don't play dirty tricks if you have the guts. Lu Sheng yelled at the man. But the other party did not respond, but instead asked about his clothes. The material of your bulletproof vest is really special. It can absorb shock and fit the body. Where did you get it from? None of your business. Lu Sheng shouted loudly and then rushed towards a man in front of him. But before he could get close to the other person, Lu Sheng felt as if he was flying out again. But this time he saw clearly how he flew out. I was actually kicked away by the man in front of me. How is this possible? Lu Sheng lay on the ground and couldn't help but doubt his life. Among this group of experimenters, my overall strength is obviously the strongest and most outstanding. He weighs more than 300 kilograms, is full of muscles, and is wearing a body armor made of this special material. Unless he has a heavy weapon, it is impossible for anyone to hurt him. But the man in front of him kicked him twice with his bare hands, and the opponent's second kick was obviously stronger than the first kick. But before Lu Sheng could calm down, Shinji took off Lu Sheng's bulletproof helmet and grabbed his hair. Are you from Baiji Pharmaceutical? Facing Shinji's cross-examination, Lu Sheng snorted coldly. I will never tell you anything. Before he could finish speaking, Shinji suddenly broke off one of Lu Sheng's fingers. Are you from Baiji Pharmaceutical? I said, absolutely. Shinji broke off Lu Sheng's fingers again, but this time Shinji didn't stop, but broke off 4 fingers in succession. Are you from Baiji Pharmaceutical? I am. With their fingers linked to their hearts, Lu Sheng's tears almost ached. Then do you know about the hunting organization? Shinji just finished speaking. The painful expression on Lu Sheng's face suddenly froze, and then returned to normal. I don't know. Lu Sheng answered Shinji while shaking his head. Shinji nodded and didn't ask any more questions, because he already knew the answer from Lu Sheng's expression. Then Shinji murmured to himself, your clothes are actually pretty good. You can wash them and wear them. It's just a little too big. The next second, Lu Sheng felt a chill in his lower body and a tightness in his anus. What are you doing? What are you going to do? Half an hour later, Jin Xianxian and his group then drove away from the camp in a wind-free area. But the scene in front of her made it difficult for her to accept it for a while. I saw that almost half of the sentries around the camp were destroyed, and the bodies of many security personnel lay twisted in the snow. The camp was ablaze and bodies were everywhere. Many people in sheltered areas are picking up the pieces. In the center of the camp, an almost naked, muscular man was bundled into a ball and was trembling. Looking at the scene in front of her, Jin Xianxian clenched her hands tightly. Where is Team Leader Wang? And Team Leader Zhang? Where are the two of them? The members of the security team who had been fighting just now walked over with heavy faces. Both team leaders died in the battle. We also lost nearly 40 brothers. After hearing this, Jin Xianxian almost fell to the ground. He was already short of manpower, but now he was killed by more than 40 people. After hearing Jin Xianxian's voice, Zhu Zhixian walked out of the brick house. Thanks to me, I led them to fight bravely and fought fiercely with the enemy, and then the camp was saved. But as soon as Zhu Zhixian finished speaking, he was ridiculed by Shinji on the side. You fight. You were the first one to get under the bed after the grenade went off. You just came out half an hour ago, and you even took the time to change into a pair of pants. Why are you hiding under the bed to fight with your prostate? You. Zhu Zhixian wanted to refute, but was speechless for a moment because he had really changed his pants just now. But how did Shinji know that? The members of the security team on the side also echoed. Indeed, thanks to Brother G's presence this time, he is particularly powerful. He suddenly appears from behind the enemy and kills the opponent by surprise. After hearing what this person said, Jin Xianxian first looked at Zhu Zhixian, who looked embarrassed, and then rolled his eyes at him. Then Jin Xianxian stepped forward and held Shinji's hand tightly. Mr. Shin, thank you. There is nothing to thank. I only killed them to protect my wives. It has nothing to do with you. Shinji smiled and continued. By the way, I have left you alive. If you are interested, you can examine it. Jin Xianxian turned to look at the strong man who was shivering from the cold. Shinji didn't want to know anything else. He just wanted to know that Baiji Pharmaceutical was related to the hunting organization. As for why the other party came to sneak attack again and again, whether he wanted to grab supplies or something else, he didn't care, and if his goddesses weren't here just now, then he probably wouldn't meddle in this business. Right. Shinji stopped Jin Xianxian, who was about to leave. Where's my RV? After hearing what Shinji said, Jin Xianxian looked embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Shun, your RV was most likely snatched away by people from the pharmaceutical company. We didn't find your RV when we got there. Ah! Shinji pretended to be very heartbroken and in disbelief. In fact, the multi-purpose RV has already been parked in his space. But it doesn't matter, Mr. Shun. With your skills, you will definitely be able to accomplish a lot in Hongshan Shelter. When the time comes... No. Shinji shook his head and interrupted Jin Xianxian's words. I told you, I'm just staying next to you. By the way, from today on, you owe me an RV. One more favor. Go and get to work. Your residents need you. After saying this, Shinji waved his hand and walked back to his wives. Come on, it's time for us to think about how to sleep. After Shinji finished speaking, he took several girls to a corner of the camp. Shinji observed the surroundings and felt that this location was not bad. It was on a high ground and could overlook the entire camp. If there were any emergencies, he could respond immediately. Then Shinji took out 2 tent bags from the space and asked the girls to set them up. This is what Shinji took from the furniture store on the second floor of our Team Art when he was searching the second floor of our Team Art. This thing has a large space, is not damp, has good light and sound insulation, and each tent has 3 compartments, which is just enough for 6 girls to sleep. Then Shinji took out 6 more electric blankets and a lead-acid battery. This battery was from the subway station. Shinji took a few electric ones that could be used to power small household appliances. As for himself, of course he needs to upgrade his abilities. Momo, sleep with me tonight. Chapter 69, Leveling the Wind Shelter. Halfway up Hongshan Mountain, within Baiji Pharmaceutical Company, a middle-aged man with a serious expression and a stern demeanor sat in the office, rubbing his temples with both hands. He couldn't figure it out, so he let the vanguard team lure the main force out of the shelter. Then he led his men to hold them back, and then sent hunting groups 1 and 3 to rush directly into the camp and the shelter. Logically speaking, the whole process of taking over the camp, entering the air raid shelter, and then bringing the things out should not take more than an hour. He had also specifically confirmed with an insider that there were only a few guards left in the camp, with low combat effectiveness and no heavy weapons. However, the 2 groups of people he had sent out were completely wiped out in the camp in the sheltered area. Why is this? Ding, ding, ding. The ringing of the phone interrupted the man's thoughts. Ding, ding, ding. The man hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up the phone. Ten Bingsin, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Listening to the tone of the voice on the other end of the phone, Chen Bingshin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hello, Mr. Sheng. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. You just need to give me some time. After a long silence, a voice came from the other end of the phone. How long will it take you? Half a month. Within half a month, I will definitely. Chen Bingshin was interrupted by a male voice on the other end of the phone before he could finish his words. 1 week. Find out within a week and bring me the contents of the Hongshan air raid shelter. If you fail to do so, you know the consequences. After hanging up the phone, Chen Bingshin's back was soaked with sweat. After pondering for a moment, Chen Bingshin made another call. Jiatsong, notify all hunting groups that can be contacted and ask them to temporarily abandon the hunting mission and return to the pharmaceutical base. In addition, all experimenters in the base will be tested, and all those who meet the standards will participate in this operation. This time, I will conquer the Hongshan Wind Shelter. The 41st day of the end of the world. 5 days have passed since the last enemy attack. During the past 5 days, Shinji distributed the guns and body armor to the 7 girls and asked them to keep them themselves. He also took the time to take the 7 girls out to practice shooting. But the results were less than ideal. In 5 days, only 3 people, Gu Yingying, Lu Shushu and Feng Sisi had hit the target. Just after lunch, Jin Xianxian came to chat with Shinji. In the past few days, Jin Xianxian came to talk to Shinji whenever she had free time, which made the other girls think that Jin Xianxian was interested in Shinji. In fact, Jin Xianxian still wanted to persuade Shinji to stay, guard the shelter area with her, and create a stable home for the displaced people. At this time, the two of them were sitting in the corner of the camp. Jin Xianxian was about to speak, but was interrupted by Shinji. I know what you're going to say, District Chief Kim. You don't need to say anymore. Except for my wives, the life and death of others have nothing to do with me. Not only that, I also want to remind you. Shinji looked at Jin Xianxian seriously. Don't look at the world the same way as before. The end of the world has come, and everything has changed. Recognize the reality. The harmonious and beautiful life you hoped for is long gone. After saying that, Shinji stood up and was about to leave. The voice came from Jin Xianxian's walkie-talkie. District Chief Jin, come and take a look. That strong man named Lu Sheng seems to be dying. Shinji and Jin Xianxian looked at each other, and then went to the earthen house where Lu Sheng was imprisoned. In the past few days, Shinji also interrogated Lu Sheng when no one was around, but the latter said nothing after hearing Shinji mention the hunting organization. Even though Shinji broke off all 5 of his fingers and made him faint from pain twice, Lu Sheng remained silent. At this time, Lu Sheng fell to the ground and was trembling. His whole body was hot and steaming, and he kept saying, "Medicine, medicine, give me medicine." Seeing this, Shinji quickly pulled Gu Yingying over, and the latter was a little confused as to why Lu Sheng was acting like this suddenly. Gu Yingying asked the person who was looking after Lu Sheng, "He seems to be poisoned by drugs. Have you fed him anything?" "No, just normal compressed biscuits and water." Gu Yingying rolled Lu Sheng's eyelids. At this time, the other party's pupils had dilated, and he stopped mumbling. He seems to have overdosed on some kind of addictive drug, and now he is addicted to it, so he is very uncomfortable. It's like a drug addict who is addicted to drugs. If this continues, I'm afraid he will die of discomfort. Gu Yingying just finished speaking. Lu Sheng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly twitched and then stopped moving. Shinji reached out and found that Lu Sheng had stopped breathing. The next second, all the muscles on Lu Sheng's body suddenly shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it shrank into a human body, looking like a mummy. The scene in front of them stunned everyone. No one had ever seen anything like this before. But Shinji had a bold guess in his heart. Zhu Zixin has been very depressed these days. He had been waiting for Shinji and his party to run out of supplies, and for Shinji to come and beg him for some food. When the time comes, he can ridicule Shinji, and then naturally let him exchange women, which can be regarded as revenge for the past few days. I've already thought about it. When the time comes, I will choose the one with the longest legs and the one with the biggest breasts. However, after a few days of observation, Zhu Zixin discovered that not only did Shinji and his party have no signs of running out of food and water, but they were getting more and more. Zhu Zixin initially suspected that Shinji and the others had stolen supplies from the shelter area, but he squatted there all night and didn't find anyone stealing anything. What's even more outrageous is that they also ate hot pot and grilled pork belly in front of their tent. People in the shelter area who were often greedy went over to smell the smell and eat dry food in front of their tent. However, Jin Xianxian also explicitly prohibited it. Unless there was an emergency, no one was allowed to disturb Shinji and his wives. Anyone who violated the rules would be stopped from distributing food for 3 days. Night falls. Shinji took Zhu Cixi out of the camp. After walking a few hundred meters, Shinji took out the armored vehicle from the space, and then the two of them got in the vehicle and headed east. Shinji turned off the car lights because he could still see everything clearly in the dark. 10 kilometers east of the camp, in the sheltered area, is Baiji Pharmaceutical Company. Baiji Pharmaceutical is located halfway up the mountain, and the wind force felt is much stronger than that in the Hongshan wind shelter at the foot of the mountain. In the past 5 days, Shinji has come to inspect several times, and he has almost understood the sentry and patrol rules of Baiji Pharmaceutical. Shinji brought Zhu Cixi here this time, just to see if he could sneak in secretly. But Shinji soon discovered something was wrong. There was no one at the Baiji Pharmaceutical sentry along the way. Not far away, the outdoor square of Baiji Pharmaceutical was brightly lit at the moment. Shinji put away the armored vehicle and pulled Zhu Cixi to get closer. On the square, Chun Bingxin is doing pre-war mobilization. There were more than 200 people standing below. Most of these people were fully armed, and held various weapons in their hands. Others were wearing bulletproof suits similar to those worn by Lu Sheng, and they were all very strong. This time, I brought everyone back for no other reason. There's only one thing to do tonight, and that is to level the Hongshan shelter and get back what we want from above. Then, bring back that bitch Jin Xianxian. Besides, someone named Shinji. Capture him alive. I'm gonna cut him into pieces. Shinji, who was already close, smiled bitterly. He felt as if he was being targeted. Chapter 70 Clone. In the night, Shinji drove Zhu Cixi at the foot of the mountain. He didn't care about the life or death of Jin Xianxian and others, but his wives were still in the camp. Baiji Pharmaceutical probably spent a lot of money to capture the Hongshan shelter this time, so it gathered so many people to go to the camp. But what puzzles Shinji is why do people from Baiji Pharmaceutical know his name? There is only one explanation. There is a mole in Hongshan shelter. At this moment, Shinji stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, because not far behind him was Baiji Pharmaceutical's convoy. However, after being modified to add an engine, Shinji's armored vehicle was now much faster than before. Baiji Pharmaceutical almost mobilized in full force this time, dispatching dozens of vehicles with all kinds of weapons and equipment. At this time, Chun Bingshan was sitting in the co-pilot of a gray armored vehicle. He looked down at the gun in his hand, and then at the vast night. Please inform me. Don't be in a hurry to kill the prisoners when the time comes. Mr. Sheng said that there are fewer and fewer experimenters that can be captured recently. The main driver's subordinate nodded and immediately gave Chun Bingshan's instructions to the intercom. On the other side, at the gate of Baiji Pharmaceutical Company, the two guards were chatting leisurely. A middle-aged man said, I say, what on earth are we doing in this base? I don't know. It was said to be some experiment or something. Another younger man answered him. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and continued to ask, is it a human experiment? When I was patrolling at night the other day, I heard the people in the factory screaming miserably. The young man shuddered after hearing this. Brother Lee, don't say that late at night. It's creepy. The young man looked at Brother Lee's cigarette, swallowed his saliva, and then said with a smile, Brother, give me one. I haven't smoked for 2 days. I'm craving it. The man named Brother Lee took a deep puff and then handed the cigarette to the young man. You didn't save money when distributing supplies, and now you're greedy? Here, just one puff. If you take too much, I'll beat you up. The young man took the cigarette with a smile, took a long puff, and then showed a satisfied smile. Thank you, Brother Lee. The young man handed the cigarette back to the man, but no one took it. The young man looked at Brother Lee. Well, Brother Lee, why are you lowering your head? The young man patted him on the shoulder, and the next second, Brother Lee fell directly to the ground. Only then did the young man see clearly that Brother Lee was not lowering his head, but that Brother Lee's head was gone. The young man didn't even get a chance to shout before his throat was cut by a table knife. In the darkness, a man slowly walked into Baiji Pharmaceutical Company. On the other side, Shinji and Zhu Cixi also rushed back. At this time, Jin Xianxian was chatting with Lu Shushu and others when he saw Shinji running back in a hurry. Mr. Shun, I see you are so anxious. What's wrong? Jin Xianxian asked. Shinji glanced at Jin Xianxian and then said to the girls, the people from Baiji Pharmaceutical are coming in full force. You guys should evacuate to a safer place. After listening to Shunji's words, Jin Xianxian stood up suddenly. How is that possible? Although we suffered heavy casualties in the last battle, Baiji Pharmaceutical also lost a lot of people, and they actually want to attack. You'd better leave as well. Otherwise, the other party will have a large number of people and well-equipped equipment, and you will only die if you go up. After listening to Shunji's words, Jin Xianxian shook her head. This is our home, and we will really die if we leave the sheltered area. Everyone listen to my command. Jin Xianxian turned on the intercom. According to the original plan to meet the enemy, the security team let people in, and the combat team set up an ambush to catch them off guard. Just as Jin Xianxian finished speaking, a rocket exploded in a sentry next to the camp. The people in the sentry were instantly engulfed in flames. Shinji sighed and hurried slowly, but unfortunately, he still couldn't let his wives run away. Baiji Pharmaceutical Company. In the office on the 5th floor of the administration building, a man wearing thick glasses was carefully looking through the notebook in his hand. Jia Tsong is Chun Bingshan's assistant and can be regarded as the second in command of the hunting organization's Donghai City branch. Hey, I clearly remember that there are some. Which group of notes did you see this in? Jia Tsong kept rummaging through the notebook on the table. Hunting Group 2. Yes, that's him. Jiatsong felt that the name Shinji was familiar. He had seen it here. In the old notebook of the hunting team too, there is a message that the target should be dead. It's possible he's not dead, or he may have the same name. Jiatsong was about to upload Shinji's photo into the system to see how many people named Shinji there were in Donghai City and Gusa City. The next second, a strange man appeared in front of him. You? Who are you? How did you get in? Jiatsong was confused for a moment, and then felt that the person in front of him seemed a bit familiar. Seemed like seen somewhere? No, I obviously just met him. Sin. Only then did Jiatsong realize that the person in front of him was Shinji from the note just now. After Shinji's clone technique reached level 3, he can create up to 2 physical clones. This time the clones will not disappear after being damaged, and Shinji can completely control the clones, which is equivalent to one brain can control one body and 2 clones. Hey, it seems I'm quite famous here. Shinji looked at the thin man wearing thick-soled glasses in front of him. You don't need to call security. You and I should be the only living people in this building. Jiatsong looked in disbelief. Didn't the insider say that Shinji had been in a sheltered area recently? How could it suddenly appear in a pharmaceutical company? Can you tell me something? About hunting organizations. Shinji's knife touched Jiatsong's neck directly. At this time, the camp in the sheltered area once again turned into a sea of fire. Under the leadership of Chun Bingshin, the people from Baiji Pharmaceutical concentrated their firepower on the camp. The people in the shelter suffered heavy losses. Even Jin Xianxian was injured, and everyone had to retreat to the air raid shelter. Shinji also hid inside with the 7 girls, but the other party's ultimate goal was the things in the air raid shelter, so hiding in it was of no use. If the opponent's firepower hadn't been too strong, Shinji would have been able to take the 7 girls out. The space in the air raid shelter was not small. Only then did Shinji see the various facilities in the air raid shelter. They use human power generators to generate electricity, and then use fluorescent lamps to simulate light to enable the vegetables in the greenhouse to photosynthesize. It's just that only a few vegetable greenhouses have been built, and the vegetables haven't grown yet. There are many people in the air raid shelter, but most of them are the elderly, the weak, women, and children. They are responsible for generating electricity and growing crops in greenhouses here. At this time, there were not many young and strong men left in the entire Hongshan shelter, but Jin Xianxian was still resisting at the door of the air raid shelter with his injuries. For Jin Xianxian, Hongshan shelter is her home, and the members of the shelter are like her family, so she will never give up until the last moment. But, do others think so? Chapter 71. Capturing Jin Xianxian alive. In the administrative building of Baiji Pharmaceutical, the cold blade of the dinner knife had already left a bloody mark on Jiatsong's neck. I don't understand what you were talking about at all. What organization? What hunting? Shinji exerted some force on his hand, and at the same time took the notebook in Jiatsong's hand and looked at it. Hunting target, Shinji. Hey, why did you make me look so ugly? Shinji looked at the photo posted on his notebook. It was still the ID photo of the company he worked for a long time ago. Tell me, what is the purpose of the hunting organization? Why do you want to kill me? Shinji pushed Jiatsong against the wall, and the knife in his hand had already penetrated half an inch, and blood flowed down Jiatsong's neck. Don't kill me, I said. Jiatsong waved his hands hurriedly. I tell you, but you must not tell others that I said this. After hearing this, Shinji let go of Jiatsong with his left hand, but the knife in his right hand was still pressed against his neck. The hunting organization is a very large organization, and they have very strong strength. Baiji Pharmaceutical is just a cover. It actually serves as a base for members of the hunting organization in Donghai City. As for the purpose of the hunting organization, I don't know. Even Chun Bingshin, the leader of the organization in Donghai City, doesn't know. The people above said that they only want to eliminate threats for the organization. All the people recorded in the notebook are potential threats. After hearing this, Shinji frowned and said, Are you still online? Yes. Many cities have organizational bases, and each city will be equipped with 2 people in charge. The people in charge of Donghai City are me and Chun Bingshin. Chun Bingshin's upline is a person named Mr. Sheng. I have never been in contact with him, and I don't know the specific situation. Shinji nodded after hearing this, and then continued to ask, What's going on with the hunting team and these notes? The team members were recruited by Chun Bingshin and I. They are all elites from all walks of life. As for the notes, they are all the lists given to us by the above. We will let the team investigate, and then we will start the hunting mission after the apocalypse comes. After hearing this, Shinji became even more confused. Did you already know that the end of the world would come? Jiatsong shook his head this time and said, I don't know the specifics. The instructions were given to Chun Bingshin from above. I am the second in command on the surface, but actually I am the one who organizes documents. Otherwise, how could I not participate in this operation? Shinji had been carefully observing Jiatsong's expression just now, and he probably wasn't lying. What about those people in the pharmaceutical building? Why were they tied up? What did you inject them with? When Shinji passed by the pharmaceutical building just now, he found that there were many people inside who were tightly tied to hospital beds. They were wailing and being injected with some strange medicines. This is top secret. I only know that the organization uses them as experimental subjects. I really don't know the rest. As soon as Jia Tsong finished speaking, Shinji cut his carotid artery. Blood spurted to the ceiling of the office. Jia Tsong pointed at Shinji with a look of reluctance, as if he wanted to say something else. Shinji searched around the office and found that there was a safe hidden in the mezzanine of the wall. Shinji immediately smashed open the wooden wall partition, and he tried to break it off with all his strength. The safe door handle was bent, but the door did not change, so Shinji had to put it into the space first. Just when he was about to go to another room to look around, Jia Tsong, who was lying on the ground behind him, actually moved again, on the other side in the air raid shelter. Jin Xianxian had just bandaged the wound on her arm, and the faces of everyone in Hongshan's shelter were covered with gloom. The desperate and painful emotions constantly tease everyone's nerves. Except for Shinji and his wives, everyone in the air raid shelter felt that they would die today. District Chief Jin Zhu Zhixian looked at Jin Xianxian. How about we surrender? If we continue to resist, we will all die here. After hearing Zhu Zhixian's words, Jin Xianxian was shocked. Surrender? Have you forgotten how your wife died? Have you forgotten how your infant son died? This is our home. What will happen to us if we surrender? We have nowhere to go and no way to go. Even if we survive by chance, we will only become slaves of others. Zhu Zhixian, can you please wake up? Look who here wants to surrender. After Jin Xianxian finished speaking, she looked at everyone, but they all lowered their heads, and no one looked up to look her in the eyes. Most of the security personnel who had followed her loyally and bravely in the past have died. Most of the remaining people were from Zhu Zhixian's life department, as well as some people who did not follow Zheng Haomin out to look for supplies. However, Qin Bingshan outside also had a worried look on his face at this moment, because he was afraid that the air raid shelter would collapse and he would not be able to get the things inside. So he ordered that heavy firepower weapons should not be used inside the air raid shelter. However, this also resulted in them failing to break in after 2 charges. Now there were not many weapons and ammunition left, so he decided not to attack by force. Qin Bingshan picked up a loudspeaker and started shouting towards the door of the air raid shelter. People in the air raid shelters, listen up. I am the person in charge of Baiji Pharmaceutical. Today, my purpose is simple. Jin Xianxian, Shinji. As long as you hand them over, I will ensure the safety of the others. I will never get involved in the supplies in the air raid shelter. As long as you hand over the 2 of you, we will leave immediately. After Qin Bingshan shouted several times, the atmosphere in the bomb shelter gradually changed. Jin Xianxian felt that countless eyes were focused on her. What do you think I mean? Jin Xianxian's body subconsciously leaned against the wall behind her. Don't forget, I'm the one who took you all in. I was the one who helped you when you were at your most desperate and helpless. Do you really want to hand me over? Do you know how many people sacrificed their lives to protect the shelter? Do you know? Before Jin Xianxian could finish his words, he was interrupted by a woman. It doesn't matter. District Chief Jin, I just want to survive. The man next to him also echoed. Yes, District Chief Jin, we just want to survive. What's wrong with that? Facing the burning gazes of the crowd, Jin Xianxian decisively took out his pistol and pointed the muzzle at the people who were slowly approaching him. Don't push me. Catch her. At this time, someone shouted, and everyone rushed towards Jin Xianxian. And poor Jin Xianxian was subdued by everyone after firing 2 shots. Zhu Zhixian stepped forward and took away the gun that Jin Xianxian dropped. Tie her up for me. Zhu Zhixian was already happy, and he definitely contributed a lot to this action. If he hadn't provided Qin Bingshan with defenses and weapon configurations, how could his people have stormed into the camp with overwhelming force? Catching Jin Xianxian alive was also a great achievement. When the time comes, I will be able to work as a manager or something in Baiji Pharmaceutical, which will be no better than suffering poverty here. As soon as Shinji is caught, he will take over his 7 beautiful wives. You have to decide which one to take first and which one to take later. At this time, Zhu Zhixian looked back. Well, where's Shinji? Where are his women? Chapter 72, The Disappeared Shinji. Now, Jia Tsung's body has swelled to the size of a giant. His whole body has grown several times, and his head has swollen to twice its original size. Even the glasses hanging on his ears have been stretched out, and the facial features on his face are all squeezed together. Shinji looked at Jia Tsung, who was slowly standing up, and couldn't help but show a disgusted expression. You look a little disgusting. Jia Tsung laughed sadly after hearing Shinji's words. He smiled and raised the object in his right hand. A syringe. Don't you want to know what kind of medicine those people were injected with? Then I'll show you how powerful my newly developed medicine is. After Jia Tsung said that, he rushed towards Shinji. The latter stood still, and just when Jia Tsung was about to attack him, Shinji suddenly turned sideways to avoid Jia Tsung. Jia Tsung actually broke the entire wall, walked out of the office through the wall, and fell into the corridor. Shinji applauded when he saw this. It's a bit awesome. It's so powerful. Jia Tsung stood up, dusted himself off, and then rushed towards Shinji again. As if playing tricks on Jia Tsung, the latter once again avoided Jia Tsung's attack at the last moment. At this time, Jia Tsung's body expanded several times. Although he looked bulky, he was actually much faster than a normal person. Come again! Jia Tsung shouted angrily and rushed towards Shinji again. And Shinji was standing by the window, still calm. Jia Tsung couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this. There was a desk on one side and a wall on the other. Let me see where you hide this time. Caught! Just when Jia Tsung thought he had caught Shinji, the Shinji in his arms suddenly disappeared. Then he broke the window with full doubts and fell from the 5th floor of the administration building. Just hear a snap. Jia Tsung was slapped on the ground like a piece of rotten meat. At this time, Shinji Tsai walked out of the corner of the room and looked at Jia Tsung, who had fallen. At this moment, Jia Tsung was lying on the ground. He was a little confused. This new drug could obviously enhance various functions of the human body in an instant, quickly repair damaged cells, and at the same time, it could also enhance strength and speed. In the previous duel between experimental subjects, other drugs were completely defeated. After being injected with this drug, any experimental subject defeated Lu Sheng, who was known as Baiji's strongest experimenter. But now that this thing is stuck in his body, why is it not so strong? Jia Tsung didn't know that it wasn't that he was weak, but that Shinji was too strong. While he was still lying on the ground in confusion, Jia Tsung felt as if he was being pressed down by something heavy, and then he instinctively wanted to get up. But Shun Jigong, who was upstairs, actually threw the armored vehicle down and hit Jia Tsung directly to see if he could kill him. But Jia Tsung's body was like a meatball, and he actually bounced twice after the armored vehicle pressed on him. Then Shinji saw Jia Tsung struggling to get up. It seems that this potion can enhance people's vitality and defense capabilities, but it doesn't seem to have any special attack methods. After Shinji murmured, he jumped onto the armored vehicle. Immediately afterwards, Shinji put away the armored vehicle and took out another thing from the space. This thing is round, heavy, and cold. Just when Jia Tsung was wondering why the things on his back were gone, he felt something roll over beside his head. The next second, Jia Tsung was blown up by grenades all over the ground. Shinji's clone can also use superpowers, but the limitation is that the main body and the clone cannot use the same superpower at the same time. I have to say that the medicine developed by Jia Tsung is quite powerful. Although it is not very aggressive, its vitality is really strong. At this time, Jia Tsung, who was only half of his body, stood up unsteadily again. Seeing Jia Tsung's internal organs falling down, Shinji on the other side was indeed disgusted. He took out his rifle and shot Jia Tsung in the head a few more times. This time, the fallen Jia Tsung was unresponsive. The explosions and gunshots just now also attracted the few remaining guards in the pharmaceutical company. Immediately, Shinji took out his rifle and started clearing the area. Outside the Hongshan air raid shelter, people in the shelter area were lining up to hand in their weapons. Each of them seemed to be reborn, with smiles on their faces as if they were surviving a disaster. Jin Xianxian scolded these ungrateful and spineless people. Then, she was escorted in front of Qin Bingshan. District Chief Jin, do you still know me? Jin Xianxian snorted coldly. Kill me. I just want to die. But Qin Bingshan gave Jin Xianxian a meaningful look. Do you know what my nickname is? The younger brother on the side said with a wicked smile. My boss's surname is Qin Bingshan, his courtesy name is Mungda, and he is known as the last Chaoamon. He only likes other people's wives, especially those whose husbands have died like you. My family... All right, that's enough. Qin Bingshan nodded proudly. I can't bear to kill you. At this time, Zhu Zhixian also came over with a flattering look on his face. Boss Chen, look at me. I have made a great contribution. Only then did Jin Xianxian understand why the other party always succeeded in his sneak attacks on him, and why his careful defense was as fragile as a piece of paper. It turned out that there was a traitor. Zhu Zhixian, you are a spineless bastard. You are a traitor. You will not die a good death. Qin Bingshan waved his hand and asked his men to pull Jin Xianxian aside. Then he looked at Zhu Zhixian with contempt. I was able to break in easily this time, thanks to you. But how can I trust you when you can help the murderer who killed your wife and children, and betray the person who took you in and promoted you? After hearing what Qin Bingshan said, the smile on Zhu Zhixian's face gradually froze. But I have a good job for you. Somione, come, tie him up. Jiatsong's new medicine is perfect for you to try. I think you are fat and suitable. At Qin Bingshan's command, several people went up and tied up Zhu Zhixian. No, Boss Chun, you have to keep your word. Didn't you say that as long as I help you, I'll give you whatever you want? Qin Bingshan on the side sneered and said, Are you worthy of talking about the word trust? At this time, a voice came from Qin Bingshan's walkie-talkie. Boss, the air raid shelter has been searched, but Shinji and those women have not been found. Qin Bingshan scratched his hair after hearing the news. Could it be that Shinji had entered a secret passage? Impossible. No one except the top hunting officials would know about this place. But it is impossible for a few living people to disappear out of thin air. Experimenter. Everyone follow me. No shooting or making loud noises is allowed after entering. Be ready for battle at any time. The 9th hunting team and the car stayed behind to respond, while the rest took the prisoners back and locked them all in the experimental product area. After the hunting team helps escort the prisoners, they will return to continue their hunting mission. After making the arrangements, Qin Bingshan immediately walked into the air raid shelter with a dozen experimenters who had been injected with drugs. After resting for a while, the remaining people were preparing to escort the prisoners to the car when a grenade suddenly exploded in the crowd. 2 more followed. 3 pieces. This sudden grenade attack left them at a loss and suffered heavy losses. These people had just been immersed in the joy of victory and were completely unprepared. Because at the foot of Hongshan Mountain, except for the people from Hongshan Wind Shelter and the pharmaceutical company, there is no one else. At this time, everyone in the Wind Shelter has been wiped out. Who else can come against him? Chapter 73 Massacre of the Hunting Team. Shinji's clone number 2 was secretly heartbroken while operating the grenade launcher on the armored vehicle. He had never been willing to use this weapon, because he only has 100 rounds of grenades, and they will be gone after firing them. But in order to get rid of the potential threats of the hunting group, he had to reluctantly give up. At this time, Shinji's body and the 7 girls were in the air raid shelter. Clone number 1 was in Baiji Pharmaceutical, and clone number 2 was manipulated to lurk outside the camp when Shinji had just returned to the camp. At this moment, the camp was like hell on earth. The smell of burnt flesh and blood mixed with the thick smell of gunpowder smoke. There are human limbs, broken arms, and internal organs everywhere. If you were lucky, you were killed directly. Those who were unlucky lay on the ground wailing in pain. Seeing that the explosion was almost done, Shinji put the armored vehicle away. Then he took out his rifle and went straight into the field to harvest. At this time, these elites are either dead, disabled, or still in a state of confusion. Since all the strong experimenters like Lu Sheng had been brought into the air raid shelter by Qin Bingshan last time, these ordinary elites outside were no match for Shinji. Shinji quickly rushed into the crowd, using a knife in one hand and a rifle in the other to quickly clear the battlefield. 10 minutes later, 3 members of the hunting team and dozens of people from Baiji Pharmaceutical all lay down on the camp in the sheltered area. At this time, Shinji also found Jin Xianxian in the pile of corpses. She is lucky. He seemed to be walking peacefully. In fact, Shinji could use dead wood to resurrect her. But Shinji felt that resurrecting a dead person using 2 clones at the same time and frequently using various powers would consume too much physical energy. There are still a dozen opponents like Lu Sheng in the air raid shelter at the moment. It is impossible for him to disrupt his plan for this person who may not necessarily become his goddess. Just when Shinji was about to leave, Jin Xianxian suddenly coughed several times. Then, She actually woke up. Jin Xianxian's face turned black. Mr. Shun, do you want to blow me up too? Shinji helped her up. You said that again? Aren't you alive? Jin Xianxian stood up and looked at everything around her. After being silent for a long time, she couldn't help but shed tears. This is her home. It was a dream she shared with her deceased husband. It was her last fantasy of a better life. Now, this fantasy has been destroyed by his own hands. He was completely ruined by his own kindness, cowardice, and so-called kindness. I told you once, the world has changed. Shinji wiped Jin Xianxian's tears. Jin Xianxian smiled bitterly. Yes, the world has changed, and people's hearts have also changed. At this time, Jin Xianxian suddenly picked up a gun from the ground and fired several shots at a resident of a shelter area who had not yet died. It's time for me to change too. Later, while shedding tears, Jin Xianxian looked for people who were not dead or who had just been knocked unconscious and were slowly waking up. Whether they were people from Baiji Pharmaceutical or those whom Jin Xianxian regarded as family before, as long as she saw them alive, she would shoot them in the head. Other side. When the two sides were fighting just now, Shinji took the 7 girls and secretly walked towards the depths of the air raid shelter. After turning on his perspective ability and turning around for half a circle, Shinji discovered that at the end of the air raid shelter, 2 meters above the ground, there was a partition that was very similar in color to the surrounding walls. There are no lights or any equipment here, so no one comes here, so naturally no one notices it. Then Shinji kicked the partition open, picked up all the 7 girls, and then they walked down the stairs behind the partition. The air here was a little turbid, so Shinji took out the gas masks in the space and gave them to the 7 girls. After walking down the narrow stairs for dozens of meters, an open space appeared underground again. It looks like an abandoned underground mine, with traces of manual mining all around, and occasionally a few abandoned mine cars and dilapidated transport machines. The gravel and sand under his feet kept crunching, and Shinji didn't know why. His heartbeat seemed to be extra fast today, and there was always an inexplicable sense of anticipation in his heart. After walking a few hundred meters further, Shinji suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something placed at the end of the darkness. It was as big as a pool table and covered with a thick tarp. Shinji asked the women to stand where they were while he walked forward slowly. He uncovered a corner of the tarp. What was exposed inside were actually pieces of gold bricks. The flashlights of several women shone on it, and the golden light shone in everyone's heart. In the center of these gold bricks, there is a suitcase. This box looks a little old, but it is very exquisite. In the secret passage, Chen Bingshan kept accelerating his pace, but the strong men behind him were in a worse situation. The stairs were very narrow, and they could only bend down and move slowly while being urged by Chen Bingshan. At this moment, Chen Bingshan was extremely anxious. When he saw the partition of the secret passage being destroyed just now, he knew that Shinji and his party must have gone down into the secret passage. Before leaving, he asked Jiatsong to check Shinji's identity, but this guy still hasn't replied to him. Fortunately, there is only one entrance and exit here, and Shinji and the others only have a few people. Even if they discover the secret inside, they can't take away the things there. There are things that the hunting organization buried a long, long time ago. Tons of gold. There are also 5 tons of very rare metals. In addition to these, there is also a suitcase, and Mr. Sheng also specifically confessed that the contents in the suitcase are very important. If he cannot get it, Chen Bingshan can be used as an experimental subject. When Chen Bingshan transports all these things back, Mr. Sheng will come to Baiji Pharmaceutical to get them in person. By then, both of them will be promoted to 1 level in the hunting organization. One can imagine the importance of what is inside. The place with clone number 1 was even more lively. Shinji packed a lot of strange potions. He couldn't understand it, but he planned to show it to Guing Ying. Maybe she could also develop some medicines so that the girls could have some abilities. But the premise is that you can't become like Jiatsong. At this time, the pharmaceutical company was basically finished, and clone number 1 was seen walking out of the sea of fire carrying a sack. Yes, after Shinji cleaned up the pharmaceutical company's guards, he put all kinds of useful things into the space, and before leaving, he set the pharmaceutical company on fire. This kind of behavior is like going to someone's house and forcing yourself to eat a meal. After you finish eating, you pack a bag and dismantle the stove before leaving. After plundering the drugs and supplies from the pharmaceutical company, Shinji's body began to be busy collecting the gold and the strange metal underneath into the space. No matter what these things were, he would never let Chen Bingshan take them away. The information Jia Tsong knew was limited, so it seemed that he had to catch Qin Bingshin and question them. Chapter 74 Triplets? In the mine inside the air raid shelter, Qin Bingshin and his party finally arrived at their destination. But at this time, the end of the mine was empty. Only Shinji was sitting where those things were supposed to be stored, and there were only a few women standing behind Shinji. Shinji, right? Qin Bingshin stared at the other party. He didn't understand where such a person came from and dared to go against him and the hunting organization. It's me. Are you okay? Shinji smiled harmlessly. Where are the things here? Qin Bingshin looked around. There were only Shinji and those women here. There was no place to hide so many things. And they can't move things away in a short time. I said it was like this when I came here. There was nothing here. Do you believe it or not? After hearing what Shinji said, Qin Bingshin sneered. Dare to take my things? You are about to die. There is a dead end behind this. You can't escape. After hearing this, Shinji slowly stood up. Run away? Why should I run away? Qin Bingshin made a gesture and saw a dozen strong men behind him with the same equipment as Lu Sheng walking forward. Shinji, I know you are quite capable and can kill Lu Sheng. One Lu Sheng is easy to deal with, but what if there are more than a dozen? After Qin Bingshin finished speaking, he turned his attention to the seventh girl. Do you think you can deal with them and protect your women at the same time? Shinji looked at it and saw in front of him a total of 16 strong men with the same equipment and uniforms as Lu Sheng. They all wore bulletproof helmets on their heads, night vision goggles and gas masks on their faces, and body armor made of special materials. It's really hard for me alone, but with two people it's easy. Shinji said. Qin Bingshin and a dozen experimenters heard rustling footsteps coming from behind them. Turning around and looking around, I saw another Shinji walking out of the darkness on the way here. I saw that this man not only looked exactly the same as the Shinji behind him, but he was also dressed exactly the same. This twin. Qin Bingshin and the 16 experimenters were also dumbfounded. At this time in the camp, Jin Xianxian, who was squatting on the ground in a daze, suddenly heard the roar of a vehicle again. She looked up and saw Shinji driving an armored vehicle in front of her. Shinji, didn't you go into the air raid shelter? Jin Xianxian was dumbfounded. Just now Shinji clearly said that he was going down to find Qin Bingshin and others, and asked him to wait for him above. The Shinji in front of him stopped the vehicle and turned off the engine, then pulled a sack from the back seat. Yes, didn't I ask you to wait for me here? Keep an eye on her for me. Shinji placed the sack at Jin Xianxian's feet. Then he also walked into the air raid shelter. At this moment, Jin Xianxian was completely confused. She just watched Shinji walk in with her own eyes. Why did he drive up to her again after a while? Well, where's the car? As soon as Jin Xianxian turned around, the armored vehicle that Shinji drove just now was gone. Other side. In the underground mine, Qin Bingshin sneered a few times, but there was just one more person. The 16 experimenters of his were not vegetarians. They have fighting abilities far beyond ordinary people. Each of them can fight 1 against 10. Coupled with the bulletproof equipment, they can almost ignore the damage of guns. No matter how strong ordinary people meet their own experimenters, they will be the chopping block. The fish on the table can be slaughtered by him. Experimenters, the voices of more than a dozen people were uniform and loud. Kill them. Qin Bingshin gave an order, and the 16 men divided into 2 waves and attacked the front and back Shinji's respectively. What Qin Bingshin didn't expect was that almost instantly, 2 experimenters who rushed forward were instantly killed by Shinji. Shinji, who was protecting the 7 girls, calmly responded to the attacks of the experimenters while showing a provocative smile to himself. He could knock down an experimenter with almost 1 move. Qin Bingshin thought that Shinji was very strong, but he didn't expect that Shinji could be so strong. Turning around, I saw that the Shinji who came after him was also perverted. He knocked down 1 person in just a few blows. What kind of strength is this? I originally thought that the experimenters transformed by the drug were not invincible, but they certainly had few rivals. But now, nothing was found. The shelter was not taken down, and Shinji suddenly appeared and punched an experimenter. After a short and fierce ideological struggle, Qin Bingshin decided to take advantage of the situation. I saw him grabbing a stunned experimenter. Take me away quickly. Although the experimenter was a little unconvinced and wanted to continue fighting Shinji, he could not refuse his boss's order. After all, his life was in Qin Bingshin's hands. The experimenters who have been modified by the drug must take the drug regularly and quantitatively. Only Qin Bingshin and Jia Tsong have this drug. Once they lose the support of the drug, they will die suddenly and quickly turn into mummies. This is also the method Baiji Pharmaceutical uses to control them. What surprised Qin Bingshin was that the two Shinjis didn't care about him or the experimenter beside him at all, as if they let him go on purpose. Go, go, go! Qin Bingshin took the lead and rushed up the stairs leading to the secret passage. No matter what box or gold he has, your life will be at stake if you stay here. Qin Bingshin didn't care about anything else. As long as he escaped, there would be his hunting group outside. As long as he ran out and blocked the door, he would still have a way to get back the organization's things. 10 minutes later, Qin Bingshin felt that his legs were weak before he reached the secret passage just now. At this time, the experimenter behind him also caught up. Qin Bingshin looked down and saw that no one seemed to be catching up. He took a long breath and then burst into laughter. The experimenter behind him saw this and said in confusion, "Boss Chun, why are you laughing?" I laugh at Shinji Wumo and Jin Xianxian Shaoji. If it were me, I would let the twin brothers ambush here to cut off the enemy's retreat. It's a pity that they are still too young. Let's go. Let the brothers outside ambush. So what if you can fight again? We have set up light and heavy weapons outside. And you, Shinji, can't fly even with your wings. The experimenter on the side also laughed a few times and then followed Qin Bingshin and jumped from the secret passage into the air raid shelter. After just a few steps, another person suddenly appeared in front of Qin Bingshin. Qin Bingshin couldn't believe his eyes. What on earth is going on? Triples? Hold him! Qin Bingshin yelled, and then he pushed the experimenter onto Shinji, while he himself rolled and crawled outside. The experimenter fainted on the spot without even catching one of Shinji's moves. Although the bulletproof suits they wore were bulletproof, they were not bulletproof. They could not withstand any punch or kick from Shinji. Qin Bingshin couldn't help but feel happy as he watched the exit getting closer. Finally, I escaped. Chapter 75 Hunting Plan, Body Refining Plan. However, after running out of the air raid shelter, Qin Bingshin was shocked again. All I saw was corpses everywhere and a mess. All of his hunting team members were lying on the ground. Some of them are still relatively complete, while others are already in pieces. Qin Bingshin suddenly felt that his brain seemed to be insufficient. What happened? He couldn't believe what he saw. Who did this? After a brief thought, Qin Bingshin rushed towards the nearest car. As long as I can go back, everything can be saved. It doesn't matter if all the experimenters are dead. You can still inject a batch more. It doesn't matter if all the hunting team is dead. At worst, we can recruit more people. As long as you go back alive, there is still a chance for everything. After Shinji's bombing, just now, most of the vehicles here can no longer start. Qin Bingshin changed several cars one after another, but none of them could start. At this time, Shinji's body had also walked out of the air raid shelter. Qin Bingshin turned his head tremblingly and looked at Shinji, who was gradually approaching him. He was about to lower his head to pick up a gun, but the next second he was kicked over by Jin Xianxian. I kill you. Jin Xianxian's rifle reached Qin Bingshin's head. Wait a moment. Shinji stopped Jin Xianxian. I still have something to ask him. Jin Xianxian glared at Qin Bingshin fiercely and then put away the gun. Qin Bingshin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly touched something from his pocket. A syringe. Jia Tsong gave this to himself, saying that he could defend himself at critical moments. This drug was a relatively mature and stable drug developed at the current stage. This kind of medicine is not like the medicine injected by experimenters like Lu Sheng to help fight, but a medicine that is biased towards self-protection and body repair. I saw Qin Bingshin taking out a syringe and about to plunge it into himself. When Shinji saw this, he quickly stopped him. Stop! Jia Tsong also beat this guy, and he died miserably. After listening to Shinji's words, Qin Bingshin didn't believe it. Who are you lying to? Do you know who Jia Tsong is? Shinji guessed that he didn't believe it, so he took Jia Tsong's head out of the space and threw it in front of Qin Bingshin. Here, Jia Kong. Although his head is swollen like a toad, you should be able to recognize it. Qin Bingshin observed for a moment and then screamed. You! Who are you? Qin Bingshin felt that his worldview had collapsed. The hunting group and body training plan that he and the hunting organization had worked so hard for so long were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this man. My name is Shinji. Tell me about the hunting organization and your human experiments. Qin Bingshin looked up at Shinji Dao. Then will you let me go? Shinji shook his head. But I'll make your death less painful. After listening to Shinji's words, Qin Bingshin's mood collapsed. Then what nonsense am I talking to you about? Chen Bingshan looked at the syringe in his hand and gave it a try. Even if you become addicted after using it and will depend on drugs in the future, it is still better than dying here. Ah! Chen Bingshan was very cruel. And then he stuck the syringe into his thigh and pushed the medicine inside into his body. However, a minute passed. Chen Bingshan's body did not change at all. Jiatsong, damn it! On the ground, Jiatsong's head seemed to show a vague smile towards Chen Bingshan. Chen Bingshan never imagined that he would be tricked by his subordinates in the end. As for the reason, it is probably because Chen Bingshan has always regarded Jiatsong, who is the second in command, as a secretary who organizes documents. Seeing Chen Bingshan gradually calm down, Shinji walked to him and handed him a cigarette. Tell me about it. Chen Bingshan was originally just an ordinary employee of Baiji Pharmaceutical Company. 2 months before the end of the world, a man who called himself Mr. Sheng suddenly found him and said that as long as he followed Mr. Sheng's instructions, he would definitely be able to get wind and rain in the future. Then Chen Bingshan agreed to the person named Mr. Sheng, and just the next day, Chen Bingshan jumped from an ordinary employee to the vice president of Baiji Pharmaceutical. There was also a newcomer named Jia Tsong, who was promoted together with him. Since then, Chen Bingshan began to recruit personnel, mercenaries, fugitives, killers, and talents from all walks of life to the hunting team. 1 month before the end of the world, the recruitment of personnel had been almost completed. Chen Bingshan began to form a hunting team and gave these people the list given to him by President Sheng. Let them investigate these hunting targets and wait for their chance to strike. At this time, Baiji Pharmaceutical suddenly faced a wave of layoffs. Many people were laid off and replaced by a drug research team, of which Jia Tsong was also a member. Later, the end of the world came, and Chen Bingshan ordered the hunting team to start the hunting mission according to the plan. Baiji Pharmaceutical Company also recruited a group of people a few days before the end of the world. These people were the experimental subjects. They wanted them to continuously test the developed drugs, and many people died at the beginning. Chen Bingshan heard that a shelter had been set up at the Hongshan air raid shelter, so he planned to send people to capture some people to take back for drug experiments, but he didn't expect that Jin Xianxian and his people actually had weapons in their hands. Chen Bingshan had no choice but to recall several hunting groups, defeated Jin Xianxian and Feng Zheng and his party, and then captured some more people to go back for experiments. Until a few days ago, Mr. Sheng ordered Chen Bingshan to come to the air raid shelter to get things. Unexpectedly, Chen Bingshan's carefully arranged plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain was broken by Shinji. Chen Bingshan then led the entire Donghai City hunting team and all the experimenters who had successfully absorbed the drug to encircle the shelter. But they were defeated again by Shinji. Chen Bingshan has 2 tasks in his hands. One is the hunting plan to eliminate hidden threats, and the other is the body training plan for human drug experiments. Regarding the hunting organization, Chen Bingshan only knew that his upline was Mr. Sheng. There were contacts like him in other cities, and they were also executing hunting plans and body training plans. As for the rest, Chen Bingshan was not sure. After Chen Bingshan finished explaining, he had already smoked half a pack of cigarettes, while Jin Xianxian couldn't wait to look at Shinji. After getting the latter's signal, Jin Xianxian finally pulled the trigger in her hand and avenged her late husband. Shinji lowered his head. It seemed that the hunting organization was much more complicated than he thought, and they must have known the news that the end of the world was coming before the end of the world. That's why I made so many preparations and had so many plans. When Shinji lowered his head to think, Jiang Mimi's voice suddenly came from the air raid shelter. Husband, Sister Cece seems to be sick. Come here quickly. Shinji hurried over and saw Zhu Cece lying on the ground huddled in a ball. Gu Yingying and Feng Cece were rubbing her hands and feet. What's going on? Gu Yingying raised her head and looked at Shinji and said, I don't know what happened, but Cece said she was cold since she first went down into the mine, and she has been a little weak since then. She fainted immediately after walking up. Shinji closed his eyes and checked the space, preparing to find some medicine, but found that the box he had just put into the space with the gold was actually glowing. Chapter 76, The Unconscious Zhu Cece. The sky is bright. Wisps of smoke rose from the foot of Hongshan Mountain, but the smoke was blown away by the strong wind in an instant. Among the piles of corpses, Jiang Mimi cooked a pot of millet and pumpkin porridge. The girls were waiting to drink porridge, while Wei Qingqing and Gu Yingying were taking care of Zhu Cece, who had fainted. Shunji, on the other hand, was standing alone studying a glowing stone, which was what was in a suitcase in the underground mine. The stone is red all over, feels delicate to the touch, and seems to be a little warm. Whenever Shinji picked up this stone, he would feel his heart beat faster for no reason. This feeling is exactly the same as when I went deep into the mine just now. What's this? Shinji weighed the stone. It was very heavy, the material could not be seen, and the color was strange. At this moment, the girls were all sitting around the campfire drinking porridge. Feng Cece smacked her lips a few times. Mimi, why is this pumpkin so old? After hearing this, Jiang Mimi took a bite of the pumpkin and said, it seems a little bit. Sister Xianxian, what do you think? Jean Xianxian couldn't remember how long it had been since she tasted porridge. Most of her daily food was compressed biscuits. Who said this pumpkin is old? This pumpkin is great. Jean Xianxian didn't care about the heat of the pumpkin porridge that was scalding her mouth and drank it all in a few gulps. Mimi, give me another bowl. Feng Cece saw this and said in confusion, Sister Xianxian, aren't you the district chief here? Don't you usually even have porridge? After hearing this, Jean Xianxian smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's my fault that I'm blind. All those grains and grains were eaten by those old people and women. In the end, they betrayed me when Chen Bingshan came knocking on the door. At this time, Feng Cece sat next to Jean Xianxian with a mysterious look on her face. Sister Xianxian, what are your plans next? Do you want to follow us? Jean Xianxian looked at the girls and then at Shinji. I don't know either. And I'm already married. And I'm older than you. At this time, Jiang Mimi also squatted aside. Sister Xianxian, you can't tell that you were 30 years old. You look much younger than Feng Cece. Feng Cece patted Jiang Mimi's little head. Roll! Why? Sister Xianxian, what are you sitting on? You're a little nervous. Feng Cece felt at the cushion under her, but was a little uncomfortable. Jean Xianxian raised her buttocks, and underneath was the sack that Shinji had given her before. Well, Shinji asked me to keep an eye on this thing, so I just put my foot down. The women opened the sacks. There's actually a person inside. Still a woman. This? The women looked at each other. Jean Xianxian lowered her head to test the woman's breath, and she still had breath. She was afraid that she would be killed by this person. After all, she had a plump figure. At this time, Shinji drove up to the girls in an RV and asked them to get in the car. Jean Xianxian couldn't believe her eyes. So big? Where did this come from? Lu Shushu patted Jean Xianxian on the shoulder and said, Sister Xianxian, are you surprised now? Shinji's ability is far beyond your imagination. Lu Shushu said and climbed into the RV. Ever since Lu Shushu was brought back from the dead by Lu Shu, she knew that Shinji was definitely not an ordinary person. She also had a few bold guesses. Shinji might not even be human. He might be a god. He might be a monster, or he might be a cultivator mentioned in the novel. After hearing this, Yumomo asked her to read less tomato novels. After all, Yumomo knew Shinji first here, so how could any god work overtime every day? But Jean Xianxian was still hesitating in front of the car. Shinji jumped out of the car. What are your plans? I have no idea. Jean Xianxian told the truth. She was very confused now. Want to be an old guy? Don't forget, you still owe me an RV, a bunch of favors, and a life. After hearing what Shinji said, Jean Xianxian burst into laughter. She didn't know why she was laughing. Let's go, it's not safe here. Chen Bingshan had confessed before his death that Mr. Sheng would be here in 2 days, and there would definitely be many guards around him by then. And Shinji planned to study the strange stone and the woman he packed and brought back before making a decision. After Jean Xianxian also got in the car, Shinji held Zhu Cece in one hand and the torn sack in the other, and jumped into the car door with a slight jump. Shinji then drove the RV to a place far away from Baiji Pharmaceutical and the air raid shelter. This is also at the foot of Hongshan Mountain, but it has entered the scope of Gusa District. Although the wind is stronger than that in the wind shelter area, it is still possible as long as you don't get out of the car. Very safe. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Shinji sat on the roof of the RV and thought. The time agreed between Chen Bingshan and Mr. Sheng has come. I wonder what Mr. Sheng's expression will be when he comes over and sees that Baiji Pharmaceutical has been reduced to ruins. In the past 2 days, Shinji distributed the body armor worn by the experimenter to several girls, and then asked Jean Xianxian to familiarize them with the firearms. But because they were afraid that the sound of gunfire would cause other dangers, they did not get out of the car to shoot targets again. And Jean Xianxian also learned what a fairy life is in just 2 days. Shinji can get whatever he wants to eat, including seafood barbecue and hot pot buffet. As long as a few women say it, Shinji turns around and takes it out from behind. The same goes for clothes. You can choose any style. Jean Xianxian originally only had a few simple clothes. Her jeans were worn out because she kept wearing them. But now, her bed is full of new clothes. Shinji kept adjusting the temperature in the RV to a relatively high temperature. Jean Xianxian was a little cautious at first, but later, like the other girls, she enjoyed life and took off her clothes when she needed to. In the past 2 days, the only thing that worried Shinji was that his dead wood and flowers seemed to have no effect on the unconscious Zhu Cece. Shinji tried several times, but Zhu Cece had no response. He could obviously revive the dead Lu Shushu, but why couldn't the unconscious Zhu Cece wake up? And what is that strange stone used for? After thinking for a long time, Shinji decided that he should go find Mr. Sheng that Qin Bingshan mentioned. But before that, Shinji had one more thing to do. Night falls. Shinji carried the woman in the sack out of the RV. The woman had also been in a coma. She was carried out of a special ward when Shinji Tian burned Baiji Pharmaceutical. The experimental products for the drug test were all numbered. Shinji counted about 500 people that day. Only those who successfully absorb the drug can be called experimenters. Otherwise, they can only be called experimental subjects. On the day Baiji Pharmaceutical was burned down, the ward was full of experimental products, except for a few experimenters. Shinji didn't care whether they died or escaped. And just when Shinji finished setting the fire and was about to leave, he saw a rather special ward. Compared with other wards, this ward has a door made of pure metal and has several gates. There is also only one woman lying inside. The sign at the door also says number 0. The equipment in the room was also different from the others. Other experimental subjects were injected with drugs. Only this woman was being extracted by an instrument. Shinji immediately realized the special nature of this woman. He simply found a sack and carried her back. At this time, Shinji, who had walked some distance, took out the armored vehicle, then opened the door and put the woman in. Shinji asked Gu Yingying why she couldn't wake up. Gu Yingying told Shinji that the woman seemed very weak. Originally, Shinji planned to give her some nutrient solution, but the woman's pulse became stronger the next day, and her complexion became much rosier. Gu Yingying took another look and saw that this woman's body seemed to be repairing itself. Without supplementary water and food, her vitality was getting stronger and stronger. But now, Shinji plans to use dead wood and flowers to awaken this woman. Shinji was seen sitting in the car with one hand on the woman's head. Just when he was about to activate his power, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. The next second, a powerful whip hit Shinji's ear. Chapter 77, Number 0, Chapter Chi-Chi. When Shinji raised his hand to block the whip kick, the woman's uppercut also came in an instant. There was a snap, and the woman's arm was tightly grasped by Shinji. At this time, the woman showed a very surprised expression. She did not expect that a man who looked ordinary but slightly handsome could be so strong. Immediately afterwards, the woman changed her position, stepped on the seat of the armored vehicle, and used a flying knee move toward Shinji. Shinji ducked sideways again. "Don't do anything yet. I was the one who brought you." But the woman didn't give Shinji a chance to explain and directly attacked Shinji again. Perhaps the woman felt that the space in the car was too small for her to move, so she kicked the car door open, then broke free from Shinji's restraints and jumped out. Looking at the dented footprints on the car door, Shinji also showed a surprised expression. This woman's strength and the ferocity of her attack were unexpected. With this woman's fighting power, the experimenter in Qin Bingshan's hands would probably have to kneel down after only 10 rounds. Baiji Pharmaceutical Base at this moment. A middle-aged man with red hair looked at the mess in front of him and fell into deep thought. "Still can't contact Qin Bingshan and Jiatsong?" Shungi asked in a deep voice. "No." A subordinate on the side answered him. Neither of their communicators responded, and neither of the other members participating in the body training program responded. Sheng-Yi squatted on the ground and took a look at the body of the guard, then slowly said, "Team 1 stays and looks for number 0's traces, and by the way, see if there are any survivors. Everyone else, follow me." Immediately afterwards, the huge convoy drove towards the Hongshan air raid shelter. The other side, Zhang Qiqi used all her strength to attack the strange man in front of her. But the more she beat, the more frightened and panicked she became. Zhang Qiqi thought she was already very strong, but when she hit the opponent with all her strength, the opponent could always neutralize her brute force effortlessly. Moreover, Zhang Qiqi felt that the other party seemed to be aware of her own thoughts and could always anticipate her attacks and counterattack in advance. This also caused a seemingly fierce offensive to be non-threatening in the eyes of the opponent. After dozens more moves, Zhang Qiqi was completely defeated. She didn't understand how she could not defeat an unarmed person with her own strength. At this time, Zhang Qiqi was pressed tightly to the snow by Shinji. Snort, what do you want? After hearing Zhang Qiqi's words, Shinji asked, what do I want? You chase me and beat me, and you ask me what I want. I worked so hard to save you from the fire, and you treat your savior like this? After listening to Shinji's words, Zhang Qiqi stopped struggling. Isn't this Land's How technology? It's you, Shinji said angrily. He has seen people who are unreasonable, but he has never seen people who are aggressive when they come up. At this moment, Shinji, who was sitting on the roof of the RV, frowned slightly. This woman's strength seems to be more than 6 or 7 times that of ordinary people, and she actually fought with her own clone for so long. Was it reinforced by participating in a drug experiment? Then why didn't Shinbingshin take her out to fight? Then Shinji took her back to the RV. As soon as Zhang Qiqi entered the RV, she was dumbfounded. What was going on with the car? Why a car full of women? Are they all so beautiful? The girls were not surprised to see her awake. After all, Shinji could even revive the dead. You're awake. Gu Yingying handed Zhang Qiqi a bottle of water, but the latter stood aside and hesitated to accept it. At this time, Shinji seemed to have read through Zhang Qiqi's thoughts. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. If you don't believe it, I'll feed it to you mouth to mouth. Zhang Qiqi arched her nose after hearing this, secretly thinking that this man was really scary, as if he knew everything she was thinking. After hearing Zhang Qiqi's heartfelt words, Shinji smiled. As long as he had the word of peeping into his heart, no woman in the world could deceive him. But it was a pity that Zhu Cixi, who was bound to the word of peeping into the heart, was still unconscious. Awake. Number 0. Tell me about your experience. In fact, when Shinji asked this question, Zhang Qiqi's inner voice already gave Shinji the answer. Whether Zhang Qiqi said it or not, or whether she told lies, Shinji could hear her heart. Seeing Zhang Qiqi's concerns, Shinji continued to explain. We are not the same as the hunting organization. And if I had any intentions and I just did it in the car, there's no way I could put you in a warm and comfortable room and hand you water. After hearing what Shinji said, Zhang Qiqi blushed. This man is really evil. Could it be that he could really hear his own voice? I'm hungry. Zhang Qiqi shouted to Shinji. Give me something to eat. Give me something to eat, and I will tell you everything. After hearing this, Shinji raised his hands, and Zhang Qiqi was so frightened that she squatted on the ground with her head in her hands. What do you want to eat? Zhang Qiqi scratched her head. I want to eat snail noodles. The famous food in Liuzhou, Guangxi, is here. Who said I don't write about Guangxi food? 10 minutes later, Zhang Qiqi was squatting alone in the armored vehicle, sucking what she thought was a delicacy in the world. Shinji glanced at Zhang Qiqi, who was enjoying his meal, with slight disgust, and then he regretted it. Stop licking the whole car. Zhang Qiqi glanced at Shinji unhappily and then closed the car window. Shinji ate this thing some time ago, and it really smelled like boiled daddy, but it still tastes delicious. Just when he was regretting why he brought this thing with him when he was searching for supplies, another incident happened in the RV. Brother Shinji, come here quickly. Wei Qingqing's voice was very gentle. Something happened to Sister Cixi. After hearing this, Shinji hurriedly carried Zhang Qiqi back to the RV. At this time, Zhu Cixi's whole body was burning hot, and she was calling Cixi and Shinji. Shinji touched Zhu Cixi's head with one hand, and then used dead tree flower. But Zhu Cixi's condition did not improve at all. She seems to be evolving. Zhang Qiqi looked serious on the side. Evolution. The women on one side all looked puzzled. You think she's Garurumon? And she's evolving? Shinji looked confused. Zhang Qiqi stepped forward, touched Zhu Cixi's forehead, and then said to Shinji, maybe she can really turn into a Garurumon. At this time, Shinji, who was sitting on the roof of the RV, suddenly noticed something unusual. I saw a car in the distance driving towards me. Shinji in the RV said with a serious face. I'm afraid there are enemies coming. Everyone wear body armor. Yingying and Cixi are going to drive. District Chief Jean, you go to the co-pilot and operate the machine gun. Enemy? Who is it? Is he from a hunting organization? Zhang Qiqi seemed very excited. Can't tell. As soon as Shinji finished speaking, Zhang Qiqi rushed out of the car. Helpless, Shinji had no choice but to create another clone and run away with Zhang Qiqi. Chapter 78 Evolution. At the foot of Hongshan Mountain, Two heavily armed men were driving a jeep, driving slowly around Hongshan Mountain. Grass! The person in the driver's seat cursed. I just saw something moving here, but why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The person in the passenger seat looked around. Where is the thing? You must have seen it wrong. Go back, go back. You only get so few supplies in a month. Why are you working so hard? What if we really encounter the enemy? Just as the two men were about to turn around, Zhang Qiqi also saw each other clearly through the night vision goggles. As expected, they are from the hunting organization. I want to kill them. However, Zhang Qiqi was caught back by Shinji as soon as she ran out a few meters. If you kill them now, won't you expose us here? Shinji carried Zhang Qiqi aside again like a cat. Tell me first what you know. Hunting organization, number 0, Baiji Pharmaceutical, and the evolution you talk about. Zhang Qiqi looked at Shinji from head to toe, and then said, Aren't you also an evolved person? What else are you asking me for? Evolution? What evolution? Zhang Qiqi looked at Shinji's confused face and couldn't help but scratch his head. Don't tell me that you are so strong, just because you were born, that you can fight like this. Zhang Qiqi looked unbelieving. Could it be that the physical strength of an evolved person like her couldn't match that of an ordinary person like Shinji? Tell me about it. Seeing Shinji's serious face, Zhang Qiqi had no choice but to temporarily believe that Shinji didn't know about evolution. Then I'll keep it simple. After hundreds of millions of years of evolution, some people have gradually awakened to some strange abilities. This phenomenon is also known as evolution. The phenomenon of evolution is only possible in a very small number of people. And even if many people are qualified to evolve, they may not be able to evolve successfully. The hunting organization's hunting plan is to kill these humans who have the potential to evolve. Hearing this, Shinji interrupted Zhang Qiqi. How do people in the hunting organization know who might evolve? What determines whether they can evolve? Zhang Qiqi shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Anyway, the purpose of their hunting plan is to eliminate those who have the potential to evolve. Shinji didn't expect that the hunting organization would kill people everywhere for this purpose. What about yourself? Why didn't so-called evolution occur? Or is it that your apocalyptic goddess system is the result of evolution? Then do you know there is another body training plan? Shinji continued to ask Zhang Qiqi. The so-called body refining plan is to capture these evolvers and then use their blood and genes to research some drugs to help their people improve their strength and fight against the evolvers who do not obey them. I was caught by people from Hao Technology, and then I woke up and saw you. After Zhang Qiqi finished speaking, he glanced at Shinji again. Are you really not an evolver? Shinji shook his head and continued to ask. The Hao Technology you were talking about is the one in Gus's city? Hao Technology is considered a base camp of the hunting organization. There are several evolvers who have surrendered to them, and there are also many experimenters who have successfully conducted drug experiments. After hearing this, Shinji stood up. Then do you have any powerful abilities after you evolve? Zhang Qiqi rolled her eyes at Shinji and said, What? In your eyes, am I almost like an ordinary person? Oh, only then did Shinji realize that Zhang Qiqi was actually quite powerful. The fact that she could fight back and forth with her clone showed that she was still very powerful. Although the physical data of Shinji's clone was only half of that of the original body, Zhang Qiqi was still able to deal with the experimenters with ease. Is it just physically stronger? Zhang Qiqi nodded and continued to answer. That's how I feel anyway, but I heard that some evolvers will develop very unnatural abilities, but I haven't seen a few specifically. On the other side, the RV is already driven to Suzhou City. Zhu Cixi in the car continued to talk nonsense, and her body continued to tremble. Shinji frowned on the side. So Zhu Cixi must also be evolving? Then if she could awaken some incredible ability, wouldn't it be a great help to herself in the future? At this time, another motorcade was approaching directly in front of the RV. Husband, come and see. Shinji heard Gu Yingying's voice and hurriedly came to the cabin front, only to see a large convoy of vehicles coming directly in front. And those cars have 4 big characters printed on them. Hao Technology. Isn't this the hunting organization's base camp that Zhang Qiqi mentioned? Shinji smiled bitterly. As the old saying goes, enemies often meet in a narrow road. But Shinji didn't expect the road to be so narrow. I'll do it, Shinji said to Jin Xianxian, who nodded and asked Shinji to sit in the passenger seat and prepare Gatling's bullets. The weapon master and physical enhancement of Shinji's clone are only half of those of the original body. The original body is now at level 1, with 5 years of weapon proficiency, while the clone has 2.5 years of proficiency, which is enough. At this time, the convoy also discovered Shinji's RV. There was a young man sitting in the front car. The man in the driver's seat asked the man, "Brother Chong, do you want to report to Mr. Sheng that we found an RV here?" The young man snorted disdainfully. "Notification. Just take it and bring it back to Lanzhou, so you don't have to run away again." The man in the driver's seat showed a troubled expression. "But Mr. Sheng said that the enemy is very dangerous. The whole Baiji army has been wiped out. That's why he asked us to come here quickly. We won't notify you." The man named Brother Chong waved his hand to signal the other person not to continue talking. "There are too many monks and too little porridge. Why do all the good things happen to him, Xingyi? Why do I have to listen to his arrangements as an evolved person? Stop talking, I'll go over and capture them, and then go back home. It's that simple." At this moment, Shinji's body was sitting on the roof of the car. Clone number 1 set up Gatling. The clone number 1 and Zhang Qiqi were rushing here, but the farther they went to Gus's city, the stronger the wind became, and the slower they moved. At this time, Shinji had no choice but to take out the armored vehicle. When Zhang Qiqi saw it, she looked disgusted. "You're still hiding it from me? You pulled out a car out of thin air, and you told me you're not an evolved person? Get in the car quickly. I'll explain later." At this time, Chang Su got out of the car first. The wind outside the car has become stronger and stronger, making people unable to keep their eyes open. This man looked young, in his early 20s, and was striding toward the RV. Chapter 79, "You are so ugly to me." Shinji sat on the roof of the car, frowning. The wind outside was very strong, but the man's steps were very steady and powerful. At first glance, he was no ordinary person. I wonder if it is an experimenter who has been injected with medicine or an evolver like Zhang Qiqi. The clone in the car, Shinji, was not in a hurry to shoot because this man was also wearing a special bulletproof suit. Shooting rashly would only attract the opponent's firepower, so it was better to wait and see what happens. Chang Su looked at the RV in front of him confidently. When the 3 women in the cab came into view, he made up his mind. No matter who the other party is, whether it has anything to do with the destruction of Baiji Pharmaceutical, he will take these 3 women back today. But the next second, a man walked out of the RV and stared at him closely. "Hello," Chang Su shouted to Shinji. "Is this your woman in the car?" Shinji outside the car nodded. "Give the woman to me first, and then follow me obediently." At this time, Chang Su also felt that this person was definitely extraordinary. To be able to appear here at this time and drive such a huge RV, he is probably an evolver. But what's the use of being an evolver? His own strength is the strongest in the entire Lanzhou technology except Xingyi. Ordinary evolvers have no chance of winning against him. Did you hear what I said? Chang Su had already arrived in front of Shinji. What if I refuse? Only then did Chang Su notice that Shinji had the same confident smile on his face. "I think you want to die." The next second, Chang Su's facial features suddenly became distorted. His mouth protruded outward, and the fangs in his mouth broke out. Later, Chang Su's hands and feet suddenly grew a lot of thick hair. His arms and legs became thicker, and his nails grew rapidly from normal length to 7 or 8 centimeters long. At the same time, his nails also became very sharp. "This is... werewolf? Are you an evolver?" Shinji looked at Chang Su, who was neither human nor wolf, and prayed in his heart that Zhu Cece would never become like this. "Ha ha ha, are you scared?" Chang Su's voice also became rougher. "I'm afraid it's too early now. I'm going to eat you right in front of your woman." After Chang Su said this, he winked at the 3 women in the cockpit, which made them feel nauseated. Shinji looked Chang Su up and down. To be honest, he was still a very energetic young man when he didn't transform, but now he looked a bit ugly. His werewolf is completely different from the one in the movie. Not to mention his facial features are distorted, and the more he looks at him, the more he looks like a dog. The author has something to say in the picture. No, I'm not afraid." Shinji waved his hand and continued. "I'm just embarrassed by your ugliness. Looking for death." As soon as Chang Su finished speaking, the 2 of them moved at the same time. The next second, the coat on Shinji's chest was torn apart by Chang Su's sharp claws. "Ha! The mantis is using its arms as a cart." When Chang Su turned around, the scene he expected did not appear. The opponent's chest didn't become bloody or even injured. Chang Su didn't expect that the other party's body would be so strong. But then Shinji pulled off the tattered clothes on his chest, revealing the same bulletproof suit underneath. Snort! Chang Su immediately retracted the surprised expression just now. I'm telling you. So you're wearing this. At this time, Chong-Su also directly confirmed that the other party was the person who destroyed Baiji Pharmaceutical. Because this kind of body armor can only be produced by people from hunting organizations. It is made of a special metal. Sheng-Yi came to Hongshan this time to pick up this metal. It's useless for you to wear this, because with the next blow, I will tear your head apart. Chong-Su roared and rushed directly towards Shinji. This time, the latter silently took out the knife from the space. The two of them attacked continuously. Chong-Su kept waving his sharp claws, while Shinji blocked all the opponent's attacks with a knife in each hand. After dozens more strokes, Chong-Su gradually realized that something was wrong. He felt that his nails seemed to be getting shorter and shorter. Chong-Su stepped back and looked at his originally sharp nails. Now they had been trimmed flat and smooth by the other party. Want to cut off my nails so I can't attack? Innocent. Chong-Su's claws were seen exerting slight force, and then his nails actually grew out again, and they were sharper and more terrifying than before. Wow, it can still regenerate, Shinji exclaimed. Snort, what is this? I'll let you later. Before Chong-Su finished speaking, he felt as if something flew past his ear. Immediately, there was a sharp pain in his ear. Chong-Su touched his blood-covered ears. He couldn't believe that he was obviously the best among the evolvers. Ordinary evolvers could not stand up to him for a few rounds. However, his skin could even withstand pistol bullets, but it could not stop the throws of the person in front of him. Throwing knife. How did you do that? Shinji threw away the knife in his hand. I don't have any skills. I just rely on a strong force to produce miracles. By this time, Shinji had figured out what this man was capable of. His claws and fangs were his main attack methods. His physical strength was average, and he could probably beat Zhang Qiqi in a single fight. But if faced with him, this werewolf has no chance of winning. Chong-Su no longer had the confidence he had just now. He didn't expect that the other party was so strong. With his strength, I'm afraid I can compete with that perverted guy Sheng-Yi. Although he was arrogant and unruly, he knew that the gap between him and Sheng-Yi was not just a point or two. At this time, Chong-Su unconsciously wanted to take a step back. Are you leaving in a hurry? After hearing what Shinji said, Chong-Su couldn't believe that he had just moved his feet back a little, and the man could tell that he wanted to retreat. Didn't you just say you were going to tear my head apart? Why don't you come over? At this time, Chong-Su glanced at the car window. As long as you jump in, you can use his woman as a hostage, and then give an order to the experimenters behind to come with guns. If you can beat me, can you still prevent bullets? Chong-Su didn't know that the look in his eyes just now had been caught by Shinji, and Shinji's insightful eyes had already seen through his intentions. The next second, Chong-Su suddenly opened the window of the RV and got in. But Shinji outside the car did not stop him. On the contrary, he walked directly towards the other team's team. At this time, it was Chong-Su's turn to be confused. You have been fighting for a while just now. Why didn't you fight now? And why did your boss suddenly get into someone else's car? Is this one of our own? At this time, everyone saw clearly the bulletproof suit on Shinji. This kind of clothes is only worn by people in the hunting organization, and they are really our own people. Shinji pointed to the bulletproof suit he was wearing, then waved and walked towards the other party. At this time, another clone of Shinji also arrived nearby, carrying Zhang Qiqi. Everyone here is from a hunting organization. Are you going? Shinji stepped out of the armored vehicle and said to Zhang Qiqi. Zhang Qiqi showed an excited smile. Chong-Su in the RV was being strangled by Shinji's body. How? How could? Chong-Su couldn't figure out how this person suddenly got into the car. Chapter 80 Blonde Beast Ears. Good job, brothers. Shinji took out a box of cigarettes from the space. He handed it to Chong-Su's co-pilot. Brother, you are too polite. Chong-Su's co-pilot took Shinji's Huazi with joy on his face. I wonder what I call my brother. My name is Jia Tsong, from Baiji Pharmaceutical. Shinji said with a smile. Chong-Su's men looked puzzled and said, Jia Tsong? President Sheng just contacted Brother Chong and said that Jia Tsong and Qin Bingshan from Baiji Pharmaceutical are missing. Why are you here? It's a long story. The next second, a subordinate rushed forward and put a gun to Shinji's head. You said you are Jia Tsong? Huh, let me tell you. I have seen the real Jia Tsong. Who are you? Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all turned on their gun safety and pointed their guns at the man in front of them who called himself Jia Tsong. Shinji shook his head helplessly. Shinji's body in the car threw Chong-Su, whose neck had been broken, out of the car and then snapped his fingers. The Shinji, in front of everyone, suddenly disappeared on the spot. Where have people gone? Chong Su's men were stunned by this scene. Not good. This man is an evolver. The next second, another clone of Shinji not far away had loaded a howitzer and fired towards this side. A round of bombing. Half of the nearly 100-man team had been killed and disabled. If Shinji hadn't been worried about the ammunition, he would have killed them all. At this time, Shinji put away the armored vehicle and chased Zhang Qiqi, who had already rushed out. In the convoy, before anyone could realize what was happening, a man and a woman appeared in front of them, slaughtering their own people crazily. Call Mr. Sheng. Call Mr. Sheng. I am Team Chong Su. I am now. Chong Su's co-pilot was kicked away by Zhang Qiqi before he finished speaking. Although these people were wearing special bulletproof suits at this time, their bodies could not withstand the strange strength of Shinji and Zhang Qiqi. However, at such a close distance and surrounded by their own people, Chong Su and his team's counterattack had no effect at all. At this time, Shinji's body got out of the car and looked at Zhang Qiqi, who was fighting in the distance. It's quite beautiful. Feng Cece poked her head out of the RV. Just keep it if it's beautiful. Husband, I support you. Feng Cece smiled while looking at Shinji. The next second, her expression changed suddenly. Husband, be careful. At the same time, Shinji also noticed the strange noise behind him. Chong Su, who had died just now, stood up again and attacked Shinji from behind. At this critical moment, a golden figure suddenly rushed out of the RV and blocked Shinji's back. Cece. Shinji turned to look behind him. The person standing behind him was Zhu Cece. Now Zhu Cece's hair has turned from black to blonde, and 2 furry ears have grown on her head. However, her body did not change much. She was not the same as Chong Su, and she no longer looked human. At this moment, Zhu Cece's slender fingers blocked the sharp claws attacking Shinji. Grass! Chong Su cursed angrily and then withdrew. He didn't expect that a sneak attack failed. This is the first time someone has forced me to use all my strength. After Chong Su said this, his whole body suddenly trembled. His body suddenly swelled several times, and his muscles burst the bulletproof suit from the inside. In just a few seconds, Chong Su transformed from his werewolf appearance into a giant wolf 3 or 4 meters long. At this time, Zhu Cece was also stunned by the scene in front of her. Shinji. What is this? At this moment, Shinji was once again glad that Zhu Cece did not look like Chong Su after evolving. She was just right like this now, with blonde hair and animal ears, which sounded very exciting. Shinji pulled Zhu Cece behind him. He felt that Chong Su's whole person at this moment. No, the whole wolf's temperament has changed. Chong Su's limbs have all turned into wolf claws, and the claws are even more terrifying than before. His eyes are cold, and the corners of his mouth are slightly opened, revealing the fangs in his mouth. I'm telling the truth. Let me declare first that I really don't mean to look down on you. You look like a dog. As soon as Shinji said this, Chong Su, who was on the ground, roared angrily and then bared his teeth at him. The next second, Chong Su, who turned into a giant wolf, pounced on Shinji. Cece, please return to the RV to protect everyone. As soon as Shinji finished speaking, Chong Su had already attacked in front of Shinji, opened his huge mouth and howled at Shinji. But this time, Shinji Shuin almost fainted. At this time, Shinji's hands were pressed against the giant wolf's neck, and his lower body was constantly dodging the giant wolf's claws. At this time, Jin Xianxian pulled the bolt of the gun and fired at the giant wolf's body. However, the rifle bullets hitting his back had no effect. The hair on the giant wolf's body was so hard that the bullets could not even penetrate it. I'll do it. Zhu Cece saw it in her eyes and felt anxious in her heart. Shinji seemed to be no match for the giant wolf. Zhu Cece was grabbed by Lu Shushu just as she was about to get out of the car. Shinji told you to return to the RV. Zhu Cece frowned when she heard Lu Shushu's words. But I can't just watch him. The next second, the giant wolf rose into the air and then landed heavily on the ground. Shinji stood up like a carp. It's quite strong. Shinji could feel that Chong Su's strength in this state was definitely much greater than Zhang Qiqi's. It seems that there will also be some differences in strength between the evolvers. The giant wolf that fell to the ground shook its head, then let out a roar, and then rushed towards Shinji again. Shinji also rushed towards the giant wolf with its mouth wide open. At the moment when he and the giant wolf were about to collide, Shinji dodged sideways, avoiding the frontal impact of the giant wolf, and at the same time reached out to grab the giant wolf. One of the front paws of the giant wolf twisted hard. The giant wolf was in pain and roared angrily, trying to break free from Shinji's restraints. But Shinji didn't give it a chance. He jumped on the back of the giant wolf, clamped the wolf's body tightly with his legs, and grabbed the hair on the neck of the giant wolf with both hands. At this moment, Chang-Su jumped and swung wildly, trying to throw Shinji off. However, no matter how hard the giant wolf struggled, Shinji remained firmly on it. "How about you be my mount? I won't kill you if you agree." The giant wolf became obviously angrier after hearing Shinji's words. His nostrils were constantly spraying white-hot air, and his chest and abdomen were heaving. Immediately, the giant wolf threw his body backwards, trying to pin down Shinji on his back. But the next second, the giant wolf's neck was slashed with a table knife. Blood kept gushing out. At this time, Chang-Su fell to the ground and looked at Shinji with reluctance. He didn't understand that his hair was as hard as iron and his skin could resist even bullets, but at this moment he couldn't defend himself against the opponent's knife. In giant wolf form, even he had to get out of the way. How could this man get rid of him so easily? He doesn't believe it. Shinji put away his dining knife, took out a bone-chopping knife from the space, and chopped off the wolf's head in a few strokes. This time, he should be dead. Shinji saw that the blades of the table knife and the bone-cutting knife in his hands had been curled up, and he couldn't help but sigh that the bones of the wolf-skinned wolf were quite strong. Chapter 81, Let Uncle Shinji Check His Body. Other side. Shinji and Zhang Qiqi had almost eliminated the enemies in the convoy. After Shinji packed their equipment into the space, he carried Zhang Qiqi back to the RV. Then Shinji and his party drove all the way to Gus's city. And not long after they left, Sheng-Yi and his party drove here. They had just gone to the sheltered area and saw only corpses and ruins all over the ground. Sheng-Yi's heart suddenly felt cold. Then he led people into the secret passage in the air raid shelter. When he walked down, Sheng-Yi's heart felt completely cold. The mine was filled with the corpses of the experimenters, and their bulletproof suits had all been stripped away. The gold and metal originally stored here disappeared. What made him collapse the most was that the box containing the evolutionary stone was also missing. At this time, Sheng-Yi's walkie-talkie rang. "Mr. Sheng," gunfire and explosions were heard from the east. In addition, we also found Chen Bingshan's body. After Sheng-Yi and his group came out, they headed straight east. When he arrived, the place was in a mess again. The Chang-Su team that he had originally called for support was now dead. All the vehicles were scrapped, all the experimenters and hunting team members were killed, but their bulletproof vests and equipment were taken away. What surprised him most was that there was a giant wolf lying on the ground with its head and body separated. Sheng-Yi knew that this giant wolf was Chang-Su. Chang-Su is the most powerful person in Blue Continent technology except for himself. He squatted down and looked at the wound on the wolf's neck and couldn't help feeling shocked. The wound on the wolf's neck was not neat and was rather crooked. It looked more like it was chopped open by brute force than being caused by someone hacking it. Arrogant and conceited. "I'm arrogant." Sheng-Yi snorted coldly, and then asked someone to pack up Chang-Su's body and transport it back. Although Chang-Su is dead, the body of the evolver still has great research value. "I wonder who can chop off this guy's head?" Sheng-Yi murmured to himself. "I'm looking forward to it. They killed my people, destroyed my base, and stole my stuff." Sheng-Yi clenched his teeth. "Pass on my orders. Let Qinghua find out the whole story at all costs. All hunting agencies in Gus's city are on high alert. In addition, call Qiyu over and ask her to build a new pharmaceutical base on the original site of the air raid shelter. The hunting plan and the body refining plan cannot be delayed." Shinji sighed. After the RV went around Hongshan Mountain, several people who had not been hit by hurricanes for several days were obviously not used to it. At this time, even in the warm RV, I felt cold. Along the way, Shinji and Zhang Qiqi explained the situation of the hunting organization to everyone. He also told them about experimenters and evolvers. Only then did Zhu Cixi realize that the reason why she had been being hunted was because she was a so-called evolver. At this time, Shinji couldn't help but step forward and touch Zhu Cixi's ears. Fluffy, warm, and soft. Zhu Cixi also showed an expression of enjoyment. The direction of evolution varies from person to person. Everyone has different abilities after evolution. Zhang Qiqi continued to explain. "Just like me, when I evolved, I lay under the quilt and burned myself for a day and a night. When I woke up, my appearance didn't change at all, but my body was much strengthened, my strength became stronger, and my physique became stronger. Let's talk about this blonde girl with animal ears. She seems to have evolved in a similar direction to the werewolf just now, but the evolution results are completely different. One has a hateful appearance, while the other is cute and smart. When Zhang Qiqi said this, she also touched Zhu Cici's ears. It feels really great. Shinji scratched his head and said, I just don't know how big the strength gap between them is. You can beat that werewolf, but you can't beat the giant wolf. Shinji said to Zhang Qiqi. The latter nodded, indeed. She saw it when Shinji fought against the werewolf. Although the werewolf was faster and stronger than her, she would not necessarily lose against him. But the giant wolf at the back was different. If he faced that kind of opponent, he would probably be eaten alive by the opponent. Zhang Qiqi had to look at Shinji at this time. Who is this man? First of all, he is definitely an evolution, and his abilities are about space. But he can actually appear in many places later, so who exactly is he? Zhu Cici dodged everyone's attempts at this moment and ran into the bathroom to look in the mirror. The furry ears twitch slightly when someone touches them. They look really cute. Husband, where are we going? Gu Yingying recognized this road as leading to Gus's city, but halfway there she didn't recognize it anymore. Boyu Villa? Shinji replied calmly. Where is that? Gu Yingying had never heard of it. Jiang Mimi on the side said. That is the largest villa area in Gus's city, and it is also the place with the most expensive housing prices. What are we doing there? Gu Yingying continued to ask questions. After hearing this, Jin Xianxian replied, that could be considered a sheltered area. I heard Transport Minister Qin Hao say before that the scale there is much larger than the Hongshan Wind Shelter, and some of our vehicles were obtained from them in exchange for grain. It's not far from Hongshan. It used to take half an hour to get there by mountain road. But now the wind is too strong. If we go around the mountain, it will take about 4 or 5 hours. Zhang Qiqi said while eating the snail rice noodle. That's where I was taken away. When the apocalypse just started, everyone in the villa area was relatively united. Later, people gradually changed. They began to fight for supplies, women, and food. People no longer acted like human beings. Later, people from Blue Continent Technology and the hunting team came. At first, they just said they were seeking refuge and staying here temporarily, but then they suddenly attacked us. A considerable number of people were captured and used as experimental subjects, including me. As a result, I evolved. It was also at that time that I learned about evolution and hunting organizations. I was in a daze the whole time, like I was dreaming, and when I woke up, I was here. After hearing this, Shinji thought for a while. 4 or 5 hours, it seems like a long time. Cici, come ya? Zhu Cici ran out of the bathroom. Walk. After hearing what Shinji said, Zhu Cici was at a loss and said with a blush, why are we leaving? Come. Let Uncle Shinji check you up. Chapter 82 Baoyue Villa. Baoyue Villa is located in the westernmost part of Gus's city, in a depression between Hongshan Mountain and the urban area of Gus's city. The terrain here is low-lying, with highlands on both sides. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the place was severely flooded and could only barely be inhabited. Later, the weather turned cold and the heavy rain turned into snow, and more people came here to take refuge. In the RV, Feng Cici and Gu Yingying were driving under the command of Zhang Qiqi. Lu Shushu and Wei Qingqing heard some and sounds coming from the back of the RV from time to time, and a blush appeared on their faces. Yumomo spoke rarely at this time. Why are you blushing? Sister Shushu should be the next one. Yumomo counted on her fingers and smiled foolishly. My husband is amazing. I was so tired that day that I couldn't even stand up. After hearing this, Lu Shushu and Wei Qingqing looked at each other, and their faces turned even redder. Jiang Mimi on the side seemed to be worried about something. She leaned against the car window and looked at the white scene outside. Jiang Mimi turned on her cell phone. There is no signal on my phone now, but the battery is sufficient. Jiang Mimi looked through the family photos on her phone, tears slowly streaming down her face. My parents lost contact when they came to Gus's city to visit my sister. The end of the world was just beginning at that time. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. I wonder if they're still alive now. And if so, how are they doing now? Mimi, is there something on your mind? Yumomo noticed that Jiang Mimi was feeling a little low. Fine. Jiang Mimi shook her head. She knew how slim the chances were for her family to be alive. Moreover, Gus University, where his sister studied, was also at the radiation center of Hurricane Shooter. It was estimated that it had been razed to the ground long ago. The further the car goes, the greater the wind resistance and the slower the speed. Moreover, The girls clearly felt that the further they walked, the colder they got, and the further they walked, the lower the temperature became. Something seems wrong. Why is the temperature here so much lower than in Donghai City? Jean Xianxian kept rubbing her hands. It seems like the temperature is getting colder and colder. Gu Yingying checked the temperature gauge in the car. 4. At this time, Shinji, who was in the rest area behind, kept playing with the two ears on Zhu Cici's head. Did you say you heard what you heard from the lower two ears, or the upper two ears? At this time, Zhu Cici was covered in sweat and still breathing heavily. Shinji had already checked her body. Very healthy and sexy. Buttocks are still as perky as ever. Shinji couldn't help but touched it again and said, as expected of 1602's number 1 ass. At this time, Zhu Cici had also recovered. I can hear with all 4 ears, and the 2 animal ears above can hear farther and more carefully. Oh. Shinji raised his eyebrows. Is there such a function? How far can you hear? Shinji asked. Zhu Cici smiled evilly. Lu Shushu and Wei Qingqing were joking on you just now. Wei Qingqing seems to be looking forward to it. Do you want me to capture her now? Shinji looked and saw that it was only a few meters from the rest area to where Wei Qingqing and Lu Shushu were staying. Although there was a partition between them, Shinji could hear him from this distance. Any more? A few of them in the cab said it was cold, and the wind outside the car was very strong, and the snow was also very heavy. The snow was deep where we passed just now, and I could hear the sound of the snow being squeezed. Hearing this, Shinji nodded. The wind and snow outside were very strong, and the roar of the engine was also very noisy. Even so, Zhu Cici could still hear the sound of wheels pressing through the snow. Shinji looked at the ears on Zhu Cici's head. Are they cat ears? Or dog ears? Weirdly cute. Zhu Cici's ears twitched a few times, as if she felt Shinji's gaze. Husband, it seems like a car is following us. Shinji then turned on his clairvoyance and looked behind him. Not far away, a modified Jeep was slowly following his RV. An enemy? Shinji put on his clothes and walked out, then asked Gu Yingying to drive slower. After my RV slowed down, the Jeep behind me also slowed down. At this time, Shinji saw clearly that the Jeep behind was also a modified vehicle, with some metal welded around the vehicle for protection and counterweight. It looks a bit similar to the car in Hongshan Shelter. It is estimated that this is Baoyue Villa's car. Jean Xianxian said that many of the cars in Hongshan Wind Shelter were purchased from Baoyue Villa, and this place should be very close to Baoyue Villa. At this time, Zhu Cici also put on clothes and walked out. Are there enemies behind you? I don't know, just wait and see what happens. Shinji had been observing the surroundings vigilantly. Except for the car behind him, there was nothing unusual. It's coming soon, Zhang Qiqi said to everyone. Jean Xianxian smoothed her hair. I have some friendship with the boss of Baoyue Villa. We met a few times when we exchanged supplies before. I'll ask if we can get a villa for us then. After hearing this, Zhang Qiqi waved her hands and said, it's okay, just everyone can stay at my house. Zhu Cici exclaimed. You have a house here? The house prices here are so expensive. What is this? I have several villas in Gusa City, and there are also some in Donghai City. After listening to Zhang Qiqi's words, all the girls felt envious. But it's useless. It's the end of the world. There are many houses that are useless. They are useful only if they can be defended. Shinji said, You've been gone for so long, I guess the villa already belongs to someone else. After hearing this, Zhang Qiqi thought for a moment and then nodded. She felt that what Shinji said made sense. Deity, it has been detected that the host is taking in a goddess. The system rewards materials, an underground fortress in the apocalypse. The host can choose an area at will, and the system will directly generate a fortress underground. Well, the system prompt sounded unexpectedly, startling him. I just don't know whether this reward belongs to Jean Xianxian or Zhang Qiqi. Apocalyptic fortress. It's still underground. I don't know what it will be like. Only a thumbnail can be seen from the system backpack, which seems to have a lot of space. Ability is being distributed. Husband, arrive. When Shinji was about to take a look at the superpower released this time, Gu Yingying's voice interrupted him. Shinji looked outside the car. I saw rows of villas close together not far away. There are 4 big characters written on the tallest villa. Baoyue Villa. High ice walls have been built around the villas, and there are breakfast cart sentries of the same style as those in the Hongshan Wind Shelter at regular intervals. 2 5 to 6 meter high watchtowers are built out of wood at the main entrance. Oh, it's quite impressive. Shinji took a look and found that this was much more advanced than the Hongshan Shelter area. Chapter 83 Seedlings. Night falls. The RV drove slowly towards Baoyue Villa below. The jeep that had been following Shinji didn't follow up again. However, a group of people ran out from the gate of the villa area. Each of them was wearing thick cotton clothes, holding firearms of different lengths in their hands, and they were looking in the direction of the RV in preparation. After the RV parked at the main entrance of the villa area, the group of people armed with firearms surrounded them. The leading man had a beard and looked to be in his 40s. Shinji jumped out of the car with Zhang Qiqi and Jin Xianxian. The temperature in Gusa City was much lower than that in Donghai City. It was fine in the car, but when she came outside, Jin Xianxian felt like she was shivering from the cold. "Who are you?" the bearded man asked Shinji. "I'm taking refuge and want to stay here for a while." Listening to Shinji's answer, the man thought for a while. "How many of you are there?" Baoyue Villa has received several waves of refugees, and now it's almost unbearable. "I'm Jin Xianxian from Hongshan Shelter. Is Brother Jian here?" As soon as Jin Xianxian opened his mouth, the man showed a surprised expression. "Jin Xianxian? Are you District Chief Jin?" The beard seemed very excited. "Brother Jin would be so happy if he knew you were still alive. But now there is really no room for people to live in the villa area. There are more than 10 or 20 people living in each villa. How about waiting for Brother Jian to come back tomorrow and let him make arrangements?" After hearing this, Jin Xianxian turned around and looked at Shinji. The latter nodded to indicate that it was okay. "But my home is inside. I have a house here. Can I live in it?" Zhang Qiqi stood up. The bearded man snorted coldly. "Your home. Everything here belongs to Brother Jian now. Everyone who lives in this place belongs to Brother Jian. Can I give it back to you?" Zhang Qiqi was angry, but wanted to go up to argue, but was pulled back by Shinji. "He's right. This is the end of the world. It's definitely impossible for you to go back to your previous house." But at this time, the bearded man spoke again. "But I think you are quite naive. If you come to be my little boy, I will ensure that you eat well and drink spicy food, live in a single room in a villa, and have someone to take care of you every day. And also," before the man could finish speaking, Zhang Qiqi had already pinched his neck tightly, and the bearded men pointed their wounds at Shinji and the others. "Do you want to see if I break his neck first, or if your bullet penetrates my bulletproof suit first?" As Zhang Qiqi spoke, the strength in her hands slowly increased. The bearded face was flushed from suppressing pain, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Shinji watched the excitement from the side. In fact, he could kill these people and then monopolize this place. But there is no need. Shinji's plan is to use the system rewards in his hand to establish a stable and safe foothold. And these people in the villa area are his best cover. "Okay, Qiqi, you really won't be able to go home if you strangle him to death." Zhang Qiqi glanced at Shinji, then threw the beard aside like trash. The bearded man coughed a few times after being helped up by his subordinates, then took a few deep breaths, and then said to Jin Xianxian, "District Chief Jin, I only give you this face because of Brother Jian's friendship with you. Please take care of your people. I will never let you off lightly next time." After hearing this, Jin Xianxian leaned against Shinji. This sister is not mine, but his." The bearded man seemed to have seen a clue. "District Chief Jin, are you already following this pretty boy? Brother Jian offered such high conditions before, and you were not willing to accept him, so you ended up with such a pretty boy." The bearded man looked Shinji up and down, then showed a disdainful expression. Shinji didn't get angry after hearing this, but walked forward with a smile. "What do you call Brother Beard?" "Jiang Shun. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. I don't care what you did before, what your status is, how many houses you have, how many women you have. If you want to live in Baoyue Villa, you have to follow the arrangements made by Brother Jian and me. You have to do whatever I say." Shinji waved his hand and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense. When will your Brother Jian come back?" Jiang Shun scratched his head and said, "Probably. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon." Shinji patted Jiang Shun on the shoulder. "Later. Be restrained, especially in front of me." Jiang Shun snorted disdainfully after hearing this. "What are you pretending to be?" Shinji looked mysterious and said, "Brother Huzi, how about we make a bet?" "What bet?" Jiang Shun asked doubtfully. "When your Brother Jian comes back tomorrow, he will not only ask you to apologize to me and my friends, but also give my friend's villa back. Do you believe it or not?" After Shinji finished speaking, Jiang Shun and his men fell into silence for a long time. Then he burst into laughter. "Just you." Jiang Shun shook his head and said, "Just because you hooked up with Jin Xianxian, Brother Jian might just shoot you to death when he comes back. Still staying in the villa? Are you still apologizing? Dream. Jiang Shun laughed while talking. How about it? Do you want to bet or not? Do you dare to bet? Seeing Shinji's confident face, Jiang Shun's smile became even brighter. Good. I'll make a bet with you. What's the bet? Shinji thought for a while, then pointed at Zhang Qiqi and said, If I lose, I will give you this RV. If you lose, you will bow to my friend and apologize and help me clean my friend's villa. Can? Jiang Shun looked at the RV in front of him, walked up and touched it, as if it already belonged to him. In fact, Shinji really wanted to stab Jiang Shun in the head just now. But doing so will create a conflict with that brother Jian, which will not be conducive to hiding the shelter here in the future. After returning to the RV, Jin Xianxian looked at Shinji with worry. Shinji, you don't understand Shinjian. This man is only profit-seeking and lustful. He was originally a moneylender in the underworld. After establishing a refuge here, he became more aggressive. I was almost detained by him when I came to discuss cooperation. Shinji looked unconcerned. Qiqi, is that so? Zhang Qiqi slowly drooled as she looked at Jiang Mimi's stir-fried vegetables. I don't know either. I had never heard of Brother Jian before I was kidnapped. There is a high probability that he came here after being robbed by Lanzhao Technology. Shinji directly told Jin Xianxian not to worry. He had his own way. After a sumptuous dinner, Zhang Qiqi became more determined to stay with Shinji. Shinji first adjusted the heating in the car to the maximum and then walked out of the RV alone. Shinji took out a bowl from the space, scratched away the snow on the ground, then grabbed some soil and put it into the bowl. Then he took out one of the vegetable seeds scavenged from the air raid shelter and buried it in the bowl. Then Shinji gently tapped with one hand. The seeds in the soil quickly take root, germinate, and grow seedlings. Chapter 84, 10,000 Trees in Changchun. The end of the world comes on the 46th day. Under the leadership of Jiang Shun, Shinji walked into a villa in Baoyue Villa. The villa was brightly lit, and the walls were hung with calligraphy and paintings by famous artists. Before Shinji could take a closer look, he was hit by several guns. Stopped the head. The next second, Shinji felt that his hands were locked together by something cold. Didn't you say Brother Jian wants to see me? What do you mean, handcuff me? Shinji asked Jiang Shun on the side, who had a contemptuous smile on his face. Humph! Now I'm taking you to find Brother Jian. But your RV and woman are ours now. Then everyone gathered around and escorted him to the room on the second floor of the villa. The heating was on in the room, with a fireplace burning nearby and a middle-aged man sitting in the center of the room. At this moment, he took a leisurely sip of red wine, then cut a small piece of beef on the plate, put it in front of his nose, and smelled it. Simmental cattle are really good. After the man slowly finished a whole piece of steak, he turned his attention to Shinji, who was sitting opposite him. Do the RV and the woman outside belong to you? Shinji nodded to the middle-aged man in front of him. The man picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth, then continued. I heard that you two made a bet? Shinji said with a smile. Yes. I made a bet with Jiang Shun. If I lose, I will give you my RV. If I win, I will take back my friend's villa. Chen Jian snorted solemnly after hearing this. Good. Very good. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth. I admire you. But Chen Jian then changed the subject. It's a pity that you don't understand me. Kill you, your woman is mine, just like the RV. After Chen Jian said this, he glanced at Jiang Shun, who took out his pistol, loaded the bullet, and put it against the back of Shinji's head. Jiang Shun was so happy at this time that he waited for Chen Jian's order and shot the boy's head to pieces. It was also revenge for the humiliation he had suffered last night. And that woman, although she was very strong, but no matter how powerful you are, can you still be more powerful than a gun? Brother Jian, you don't want to know why I dare to bet with Jiang Shun. Do you dare to negotiate terms with you? Although Shinji was pointed at a gun at the moment, he still had a smile on his face because he firmly believed that Chen Jian would not be stupid enough to actually kill him with a single shot. If he really wanted to do this, Shinji's body outside would come directly in and kill them all. Oh, then come and listen. Chen Jian waved his hand and asked Jiang Shun to take back the gun. He was also very interested in Shinji. He could feel that the young man in front of him was very smart and calm. I know that you have traded vegetable seeds with Hongshan Shelter before. You must be trying to build a greenhouse like them and want to grow vegetables, but the temperature here is too low, so it is difficult for the plants to survive. Am I right? After Shinji finished speaking, Chen Jian and Jiang Shun's faces were obviously more serious than before. Chen Jian said coldly, Keep talking. I have something that can speed up the growth of plants, and the growing conditions don't have to be so harsh. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can provide you with this thing. After Shinji finished speaking, he continued to observe the expressions of the two people. He had used his clairvoyance ability to observe last night. Many villas had greenhouses in the basements. However, because the temperature here is too low and the light is insufficient, the survival rate of plants is generally very low. What are you bragging about? Who do you think you are? After hearing this, Jiang Shun stepped forward again and prepared to put a gun to Shinji's head. But the latter suddenly moved this time. Shinji used a little force to break free of the handcuffs, and then he pinched Jiang Shun's wrist. All this happened in an instant, and everyone else in the room became nervous instantly. No one expected that Shinji could break free of the metal handcuffs so easily. Everyone hurriedly opened the gun's safety and pointed the wound at Shinji. Don't panic. Chun Jian waved his hands to everyone. Can you prove it to me? In fact, the food problem is indeed what Chun Jian is most worried about now. In the past, he could trade food with the people in the Hongshan shelter. Now that the Hongshan shelter is gone, the wind in the city is too strong. Now, they are basically just sitting there and eating. If what Shinji said was true, then what Shinji had in his hands was indeed what he needed most at this time. Shinji slowly took out a bottle of Waha mineral water from his pocket. You can plant a seed and water it and try it. Chun Jian frowned and thought for a moment, then asked his men to prepare things. At this time, Jiang Shun's wrist was still tightly grasped by Shinji, and sweat continued to flow down Jiang Shun's forehead. Brother Shinji, can you let go of my brother's hand first? Chun Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at Shinji, secretly amazed that Shinji was so good at his skills. Actually, I don't have any ill intentions. I just don't like people pointing guns at my head. After saying this, Shinji let go of Jiang Shun, who was busy rubbing his wrist with his left hand. At this time, a purple-red fingerprint was clearly visible on the wrist of his right hand. Coming. At this time, Shinjian's men brought over a flower pot. Brother Shinji, here are the roses I planted before. They haven't moved for a long time. Can you give them a try? After hearing this, Shinji nodded, then picked up the mineral water bottle and poured half of it in. Then Shinji secretly activated his ability. 10,000 trees grow in spring. This is a power given by Jin Xianxian. You can use the power to speed up the growth of plants, but using the power will consume a lot of physical strength, which is similar to growing flowers from dead trees. As for the bottle of Waha mineral water, it is actually just an ordinary bottle of mineral water. At this time, several people in the room were staring at the flower pot on the table, but there was no movement in the flower pot. Are you kidding me? As soon as Jiang Shun finished speaking, a touch of green actually broke through the moist soil and grew wantonly. In just 10 seconds, a seedling grew, and the growth of the seedling stopped abruptly. What a miracle! Chun Jian suddenly sat up from his chair. Brother Shin, this is really a miracle. Chun Jian put down his arrogant attitude just now and walked up directly to shake hands with Shinji. Brother Shinji, this thing. Shinji saw a trace of greed in Chun Jian's eyes. Only I can configure this thing, and I need a separate villa and some raw materials. How about you take care of these, and I will provide you with the growth potion? Make a deal. Chun Jian stepped forward again and held Shinji's hand tightly. Brother Shin, you can be of great help to me. Chun Jian didn't expect that in this apocalyptic world, he could still see green plants and see the day when seeds germinate. What he was most worried about right now was food. If he had this thing, he wouldn't have any worries. There are a lot of seeds, although there is not much indoor space. So what if 10 people live in one room for food? So what if there are 20 people in a room? It's better to live in discomfort than to starve to death. Right. Also, I need Jiang Shun to apologize to my friend. Chun Jian, who originally looked happy, showed an embarrassed expression. Jiang Shun is my life and death brother. He is also a face-saving person. I can give you a villa to apologize for this matter. Shinji waved his hand and then said, I can also provide you with a special body armor. The material is soft and very rare. It has strong shock absorption, and it is also... Before Shinji could finish his introduction, Chun Jian yelled at Jiang Shun, who was already dumbfounded behind him. Go and apologize to Brother Shin's friends. Then help clean the villa for Brother Shun and his friends. And then help them move in. Do you hear me?